Chen Jue, due to his casual remarks, unexpectedly finds himself transported to the world of Douluo continent, awakening a system of abundant progeny and fortune. At the outset, he possesses 3 life spirits along with a level 25 innate aptitude and exceptional talent. Faced with the temptations from both Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu, Chen Jue unhesitatingly aligns himself with Bibi Dong, drawn by the advantageous potential of her dual spirit souls. From that moment onward, Chen Jue is engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. He confronts the master, lands punches on Tang San, and delivers kicks to Dai Mubai, effortlessly overpowering the main cast. He skillfully handles A Yin, leaving Tang San calling him father. Yet, one fateful day, the divine realm can no longer tolerate Chen Jue's audacity, forcing him into the celestial domain and compelling him to assume the mantle of the divine lord. On his very first day as the ruler of the divine realm, he dismantles the edict that prohibits spirit beasts from ascending to divinity. Chapter 1. The first encounter with Bibi Dong and Qian Jue. In the Hall of Spirits, a youthful boy of merely 6 years stands at the entrance. He sighs, exclaiming, "Oh, cursed system, do you have any idea how I have endured these past 2.5 years?" However, the system pays him no heed. This boy is Chen Jue, an unremarkable traveler. In his previous life, after finishing the Douluo continent anime, he had whimsically remarked, "If only I could visit Douluo continent, all these beauties would be mine, Tang San, and the others would be of no concern to me." This careless utterance led to his untimely demise from an accidental electric shock while turning off the television, bringing him into the world of Douluo. He had expected that with the system's assistance, he would embrace numerous beauties and easily defeat Tang San, the master, and obliterate the main cast. Little did he know that fate would play a cruel jest upon him. He found himself reborn as a mere 3.5-year-old child, stranded in the Douluo forest. Utilizing his college knowledge, he managed to survive amid the perilous spirit beasts. Eventually, he awakened the system of abundant progeny and fortune, receiving a novice gift pack. He anticipated a dramatic turnaround, however. He soon realized that he could only open the gift pack upon awakening his spirit soul at the age of 6. Thus, he endured in the Douluo forest for 2.5 long years before finally arriving at the Hall of Spirits to awaken his spirit. Let the novice gift pack commence. Chen Jue rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes, knowing this would determine his worthiness to remain in the Hall of Spirits and his potential to pursue the exquisite Qian Jue. Ding. Innate soul power level 25 acquired. Ding. 3 life spirits. Dragon God. Sword of destruction. Eye of life obtained. Ding. Top-tier comprehension, mastery speed at its zenith, cultivation speed multiplied. As he absorbed this information, his pupils constricted and astonishment lit up his eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. This system was astonishing. With such comprehension and talent, achieving the title of Douluo would surely be a walk in the park. Coupled with the 3 life spirits and innate soul power of 25, if those oldemers from the Spirit Hall were to witness this, they would undoubtedly gasp in awe. This child possesses the potential for divinity. They would exclaim, eager to invite him as a holy son of the Spirit Hall. If Qian Jue were nearby, she would undoubtedly succumb to his regal aura. Lost in his daydreams, he approached the Hall of Spirits, but upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by 2 armored guards. Their piercing gazes scrutinized him like hawks assessing their prey as they surveyed the ragged Chen Jue. One guard, filled with disdain, sneered and sternly declared, "No entry for idle riffraff." Frowning, Chen Jue replied, "I am here to awaken my spirit." The guards exchanged glances before shaking their heads. "Do you even know where this is? This is not a place for an ordinary person to awaken their spirit." Chen Jue narrowed his eyes, feeling the pressure. If he could not awaken his spirit here, he would not gain the favor of those esteemed elders, rendering his pursuit of Qian Jue impossible. With no other option, he turned to leave, only to be interrupted by a melodious and youthful voice. "Why are you 2 grown men making things difficult for a child?" Ding. Target. The exquisite goddess Qian Jue has appeared. Depth of engagement. 0. The more profound the interaction with the exquisite goddess, the higher the engagement level. Each increase of 20 in engagement will yield rewards, with greater rewards for higher levels. A smile graced Chen Jue's lips as he turned to see a girl of striking beauty, exuding an aura of nobility without the need for makeup, accompanied by a title Douluo the Serpent. Spear Douluo, said to be a powerhouse even against Seoul Douluos. The guards immediately lowered their heads in humility, their demeanor a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. "Young miss." Qian Rinxue nodded before turning her gaze to Chen Jue, momentarily captivated by his cherubic face. Yet, being worldly wise, she quickly regained her composure and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I've come to awaken my spirit." Chen Jue replied earnestly. "This is the main hall. We generally do not allow spirit awakenings for outsiders. Please leave," Qian Rinxue stated coldly. Chen Jue fell silent, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, the serpent spear Duo interjected, coldly reprimanding, "Little brat, did you not hear what my young lady said?" Scram. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue frowned and delivered a playful punch to the serpent spear Douluo, admonishing him, "Be quiet." The serpent spear Douluo immediately bowed submissively before her. "My apologies, young miss." Ignoring him, Qian Rinxue focused on the young boy, noting his naturally endearing features, albeit dirted and ragged. Surely, someone who traveled such distances deserved better than to be turned away. Moreover, a 6-year-old boy who managed to reach Spirit City alone must possess a tenacity beyond that of ordinary children. Chen Jue's eyes reflected a determination uncommon for his age, and ultimately, Qian Rinxue could not bring herself to send him away. "Very well. It seems you have had a tough journey. Come with me." With that, Qian Rinxue pushed open the grand doors and entered, with Chen Jue following closely behind. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately captivated by Bibi Dong, who reclined regally upon her throne. Ding. Exquisite goddess detected, Bibi Dong. Depth of engagement, 0. Her breathtaking beauty and elegantly crossed long, fair legs drew his attention. Sensing his gaze, Bibi Dong looked up at Chen Jue, her brow furrowing slightly. Yet she said nothing more, as he was but a child. At that moment, Qian Daoliu hurried over upon hearing the commotion, and as his eyes met Qian Rinxue's, a warm smile instantly illuminated his face. He approached swiftly, gently lifting Qian Rinxue as if she were a precious treasure. "Grandfather!" she exclaimed playfully, winking at him. Her gaze then shifted to Bibi Dong, and in her sweet voice, she called out, "Sister." Bibi Dong slightly pursed her lips, a fleeting hint of sorrow glimmering in her deep, enigmatic eyes. Yet, she swiftly concealed her feelings, restoring her usual composure. Qian Rinxue then turned to Qian Daoliu, raising her hand to point at Chen Jue as she introduced him. "This is a child I found at the entrance. He has come to awaken his martial soul. I hope Grandpa will grant his permission." Qian Daoliu smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Qian Rinxue's hair. "Since little Shui has said as much, I shall certainly consent. You always modestly refer to yourself as Little Cabbage. This time, allow yourself to witness firsthand the depth of the chasm that separates you from those so-called ordinary individuals. Let me know how formidable you truly are." He then turned to the snake spear Duo and instructed, "Go, retrieve the crystal ball for the awakening of the martial soul." Afterward, Qian Daoliu cast a cold gaze upon Chen Jue, perceiving at a glance his mediocre potential. After all, martial souls are inherited. The stronger the parents, the greater the aptitude of their offspring. Observing Chen Jue's tattered attire, it was apparent he hailed from a humble rural background. He possessed little more than a pleasing countenance. Moreover, the fact that he was playing with his granddaughter was utterly unacceptable to him. Chen Jue touched his nose, aware of Qian Daoliu's disdain. Yet soon enough, he would be begging for him to stay. In a short while, the snake spear Duo arrived with the crystal ball and placed it before Chen Jue. "Hurry up!" Qian Daoliu waved his hand impatiently. Ignoring the urgency, Chen Jue smiled confidently, his eyes glinting with assurance. He then placed his hand upon the crystal ball. In the next instant, a resplendent radiance surged forth. Innate spirit power of 25 levels. Rather mediocre. The snake spear Douluo scoffed disdainfully. However, in the following moment, realization struck him, leaving him momentarily speechless. What? 25 levels? Stronger than the young master. Both Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong widened their eyes, staring at Chen Jue in astonishment. An indescribable shock surged within them. Their mouths slightly agape, they yearned to articulate their thoughts, yet found themselves ensnared by an invisible force, unable to utter a word. This must be a monster, an innate spirit power of 25 levels. Qian Rinxue's eyes reflected a glimmer of surprise. This younger brother is remarkably strong, stronger than I. Chen Jue cast a glance at them, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. This was merely the beginning. The best was yet to come. Chapter 2. A shocking confrontation between the Grand Priest and the Pope. Suddenly, A resounding and fierce dragon roar reverberated throughout the spirit hall. At that moment, even Bibi Dong, the possessor of twin spirits, trembled in fear, her lips quivering. This was a dragon, and of a remarkably high grade. Beside her, Qian Rinchue's complexion flushed, as if she were struggling to breathe. With a wave of his hand, Qian Daoliu created a barrier to shield them from the overwhelming pressure, allowing Qian Rinchue to regain her composure. She clutched at Qian Daoliu's garment and softly exclaimed, "So powerful!" Qian Daoliu's gaze narrowed as he turned to the tattered Chen Jue, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo, who was meditating in the worship hall, was equally startled by the dragon's roar. Particularly, the golden crocodile king's phantom behind him immediately crouched to the ground, covering its ears as if it had heard a terrifying sound. This was a top-tier beast spirit. Even the blue lightning tyrant dragon could not suppress his spirit. It was evident that the spirit producing the dragon's cry was at least divine in rank, if not higher. The golden crocodile Douluo's eyes fell upon the distant spirit hall, wondering when such a prodigy had emerged. At the same time, in the heart of the Star Doe forest, countless dormant soul beasts awakened in an instant, their breaths becoming rapid. The black dragon king, resting at the forefront, opened its eyes. It was the beast god, Emperor Tian, a former subordinate of the dragon god. Beside it, the hell dragon king, Ziji, and an exquisitely beautiful emerald swan, Bai Ji, also opened their eyes, trembling at the terrifying dragon roar. They were filled with trepidation. Emperor Tian flapped his wings, covering them, murmuring, "This pressure resembles that of the dragon god." But wait, the dragon god has long since divided. Only the silver dragon king remains on the continent. Who could it be? As the dragon god's roar gradually faded, Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu exchanged glances, their eyes clashing with hostility. Both of them understood that this individual could not fall into the other's hands. Otherwise, it would significantly impact their futures. After all, they had never been on the same side. Just as Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu prepared to approach and recruit Chen Jue, a long sword, entirely black and imbued with destructive power, suddenly appeared in his hand. In an instant, all surrounding plants were obliterated by the force of destruction. Even Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu felt a sense of impending danger. They were both titled Douluos, with Qian Daoliu being an ultimate Douluo. The fact that they felt threatened spoke volumes about the terrifying destructive force emanating from a sword. Qian Daoliu's expression hardened as he murmured, "A twin spirit, both divine. Such a genius is unparalleled across the continent. I must cultivate this talent." He pondered whether Chen Jue would harbor resentment for his earlier contempt. With a sigh, he regretted his previous words and actions. As he prepared to retrieve cultivation resources from his soul guide to win him over, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. A triple spirit. Even Bibi Dong covered her mouth, unable to speak, her shock evident. She had thought her twin spirits were top-notch, only to discover the existence of a terrifying triple spirit. A triple spirit, how fearsome. Behind Chen Jue, a mysterious vertical pupil quietly emerged, radiating endless vitality, encircled by spirals of life, energy. When a vertical pupil slowly opened, it seemed as though a beam of life illuminated the surroundings, enveloping everything in a warm aura of vitality. Qian Daoliu, astonished, was momentarily stunned. Such formidable healing abilities. Even the hidden affliction left on him by the previous ultimate Douluo showed signs of recovery at that moment. It was astonishing that Chen Jue had just awakened his spirit and was already this formidable. If he were to reach the title Douluo level, he would undoubtedly be invincible. Life force, destructive power, and Dragon King power. This was a complete offense and defense. Moreover, with innate soul power at the 25th level, he surpassed Qian Rinchue by a margin. Such a talent must be mine, no matter the cost. Having thought this, Bibi Dong clenched her fists, determined to claim Chen Jue as her own. Then, Chen Jue retracted his three spirits and raised an eyebrow at Qian Daoliu. A triple spirit along with innate soul power at 25 should be impressive, right? Faced with Chen Jue's mockery, Qian Daoliu did not take offense, but responded with a smile. "It seems I underestimated you." Before he could finish, he felt a gust of wind beside him, only to see Bibi Dong seize Chen Jue's hand. "Oh no, she has taken the initiative." Chen Jue subtly rubbed Bibi Dong's soft hand. "Ding. Target, Bibi Dong. Depth of connection, 5. What is your name?" Bibi Dong bent down, smiling at Chen Jue. He He slightly raised his head, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes, before replying, "I am Chen Jue." Bibi Dong continued, "Chen Jue, do you wish to become my disciple? I will provide you with unlimited resources to cultivate you." Hearing this, Chen Jue's lips curled upwards. What a delightful prospect. Not only would he be able to be with her daily, but he would also receive resources. However, when Bibi Dong saw that Chen Jue did not respond, she assumed it was due to the two at the entrance who had prevented him from entering. She immediately shot a glare at the guards peeking from the doorway. At that moment, cold sweat broke out on their brows. If Chen Jue left because of their earlier disrespect, they would be in grave trouble. After all, Chen Jue possessed top-tier talent. If he could remain in the Spear Hall, its overall strength would surely ascend to new heights. With this thought in mind, they rushed forward, kneeling before Chen Jue, trembling as they bowed their heads in apology. "My lord, we were blind to your greatness. Please consider our words as mere folly." Witnessing this, the snake spear Douluo turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his back. After all, he had also mocked Chen Jue earlier. Should Chen Jue pursue this matter, he could not escape unscathed. He could only quietly hide aside, hoping not to be noticed by Chen Jue. Meanwhile, Chen Jue stood still, somewhat lost in thought and not saying anything. Bibi Dong, believing Chen Jue was still angry, coldly reprimanded the two guards. "Aren't you embarrassed? Each of you slap yourselves 10 times, then get out." After saying this, Bibi Dong squatted down, flashing a sweet smile at Chen Jue, her demeanor drastically transformed. "Is that satisfactory?" Satisfied? Don't make it difficult for them. Just let them go." Chen Jue sighed with relief, thinking Bibi Dong had not discovered his earlier thoughts. Bibi Dong nodded, immediately instructing the two guards to leave. The guards, hearing this, fled as if their lives depended on it, fearful that Chen Jue might change his mind. However, just as Chen Jue was about to agree to become Bibi Dong's disciple, Qian Daoliu swiftly stepped forward, interrupting Chen Jue's words. "You are too hasty, Bibi Dong." He leisurely shook his head, turning his gaze toward Chen Jue, a playful smile curving his lips. "I am a 99th level ultimate Douluo. Only I can be your master. Moreover, you need not worry about resources. What Bibi Dong can provide, I can also offer. What Bibi Dong cannot provide, I can still deliver." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed, her eyes flashing with displeasure. "This cannot stand. He is connected to my dual martial soul through the tri-spirit martial soul. Taking him as my disciple would bring him only benefits, with no harm." "Oomph." Qian Daoliu let out a cold scoff, his gaze turning toward Chen Jue like a sharpened sword, his eyes gleaming with an undeniable threat. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. "As her disciple, you must consider this carefully." Startled by his words, Bibi Dong quickly pulled Chen Jue behind her, shielding his chest with her hands. She then glared at Qian Daoliu, exclaiming, "You have gone too far. How dare you threaten a child?" Qian Daoliu chuckled mockingly, disregarding Bibi Dong and instead focusing on Chen Jue. Observing the dazed expression on Chen Jue's face, he believed he had successfully instilled fear. He then said with a smile, "Think it over." Standing tall, he seemed convinced that Chen Jue's acceptance as his disciple was a foregone conclusion. However, Chen Jue was oblivious to his words, his attention fixated solely on Bibi Dong. Chapter 3. Taking advantage of Qian Rinxue, I choose His Holiness the Pope. My apologies, esteemed elder. Chen Jue said respectfully. Despite Qian Daoliu's previous mockery, he did not dare to retort openly. After all, provoking Qian Daoliu could lead to his demise with a mere flick of a finger. A hint of a smile appeared on Qian Daoliu's face. Seeing Chen Jue's agreeable demeanor, he chose not to press further, though he felt a pang of reluctance. After all, if Chen Jue were to align with Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall might not belong to the Qian family any longer, but rather fall under Bibi Dong's dominion. This was his greatest concern. Contemplating this, his expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong, his words laced with warning. "I can agree, but in the future, should Chen Jue grow stronger, you must not exploit him for selfish desires or engage in any actions detrimental to the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong's exquisite visage showed no hesitation as she nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. How about Xue as a witness?" She understood that if she did not comply, Qian Daoliu would undoubtedly eliminate Chen Jue. After all, Qian Daoliu would never allow a potential threat to the Spirit Hall to remain. Had it not been for Qian Xuanji's past actions and the lack of suitable candidates, she might not even occupy this position. Qian Daoliu glanced at Qian Jue, nodding without hesitation. Agreed. After all, she would not jest with her own daughter. He then took Qian Jue's hand, preparing to leave, but after a brief moment of resistance. Qian Jue asked, "Grandfather, is Chen Jue truly talented? Is he worth your and sister's contention?" Qian Daoliu turned back, gently stroking her hair, lavishly praising him. "Indeed, he possesses a talent unlike any I have encountered in my lifetime. With a tri-spirit martial soul and 25 levels of soul power, he is destined to be a leader among geniuses. Even you, Shui, in the future may find yourself slightly inferior to him." Qian Jue's lips parted slightly. She had never seen her grandfather bestow such high praise on anyone. A twinge of envy surged within her, for she had never received such commendation from him. Subsequently, she directed her gaze at Chen Jue, a flicker of combativeness igniting in her eyes. She resolved to surpass Chen Jue, proving to her grandfather and sister that she was the most exceptional. Stepping forward, she fixed her gaze upon Chen Jue and raised her hand lightly, declaring, "Chen Jue, dare you engage in a contest with me? I shall not employ soul techniques, only relying on our martial souls." Upon finishing, she raised an eyebrow, confident that her martial soul would easily overwhelm him. After all, her grandfather had once claimed that her martial soul was divine. Although Chen Jue possessed multiple martial souls, their quality might not match hers. In response to Qian Jue's challenge, Chen Jue readily accepted. Relying solely on his divine dragon god martial soul, he was certain it could dominate any other martial soul. Even the six-winged angel could not compare to the dragon god martial soul, for the former was left behind by a first-level angelic deity, while his dragon god martial soul had once ruled the divine realm, its quality far surpassing all others. Meanwhile, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They were both eager to witness the strength of Chen Jue's martial soul, particularly Qian Daoliu, who was keen to ascertain whether the Qian family's six-winged angel martial soul was superior or if Chen Jue's dragon soul held the edge. Bibi Dong leaned closer, whispering to Chen Jue, "Do not harm Shui, understand?" Chen Jue nodded. Even without her warning, he had no intention of hurting Qian Jue. After all, she might very well become his wife in the future. Though her words were quiet, Qian Jue overheard them. Pouting slightly, displeasure crossed her face as she looked at Bibi Dong and said, "Sister, do you not believe I can win?" Bibi Dong was taken aback and quickly clarified, "Shui, do not misunderstand, that is not what I meant." Her tone carried a hint of fluster. Qian Jue pursed her lips, ignoring her sister, her gaze firmly fixed on Chen Jue, her eyes reflecting an extraordinary desire to win. Even her sister looked down upon her. This time, she was determined to show them who the strongest truly was. With a demeanor as cold as frost, Qian Jue slightly closed her eyes, a powerful force swirling within her. She summoned her six-winged angel martial soul, and a resplendent angelic figure materialized behind her. It gracefully unfurled its wings, each of the six brilliant feathers shimmering like ethereal spirits dancing in the air. As the angel appeared, a sacred aura enveloped the vicinity. Subsequently, she lunged forward. However, at that moment, a deafening dragon roar echoed through the air. Chen Jue, with a calm expression, gently raised his arm, revealing a majestic dragon god martial soul gradually materializing behind him. The dragon god's eyes sparkled with piercing light, as if capable of penetrating all illusions. With the emergence of the dragon god, an even more formidable aura surged forth. The dragon god let out a resounding roar, its voice reverberating with profound impact. Under this overwhelming pressure, Qian Jue instantaneously felt an immense weight, as if an invisible mountain immobilized her. The angelic martial soul behind her began to tremble, its sacred light dimming gradually. Ultimately, under the fierce onslaught of the dragon god martial soul, the angelic martial soul shattered completely, dispersing into countless fragments in the air. "What?" Qian Jue's voice was laced with disbelief, her gaze fixated on the imposing dragon god standing in the air. Even the two individuals beside her were equally astonished. They had assumed that Chen Jue's martial soul would merely suppress Qian Jue's six-winged angel. They never expected it to utterly crush it. After all, Qian Jue's martial soul was a six-winged angel. It seemed they had greatly underestimated the quality of Chen Jue's martial soul. This only strengthened their resolve to cultivate Chen Jue diligently. Qian Daoliu bit her lip, casting a complex glance at Chen Jue. She had not anticipated that his martial soul would be so formidable, capable of dismantling hers directly. After all, hers was a divine martial soul. However, she did not concede defeat. Instead, she chose to press on without relying on her martial spirit, opting for physical combat. She gazed at Chen Jue and declared, "Do not believe you have triumphed. I can still defeat you using my physical prowess without my martial spirit." After all, she had undergone rigorous training in the Qian Dao style since childhood, honing her physical skills beyond that of the average person. Chen Jue smiled very well. "This suits me perfectly." He then withdrew his martial spirit and engaged her in a fierce struggle. Ding. Target. Qian Daoliu. Depth of engagement. 10 ding. Target. Qian Daoliu. Depth of engagement. 20. Reward. A Millennium Spirit Ring with no side effects and a level 10, top-tier appearance. After a 5-minute contest, Qian Daoliu found herself defeated. It was only natural. Chen Jue had practiced for 2.5 years in the Stardew Forest, making his combat skills formidable. "You have lost. Please rise," Chen Jue said gently, assisting Qian Daoliu to her feet. As she looked up, her gaze locked onto Chen Jue's handsome visage. In that moment, she perceived a version of him she had never seen before. His features appeared more defined, and his skin was as fair as jade. A ripple of emotion surged within her, and a subtle blush crept across her cheeks. How has he suddenly become so much more handsome and fair? Truly captivating. Reflecting on their recent match, the blush on her face deepened. "Today I may have lost to you, but in the future it may not be the same. I shall challenge you every week until I defeat you," Qian Daoliu declared, her expression resolute. Chen Jue could only shake his head in bemusement. "All right, this spirited girl is quite the challenge. It's rather entertaining." Both Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong were exceedingly pleased with Chen Jue's performance. It was remarkable to witness someone without formal training exhibit such exceptional combat skills and physical capabilities. Bibi Dong stepped forward, addressing the two. "You both excel. Your names will surely be renowned across the continent." At that moment, a voice filled with curiosity echoed from the doorway. "What are you all doing? Where did this handsome young man come from?" Ding. Detected exquisite goddess. Liena. Depth of engagement. 0. Chapter 4. I adore your mature charm. Master, to prevent the male protagonist from being underage, his age has been adjusted from 13 to 19. My apologies. 13 years later. Brother Chun, be gentle. Don't apply so much force. I'm not using much force. Can you yield? You have no regard for tender feelings. Qian Daoliu climbed up from the ground, brushing off the dust, still embodying the same proud demeanor from 13 years ago. Over the years, she had persistently sought Chen Jue for training and competitions, becoming increasingly frequent in her visits. Even while stationed within the Heaven Do Empire, she would occasionally return to spar with him. This fostered a unique sentiment towards Chen Jue, especially as his level 10 appearance flourished over the years, igniting her imagination. Even when Chen Jue had the upper hand during their matches, Qian Daoliu accepted it with grace. "All right, next time, I shall be gentler," Chen Jue replied with a smile, gently brushing the dust from her garments. At that moment, Bibi Dong stepped forward gracefully, her gaze filled with admiration. "Your progress over these 13 years has been astounding. It is well worth the effort I invested in your training, especially you, my little disciple. You have astonishingly reached level 48, and little Shui is not far behind at level 47. Bibi Dong praised them generously. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu felt a slight heaviness in her heart, her mood dimming. She had always regarded herself with pride, never pursuing others, only allowing others to pursue her. With a huff, she stole a glance at Chen Jue, her eyes revealing a complex emotion. She recalled how in their previous contests, he had always bested her. One day, she vowed she would triumph over Chen Jue, making him concede wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Chen Jue embraced Bibi Dong, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, and chuckled, "Hee, it's all thanks to your excellent teachings, master." Yet, he felt a twinge of inadequacy, primarily driven by a desire to establish a solid emotional foundation and earn some system rewards. After all, the system's rewards began at a minimum of a Millennium Spirit Ring. As he sensed the warmth radiating from Chen Jue, Bibi Dong's gaze revealed a hint of something unusual, a uniquely feminine intrigue. She suppressed the strange sensation, gently patting his head. a smile gracing her lips. Why does this grown man still cling to me? The more he grows, the more attached he becomes. He has quite the charming little rogue. Moreover, this charming rogue possessed a considerable allure for other females, such as Xiao Shui, Nana, and the other ladies from the Spear Hall. Most notably, Nana had become utterly infatuated. It was no wonder. Who could resist a man of both strength and beauty? Had Xiao Shui not been so proud, she too might have succumbed. The golden generation, who watched from the sidelines, were likewise astonished by Chen Jue's level 48. Initially, they had trained separately from Chen Jue and Qian Daoliu, given their differing talents and teaching styles. Yet, Yin and Xiaoyu often boasted of their superiority. This was precisely why Bibi Dong had invited them to observe, to temper their arrogance. What unfolded next left Yin utterly speechless. Liena's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she approached Chen Jue, a towel in hand, her steps light yet tinged with nervousness. Brother Chen, here is your towel. Please wipe your sweat. This scene struck Yin like a hammer to the heart, overwhelming him with a sense of unprecedented despair. His eyes widened in disbelief. Fists clenched tightly. What did her shy expression signify? He had thought the rumors of Liena harboring feelings for Chen Jue were mere fabrications. Yet witnessing this moment nearly shattered his resolve. Nana can only belong to me. As Chen Jue accepted her towel, Liena radiated an unusual excitement. This moment was a dagger to Yan's heart, nearly prompting him to spit blood from the pain. It hurt so much. Sighing softly, Xiaoyu placed a comforting hand on Yan's back, trying to offer some solace. If it were anyone else, he would undoubtedly support Yan in pursuing his sister. However, facing Chen Jue, the esteemed disciple praised even by the Pope, it was a daunting prospect. To win Chen Jue's favor, she was willing to offend the highest-ranking offerings. How could he dare to assist? It was merely a towel. Liena might just see him as a brother. After all, over the past 13 years, Chen Jue had cared for Liena immensely. He did not make it explicit, fearing that Yin, with his infatuated mind, might not be able to bear it. Yet, it seemed to instill in Yin a curious sense of confident hope. Yes, there is still a possibility. I still have hope. Xiaoyu interjected. I was just trying to comfort you. Did you take it seriously? Standing beside Chen Jue, Qian Daoliu witnessed this scene. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within her. It felt as if something precious of hers was about to be taken away. She could not comprehend why she felt this way. As if it were a woman's sixth sense. Chen Jue took the towel, wiped the sweat from his brow, and handed it to Liena. He leaned in close to her ear, gently exhaled, and smiled, saying, "Thanks, little fox. I'll find you tonight. Let us continue our training." Liena's face flushed instantly. After saying, "I'll tell you something during lunch," she bashfully ran away. Watching Chen Jue flirt with the one he cherished, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. He desperately wished to strangle Chen Jue, but alas, his strength did not permit it. Bibi Dong observed the unfolding scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is truly wonderful. I must be getting old." Chen Jue quickly replied, "Who said that? I adore your mature charm, master." At noon, the time for lunch arrived. Due to pressing matters, Bibi Dong was unable to join the others for the meal. Thus, this simple repast was left for the five of them to share at the table. Qian Daoliu delicately lifted her slender, jade-like hand, gracefully picked up her chopsticks, and slowly brought a meatball to her lips. However, her gaze wandered intermittently to Chen Jue across the table, her eyes seemingly harboring 1,000 unspoken words. Yet she hesitated to voice them. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Chen Jue set down his chopsticks, locked eyes with her, and gently inquired, "Xiaoxiu, is there something you wish to say to me?" Qian Daoliu nodded lightly, a trace of undeniable sorrow flickering in her autumn-like clear eyes. With a soft sigh, tinged with reluctance, she spoke, "I must leave again. Having spent every day with Brother Chen for the past 13 years, it seems I've grown rather attached to him." Upon hearing this, Chen Jue reached out to grasp her hand, advising, "Be cautious. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences." "Oh, from your words, it seems you know where I am headed?" Qian Daoliu tilted her head slightly, her playful expression revealing a hint of innocence, her beautiful face etched with confusion. She could not recall mentioning it to him. "Of course, I have always kept your matters close to my heart," Chen Jue replied with a teasing smile. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's face instantly turned crimson, particularly at the phrase about keeping her in mind, which sent her heart racing. especially after catching sight of Chen Jue's handsome visage. She found it increasingly difficult to contain herself. Then, biting her lip gently, she clenched her hands slightly as if making a resolution. Soon after, Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a sweet smile. Chapter 5. I will come to your room late. Chen Jue suddenly felt a dampness on his face. He was taken aback. He quickly realized that it was Qian Rinxue's tongue that had lightly brushed against his cheek. This fleeting sensation surprised him. Yet before he could react, Qian Rinxue had shyly straightened up. Chen Jue pinched Qian Rinxue's blushing cheek and teased, Xiaoxue, you're quite bold, aren't you? There are others present. But Chen Jue relished the audacity. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue's heart fluttered, and a rosy hue spread across her cheeks. She slightly nodded, burying her flower-like face in her hands, too shy to meet the gazes of the three others. Oh dear, how could I forget that others are here? She then glanced up, looking at Chen Jue's handsome profile. Who told you to be so handsome? It's all your fault. She internally attributed the source of her embarrassment entirely to Chen Jue. However, the trio watching was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief. Inside, a tempest of shock and incredulity surged, emotions crashing like tumultuous waves. Yin was enraged beyond measure, his face flushed as if scorched by fire. His gaze locked on Chen Jue, burning with fury and resentment. This cursed life, feasting on what is in the bowl while coveting what is in the pot. Flirting with Qian Rinxue was one thing, but constantly provoking Liena. Don't let me find the opportunity, or you shall not escape unscathed. Liena stood silently to the side, her eyes brimming with crystalline tears, as if a gentle breeze would cause them to fall like pearls. She bit her lower lip, the once soft pink, now pale from her tight grip. She never imagined that Qian Rinxue also harbored feelings for Brother Chen. Moreover, Brother Chen appeared to be enjoying it, clearly reciprocating Qian Rinxue's affections. With her head lowered, her hands trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze, lost and uncertain. What should I do, right? They must not have established their relationship yet. I still have a chance. Tonight, I will claim the first blood from Brother Chen. Then I will become the first woman in the truest sense for him. Sorry, Xiaoxue. He is my greatest love. I cannot yield him to you, even if it means being the first. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Look at your little face, turning red. Chen Jue's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, laced with a hint of mischief. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's face subtly flushed, akin to the dawn's first light, enhancing her beauty with a touch of allure. You just like to bully me. She playfully glared at Chen Jue, lightly punching his shoulder, her touch as gentle as a spring breeze, devoid of malice. Then, she composed her expression, gazing earnestly at Chen Jue, softly asking, Will you miss me when I'm gone? Without hesitation, Chen Jue nodded, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he replied, Of course. I still want to compete with you. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's mouth curled into a triumphant smile, as if she had seen through Chen Jue's thoughts. You just know how to take advantage of me, she teased, giving him a playful glare. Chen Jue scratched his nose, laughing awkwardly. Who said that? I'm a gentleman. Qian Rinxue's face was filled with skepticism. Gradually, she stood up, her gaze sparkling with determination. Brother Chen, when we meet again, I will definitely defeat you. Her voice, though soft, resonated with a firm conviction. Chen Jue raised his gaze slightly, his eyes falling upon her, a smirk dancing on his lips. Oh, what if you lose? His tone carried a hint of jest. After all, with the system by his side, even if you possess divine talent, you will ultimately never catch up to me. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's smile took on a mischievous curve, her expression radiating an air of unspoken pride and confidence. She gracefully lowered her head, leaning her crimson lips close to Chen Jue's ear, her voice low and laced with seduction. Then I shall be at your mercy. As her words lingered in the air, an atmosphere of flirtation enveloped them. Chen Jue's heart skipped a beat, as if something had gripped it tightly. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. My goodness, this pace is a bit swift, isn't it? Though he was aware that over the past 13 years, his charming appearance combined with his high emotional intelligence had certainly garnered Qian Rinxue's affection. This level of enthusiasm was unexpected. Could it be that the support from the national server was stirring the pot? Imagining that delicate figure and those exhilarating long legs, he found himself eagerly anticipating this day. Qian Daoliu then glanced at Liena and waved her hand. Nana, I'm leaving. See you next time. Bye. Bye Xiao Shui. Liena snapped back to reality and hurriedly returned the farewell. Take care. After Chen Jue watched Qian Daoliu depart, the others had finished their meals and were preparing to leave. Just as Chen Jue was about to turn away, Liena tugged at the corner of his shirt. Brother Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Yin and Xiaoyu also turned around, casting their gazes toward Liena, especially Yin, who harbored an unsettling premonition. Chen Jue halted, turning back with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's the matter? Liena's demeanor at that moment was a stark contrast to her usual self. She shyly lowered her head, her hands clasped tightly, biting her lip as if struggling to suppress her inner emotions. Her body trembled slightly, conveying her nervousness and excitement. Yet, mustering her courage, she lifted her head to meet Chen Jue's gaze. Though her cheeks were flushed, she resolutely expressed her feelings. Brother Chen, I like you. Do you like me? Upon her declaration, Xiaoyu and Yin were left dumbfounded. Xiaoyu held his head, a look of helplessness on his face. My foolish sister. Qian Daoliu kisses him, and he clearly enjoys it. You still confess? Isn't this self-humiliation? Sister, don't let love cloud your judgment. Meanwhile, Yin felt as if he was about to faint. His last glimmer of hope was shattered. Although he had sensed Liena's affections, her failure to confess had allowed him to deceive himself into believing he had a chance. But now, everything was over. He was infuriated. Is he just a bit handsome and strong? Yin glared at Chen Jue, his face grim, teeth clenched, eyes burning with fury and resentment. As if he wanted to devour Chen Jue whole. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to give Chen Jue a taste of his wrath. Just as Chen Jue was about to speak, Yin could no longer contain his rage. He shouted at Chen Jue, why would Anna like you? I refuse to accept this. Let us compete. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Upon hearing this, Liena furrowed her brows and shot Yin a glare. Yin, what are you doing? Chen Jue then pulled Liena closer. I'll handle this. Come to my room tonight, and I will answer your earlier question. For now, just watch. Liena nodded, her face flushed, and stood aside, beginning to imagine the evening's scenario. Chen Jue turned his expressionless gaze toward Yin, speaking in a low voice. We have known each other for quite some time and are considered friends. I do not wish to harm you, so it would be wise for you to leave swiftly. However, to Yin, whose mind was clouded with anger, this statement took on a different meaning. He retorted derisively, You want me to leave? If you're afraid, just admit it. You can't hurt me. You're worthless. At his words, Xiaoyu widened his eyes in disbelief. Has this guy lost his mind? How dare he mock Chen Jue? He must not remember that Chen Jue is level 48 while he has just crossed level 30. Xiaoyu began contemplating where to bury his good friend after his inevitable demise. Chen Jue smirked, a cold scoff escaping his lips. You truly are unaware of the gravity of your situation. With that, he waved his arm, and the dragon god martial soul instantly manifested behind him, followed by the sudden illumination of 4 soul rings. Black, 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 black. In that moment, the 3 present were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen as if time itself had been halted by an invisible force. 4 10,000-year soul rings. What a terrifying sight. Liena's gaze remained fixated on Chen Jue's figure, juxtaposed with the 4 soul rings radiating immense power. In her eyes shimmered a complex glimmer, a deeper admiration and affection for Chen Jue. Such a man was worthy of her affection, handsome and powerful. As Yin beheld those 4 soul rings, his eyes widened in horror, trembling with fear and shock. Impossible. How could anyone achieve this? A 10,000-year soul ring can only be the 5th. How could it appear as the 1st? A soul master's body cannot bear this unless their physical constitution had already reached the Soul King level when acquiring their first soul ring. He had thought Chen Jue merely surpassed his peers in physical prowess and level. He had not anticipated the horrifying configuration of his soul rings. This was a catastrophe. Chen Jue's gaze turned icy, devoid of warmth as it fell upon Yin. With a mere thought, the terrifying pressure emitted by the 4 10,000-year soul rings crashed down upon Yin, forcing him to his knees. Yin trembled, sweat mingling with dirt, and his eyes were filled with terror and despair, as if this invisible weight had shattered his very soul. Under this immense pressure, he couldn't help but glance at Liena, who stood by, her attention fixed on Chen Jue, and a surge of jealousy erupted within him. summoning a fragment of courage. He unleashed his martial soul, the Flame Lord, revealing 3 soul rings of yellow and purple. Though this configuration was commendable, it paled in comparison to Chen Jue's 4 10,000-year soul rings. Chen Jue cast a dismissive glance at the Flame Lord, smirking disdainfully. A mere lord dares to compete with the Dragon God. He then raised his hand toward Yin and casually declared, "First soul skill, Dragon God's might." As his words fell, one of the black soul rings beside him erupted with dazzling light. In that instant, the Dragon God martial soul raised its head high and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. As the roar echoed, everything around them began to shatter, and Yan's Flame Lord martial soul was struck down, collapsing to the ground, quaking in fear. Yin, overwhelmed by the sound of that fury, fainted, foaming at the mouth. Chen Jue sighed with a bitter smile, retracting his martial soul and stepping forward. Finding Yin unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Yin was still a student of his master, and it would be undesirable for anything to happen to him. He glanced at Xiaoyu and said coolly, "He is fine. Just scared him into unconsciousness. Take him to rest." "Uh-huh." Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, not daring to breathe. He had once harbored aspirations of surpassing Chen Jue, but now, all such thoughts had vanished. 4 10,000-year soul rings. A vast lead. He then glanced at Liena, who was completely captivated by Chen Jue, and sighed helplessly. The prowess exhibited by Chen Jue undoubtedly deepens his sister's affection for him. However, given Chen Jue's remarkable abilities and innate talents, the number of women vying for his attention will only increase in the future. Yet, it is utterly impossible for his sister to distance herself from him. As her elder brother, my only recourse is to impart a few skills to her. After all, no one understands a man better than another man. I can only hope that she secures a place in Chen Jue's harem. Chen Jue, how can you possess 4 10,000-year spirit rings? Isn't it customary to have 2 yellow and 2 purple? Chen Jue turned to the blushing Liena and chuckled softly, then pinched her cheek. "So soft." "Because I am anything but ordinary," Chen Jue replied, a testament to his 13 years of relentless endeavor, which garnered him system rewards through his interactions with 3 women. Currently, the depth of his connection with Qian Daoliu stands at 60, while both Liena and Bibi Dong are at 40. He has amassed a total of 13 system rewards, including 4 10,000-year spirit rings and 2 10,000-year spirit bones, one of which is the Titan right arm bone from a 100,000-year-old beast. For now, he has only equipped the 100,000-year Titan right arm bone, as he anticipates acquiring numerous spirit bones in the future and finds the 10,000-year spirit bones of little worth. Thus, he plans to reserve them for the women destined to be in his life, such as Liena. Deep within the Stardow forest, the 100,000-year beasts lowered their once proud heads, their massive forms sprawling across the ground like mountains. Their formerly disdainful eyes now brimmed with reverence and profound fear. Even the figure of Emperor Tian, now in human form, knelt, his face pale, yet illuminated by an uncontrollable excitement. His voice trembled, echoing the weight of countless years. That voice could not be mistaken. Yes, it is the Dragon God. Each word resonated like a hammer upon the hearts of every soul beast present. After 13 long years, that voice had returned. Emperor Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. The voice seemed somewhat diminished. The roar of the Dragon God, which had not been heard for 13 years, led Emperor Tian to question whether he had misheard. But that recent voice reignited his hope. However, he soon fell into contemplation. After all, he had witnessed the death of the Dragon God with his own eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that someone on the continent has awakened the Dragon God's martial soul? This was the only explanation he could conceive. He then turned to the side, addressing Ziji and Biji. "You must seek out this human soul master. Ensure his safety in secrecy. If he discovers you, you must form a favorable relationship with him. After all, our return to the divine realm will depend on him." The more reserved Biji nodded in agreement, while the more flirtatious Ziji cast a seductive glance at Emperor Tian. "Form a favorable relationship? What do you mean by that?" Emperor Tian met her gaze sternly. "Do whatever it takes." Ziji smiled, a myriad of charms evident in her expression. "What if he desires our bodies?" Without hesitation, Emperor Tian replied, "That would be your fortune." Ziji glanced down at her shapely figure, then at the fair-skinned, beautiful Biji with her long legs. Then we shan't hold back. With that, she and Biji prepared to depart. Emperor Tian watched their retreating figures, a glint of madness in his eyes. The combination of the dragon god's martial soul and Lord Silver Dragon might indeed pave our way back to the divine realm. What if that lad does not cooperate? Xiong inquired, stepping closer to Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian smiled coldly. Then Lord Silver Dragon shall consume him, elevating the Lord's power. At that moment, Xiong appeared to have an epiphany and smirked. We could allow Lord Silver Dragon to engage in dual cultivation with him, ensuring the legacy of the dragon god's martial soul endures. Emperor Tian shot him a frosty glare. Be wary, lest Lord Silver Dragon hears you and decides to use your skin for a nightgown. That evening, in Chen Jue's chamber, he leaned against the window, smoking a cigarette he had crafted out of boredom. After taking the last puff, he murmured to himself, "It seems it's almost time to leave. After all, Shrek Academy is about to commence its term, and many exquisite goddesses await me there, such as the mischievous little rabbit Xiao Wu, the Tsundere princess Ning Rongrong, and the youthful beauty Zhu Zhuqing." Chapter 7. Winning over Liena. Suddenly, a sound echoed at the door. Chen Jue frowned and promptly approached. Upon opening the door, he found Liena sitting on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. His frown transformed into a smile. "You can trip while walking? Little fox, you are rather clumsy." Liena let out a soft huff, slowly rising but offering no reply to Chen Jue's words. He keenly noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes, an unspoken emotion hidden within their moist sheen. "What is wrong? Who upset you? Tell me, and I shall help you deal with them." Tilting her head, Chen Jue inquired further. Unable to contain her tears, Liena quivered as she spoke. "Chen Jue, are you going to find Qian Daoliu? Do you not like me?" Chen Jue, taken aback, replied, "When did I say I was going to find Qian Daoliu? And when did I ever claim that I do not like you? What nonsense are you talking, little fox?" Liena sniffled, wiping her tears, her voice trembling. "Isn't it what you just said? You mentioned you were leaving. Who else would you go to find besides Xiao Shui? If you go to find Xiao Shui, that means you do not like me." She hurriedly voiced her thoughts. Her cheeks flushed, and even her little bun quivered in indignation. Chen Jue sighed in amusement, realizing that the little fox must have overheard his soliloquy. Who would have thought this little fox could eavesdrop so skillfully? Moreover, her imagination was quite vivid. "You're still smiling. Woo-woo." Liena's sorrow deepened, her tears falling like a torrent. Chen Jue stepped forward, pressing her against the wall and kissing her deeply. Liena's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated Chen Jue's directness. Ding. Target. Liena. Depth of connection. 50. After a brief moment, their lips parted. Liena's face flushed. She leaned against him, breathless. "What are you doing? You said you didn't tea like me." "Why?" At that moment, Chen Jue scooped Liena into a princess carry. He smirked. "Didn't you say I didn't tea like you? Let me show you just how much I like you." He strode into the room, placing her gently onto the bed. Liena gazed at Chen Jue's handsome face, realizing what he intended to do next. Her breath quickened, and her voice trembled. "Chen Jue, please be gentle. It's my first time. In the dead of night, ding. Target. Liena. Depth of connection. 80. Reward. 10,000-year spirit ring. 10,000 gold soul coins." The following morning, Chen Jue opened his eyes leisurely, only to find Liena curled up beside him, her posture light and graceful, reminiscent of a languid cat basking in the morning light, nestled against him, exuding warmth and intimacy. Her bright eyes had already awakened, sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Her fingertips gently brushed Chen Jue's face, imbued with a subtle tenderness. "You mentioned last night that we would go somewhere today. Can you take me with you?" Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet each word was clear, revealing an insistent longing that was hard to refuse. Chen Jue smiled faintly, his gaze filled with affection and tenderness. "Certainly, but we want to be back for a short while." "All right." Liena readily agreed, and before her words had fully settled, she had quietly shifted her body, seeking a more comfortable position. However, this movement inadvertently drew them closer, and the air was suddenly thick with an unusual atmosphere. In an instant, Liena's cheeks flushed. "Little fox, you're being naughty, aren't you? Was that intentional?" Chen Jue teased with a mischievous smile. "No." At the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong sat quietly in her seat, her eyes gently closed as if immersed in deep contemplation. A hint of makeup adorned her cheeks, enhancing her allure. Clad in a brand-new papal robe, the garment hugged her voluptuous figure, resembling a ripe fruit, exuding an enticing fragrance that beckoned exploration. Moments later, she opened her eyes and let out a soft hum. My disciple is truly unruly. How easily he has coaxed a young lady into bed. She had just used her spiritual power to probe, and the discovery left her dumbfounded. Liena and her disciple were indeed sharing a bed. Lowering her gaze, she inadvertently glanced at the black stockings she wore beneath the voluminous papal robe. The stockings clung tightly to her legs, accentuating their elegant curves, stirring a primal excitement. My disciple says this looks good, but is it really appealing? Bibi Dong murmured to herself. 2 hours later, Chen Jue brought Liena to the Pope's hall. Upon seeing Bibi Dong in her black stockings, Chen Jue felt a rush of warmth flood his senses. Goodness, I was merely commenting, I didn't expect. Bibi Dong followed his gaze to her own attire, her cheeks flushing slightly. Little lecher. She then composed herself and asked, Disciple, why are you here instead of training today? Do you have something to discuss? Chen Jue's throat felt dry as he averted his gaze and replied, I wish to leave the spirit hall and venture into the world. Bibi Dong was taken aback, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Why? Is it because I am unqualified to teach you? Chen Jue shook his head. Not at all. While I have grown under the protection of a spirit hall, I lack the experience of adversity. A true warrior must endure trials. Otherwise, when faced with challenges in the future, one would be a loss. After all, the spirit hall cannot shield me for a lifetime. Thus, I seek to forge my own path and establish my reputation. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such awareness from Chen Jue. It seemed her disciple was not merely a lecher, but a lecher with insight. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this so-called awareness meant he intended to become a rogue at Shrek Academy. His first target was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, renowned for her youthful appearance and ample bosom. Chen Jue could not help but fantasize about the intoxicating thrill. At this point in time, she was likely being pursued. Then I shall intercept her. Even Jesus couldn't stop me, I assure you. Chapter 8. The Quest to Rescue Zhu Zhuqing. All right, I have no objections, but are you going alone? Bibi Dong inquired, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, her lips parting gently, her tone laced with concern. Upon hearing her words, Chen Jue smiled slightly, unhesitatingly taking Liena's delicate hand in his. I will take her with me. Liena felt the warmth from his palm, a gentle surge of affection washing over her, causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks. Despite their established relationship, she still felt a touch of shyness in front of her teacher. Bibi Dong's gaze flitted between the two, her brow furrowing slightly as she pondered. Surely he isn't planning to elope with Liena. That cannot be allowed otherwise. However, she quickly interrupted her own thoughts, clearing her throat to soften her tone. Very well. If you find it difficult to manage out there, return to me. I will await your return. Chen Jue nodded earnestly at her words. In that moment, he felt a long-lost warmth, reminiscent of home, filling him with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and tranquility. He then turned, gently taking Liena's hand, and together they stepped out through the door. Bibi Dong's gaze followed their retreating figures, a faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, bright and captivating. She softly murmured, This little one has finally grown up. As the door slowly closed with a soft thud, a wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within Bibi Dong, as though she had lost something profoundly significant. It seemed that her little disciple had become an indispensable part of her life. Memories of that one evening flooded back to her mind, when Chen Jue was just 7 years old, incessantly pestering her to help him bathe and scrub his back. Despite his tender age, she could not help but blush at the memory of his childlike innocence. But who will I help bathe now that he is gone? Noon. Good news. Chen Jue has left. What? Chen Jue has left? Yin exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the messenger, Xiaoyu. Then, he burst into laughter, nearly jumping for joy. After all, with Chen Jue gone, Liena's feelings for him would surely diminish. Who could endure a long-distance relationship? Moreover, he was confident that without Chen Jue around, he could easily win over Liena. Ha ha ha. He had already begun to envision a life together with Liena. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu observed Yan's exuberance, feeling a bit uncomfortable continuing the conversation, fearing his friend might not handle it well. But isn't that what good friends are for? However, there is some bad news. Speak, Yin replied. As long as Chen Jue is gone, there can't be any bad news. Prepare yourself. What is it? Liena has left too. What? Yan's face blanched in an instant, and the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. Xiaoyu quickly picked him up, gazing into the distance with a sigh. I hope Liena's choice is the right one. In the Stardow forest. The two traveled side by side. Where are we going, Chingu? Hu Liena asked curiously. To Shrek Academy, Chen Jue replied. Shrek Academy? Hu Liena's curiosity deepened. Chen Jue glanced at her and nodded. After all, the academy was not yet renowned, and it was understandable that she was unaware. Are the teachers there as good as ours? Hu Liena inquired further. Chen Jue shook his head. Certainly not. My master is incomparable. Why must we go? Hu Liena questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Chen Jue only chuckled, opting for silence. It would be inappropriate to divulge the true nature of their destination in front of his beloved. Her puzzlement deepened as she observed his grin. Yet tomorrow would unveil the reason for Chen Jue's journey. When shall we arrive? I'm feeling rather weary, Hu Liena said, massaging her shoulders. Chen Jue replied, before we proceed, we must make a detour near the Star Luo Empire. Oh, the Star Luo Empire? Such a distance. I am utterly exhausted. Hu Liena paused, leaning against a tree to rest. Chen Jue nodded, recalling that if his memory served him right, the night was destined for a heroic rescue. A direct approach to win Zhu Zhuqing's heart. He glanced at the beads of sweat on her forehead and the slight flush on her cheeks, and felt his resolve waver. All right, allow me to help you relax. Fine. Come on, hey. You're touching you trickster, I shall never trust you again. She protested, feigning despair. In the sanctuary, Qian Daoliu stood before the angel statue, eyes tightly shut, when suddenly, Golden Crocodile Douluo approached him. What brings you here? Qian Daoliu inquired. Golden Crocodile Douluo respectfully responded. Brother, that rascal Chen Jue has left the spirit hall with Hu Liena to venture into the world. What? Qian Daoliu's eyes flew open, a flicker of anger igniting within them. What is Bibi Dong scheming? Does she not understand Chen Jue's significance? Should anything go awry, what punishment awaits her? Chen Jue's extraordinary talent promises that the spirit hall could dominate the continent in the future. If misfortune befalls him, then all our efforts over the past 13 years would be in vain. Although he indulged Bibi Dong, he would not permit such recklessness. I shall confront her. Golden Crocodile Douluo raised a hand to halt Qian Daoliu. Brother, please remain calm. Bibi Dong has dispatched 2 title Douluos of level 95 for protection. It should ensure the boy's safety. Title Douluos are formidable beings in both empires, not easily provoked. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu snorted dismissively. Should ensure? I desire absolute certainty. You must secretly safeguard Chen Jue, allowing not a single mishap to befall him. Do you understand? Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded and then departed, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. It was his first time witnessing his brother's fury. Indeed, he recalled the last time he had secretly observed Chen Jue. The lad was powerful, gifted, and seemed to ascend in rank faster than others. Yet, he possessed a significant flaw. He was overly lecherous. During his last competition with Xiaoxiu, he had seized the opportunity to exploit her. Even Bibi Dong was not spared, and his techniques suggested he was no novice. Xiaoxiu must never associate with him. Yet, it appeared he was the only one suited for her. As night fell, 4 shadowy figures darted through the woods. Their soul rings shone brilliantly in the darkness. Each bore 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, indicative of soul sect members. They had anticipated pursuing a soul king, but were instead chasing a gravely injured young girl. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was battered and bloodied, with a deep wound visible on her chest. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with despair. She longed for her fiancé, Dai Mubai, to rescue her, but he was nowhere to be found, perhaps fleeing from danger or indulging in leisure. After all, that was the kind of person he was in the Star Luo Empire. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer run and came to a halt. Second miss. I advise against futile struggles. Today, you shall perish, one of the soul sect members declared. For from the soul sect, you do honor me. Zhu Zhuqing, I know you are nearby. Why do you not show yourself? Ha. Fine, I shall meet you before I die. A woman, equally voluptuous as Zhu Zhuqing, stepped forth. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing took a step closer, gently caressing her exquisite features, mocking, "If you were expecting your fiancé to arrive, then dream on. My informants tell me he is likely enjoying a card game with another girl. How delightful! You have been forsaken, my foolish sister. No one will come to your aid." Chapter 9. How could I possibly cherish you? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, as if to shatter her anguish between her teeth. Tears cascaded like pearls from her eyes, trailing down her cheeks, falling onto her pallid face. In that moment, the pain within her heart outweighed her physical wounds. The despair of betrayal and abandonment consumed her like an abyss. Dai Mubai, should we have another life, I, Zhu Zhuqing, would never wish to be your so-called fiancé again, she murmured, her voice laden with profound resolution. As her words faded, Zhu Zhuqing slowly closed her eyes. Noticing her cessation of struggle, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of disinterest. She waved her hand, coldly commanding, "Proceed. Remember, be swift and leave no trace." A subordinate of the Soul sect nodded, his long sword glinting under the moonlight. With a gentle sweep, a fierce sword aura sliced through the night sky, aimed directly at Zhu Zhuqing. Just as the lethal sword aura was about to tear through Zhu Zhuqing's fragile form, a deafening crash echoed from the heavens. Following this, a colossal sword, burning with a blood-red flame, descended with a thunderous roar. Boom! The once formidable sword aura crumbled before this immense blade, vanishing without a trace. Zhu Zhuqing found herself saved at the brink of death, her eyes widening in shock and confusion. She gazed at the imposing blood-red sword before her, her heart brimming with questions. Who had come to her rescue? Zhu Zhuqing and the Four Soul sect members glanced around, yet found no one. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, snorting disdainfully. "Who are you? Why do you not reveal yourself? To employ such theatrics against a mere girl, you bring shame to the Zhu family." A voice of disdain rang out. Zhu Zhuqing froze, taken aback by the intruder's knowledge of the Zhu family. She had assumed it was merely a commoner, drawn by lust. To play the hero, "Since you know we are of the Zhu family, you must understand the repercussions of offending us." Zhu Zhuqing haughtily raised her chin, determined to leverage her family's name against him. The Zhu family? Chen Jue whispered with a cold chuckle. He then leaped down from a nearby tree, landing gracefully before Zhu Zhuqing. With a fluid motion, he grasped the destruction sword from the ground. Chen Jue retracted the destruction sword martial spirit, and, with a powerful stomp, the earth trembled, shaking the heavens. 4 10,000-year soul rings materialized, and the dragon god soared into the sky, surveying Zhu Zhuqing and her pursuers from a lofty vantage point. What? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. 4 10,000-year soul rings. Was it not said that the optimal configuration for the first 4 soul rings is merely 2 yellow and 2 purple? Is he a monster? Chen Jue gently tilted his head, his gaze softening as it fell upon Zhu Zhuqing. "You should go. There is a woman waiting for you ahead who will ensure your safety. Leave his place to me." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze lingered upon Chen Jue's visage, seemingly captivated by his deep-set features and unique aura. In that fleeting moment, her heart skipped a beat. The heart that was typically as cold as ice now felt enveloped in a warm current, beating fervently. A subtle blush appeared on her pale cheeks. Handsome, gentle, and exceptionally powerful. Was he not the very Prince Charming of her dreams? "What will you do?" Chen Jue replied. "As a soul master of the soul sect with 4 10,000-year soul rings, would I be defeated by these few worthless opponents? Are you jesting?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Indeed, he possessed 4 10,000-year soul rings. Why should she be concerned? "Oh, Zhu Zhuqing, how could you lose your wits at the sight of a handsome man?" Feeling a bit shy, she said, "Please be careful." With that, she turned to leave. As Chen Jue watched her depart, his gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuyun and the others, who were now dumbfounded, staring at the 4 10,000-year soul rings in disbelief. Their bodies trembled, fear evident in their eyes. "What's wrong? Are you unfamiliar with the extraordinary? Here is your chance. If you retreat, you may live. If you remain, you shall perish." Zhu Zhuyun regained her composure, glancing at her departing sister, and exhaled in relief. Yet, upon examining Chen Jue's soul rings, she could hardly believe her eyes. "Your soul ring configuration is impossible. You must have employed some trick. Attack him." The 4 soul masters behind her snapped out of their stupor, nodding in unison. Such an exaggerated claim of 4 10,000-year soul rings was beyond belief. They exchanged glances and then charged toward Chen Jue. Faced with the 4 adversaries, Chen Jue could only shake his head in resignation. He had offered them a chance, but they had squandered it. This time, however, he did not intend to use his soul skills. Instead, he wished to test his new 10,000-year soul bone. After all, he had seen Tang San wield it with such finesse and was curious to experience it himself. Turning to the 4 soul masters, he raised his hand and struck down with force. Titan right arm soul bone skill, gravity mire. Instantly, a tremendous pressure crashed down upon them like a landslide or tsunami. The 4 soul masters found themselves helpless, pinned to the ground as if shackled by invisible chains. Soul bone? How could a mere soul master possess a soul bone? Zhu Zhiyun's voice was thick with disbelief and confusion. In her understanding, soul bones were exceedingly rare and precious, unattainable for anyone of her rank. Yet the reality before her forced her to accept the truth. Is it truly astonishing? The more astonishing events lie ahead. A smirk played on Chen Jue's lips as he leaped gracefully into the air. Titan right arm soul bone, second skill, Titan celestial cannon. As his voice echoed, a terrifying energy coalesced around his right fist. The surrounding air seemed irresistibly drawn into his hand. In an instant, his fist erupted with a dazzling radiance, a destructive force brewing within. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch, and the terrifying power exploded forth, akin to a brilliant star plummeting to earth, carrying with it boundless might and devastation. The 4 soul masters were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere clouds of blood. 1 soul bone, 2 skills. This is indeed a 10,000-year soul bone. Zhu Zhiyun was left dumbstruck, her previous arrogance evaporating. She recognized the gravity of her situation, understanding that she was now at the mercy of fate. Immediately, she fell to her knees. I was wrong, dear brother. Zhu Zhiyun adopted a pitiful demeanor, accentuated by her exquisite figure and fair features. A few tears trickled down her cheeks, evoking sympathy. Yet, Chen Jue remained unmoved. I preferred your previous rebellious attitude, he remarked coolly. Zhu Zhiyun bit her lip, seemingly resolved. She could not afford to die. She had to negotiate for her life. Stepping forward, she knelt before Chen Jue, raising her hands to unfasten his belt. What are you doing? Chen Jue exclaimed, alarmed by her actions. Zhu Zhiyun looked up at the panicked Chen Jue, a seductive smile gracing her lips. What do you think I intend to do, my lord? Am I not being obvious enough? As she spoke, her hands did not falter. Undeniably, her approach held a certain allure, yet one could not overlook the lurking dangers behind it. You, with your venomous heart, would even betray your own sister. I fear you might turn on me next. Zhu Zhiyun shook her head, her alluring visage making Chen Jue's breath quicken. I cherish you too much to harm you. Suddenly, Chen Jue kicked her away, just as Liena and Zhu Zhuqing arrived. He sighed in relief. It was fortunate that he was quick on his feet. Otherwise, who could explain the preceding scene? The last thing he needed was to jump into the Yellow River to cleanse himself. After all, women could be quite difficult when jealousy arose. At that moment, Liena cast a glance at Chen Jue, snorting disdainfully but remaining silent. Chen Jue forced a smile. Just a glance at her pouting face revealed her jealousy. Thankfully, it was not Zhu Zhiyun's jealousy he had to contend with, but Zhu Zhuqing's. It seemed he would have to appease her later. The method of appeasement, however, remained unplanned. He couldn't fathom why Zhu Zhuqing had come along. Beep. Exceptional goddess detected. Zhu Zhuqing, depth of connection, 0. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing took light steps toward Chen Jue, her eyes fixed upon his handsome visage. A tide of inexplicable emotion swelling within her, causing her cheeks to flush softly. She lowered her gaze, her voice gentle and slightly trembling as she uttered, "Thank you, brother." Hearing the term brother, Chen Jue felt a lump in his throat. What a sweet sound. It was as if his very bones were melting, especially with her pale face, marked by a hint of blood, exuding a peculiar, morbid beauty. Beside them, Liena's eyes shifted, inadvertently glancing at Chen Jue. She playfully pinched a bit of flesh at his waist. The pinch snapped Chen Jue from his reverie, his focus returning. All right, you are certainly ruthless. He quickly composed himself, directing a serious gaze at Zhu Zhuqing. What brings you here? Did we not agree that this matter was to be left to me? I feared you might kill her. Zhu Zhuqing replied, biting her lip. She could not simply stand by. knowing her sister was in peril. While Zhu Juyin could be heartless, she could not. But this is the last time. Chen Jue regarded her quietly, not offering any response. I wish to speak with her. Is that permissible? Zhu Zhuqing asked softly. Very well. Chen Jue nodded slightly, his attention drawn to Zhu Zhuqing as she gracefully approached Zhu Juyin. At that moment, Liena's voice, as cold as a mountain spring, shattered the moment's tranquility. Are you so entranced by her that you find it difficult to look away from that enticing peak? Chen Jue shuddered momentarily, quickly gathering his thoughts and addressing her with sincerity. Not all. How could you say that? It is precisely your type that I am fond of. Liena let out a playful huff. I thought you had something of great significance to discuss. Turns out you merely came to play the hero and rescue the damsel. Xinggu, how enthusiastic you are. It seems your intentions for visiting Shrek Academy are not entirely pure, are they? Chen Jue was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching his nose. He never anticipated that a woman's intuition could be so acute. Subsequently, he smiled at Liena, although his grin carried a hint of unease. Not at all. You're overthinking it, little fox. Liena gently caressed Chen Jue's chest, her fingers gliding back and forth. A sly smile crept upon her lips, resembling a rose in the dark night, exuding an alluring fragrance. Whether you are overthinking or not, the truth will reveal itself tomorrow, Chungu. As Chen Jue felt the delicate sensation radiating from his chest, it was as if an electric current coursed through him, penetrating deep into his heart. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The tingling sensation was both exhilarating and imbued with an inexplicable anticipation. Liena's gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing nearby, her eyes sparkling with mischief and challenge. I dare say she is not much better looking than I, she remarked, her tone laced with confidence and provocation. So, Chungu, do you prefer the more voluptuous type? Chen Jue froze, unwittingly finding himself in a vulnerable position. No, he could not allow himself to be passive. Yet, it was undeniable that since the veil of their unspoken tension had been lifted, she had grown bolder in her advances. With that thought, Chen Jue's lips curled into a smirk as he embraced Liena, playfully smacking her ample backside. Not as good as you, little fox. I sense you are becoming increasingly daring. Perhaps it's time to teach you a lesson. Tell me, what should I do when we return to the hotel? Each word he uttered struck a chord within Liena, instantly shifting her from the role of the pursuer to that of the pursued. Her cheeks flushed as she pouted, turning her head away. Given your earlier display of heroism, I am not inclined to oblige. Oomph. Unless, of course, I am on top this time. Chen Jue grinned, reveling in the prospect. Liena, her face aglow, felt her heartbeat quicken as she tossed her hair. In terms of strength and talent, I cannot compare to you, but I must surpass you at some point, so I shall try. Moreover, this time, I intend to make you plead for mercy. Chen Jue laughed heartily, taken aback by the little fox's fierce competitive spirit. Well then, he. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing approached Zhu Juyin with an expression devoid of emotion. Her gaze was icy, unyielding. Zhu Juyin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a cold smile playing on her lips, her voice tinged with mockery. It seems I underestimated you. Your ability to seduce men is rather impressive. To think even such a formidable man could fall for your charms. Color me surprised. TSK. I presume you have had your fair share of encounters with him? Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned frosty in an instant, her brow furrowing with anger. She abruptly raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap across Zhu Zhuyun's face. The resounding crack echoed in the air, leaving Zhu Zhuyun momentarily stunned and furious as she covered her left cheek. She had never expected her once-bullied sister to strike back. Zhu Zhuqing glared at her, her voice frigid. You may insult me, but I will not allow you to demean him. He is my savior, and we have only just met. He is a man of integrity. Zhu Zhuyin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Jue, who was fondling Liena. Integrity, huh? Do as you please, whether you wish to kill or maim. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her demeanor cold. I spare you today, solely because you are my sister. However, from this moment forth, that bond holds no weight. Should you dare confront me again, I will show no mercy. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Zhu Zhuyin, undeterred, focused her attention back on Chen Jue, her eyes ignited with fervor. I never imagined such exceptional talent existed on this continent. I once believed my man Davis to be extraordinary, Yet in comparison to this one, he seems insignificant. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze grew increasingly intense, as if she wished to consume him whole. We shall meet again. When that time comes, I shall claim you fiercely and make you submit beneath my pomegranate skirt. With reluctance, she took her leave. Are you hurt? No. Zhu Zhuqing collapsed beside a tree, an indescribable pain coursing through her limbs. She squeezed her eyes shut, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Chen Jue examined her wounds, stating, "You have lost too much blood. Immediate treatment is imperative." Enduring the pain, Zhu Zhuqing felt her body grow cold and reluctantly replied, "But there are no healing spirit masters here. By the time I find one, I may very well be dead." She sighed, then looked at Chen Jue with gratitude. "Thank you. Regrettably, I cannot repay your life-saving grace. In the next life, I shall be your devoted servant. There's no need to wait for the next life. Let us make it count in this one." Chapter 11. Seeing through Chen Jue's essence, Chen Jue gently waved his arm, and in an instant, a vibrant vertical eye appeared behind him. The eyes slowly opened, and the green light within erupted forth like the dawn, illuminating the surrounding space. Surrounded by this radiant green aura, Zhu Zhuqing felt enveloped by a gentle yet powerful force. Vitality flowed into her body like a gentle stream, warm and invigorating. Zhu Zhuqing involuntarily gasped, the life force swirling within her, evoking an extraordinary sensation. As she observed her wounds gradually healing, astonishment filled her eyes. She raised her hand to touch the healed injuries, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. The wounds are truly healing. Then, a grave realization struck her. The brother before her possessed dual martial souls. It is exceedingly rare for someone on the continent to awaken dual martial souls. The potential is tremendous. If nurtured, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Chen Jue, her astonishment transforming into fervor. Such a powerful and handsome man must be a reward from the heavens. If so, I must seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, Liena, witnessing the life eye standing behind Chen Jue and sensing the life force radiating from the green light, was utterly astonished. This was her first glimpse of Chen Jue's third martial soul. She had not expected it to be so potent. To think that without unleashing a soul skill, merely the innate power of his martial soul could heal wounds in such a short time. If he were to add soul rings akin to those of the dragon god martial soul, the resulting soul skills would undoubtedly be terrifying. Liena looked up at Chen Jue, and under the glow of the verdant light, he appeared even more striking. "Chen Jue, you are incredibly strong." With a hint of flirtation, Liena naturally leaned closer to Chen Jue, gently wrapping her arms around his. She nestled closely against Chen Jue's arm, her curvaceous form gently swaying, exuding an irresistible allure. Occasionally, she cast a provocative glance at Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chen Jue observed the scene quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. All that daily toil has not been in vain. He whispered softly into Liena's ear, "Little fox, I shall be even stronger tonight." A blush instantly crept across Liena's cheeks as she shyly glanced at him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, her wounds now healed, approached Chen Jue with a smile. "Thank you, brother." Chen Jue chuckled lightly. "No need for thanks. I am Chen Jue." Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. "Thank you, brother Chen. I am Zhu Zhuqing." "Ha! Zhuqing, do you have plans for later?" "I should go to the Heaven Do Empire to find my fiancée and then join Shrek Academy." "Fiancé? What a coincidence. I am also heading to Shrek Academy tomorrow. Let us go together." "All right." After they departed completely, Ziji and Biji suddenly appeared like phantoms in the area. Biji surveyed the surroundings, finding only silence and no traces of human presence, as if the air still held the faint remnants of their departure. Her brow furrowed slightly as she turned to Ziji, her eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and regret. "They have already left. We have come too late," Biji murmured, her voice tinged with helplessness. Ziji, however, seemed unperturbed. She closed her eyes, greedily inhaling the lingering aura of the dragon god in the air, a look of ecstasy gracing her features. As a hell dragon king, she belonged to a dragon species. This dragon god's essence was immensely beneficial for her enhancement. "Little brother, sister is coming," Ziji said with a seductive smile, then turned to Biji. "Follow his aura and catch up with him." Moments after Ziji and Biji left, The golden crocodile Douluo met with Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Zhu Douluo's eyes sparkled with insight, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Isn't it obvious? A hero saving a damsel. Ghost Douluo snorted. Isn't having Nana enough? This kid is truly quite the flirt. I have long seen through Chen Jue. He is a seasoned player. Zhu Douluo replied with a chuckle. Meanwhile, the silent golden crocodile Douluo wore a worried expression. It seems that Xiao Xue has encountered a formidable opponent. Is the naive Xiao Xue up for it? At the Rose Hotel in Soto City, Chen Jue booked 2 rooms, one for Zhu Zhuqing and the other for himself and Liena. Initially, he intended to book only 1 room, but the timing was not quite right. Although he longed to experience the thrill of a dragon and 2 phoenixes, he advised Zhu Zhuqing to retire early. For a grand spectacle awaited her the following day. To be honest, he was also somewhat eager, especially since the mischievous rabbit, Xiao Wu, was set to make an appearance. Outside the room, after finishing a cigarette, Chen Jue felt a sense of calm wash over him. With a long exhale, he entered the room to prepare for rest. However, the next moment, his heart raced as he was taken aback by the sight before him. What on earth? What has my little fox been smoking today? Has she been stimulated? Liena was clad in attire Chen Jue had not expected, holding something enticing in her hands. Chen Jue felt a warm rush at the tip of his nose, his throat suddenly dry. This was no punishment. It was a reward. Unable to restrain himself, he swept her into his arms and strode towards the bed. In the dead of night, in the adjacent room, Zhu Zhuqing was startled by an unexpected sound. Slowly opening her eyes, she gently propped herself up, her back against the wall, straining to listen. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed instantly. Though inexperienced, the unmistakable sounds made it clear what was happening inside. She had not anticipated they would truly become a couple. What was she to do now? The following day, Chen Jue awoke, glancing at the still slumbering Liena, a gentle smile gracing his face. This little fox had certainly put in a lot of effort last night, yet she seemed burdened with worries. He lay quietly, his gaze fixed intently on Liena's breathtaking visage, careful not to disturb her. After all, they had battled late into the night, and she certainly needed her rest. Chapter 12. Was it intentional or accidental? Deliberately unintentional. Ding. Supreme Goddess Liena. Depth of connection, 90. Reach 100 to receive a super gift package. A super gift package? While tempting, achieving that 100 would not be easy. He had assumed that after winning over Liena, he would immediately reach that milestone. Yet, to his surprise, it was only at 80. This left him quite puzzled at the time. However, after last night's experience, he understood what the system meant. It was about innovating in the approach. It seemed he truly needed to let his little fox explore something new next time. For reasons unknown, he began to anticipate it. Moments latte, Ungria Liena Auka. Their eyes meeting. Remembering the madness of the previous day, she instantly blushed and hid beneath the covers, revealing only her beautiful eyes. What on earth had she done yesterday? At that moment, she wished she could erase her memory. Even a queen could feel bashful. Chen Jue playfully lifted her chin, teasing. No need to say more. Liena shyly retreated under the covers, playfully swatting at him. Huh, all right, but were you troubled last night? He doubted Liena would behave so wildly without any worries. There was no need to role-play punishment. He sensed there was something deeper behind her actions. Did she have something to ask of him? Hearing this, Liena trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What is wrong, little fox? Did I hurt you yesterday? Chen Jue embraced her, wishing to offer her some comfort. He could not bear to see a woman cry, especially not his own. Feeling his concern, Liena's heart warmed. No, the reason I acted like that was to keep you, to leave a deep impression on you, so you wouldn't abandon me. You traveled such a great distance to find her. You must really like her, and I am afraid. Chen Jue was momentarily taken aback. So that was it. It appeared he had not provided her with enough security. It was his fault. Silly fox. How could I ever abandon you? I cherish you more than anything. He admitted his affection for her, but she needed to understand that she was his first woman, and her place in his heart surpassed that of any other. Do you understand? Liena gazed up at Chen Jue, astonished by his words. In the next instant, her tears flowed freely once more. What made her cry again? Little fox, don't cry. Chen Jue whispered soothingly, gently comforting Liena. She quivered slightly, leaning into Chen Jue's chest, seeking that familiar warmth. I don't need to surpass anyone. As long as you hold me in your heart, that is enough. Do not forget me, all right? Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of subtle humility. Chen Jue gently patted her back, hoping to provide her with some comfort. Liena nestled quietly against him, savoring the unwavering warmth and stability. However, before long, her face flushed crimson, and her body began to shift awkwardly. Brother Chun, it's rather inappropriate this early in the morning, isn't it? Oh, have you not heard that the morning is the essence of a day? Ding. Target. Liena. Depth of understanding. 95. Chen Jue reclined, gazing at the rising sun. It was still early. Xiao Wu and Tang San had yet to arrive, and even Dai Mubai was absent. His next task was to reveal Dai Mubai's true nature as a scoundrel in front of Zhu Zhuqing. This was a crucial step. He needed to treat the little golden-haired Dai Mubai properly. At noon, in the lobby of the Rose Hotel, Xiao Wu and Tang San had already confronted Dai Mubai. We arrived first. Why should we give way to you? Xiao Wu huffed, her chest heaving with indignation. Opposite her, Dai Mubai, flanked by two scantily clad companions, appeared increasingly impatient. Did I not say that I had booked this room in advance? Scram if you know what's good for you. The two female companions began to mock. Little sister, I advise you to take your boy toy and leave quickly. Don't delay our game of Do Di Zhu. Yes. We still need to perform for young Master Dai. They leaned in and planted kisses on Dai Mubai, who reveled in the attention, while Tang San looked on with envy. That must feel quite delightful, he mused. Dai Mubai, smirking, responded, You two are quite flirtatious. If you win at Do Di Zhu later, I'll double your reward. Ha ha ha. His gaze then shifted to Xiao Wu, burning with desire. You are truly a rare gem. If you wish to join, I can certainly make room for you. After all, I have yet to try that. Xiao Wu glared at Dai Mubai, momentarily at a loss for words, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. She turned to Tang San, who remained silent. Are you just going to watch your sister be insulted? Teach him a lesson. Tang San nodded, stepping forward to shield Xiao Wu, his gaze radiating danger. To insult my sister is to court death. Dai Mubai scoffed, not even glancing at Tang San. Oh, you dare to provoke me? Do you know my strength? Was that intentional or accidental? Just then, Dai Mubai noticed a woman appearing at the staircase, leaving him astonished. Zhu Zhuqing, what was she doing here? Had she witnessed everything that had just transpired with the two women? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was already in tears. Although she had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand was unbearable. She had sacrificed so much for him, yet he had come to this small city to indulge in debauchery. Dai Mubai, our marriage is hereby annulled. We are no longer bound. She immediately grasped Chen Jue's arm, her bosom brushing against him. Chen Jue felt a thrill, diverting his gaze from Xiao Wu. Ding. Detected premium goddess. Xiao Wu. Depth of understanding. 0. Dai Mubai glared at his fiancée, he embracing the handsome young man before him, his anger flaring. Brat, are you doing this on purpose or by accident? Chen Jue smirked, stroking Zhu Zhuqing's hair. Perhaps it was an intentional accident. Chapter 13. Chen Jue. Dai Mubai is truly pathetic. You think you can toy with me? Dai Mubai erupted in fury, his eyes ablaze. Only he could seduce other men's women. How dare anyone else attempt to do so? Yet, Chen Jue merely scoffed, a playful smile curling at his lips. He turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, a mocking smirk playing on his face. Is this the fiancé you mentioned? He appears utterly inept. Dai Mubai's anger surged even further upon hearing this. He glared fiercely at Chen Jue, as if trying to kill him with his gaze. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, he desperately defended himself. I don't know those two. You must believe me. Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold laugh, despair evident in her voice. I witnessed everything, including your game of Do Di Zhu. Dai Mubai's complexion drained of color as his facade crumbled. He ceased pretending and coldly remarked to Zhu Zhuqing. You're no saint either. While I was away, did you not entangle yourself with a pretty boy? I merely did it more than you. But the essence remains the same. It is I who should annul the engagement. You. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Chen Jue, having listened to Dai Mubai's words, frowned, then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Little kitty, your verbal skills need refinement. It seems I must train you further. He then stepped forward, full of sarcasm, saying how pitiable. First of all, I only met her last night. There was no improper relationship. At that time, she was nearly killed by her family. I saved her. Pray tell, where were you? Engaging in debauchery with a few young beauties? Faced with Chen Jue's ridicule, Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Stammering, if I had been there, I would have acted too. I would never let her face it alone. Chen Jue scoffed. Let her face it alone? Wasn't it your actions that led to her predicament yesterday? You abandoned her for your own safety, fleeing to this tiny place, reveling in pleasure. Dai Mubai froze, hastily attempting to explain. I had no chance. I wanted to take her with me. His face was pale, feeling the weight of his own excuses. It was not a lack of opportunity, but a lack of desire. She remained there while you successfully escaped. After all, who would expect a man to abandon his fiancée, eat, and flee alone? Pathetic, cowardly, worthless. Chen Jue derisively spat. I will kill you. Dai Mubai felt his dignity was severely trampled. The sensation of being trampled upon was unbearable. Today I, Dai Mubai, will ensure that this pair of dog lovers meet their end. As his words fell, a powerful surge of energy erupted within him. He moved, and behind him, a majestic white tiger appeared, its eyes glinting with a fierce light. Instantly, dazzling radiance enveloped him, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings slowly ascending. The emergence of the soul rings sent shockwaves through the crowd. Wow, who would have thought that young Dai would be a soul master at such a young age? This lad is in for a tough battle, a combination of charm, strength, and wealth. The 2 female companions expressed their admiration without restraint, their eyes shimmering with fervent light, as though they wished to devour Dai Mubai entirely. Beside them, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the young man before her was a soul sovereign. He appeared to be merely 15 years old, yet he had attained such remarkable prowess at such a tender age, truly a prodigy. Even Tang San could not suppress his surprise, secretly relieved that he had not clashed with Dai Mubai earlier. Otherwise, he might have been the one to suffer, and worse. He would have embarrassed himself in front of Xiao. After all, he was still just a great soul master, and the gap between him and a soul sovereign was indeed vast. Even with the Tang sect's secret arts, he could not be certain of besting Dai Mubai. The onlookers unanimously believed that Chen Jue would surely lose. Only Liena cast a cold glance at everyone and proudly declared, Dare to underestimate my brother Chen? You shall witness his prowess shortly. In her eyes, Chen Jue was the mightiest man, exceptionally formidable in every aspect. Today, I shall show you that some individuals are beyond your reach. Dai Mubai sneered at Chen Jue, for the advantages were evident. He believed that the young man before him was of similar age. Amongst his peers, he could not fathom anyone surpassing him. He then cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, sneering, Zhu Zhuqing, soon you shall witness how the man you admire meets his demise. Later, when you plead with me to reconcile, I shall disdainfully ignore you. Yet, I must claim the first blood, for not everyone can resist the allure of youthful beauty. In the face of Dai Mubai's derision, Chen Jue merely smirked. Beyond reach? Allow me to demonstrate otherwise. With that, he stamped his right foot. The dragon god emerged, revealing 4 rings of soul power, which instantly overshadowed the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The appearance of the 10,000-year soul rings struck the hearts of the onlookers like a hammer. The 2 female companions wore expressions of sheer astonishment, while even Xiao covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Not only is he a soul sovereign, but he possesses 4 10,000-year soul rings. A hint of admiration flickered in Xiao's gaze. He was truly both handsome and powerful. Furthermore, he had avenged Zhu Zhuqing against her scoundrel. In an instant, Xiao's favor towards Chen Jue grew. She glanced at Tang San, whose face was filled with shock, as if he had never witnessed such a sight. She began to feel that her brother was not as impressive as she had thought. It was Chen Jue before her who seemed more fitting to be her older brother. Tang San shook off his astonishment, questioning the master in his mind. After all, his theories on martial souls indicated that the first soul ring should only be of 100-year duration. Yet, the young man before him had directly manifested 10,000-year soul rings. Even with his experience from 2 lifetimes, he could not comprehend this anomaly and began to suspect that the master had deceived him. Damn it, you've held back after all this time. I regarded you as a teacher, and you treat me like a fool? Instinctively, he glanced at Xiao, only to find her gaze transfixed on Chen Jue, which sparked a wave of displeasure within him. This was to be his future wife. How could she be swayed by another? You two shall face dire consequences. Dai Mubai was the most astonished of all, for he, who was often hailed as a genius, had never encountered such a sight. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, the dragon before him seemed to exert an immense influence over him, as if it possessed an innate ability to counter him. Unbeknownst to him, he was already drenched in sweat, and the white tiger behind him began to tremble, akin to an upper being unleashing an invisible pressure upon a lower one. Just as Chen Jue prepared to raise his hand, Dai Mubai fell to his knees in fright. How tiresome! Chen Jue waved his hand, retracting his martial spirit. Was he truly so frightened by merely showcasing his soul rings and martial spirit? Pathetic. He then took Liena and Zhu Zhuqing back to his room. Meanwhile, in the hall, one of Dai Mubai's female companions helped him up, while the other discreetly approached Chen Jue, seeking his contact information. After all, if such a man could shower her with affection, it would be a delightful experience. Dai Mubai glared at Chen Jue's retreating figure, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I will make you pay for this. Meanwhile, Chen Jue had returned to his room and was preparing to take a shower. However, the only vexation he felt was that Liena had gone out to fetch lunch. Otherwise, he would have indulged in a romantic bath. Unbeknownst to Chen Jue, a disobedient little kitten had stealthily infiltrated. Chapter 14, Shrek Academy. As Chen Jue hummed a tune while drying himself, he emerged from the bathroom. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed, immediately covered her eyes. Yet she could not resist glancing through her fingers, turning even redder. Chen Jue was startled and quickly wrapped a towel around his lower body. He had assumed he was alone, given Liena's absence. Yet, he had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing would enter without a word. Chen Jue chuckled softly as he approached her, their faces mere centimeters apart, their breaths mingling in the air. Zhu Zhuqing halted her breathing, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She stole glances at Chen Jue's wet abdominal muscles and his perfect physique, her cheeks deepening in color, akin to a ripe apple. What are you doing in my room? Faced with Chen Jue's inquiry, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words. She had come to express her gratitude for his earlier defense of her and for teaching that scoundrel lesson. Moreover, she wanted to confess her feelings for him. For who wouldn't he be drawn to someone so handsome, capable, and a savior? She had vowed to be his devoted servant, yet she hesitated to voice it, aware that he had someone he cherished. I came to thank you, she finally managed to say. Chen Jue smirked, stepping closer. Thank you? Such a grand favor warrants more than a simple thank you. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head, stammering, I came to repay your kindness. How can I repay you? Chen Jue raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What transpired next took him by surprise. He had not expected the little kitten to be so bold as to remove her clothing. Chen Jue instinctively swallowed hard, his desires igniting within him uncontrollably. He swept her into his arms, silencing her with a kiss. After a while, 1 hour later, a notification chimed in his mind. Target, Zhu Zhuqing, depth of connection, 70, reward, 10,000-year soul ring, left arm bone of the sky blue bull python. Soul power increased to level 50. At noon, Liena approached the door, hearing the sounds of soft gasps emanating from within, her face flushing crimson. She murmured to herself, Zhuqing is right. It seems two people can be quite delightful together. Moreover, we can jointly teach Chen Jue a lesson, compelling him to cease his daily displays of arrogance. I refuse to believe that he can best the two of us. Chen Jue, just wait and see. Shrek Academy. A long line of hopefuls stood in an orderly queue to register, subsequently undergoing the initial round of tests. However, many were disqualified due to insufficient soul power levels. Yet, one unfortunate soul found himself in a rather peculiar predicament. Fortuitously, his soul power had indeed met the required threshold, but unfortunately, his age was deemed too advanced, resulting in his disqualification. Despite his parents having already paid the registration fee, there was no recourse but to request a refund. The elderly man overseeing this round of testing, with hair as white as snow, turned his gaze toward Dai Mubai and instructed, Mubai, there seems to be a disturbance. Please handle it. Understood. Dai Mubai replied with a cold smirk, still simmering from the fright Chen Jue had instilled in him earlier that day. Now, with someone instigating trouble, he saw an opportunity to vent his frustrations. If one cannot withstand the heat of competition, they ought not to enter. With that, his white tiger martial soul surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a spectral white tiger materialized behind him, showcasing his sole master prowess. The child's parents were immediately struck with fear and hastily retreated. Observing their departure, Dai Mubai smirked, only to be met with a figure that sent shivers down his spine. Chen Jue. What was he doing here? Was he attempting to register? An idea to counter Chen Jue began to form in Dai Mubai's mind. He turned to the elders supervising the first round, Liu Xiaogang, who then raised his voice for all registrants to hear. Anyone whose bone age is unqualified or who has not reached the requisite soul power level must leave immediately. Do not waste your money. As soon as he uttered these words, nearly all participants vacated the premises, leaving only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Hu Liena, and Chen Jue behind. Upon sensing Dai Mubai's gaze, Liu Xiaogang turned his head in curiosity. Stepping forward, Dai Mubai leaned in conspiratorially to whisper in Liu Xiaogang's ear. The man over there, embracing two lovely ladies, is Chen Jue. He is notorious for his unscrupulous behavior, unashamedly stealing my belongings, and subsequently inflicting a severe defeat upon me, causing me to lose face. Such a character, regardless of his strength, must not be allowed entry into Shrek Academy, for he would tarnish our institution's reputation. Liu Xiaogang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chen Jue. Could such a lecherous individual truly have bested Dai Mubai? After all, Dai Mubai was renowned for his unparalleled talent, an invincible presence among his peers. It appeared that this individual possessed even greater potential. Yet, his immoral conduct, brawling, and particularly his early romantic entanglements were intolerable to Shrek. You are Chen Jue, correct? You may leave. You are not welcome here. Furthermore, if your two female companions are also here to register, they may accompany you. Upon hearing this, some spectators displayed expressions of delight, reveling in Chen Jue's misfortune, while others appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. A few gazed on curiously, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. Dai Mubai stood amidst the crowd, his icy stare fixed upon Chen Jue, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, as if to convey, "You dared to take my woman. Today, you shall not enter Shrek Academy." Not even a titled Douluo could intervene in this matter. Xiao Wu and Tang San, standing nearby, wore expressions of astonishment. Xiao Wu's gaze fell upon Tang San, and she gently nudged him with her elbow. Her voice tinged with confusion. "Brother, what is going on?" Tang San squinted slightly, elucidating, "It is evident that this is the work of Dai Mubai." "Oh, that makes sense." Chapter 15. Xiao Wu observes Chen Jue. Tang San feels jealousy. At this moment, Xiao Wu realized that Dai Mubai, lacking the ability to confront Chen Jue directly, resorted to this underhanded means of retaliation. Such treachery, scheming from the shadows, was something that girls abhorred. In an instant, Xiao Wu found herself devoid of any favorable feelings toward Dai Mubai. Conversely, she held a significant admiration for Chen Jue. Subsequently, she instinctively glanced at Chen Jue, noticing his unperturbed demeanor, as if he had anticipated this all along. When her gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing beside him, she was taken aback by her transformation. Zhu Zhuqing appeared markedly more radiant than before. Her complexion, flushed and vibrant, seemed as if it had been rejuvenated, ready to bloom. Could this be attributed to Chen Jue? After all, she had been in his presence for quite some time. If possible, she would certainly seek his assistance in the future. After all, the desire for beauty is innate in everyone, particularly among girls. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, standing behind Xiao Wu, was filled with curiosity as she observed Chen Jue. Instantly captivated by his handsome visage, she thought to herself, how striking. Having grown up as the proud little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had encountered countless handsome men. Yet, in comparison to the one before her, they all appeared as mere shadows. A blush crept across her cheeks, and in that moment, she felt a budding fondness for him. However, she was even more curious about how this dashing young man would respond next. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing and Hu Liena, standing beside Chen Jue, felt their tempers flaring, especially Hu Liena, who had never been looked down upon in her life. She stepped forward, ready to confront Liu Xiaogang. "What do you mean, old man? Why are you targeting us? We have done you no wrong. We have no interest in this shabby place anyway. Come, Chen Jue." With that, she attempted to pull Chen Jue away. However, he raised his hand to decline. He could not leave just yet. After all, he had yet to win over the proud little princess and the feisty rabbit. Having thought this, he glanced at Xiao Wu, who happened to be looking at him as well. Their eyes met, and Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, filled with shyness and trepidation. Was he just looking at me? Does he hold an interest in me? Her rabbit ears perked up adorably. Meanwhile, Tang San, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, you may steal from others, but how dare you encroach upon my territory? Dai Mubai, I support you. Do not let him in. Otherwise, how many girls will suffer at his hands? Tang San then cautioned Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, that person is clearly unworthy. Do not pay him any mind. Xiao Wu, provoked by his admonition, retorted, Brother, you are meddling too much. I can decide for myself whom to notice. You are merely my brother, not my keeper. Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. He had thought that after spending so many years together, despite their brother-sister titles, they had developed a deeper connection. Now, it seemed he had misjudged the situation entirely. Meanwhile, Li Yusong, having been insulted, was seething with rage. After all, he had never been so humiliated by a junior in his entire life. How audacious! With this thought, he summoned his martial soul, preparing to teach Liena a lesson. At the same time, a cold smile crept across Dai Mubai's face. Such is the way, with teacher Li stepping forth, how could the young Chen Jue not obediently submit? In due time, Zhu Zhuqing's first experience shall belong to me. Then, once I tire of her, I shall cast her aside, for who summoned this lad to humiliate me? Young lady, speaking recklessly invites a slap. Since your elders have failed to teach you the virtue of respecting others, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you. With that, a white and yellow, 3 purple and 1 black soul ring were instantaneously unleashed. A formidable pressure, akin to a mountain, enveloped the space, leaving the onlookers gasping for breath. In the face of this soul power pressure, Chen Jue stood unyielding, while Liena and Zhu Zhuqing fared less favorably. Their bodies trembled slightly, their faces pale, and a flicker of unbearable pain shone in their eyes. Noting this, Chen Jue's brow furrowed, a glimmer of displeasure crossing his gaze. How dare this old man threaten my little fox? Yet, despite his discontent, Chen Jue remained silent. He stamped his right foot firmly, causing the ground beneath to tremble. In an instant, a colossal dragon god martial spirit emerged behind him, its gaping maw unleashing a thunderous roar. With that roar, an even greater pressure radiated from Chen Jue, effortlessly disintegrating Li Yusong's soul power aura into nothingness. Liena and Zhu Zhuqing exhaled in relief. Liena was no stranger to being pampered. At the spirit hall, she was cherished like a treasured jewel. However, she dared not retaliate, for his strength was undeniable. Instead, she cast a forlorn glance at Chen Jue. Instantly, he comprehended her unspoken plea, bending down to whisper softly, Little fox, I shall avenge you, but what will you offer in return? A faint blush crept onto Liena's cheeks as she replied, What you desire, Chen Jue. Chen Jue smirked. Tonight, we shall engage in a game of functions. What say you? Ah, very well. Liena was momentarily taken aback. Though she was unfamiliar with the concept of functions, she agreed. Yet, observing Chen Jue's expression, she surmised it was likely no innocent affair. With anticipation, Chen Jue stepped forward, locking his gaze on Li Yusong. Give me a reason not to accept your challenge? Li Yusong scoffed, determined to reclaim the morning's lost honor for Mubai. After all, their Shrek teachers were notoriously protective. He coldly retorted, wielding his dragon-patterned staff with a fierce arc in the air, I am the teacher here. If I say you cannot enter, then you shall not. Be wise and apart. Chen Jue pressed further. Are you certain you will not allow us entry? Li Yusong's brow furrowed, his patience wearing thin with Chen Jue's insistence. He waved the dragon-patterned staff dismissively, his voice cold. No. Before he could finish, Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to stir trouble. He whispered to Li Yusong, Teacher Li, tell Chen Jue that he may enter if he can defeat you. He surely cannot win against you. And it will teach him a lesson. Shrek students are not to be trifled with. Li Yusong nodded, finding merit in the suggestion. He turned to Chen Jue, raising an eyebrow. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Defeat me, and all 3 of you may enter. How does that sound? The crowd was instantly taken aback. A soul emperor challenging a mere child? This seemed excessive. At that moment, Xiao Wu's impression of Shrek Academy diminished. And even Ning Rongrong found herself looking down on both the Academy and the Soul Emperor before her. though curiosity about Chen Jue's capabilities piqued her interest. Very well. Chen Jue responded with a grin. After all, he had just ascended to Soul King and absorbed 100,000-year soul ring at noon. He was unaware of what his fifth soul skill would entail. Initially, he intended to showcase it to Zhao Wujie, as the next trial required enduring under Zhao Wujie's command for the duration of an incense stick. Little did he know, his first display would be before Li Yusong. Seeing Chen Jue agree, Dai Mubai nearly burst with laughter. Although Chen Jue's soul ring configuration was formidable, he faced a genuine soul emperor, whose power surpassed Chen Jue's by nearly 20 levels. Such a gap could not be bridged by mere soul ring configuration. During the contest, if Li Yusong were to unleash his full strength, Chen Jue would be doomed. After that, Zhu Zhuqing would surely be mine. Lost in his thoughts, Dai Mubai began to fantasize about the enchanting Zhu Zhuqing, oblivious to the fact that she had already captured another's heart. Tang San shared a similar sentiment, wishing for Chen Jue's downfall, as his beloved Xiao Wu had developed feelings for him. Chapter 16. A Nap and Ascending to Soul King. Xiao Wu's brow furrowed with concern, uncertain as to why Chen Jue would agree to such a challenge against the Soul Emperor. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong beamed with excitement, relishing the unfolding drama. She had grown curious about Chen Jue's strength. His willingness to accept the duel implied he was formidable. Her focus shifted entirely to him, glancing at his two female companions, who exhibited no signs of worry, seemingly confident in Chen Jue's abilities. Indeed, the two girls were immensely confident, having secretly witnessed Chen Jue wielding 100,000-year soul bone, along with the terrifying soul skills it bestowed, far beyond what a soul emperor could withstand. Thus, their apprehension was non-existent. Don't worry, I shall let you attack first. Li Yuzong buesta arrogantly. You said it. Here I come. Chen Jue boldly waved his arm, and a deafening dragon's roar echoed through the air. Surrounding trees and structures began to splinter under the pressure. Moments later, 4 black soul rings and 1 red soul ring materialized, swirling in the atmosphere and emanating an overwhelming aura. The massive red ring, akin to a blazing inferno, cast a crimson glow upon the faces of the onlookers. 100,000-year soul ring. At that instant, everyone stood frozen, awestruck by the majesty radiating from the soul ring. Li Yusong involuntarily stumbled back, his dragon-patterned staff trembling uncontrollably, emitting a faint hum. He parted his lips to speak, but found his throat constricted, rendering him mute. His complexion drained of color, eyes wide with terror and confusion. Regret washed over him for his earlier words. Dai Mubai had led him into this peril. He had assumed his opponent was merely a 3-ring soul master, never anticipating he would face a 5-ring soul king, a being with such an outrageous soul ring configuration. Yet, for the sake of pride, he had no choice but to confront him. The 5th spirit ability, the Golden Dragon Spear. With a powerful shout, an immense surge of spirit energy surged forth, coalescing into a resplendent long spear of golden light in his palm. The spear shimmered with golden brilliance, resembling a great dragon lying in wait, poised to soar into the sky. Chen Jue tightly grasped the spear and swung it forward with great force. In an instant, the golden dragon spear transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling toward Li Yusong with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Even the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, producing a rustling sound. Li Yusong felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom as he beheld the golden dragon spear. Just as he contemplated employing his 6th spirit ability for defense, he realized the spear was already upon him. He had no choice but to use his martial soul's physical form to brace for impact, subsequently sidestepping to avoid the blow. With a smirk of triumph, he noted that the spear had missed him. At that moment, Dai Mubai's voice trembled with urgency as he shouted, "Teacher Li, be careful. Look behind you." As Li Yusong turned, he was astounded to see the golden dragon spear come to a halt, then drift back, launching another attack from behind. Unfortunately, having already reached his limit in defense, he was at a disadvantage. Yet in that critical moment, a figure dashed forth like lightning, a middle-aged man with a cat-eagle martial soul. He moved with agility, swiftly positioning himself in front of Li Yusong and firmly catching the speeding golden dragon spear. "Dean!" Li Yusong respectfully withdrew his martial soul, slightly bowing, his eyes filled with reverence for Flender. Flender nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as it swept over Li Yusong, only to furrow his brow in concern. The golden dragon's spear slowly dissipated into light, but when the starlight finally faded, it revealed a gruesome crack upon Flinder's palm, deep enough to see bone. As if slashed by a sharp blade, with flesh torn and raw, presenting a particularly horrific sight. Flinder's expression darkened, disbelief filling his eyes. Is this the 5th spirit ability? Even under the enhancement of a 7th spirit ability, I should not have sustained such a severe injury. I must ascertain the identity of this individual. He then turned his attention to Chen Jue. In that instant, the terrifying spirit ring configuration left others in shock, particularly Ning Rongrong, whose eyes burned with fervor, seemingly intent on devouring Chen Jue. Yet, she also harbored a mix of confusion and astonishment. Who was this person from such a formidable clan? She focused on the 5 spirit rings, revealing a hint of a flirtatious smile. The seed of admiration began to take root. After all, a man who is both handsome and powerful is every girl's dream. Alas, he was already taken, but she felt undeterred, thinking she could simply take him for herself. After all, as the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she could attain whatever she desired, if necessary, by force. As for how to seize him, that depended on the opposing side. For someone like Chen Jue, with her figure and skills, it would be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing seemed to keenly observe her fiery gaze and instantly wrapped her arms around Chen Jue's. Her ample bosom pressed against his arm provocatively as she shot a challenging glance at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, witnessing the scene before her, was instantly incensed. What's so great about having large breasts? Oomph, mine are not small either. She puffed up her chest, seemingly in a competition with Zhu Zhiqing. However, the innate advantage of the latter was one Ning Rongrong could not contend with. Frustrated, Ning Rongrong stomped aside, pondering how to win over Chen Jue. She appeared to have a plan for the following evening. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu glanced between Tang San and Chen Jue, immediately noting the stark contrast between the two. She quickly concluded that Tang San was utterly lacking, while Chen Jue was her newfound target. Tang San, sensing Xiao Wu's shift in focus, glared fiercely at Chen Jue. It's all your fault, Chen Jue. I need to find an opportunity to deal with you, to sever Xiao Wu's infatuation. Only then can she return to my embrace. After all, Xiao Wu is someone I deeply desire. I cannot allow anyone else to have her first. Dai Mubai, standing behind Li Yusong, was rendered speechless. Just this morning, Chen Jue had 4 spirit rings, and now he had 5? Was he a natural-born cultivation prodigy? He begrudgingly inquired. How could you possibly cultivate so rapidly? Wasn't it just this morning that you had 4 rings? Don't tell me you broke through after a nap at noon. Chen Jue nonchalantly nodded, indeed. Unobserved. He spoke the truth. He had indeed taken a nap, but it was with Zhu Zhiqing. Flinder glanced at Dai Mubai, sighing. Why are you so impatient? Is this still the monster of Shrek? He waved his hand, signaling for Li Yusong to take Dai Mubai for treatment. Then, turning to Chen Jue, he regarded him with lingering astonishment. You are Chen Jue, correct? I am the dean of this academy. Can you provide an explanation for what just transpired? Chen Jue nodded slightly and recounted the events that had unfolded, his tone tinged with gravity. You mean it was teacher Li who instigated this? Flinder's brows knitted together in skepticism. No. He is merely a mindless gun. The true instigator is Dai Mubai. Chen Jue hastily gestured dismissively. Dai Mubai? I do not believe it. Though he is lecherous, he is fundamentally a decent person. Flinder's lips curled into a disdainful smile, shaking his head in disbelief. Chen Jue proceeded to recount the morning's events, yet Flinder remained unconvinced. I understand you may not believe me, nor trust my character, but would you believe it if others corroborated my account? Who? Flinder inquired. Look, Chen Jue raised his hand, pointing to Tang San. He is a loyal witness to the entire ordeal. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, thought, how did I become part of this drama? He had intended to refute Chen Jue's claims, given his own animosity toward him, even harboring thoughts of eliminating him. However, he refrained from doing so, knowing that Xiao Wu was present. If he denied Chen Jue's account, it would surely diminish Xiao Wu's regard for him, something he wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to support Chen Jue. Recognizing this, Chen Jue had the audacity to pose such a question to Tang San. Under Flinder's scrutinizing gaze, Tang San reluctantly nodded. Chen Jue is correct. At that moment, Xiao Wu also raised her hand, exclaiming, Chen Jue is right. It was this guy Dai Mubai who instigated the trouble. Oof. She still remembered how Dai Mubai had almost tried to take advantage of her. Such a splendid opportunity to undermine Dai Mubai was not one she would let slip away. After all, girls are often quite vengeful. Observing the crowd rallying in support of Chen Jue, Flanders soon realized the fault lay with Dai Mubai. He bowed his head in apology to Chen Jue. I will address this matter. Allow me to extend my apologies on behalf of the two of them. Dai Mubai will personally apologize to you later. Director Flander, there is no need for formality. I am here to pursue my studies. Am I truly worthy of entering Shrek Academy with my current abilities? Chen Jue inquired with a smile. Flander nodded. Certainly. And you may even be exempt from the entrance exam. That cannot be. I refuse to accept any special treatment. I wish to continue with the examination. Chen Jue shook his head, as he had come with other intentions. If he were exempted from the test, he would be unable to intervene, allowing Tang San to match Zhao Wujia within the stipulated time. This was a role he must play himself. After a moment of contemplation, Flander nodded. Initially, he had intended for Dai Mubai to serve as the examiner for the fourth test. However, since Dai Mubai had already fainted and would not awaken in the immediate future, Zhao Wujia would take his place. This would provide them with a rigorous challenge, and he was eager to ascertain the limits of Chen Jue's abilities in order to design an appropriate training regimen, as he recognized a prodigious talent in him. Subsequently, he personally assessed everyone's soul power levels. The results brought him great joy, as he had not anticipated encountering such a plethora of remarkable talents. Tang San, a level 27 Great Soul Master. Xiao Wu, a level 27 Great Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, a level 26 Great Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, a level 28 Great Soul Master. Liena, a level 35 Soul Zune. You are all qualified for the next round of testing. However, due to your exceptional talents, you may skip the second and third tests and proceed directly to the fourth. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Liena, astonished that Chen Jue's companion possessed such extraordinary soul power levels. Could it be that Chen Jue hailed from a prestigious family, much like Ning Rongrong? Afterward, Minor Flander led the group towards Zhao Wujia's location. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong gracefully advanced, inadvertently drawing closer to Chen Jue. In the sunlight, she extended a delicate hand, as tender as a blossoming flower. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong. Who might you be? Noticing the proud little princess Ning Rongrong extending her hand, Chen Jue, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, took her hand gently in his. Greetings. I am Chen Jue. From now on, we shall be classmates. I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a subtle smile, imbued with youthful playfulness. Yes, I look forward to it. Chen Jue sensed an underlying significance in her words. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, observing Chen Jue's momentary distraction, assumed it was due to her beauty and provocatively glanced at Liena and Zhu Zhuqing, as if to imply, your man will inevitably find himself under my influence. Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft huff, refusing to back down, proudly standing her ground. As the saying goes, one cannot see their toes while bowing their heads. Indeed, beauty is unparalleled. Fully aware of this adage, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, determined to enhance her allure. Although she recalled her elders mentioning that a man's touch could expedite the process, she wondered if there was any truth to it. Liena cast a frosty glance at Ning Rongrong before unabashedly wrapping her arms around Chen Jue's. Her demeanor radiated an unmistakable possessiveness. Chen Jue, oblivious to the subtle tension surrounding him, gently inquired, "What's wrong?" Oomph. Liena let out a soft huff, her voice tinged with barely perceptible jealousy and playful reproach. Chen Jue, recognizing her vexation, smiled indulgently. Leaning closer, he let his warm breath brush against her ear, whispering, "Is the little fox feeling envious?" "No," Liena replied, though she had promised Chen Jue not to concern herself with his future romantic entanglements. Yet every time someone approached him with intentions, she could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Oomph. Now I understand your true purpose in coming here. Studying is merely a pretext. Your real intention is to find companions for me. In response, Chen Jue began to defend himself. How could that be? I am an exemplary student. Liena scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, observing the unfolding scene beside Tang San, felt a wave of discontent. She had not anticipated such formidable rivals, each nearly as attractive as herself. Yet, this merely affirmed her discerning taste in men. In the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, shedding her disguise, lay in her room, her delicate, pale legs tightly clenching a pillow. "Brother Chun, I miss you so much. It has been so many days since you came to see me. You fickle man, if I did not seek you out, you will not come to me, will you?" She reminisced about her past encounters with Chen Jue. According to grandfather Jean, it seemed he was being well taken care of by other girls. It appeared she needed to find an opportunity to visit him. However, before that, she had to enhance her strength. She was unwilling to fall behind. She aspired to rise to the top, not settle for the bottom. Chapter 18. ZG. "I can keep my master in bed for days. We have arrived," Flander announced, then flew to a nearby rooftop using his martial soul to observe the upcoming competition. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he sensed an overwhelming and suffocating force. "Who is it?" He quickly turned his head, only to find the surroundings unchanged, as if nothing had altered. What was that formidable soul beast aura he had just sensed? How powerful! In the distance, Bai Ji tugged at ZG, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Why the excitement? You nearly gave us away. It's fine. We can eliminate them if necessary." ZG replied nonchalantly. "You make it sound easy. This is the domain of soul masters. Any trouble could not only affect us, but also our master. Become the energist." Upon hearing this, ZG couldn't help but smile mischievously, playfully teasing, "Oh, so you've started calling him master? Seems you enjoy this game." To think that Bai Ji, who usually exuded an air of aloofness like a high-altitude flower, was now blushing slightly, resembling the dawn's first light, adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. Clearing her throat, she replied earnestly, "You are overthinking it. As the master of soul beasts, it is only proper to refer to him as master." ZG smirked, an amused curve gracing her lips as she affectionately draped her arm around Bai Ji's shoulder. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Bai Ji's ample bosom, teasingly asking, "Do you not feel even a twinge of desire?" Bai Ji gently shook her head, responding with composure, "No." ZG, upon hearing this, playfully pinched her soft rear. "You said it. When the time comes for me to take action, you must not interfere." Bai Ji shot her a disapproving glance before quickly glancing at Chen Jue. In that instant, her once indifferent heart began to race uncontrollably. She had previously focused solely on his martial soul, the dragon god, neglecting his appearance. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback by his striking handsomeness. Having lived in the Stardow forest for tens of thousands of years, surrounded daily by rugged individuals, encountering such a refined and attractive young man was undeniably stirring her emotions. She even felt a desire to pursue him, but considering he was to be her future master, she firmly suppressed her fluttering heart. ZG glanced at the entranced BG and stifled a giggle. It was evident to her that BG had already developed feelings. After all, who could resist someone who was both handsome and powerful? I had my doubts before, but I never imagined he would be this charming. Moreover, his strength is formidable. This tendershoot, I have my sights set on him. BG's thoughts were abruptly dashed as she remarked, "All the women beside the master are youthful and beautiful. Can you compete with that?" In response, ZG smiled alluringly, her fingers playfully dancing over BG's sensitive spots. "Am I not beautiful? In terms of looks, I'm not inferior to those girls. Although they may be younger, they cannot match my experience, can they? If I were to make a move, I would have him wrapped around my finger in a matter of days, leaving the master bedridden for several days." At the competition venue, Zhao Wujia looked at the approaching individuals and chuckled. "I never expected so many to arrive for the fourth test." He then cast a glance at Chen Jue, who was flanked by the two women, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. This kid defeated teacher Li and Dai Mubai with a single move? He doesn't seem all that impressive. Zhao Wujia mumbled, clearly unaware of Chen Jue's true strength, as Flander had not informed him, whether intentionally or inadvertently. "The challenge you face is to remain undefeated within the duration of a joss stick's burning. Even if you win, you must leave Shrek." His words dripped with arrogance. Xiao Wu, witnessing Zhao Wujia's audacity, expressed her confusion, murmuring, 6 against 1? You're bound to lose." The others present shared her sentiments. However, they remained oblivious to Zhao Wujia's unfathomable power. Just then, Chen Jue's voice echoed in their ears. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. What? A soul sage? How is that possible? This is sheer nonsense. How can we possibly win? It's utterly unfair. This is clearly bullying. The crowd's exclamations filled the air as they began to realize that this seemingly ordinary contest concealed immense peril. After all, in their eyes, only Chen Jue stood a chance against Zhao Wujie. Yet, no matter how strong he was merely a soul king, even with superior soul ring configurations. Facing a soul sage like Zhao Wujie was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. It was a situation destined for defeat. In the face of their complaints, Zhao Wujie sneered. You may leave. I won't stop you. We only accept monsters here, not waste. Especially not those who are too cowardly to even fight. Provoked by Zhao Wujie's derision, the group refused to concede, commencing discussions on strategies. Meanwhile, Tang San smirked slightly, clearing his throat. It's my turn to perform. Yet, Chen Jue would not grant Tang San that opportunity. He raised his hand to speak first. Everyone, listen to me. I am the strongest, and I will take the lead in the attack. Ning Rongrong, you should be the one with the 7-treasure glazed tile, martial soul, enhancing everyone's abilities. Ning Rongrong nodded, a blush gracing her fair cheeks. He actually knows my martial soul. Did he investigate me beforehand? Could it be that he liked me, prompting him to learn about me? One must admit that a woman's capacity for imagination is formidable. Liena, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. The three of you will feign an attack. Chen Jue continued, particularly singling out Liena and Xiao Wu. Make sure not to use charm techniques on Zhao Wujie. It will backfire. Liena and Xiao Wu, feeling his concern, were warmed inside and nodded in agreement. As for you, Tang San, you will join me in the main assault. The others voiced no objections, except for Tang San, who appeared bewildered. Am I not a soul master? You want me to attack alongside you? But our opponent is a soul sage. You're courting death by showing off. Don't drag me into this. He questioned. Can I assist instead? My martial soul is blue silvergrass, better suited for support, he meekly suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's regard for Tang San diminished further. She regretted ever considering him as a brother. If given another chance, she would firmly reject him. In contrast, Chen Jue's standing in her eyes rose significantly. Have you all come to an agreement? Zhao Wujie inquired with a smile. We have, Chen Jue affirmed. Then let the competition begin. With Zhao Wujie's command, a joss stick was lit, and everyone scattered, each activating their martial souls. Zhao Wujie stomped his right foot heavily, causing the ground to tremble under his might. Instantly, a surge of immense soul power erupted forth. The formidable martial soul of the great strength diamond bear manifested behind him like a towering mountain, exuding a breathtaking aura. 7 soul rings appeared in succession, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. With a roar from the great strength diamond bear, the match commenced in earnest. Chen Jue, if you intend to have this blue-silver grass martial soul user as your main attacker, you must harbor ulterior motives. In that case, I shall defeat him first. Tang San was left dumbfounded. What? You want to attack me first? Shoot until you defeat the strongest. Chen Jue. First? However, before he could fully process the situation, Zhao Wujie unleashed his second soul skill, the great strength diamond palm. The yellow soul ring glimmered as he struck Tang San, sending him flying. Tang San, what the heck? Sneak attacking, you old rascal, is truly despicable. Chapter 19. Defeating Zhao Wujie, the heartbroken Tang San. Tang San hurtled backward, crashing into a tree. As he slightly opened his eyes, seeing that Zhao Wujie did not pursue him, he sighed in relief. After all, it was a team battle. Playing dead was an option. He could come out to lend a hand when the end was near. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise. 7 treasures glazed tile, 1 for power, and 1 for speed. Ning Rongrong swiftly unleashed her soul skill, bestowing all enhancements upon Chen Jue. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Liena, their gazes resolute, summoned their martial souls and charged forward to create distractions. Yet, Zhao Wujie merely curled his lips, unfazed by the impending assault. Third soul skill, gravity amplification. In an instant, a tremendous gravitational force descended like a mountain. The others felt as though they were crushed under a 1,000-pound weight, their feet seemingly sinking into a quagmire. their movements rendered exceedingly difficult. However, Zhao Wujie chose not to retaliate against them, but rather to focus on defeating Chen Jue first. Capture the leader first. He was eager to see how Chen Jue had defeated Yu Xiaogang and Dai Mubai. Chen Ge, be careful, Liena warned anxiously. Chen Ge quickly dodged. Zhu Qing also cautioned. Zhao Wujie's fist, like a hammer breaking through the wind, swung fiercely, causing the air to tremble under its force. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming strike, Chen Jue chose neither to evade nor to retreat. The third soul skill, Dragon God's Armor. With a low shout, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from within Chen Jue. His martial spirit manifested instantaneously, radiating a dazzling 9-colored brilliance. The 9-colored dragon scales clung to his body as if they were alive, and a robust dragon tail grew from his back, swaying gently behind him. The vibrant hues enveloped him completely. Nearby, Ning Rongrong gazed at the tail, which was thicker than 3 fingers, with mild astonishment. How grand, how robust! The scene shifted. Zhao Wujie delivered a punch directly against the 9-colored dragon armor. Boom! The armor remained unscathed, while a trace of blood appeared on Zhao Wujie's hand. What? For black. 1 red. 100,000-year soul ring. Zhao Wujie looked up, momentarily stunned. Second soul skill, Dragon God's Fury. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jue channeled his soul power into his fist and struck out. With the enhancement of a 9-colored armor and Ning Rongrong support, coupled with the element of surprise. What could Zhao Wujie use to block this blow? Zhao Wujie was forced back several dozen steps. Wow, incredible, Liena exclaimed. That punch was truly magnificent. Go for it, brother. Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at Liena and immediately praised Chen Jue, her voice laced with a hint of allure. Upon hearing this, Liena's expression soured. Why did that call a brother sound so strange? It almost seemed seductive. Oomph. Vixen. Meanwhile, Tang San stood aside, disdain palpable on his face. Damn it. This kid is showing off again. It's so frustrating. His brow furrowed, a hollow feeling settling in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that this show was meant for him. How could it be stolen by Chen Jue? This kid, truly a monster. A soul king with such extraordinary soul ring attributes. No wonder teacher Li and Mubai lost to you. With that, Zhao Wujie regarded Chen Jue with earnest seriousness. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Tang San's lips curled into a cold smile. Damn it, you think you can show off? Just wait to be struck by lightning. I can't believe you could defeat a soul sage. If you manage to win, I'll eat a pound of it. Fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. Third soul skill, gravitational enhancement. Amplified tenfold. Enormous pressure from all directions instantly compressed Chen Jue. Yet thanks to the Dragon God's armor, he sustained little actual damage. However, the tenfold gravity rendered him nearly immobile. Now it's my turn. Titan right arm spirit bone skill. Gravitational quagmire. Sky blue left arm spirit bone skill. Sky blue annihilation thunder. The 200,000-year spirit bone skills erupted without any delay. A colossal pressure descended from above, immobilizing Zhao Wujie instantly. What? Spirit bone skills? 2 spirit bones. So powerful. I can't move. With this proclamation, everyone fell silent. Spirit bones are treasures that some spend their entire lives seeking in vain. Yet here stands a child with not 1, but 2. Isn't that infuriating? Zhao Wujie was taken aback. He couldn't comprehend how the person in front of him possessed 2 spirit bones, especially ones that activated instantaneously. Clearly 100,000-year spirit bones. In that moment, he felt as though he had wasted decades of his life. Damn it, I don't have even 1, while this guy has 2, and they're 100,000-year spirit bones. With little time to ponder further, Zhao Wujie roared. 7th soul skill, martial spirit true body. In an instant, the immense gravity was shattered under the might of the martial spirit true body, but also drained much of his soul power. Just then, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the sky. A blue shadow tore across the heavens, resembling a blue dragon swirling among the clouds, its eyes glinting with fierce brilliance. As if capable of piercing through all, with a wave of his hand, Chen Jue transformed that azure dragon apparition into a bolt of thunder, imbued with earth-shattering power, hurtling towards Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted slightly. He He sensed the terrifying force contained within the thunder, yet had no time to evade. In this critical moment, he gritted his teeth, channeling his soul power to the utmost, preparing to endure the impact. Boom! In an instant, smoke enveloped the arena. Everyone focused intently on the swirling mist. As it dissipated, Zhao Wujie emerged, his body darkened, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This kid, with 200,000-year spirit bones, cough cough. Had it not been for your insufficient soul power, I might have fallen today. Chen Jue shrugged helplessly. I can't help it. Mainly, Teacher Zhao, you are too strong. Ha ha ha. You have a way with words. I like it. You all have successfully passed the examination. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhao Wujie, supporting his waist, hurried away. Watching Zhao Wujie's retreating figure, Chen Jue smiled. It seems he is off to get some sausages from Oscar. I just wonder if Oscar will be startled by his appearance. He looks rather like a gorilla. At that moment, Tang San suddenly appeared, startling everyone. Wow, Chen Jue, you are truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Tang San grinned widely, yet no one paid him any mind, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Even Xiao Wu gradually distanced herself from him, moving closer to Chen Jue. How embarrassing. During the competition, he just lay back, playing dead. How could he have such a cowardly brother? It can only be said that he didn't meet the right people at the right time. Tang San wore an innocent expression, feeling isolated. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong spoke up. Tang San immediately turned to her, hope gleaming in his eyes. I knew someone wouldn't isolate me. But weren't you dead? Oh, my apologies. I thought you were dead since you lay there the whole time. Tang San woo-woo. Thus, the world gained another sorrowful soul. Tang San concealed himself, slipping out of sight, while the others inquired after Chen Jue's condition. Brother Chen, how are you? Are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel discomfort? Do you need a massage? A massage? Is that serious? If it's not serious, I'm not going. Chen Jue suppressed his inner fantasies, shaking his head and replying, I'm fine. Everyone sighed in relief. Then, Ning Rongrong delicately grasped Chen Jue's hand, saying, Thank you so much, brother. Without you, we might not have passed this trial. Her words were imbued with a delicate charm, reminiscent of a little enchantress. Upon hearing this, Liena pinched Chen Jue's waist. That hurts. Too painful. Why pinch me? Ning Rongrong cast a triumphant glance at Liena, continuing, Brother Chen, you are so strong, and you have spirit bones. Are they 100,000-year spirit bones? Just as Chen Jue was about to respond, Tang San began to stir trouble again. It's obvious they're not 100,000-year spirit bones. A 100,000-year spirit bone comes with 2 spirit bone skills. Did you not see that he just released 2 spirit bone skills, but they are not from the same spirit bone? Hence, they cannot be 100,000-year spirit bones. Tang San declared proudly. This was knowledge imparted to him by the master, perfectly applicable in this moment to bolster his facade. Chen Jue scoffed, retorting, Did you not see my 100,000-year soul ring? Do you not know that a 100,000-year soul ring guarantees the drop of a 100,000-year spirit bone? Are you unaware of this? Was momentarily rendered speechless. After all the effort to impress, he had failed. The women present regarded him with increasing disdain. What a pretender. Suddenly, Chen Jue collapsed, prompting the ladies to rush over, drawn by his words. Shall we carry him back to the dormitory? Sure, I'll carry him. I'm strong, exclaimed the little witch, Ning Rongrong. No way. Aren't you the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? You wouldn't last. Little Wu volunteered. The conversation flowed, completely disregarding the heartbroken nearby. Wah, he is obviously faking it. Don't believe him. Just moments ago, he was all rosy-cheeked. How could he faint so suddenly? Little Wu insisted. Spoke weakly, it's clearly an act. Don't trust him. Having been scolded by Little Wu earlier, he dared not raise his voice. Are you even human? They're here to help us. And you say that? Besides, he released a 10,000-year spirit bone skill. It's perfectly normal for him to faint from exhaustion. You're so mean. This time, Little Wu did not call him brother, for perhaps in the future, that title would belong to Chen Jue. Lamented Wah. I've disappointed Little Wu again. What should I do? Chapter 20. Oscar approaches Ning Rongrong. The group settled into Shrek Academy, sharing dormitories of 2 to 3 people due to limited funds. Chen Jue found himself in the same dormitory as Oscar and Ma Hongjun, while shared a room with Dai Mubai. The girls, however, all resided together. Somewhere on campus, Oscar rode his bicycle, gliding through the grounds, when suddenly, An exquisite beauty caught his eye. How lovely. Is this what it feels like to fall in love at first sight? Oh my, I think I'm in love. Unable to contain himself, Oscar approached her. Hello, classmate. Ning Rongrong turned to see a scruffy-faced young man. Hello, teacher, is there something you need? Oscar replied. Am I that old? No, I just wanted to say hi. I'm a student here. If that is all, I'll be on my way. She retorted, as she was quite particular about appearances and had no fondness for scruffy individuals. Wait, you must have just completed the 4th round of the competition. My martial spirit belongs to the food category, which can replenish soul power. I'd like to gift you something for free, given your beauty. Before Ning Rongrong could respond, Oscar summoned his martial spirit. Behold, a large sausage. A sausage appeared in his hand, and he raised his eyebrows at her. Ning Rongrong looked at him, her expression filled with disdain at his lewd eyebrow raise and the sausage in his hand, feeling no appetite whatsoever. Who would want a large sausage? It's not even impressive. It's probably as small as you. She haughtily rejected. Seeing his crush dismiss his gift, Oscar's spirits dampened, and he began to plead. Just have one. It's great for recovering soul power. Ning Rongrong, angered, clenched her fist and retorted, I have 2 big buns. Do you want one? At her boldness, Oscar's face flushed crimson as he glanced down at her snowy white hands, inadvertently drooling. So straightforward. Well, if you insist. However, Ning Rongrong wasted no time in delivering a punch to him before storming off. Oscar sighed as he watched her retreating figure. Beautiful girls are so hard to win over. But if I can't have her, neither can anyone else. Just then, a burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man approached. What on earth? A black gorilla spirit beast? Zhao Wujia landed a punch on Oscar. Wah, just when I was struck by my goddess. I'm now bullied by a gorilla. Oscar whimpered. What do you mean? Am I a gorilla? Realizing the voice sounded like Zhao Wujia's, Oscar quickly connected the dots. You must be Zhao Wujia. Quit dawdling and hand over a large sausage. Oscar nodded, having recognized him. He handed over the sausage he had intended for Ning Rongrong. As Zhao Wujia ate, he lamented, damn. Today I encountered such an extraordinary little monster. He and Oscar exchanged grumbles. That evening was a moment Chen Jue had long awaited. The thought of the little fox excited him. Oh, wait. I'm only doing this to fulfill the system's depth. During dinner in the cafeteria, Chen Jue, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were enjoying their meal when suddenly, the 4 girls appeared, creating a stunning spectacle. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were momentarily awestruck. I didn't expect so many beautiful new girls, but I still think Ning Rongrong is the cutest. Oscar murmured. Ma Hongjun licked his lips, his desires awakening. The 4 girls settled at another table to eat. Ning Rongrong noticed that Chen Jue's chicken was nearly finished. She promptly placed a piece in his bowl, smiling as if conspiring something, before trotting over to him. The other 3 girls were left bewildered, unaware of her intentions. Oscar, seeing Ning Rongrong approach with a smile, grew elated and quickly adjusted his attire. She must have feelings for me. Perhaps she was just shy this afternoon. However, to his surprise, Ning Rongrong stood before Chen Jue, pointed at the chicken in her bowl, and playfully asked, Would you like some of my chicken? Chen Jue paused, recognizing the line as his own. Gazing at Ning Rongrong's flirtatious smile, he understood her playful nature. A seemingly proud princess, yet secretly playful. I like it. With a smirk, Chen Jue picked up a piece of abalone and raised an eyebrow, asking, I prefer abalone. Do you have any? Ning Rongrong's face instantly flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Oscar, witnessing the scene, was dumbfounded, his fingers trembling. My goddess is blushing? How can the same joke yield such different reactions? Oh no, am I going to fail before I even begin? Chapter 21. Liena, among the 4 girls, who is the most beautiful? Ning Rongrong shyly glanced at Chen Jue. She had initially thought him to be the shy type, but she was pleasantly surprised by his playful demeanor. Ning Rongrong shyly returned to her seat, her face flushed and undeniably adorable. Upon noticing that Chen Jue had not eaten the dishes she had served, Liena and Zhu Zhuqing immediately surrounded him with more food. Chun, this celery is delicious and very nourishing. Yes, and this lamb kidney is particularly beneficial. Faced with their enthusiastic onslaught, Chen Jue calmly stood up and softly remarked to the 2, It seems I, as a man, have failed in my duty to ensure that you both are well fed. Subsequently, he discreetly transmitted a message to Liena. Little fox, after dinner, let's go outside and enjoy the scenery. The mountains have their own charm, This scene infuriated Dai Mubai, seated at the adjacent table, to the point where his scalp tingled with rage. The meal in his mouth instantly lost its flavor. Damn it, Chen Jue. Not only are you stealing my woman, but you also have the audacity to humiliate me in front of so many people at the Rose Hotel. And now, you flaunt your affection for the woman I love right before my eyes. I can endure a lot, but this is intolerable. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai was ready to confront Chen Jue in a fit of anger. However, Tang San reacted with unusual calmness, swiftly placing a hand on Dai Mubai to restrain him. His voice steady and authoritative. Mubai, don't rush. We're no match for him right now. He then gestured towards Zhao Wujia, who was dining with Flander. Look at Teacher Zhao, he's still gloomy. If we confront him now, won't we just be asking for a beating? Wouldn't you agree? Tang San's words serve as a wake-up call to Dai Mubai, who quickly realized the wisdom in his friend's counsel. You're right, Tang San. A gentleman takes his time to seek revenge. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the young and poor. So let us bide our time. Tang San nodded in agreement. They shared a dormitory, united by their shared disdain for Chen Jue, forming a close brotherhood. Tang San cast a glance at Xiao Wu, who was peacefully munching on a carrot. Xiao Wu is the best. Unlike those girls, she isn't trying to ingratiate herself with Chen Jue. It seems she still has feelings for me. In the next moment, Xiao Wu stood up. Tang San, thinking she was coming to him, quickly wiped his mouth and stood to welcome her soft embrace. To his surprise, Xiao Wu did not even glance at him as she walked past, directly approaching Chen Jue. Tang San stood frozen, his smile abruptly fading as he silently gritted his teeth, reciting the Tang sex code in his mind. Endure, endure, endure. After dinner, as everyone was exhausted from the afternoon's competition, Dean Flander decided not to assign any study tasks, allowing everyone to rest and recuperate in anticipation of the training scheduled for the following day. In the dormitory, Chen Jue lit a cigarette and glanced over at the two beside him. Hey, are you even capable, Ma Hongjun? What? You dare say I'm incapable? Let me show you my skills. How does that feel? It feels great. I'm satisfied. At that moment, Oscar was busy shaving, reportedly because he had encountered a goddess, while Ma Hongjun was assisting him with the task. As the saying goes, one is willing to strike while the other is willing to be hit. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, prompting Chen Jue to open the door. Upon seeing Liena, his mind went blank with astonishment. Where did she get such an outfit? He quickly glanced at the two in the room and swiftly shut the door behind him. Such a stunning sight should not be shared. He intended to savor it alone. Meanwhile, the two inside, bewildered, peered out through the small window to catch a glimpse of the pair outside. Wow, that woman is dressed so beautifully. Is there a store here that sells such clothes? No wonder Chen Jue hurried away. He didn't want us to see. His brothers shared a bond, playing tricks on one another. How would it be a bit? If only I had a beautiful girl who adored me like that. You should take a good look at yourself first. Meanwhile, Chen Jue remained oblivious to the two peeping at him. His attention was entirely captivated by the stunning figure before him. Where did you get this? Liena was clad in a form-fitting deep red leather bodysuit, intricately embroidered with golden fox patterns that accentuated her graceful curves. The fox ears and tail appeared so lifelike that one might think they could spring to life with a mere flick. Her makeup was exquisite, her fox-like eyes deep and alluring, while her lips bore a soft pink hue reminiscent of fox fur, exuding a hint of seduction. Her long hair was styled into playful twin ponytails, adorned with a foxtail hair accessory, blending both cuteness and sensuality effortlessly. Don't you think I'm beautiful? Liena asked playfully with a sweet smile. Absolutely. Chen Jue was entranced, reaching out to touch her foxtail. As Liena felt an unusual sensation, she melted into his embrace. All right, he leaned in for a kiss, but she gently pressed her delicate finger against his lips. Not so fast, Chen. Who do you think is more beautiful? Me, or Rongrong, Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu? Without hesitation, Chen Jue replied, of course, you are the most beautiful. Who could possibly compare to my little fox? Liena's heart soared with joy, and she embraced Chen Jue tightly. He promptly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly before channeling his soul power into his feet, propelling them into the woods. From a vantage point above, Bai Ji's cheeks flushed as she observed the scene, her bashfulness evoking a desire to protect her master. Master is quite the player. So advanced, Bai Ji gazed at Chen Jue's retreating figure, filled with envy for the woman accompanying him. What must it feel like to be with the master? though she maintained a cool demeanor. She had been lonely for 10,000 years, often venting her frustrations with ZG. Yet, over time, the thrill had faded. She longed for a man, but had yet to find a suitable one. Until now, it seemed. Beside her, ZG noticed by G's flushed cheeks and let out a soft laugh, sensing something amiss. With a seductive smile and a glint of desire in her eyes, she remarked, "I want to try that too." Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, snapping ZG back to reality as she swiftly grabbed by G's arm. "This is bad. We need to leave. A powerful human soul master is approaching." With that, the two vanished in an instant. Chapter 22. Golden Crocodile Douluo takes revenge. Not only bullying the weak, but also ganging up on the few, the figure of Golden Crocodile Douluo appeared like a bolt of lightning, abruptly tearing through the fabric of reality to descend upon this tranquil land. Yet, his arrival did not stir any significant disturbance. As if he were an intrinsic part of this realm, silent and undetected, he scanned his surroundings, his gaze sharp as an eagle, searching for something. Where is everyone? What happened to that overwhelming soul beast presence? He hadn't anticipated that soul beast would dare venture out of the Stardow forest and could detect him so quickly, evading his presence. It seemed even stronger than the sky blue bull python. He was increasingly concerned that these two top-tier soul beasts might be coming for that young man. If so, that would spell trouble, for soul beasts are known to devour humans without a trace. He then turned his attention to Zhao Wujie, who had just finished his meal and was returning, a cold smirk crossing his face as he muttered, "Zhao Wujie, is it? You enjoy bullying the weak, don't you? Then I shall return the favor." As they journeyed, Chen Jue occasionally teased Liena, relishing her bashful demeanor, which brought a unique charm and a refreshing delight to his spirit. Gently, he placed Liena upon a stone. "Brother Chen, are we truly outside this time?" Notification. Target. Liena. Depth of connection. 100. Grand gift. Essence of life, containing a vast reservoir of life force. Capable of resurrecting deceased flora. Magical pouch. Able to store all living beings. 4 pieces of ancient soul bones and 4 eternal soul rings can be gifted in the Shrek Academy. Within Zhao Wujie's dormitory, he was intently examining his treasured possession, relieved to find it intact. Observing his soot-covered self, he sighed, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Just then, a voice boomed, "Zhao Wujie, stop hiding like a coward and come out." The sudden shout startled Zhao Wujie, causing him to tighten his belt in a panic to avoid being spied upon. Damn it, just when I was looking for an outlet for my frustrations. An opportunity presents itself. With that, he dashed out like a gust of wind. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe embroidered with silver, his hair and beard as white as snow, turning his back to Zhao Wujie. "Who are you? What do you want?" Zhao Wujie demanded. "Do you know who I am to dare speak to me so audaciously?" The golden crocodile Douluo turned to face him, glaring fiercely. "Do you know who I am?" Zhao Wujie puffed up with bravado, declaring, "I am the unmoving king, Zhao Wujie. Even the soul masters of the spirit hall dare not challenge me. I suggest you leave at once and do not bother me." Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo smirked, a mocking curve gracing his lips as he burst into laughter, filled with disdain. "Today, I shall see for myself what this unmoving king is made of." As his words fell, the golden crocodile Douluo's aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming soul power erupting from within him. The golden crocodile martial spirit seemed to be summoned from the void, floating high above, exuding an oppressive might. Instantly, 9 soul rings emerged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The epitome of a tidal Douluo. Zhao Wujie's throat turned dry, an involuntary gulp betraying his fear as his complexion paled, resembling a withered tree cloaked in frost. The golden crocodile Douluo's cold gaze pierced through him, observing his waning color with a smirk. With a powerful stomp, the ground trembled as if torn by an invisible force, the reverberations echoing like thunder, instilling terror. An immense pressure bore down upon Zhao Wujie, rendering him breathless. Under such overwhelming force, he could no longer withstand it, collapsing to his knees, cold sweat cascading down his body, soaking his garments. The pride he once held evaporated in the face of this might. "Esteemed title Douluo, I am unaware of what wrong I have committed. Might you enlighten me?" "Ah, the unmoving king, where has your arrogance gone? The golden crocodile Douluo taunted. Zhao Wujia, suppressing any expression of defiance, averted his gaze, appearing penitent, though internally he mused, 40 years of fortune and misfortune, do not underestimate a middle-aged man. Though I may not defeat you, I shall endure. You, as a noble Douluo, should not resort to bullying the weak. I not only bully the weak, but I also outnumber them. With a snap of his fingers, two swift figures descended like shooting stars, landing before them. One was a flamboyant man clad in a red robe adorned with golden and silver patterns. Yu Guan. The other, donning black armor, slowly descended. Hui Mei. Each emanated their formidable presence, title Douluos. Zhao Wujia lifted his gaze, astonished, disbelief etched across his features. Have I stumbled into the lair of title Douluos? 3 of them. I have never encountered even one in my lifetime. What an eye-opener. Could you explain why you intend to kill me? In that moment, he recalled all his previous misdeeds, perplexed as to why he had offended any title Douluo. I did not bully you. I offer you a chance. I shall not even use my martial spirit. Before Zhao Wujia could react, the golden crocodile, Douluo, lunged forward, delivering a fierce beating. It hurts. Stop. Meanwhile, Chen Jue had finished his tasks and was savoring a tender moment with the little fox. Suddenly, he heard distant cries of anguish mixed with flirtation. Chen Jue paused, glancing into the distance. Good heavens, is there someone more ferocious than me? Will they not kill him? Half an hour later, a battered Zhao Wujia rose, bruised and bloodied from the ground. The golden crocodile, Douluo, glanced at him with satisfaction. I gave you a chance, yet you proved useless. Remember, when teaching students, do it properly, or I shall come for you. I understand, Zhao Wujia replied, looking pitiful. Meanwhile, high above by Ji's side, disappointed to witness human soul masters turning upon one another with such brutality, targeting vulnerable spots. Ziji, however, gazed into the distance, declaring, this human soul master will not harm the little brother. Let us depart and witness the live broadcast. If we wait any longer, it will all be over. Chapter 23. This is the purest essence of the dragon god, a potent restorative. Have you eaten enough, little fox? Chen Jue observed to Liena, her slightly swollen and alluring visage igniting a fire of impatience within him. Alas, the constraints of time prevented them from engaging in a deeper exchange. Instead, he produced a piece of a spiritual-type soul bone and offered it to Liena, the wisdom bone of mental concentration. Is this real? Liena's hands trembled slightly as she cradled the soul bone, which radiated a soft, silvery glow. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, brimming with emotion, yet refusing to fall. Brother Chen, you are too kind. Indeed, my status in your heart surpasses that of Zhu Qing. Though they had become close friends, a subtle rivalry lingered, each vying for the other's affection. Hurry and absorb it. No more tears. Chen Jue gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Liena clung to Chen Jue's arm, nuzzling against him, then began to merge with the wisdom bone. Chen Jue watched over her silently, guarding her until she completed the absorption. Brother Chen, why is your nose bleeding? Is it? Chen Jue quickly wiped away the blood, offering an embarrassed smile as he explained, I had a bit too much spicy food at dinner. I just need to rest. Yet, who would believe such an excuse? Certainly not Liena, who merely smiled, finding joy in his captivated gaze upon her. It's best if you bleed from your nose every day. It means my figure still attracts you. Time is running short. We must leave, little fox. If not, he'll be late for the early class tomorrow. After they departed, Ziji and Biji descended from the heavens. A subtle blush of intrigue graced Biji's cold, elegant visage, clearly indicating she had just witnessed something noteworthy. Yet, even she struggled to articulate it, while Ziji merely chuckled softly. The younger brother was quite generous in charming the girls, offering wisdom accumulated over 50 millennia without a hint of hesitation. I had thought him easy to manipulate, but now, Ziji licked her crimson lips. Suddenly, Biji sensed a peculiar aroma permeating the air. What is that scent? Can you detect it? As the Hell Dragon King, Ziji was extraordinarily sensitive to such fragrances. This was the purest essence of the dragon god, a potent elixir. Chen Jue returned to his chamber and promptly collapsed in a slumber, seemingly exhausted. As the saying goes, only the overworked ox dies, but the land remains unscathed. Liena, caressing the soul bone on her forehead, energetically returned to her room, brimming with joy. She should be the first woman to have received a soul bone from Brother Chen. The following day, Ma Hongjun and Oscar awoke to the brilliant sun shining outside, quickly getting out of bed, rinsing their mouths, and washing their faces. As they prepared to leave, they discovered Chen Jue still fast asleep. Oscar promptly approached and nudged his shoulder. Chen Jue, wake up. You're going to be late. Chen Jue did not even open his eyes, merely waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. After all, as a trans-migrated university student, who could bear the thought of rising for an early class? You go ahead. I will be there shortly. In truth, he merely turned over and continued his slumber. At the training ground, Zhao Wuji sat alongside the students, waiting for Chen Jue. Zhao Wuji wore a grim expression, his demeanor cold and indifferent. Meanwhile, Chen Jue's rivals, Dai Mubai and Tang San, exchanged smirks while gazing at Chen Jue's dormitory. Chen Jue was bound to be late, a certainty. He likely did not realize that Zhao Wuji despised tardiness above all. Soon, Chen Jue would face punishment. It would be quite enjoyable. You are right, Xiao San. And when Chen Jue is punished, he will undoubtedly make a fool of himself, diminishing his appeal among the girls. That will be our moment to shine. They remained blissfully unaware that the girls were not concerned with Chen Jue's potential embarrassment, but rather worried about his absence and whether something may have happened to him. They also fretted over Zhao Wuji's impending punishment for Chen Jue. After all, the last student who was late had been thoroughly chastised, struggling to maintain basic autonomy for the entire morning. Where is Brother Chen? Has something happened to him? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing voiced their concerns. However, Ning Rongrong did not worry about Chen Jue's well-being. It was not due to a lack of concern. Rather, she understood the reason for his late arrival. After all, several hours of labor would exhaust any being. Ning Rongrong glanced at the listless Liena and immediately approached her, playfully raising an eyebrow. Nah. Did the fox attire I gave you prove effective? Look, Brother Chen has slept until now. He must be utterly worn out. Liena lowered her gaze, sighing softly, slightly blaming herself. It's all my fault. Otherwise, Brother Chen would not be late and would not face punishment. I must control him more and ensure he curtails his indulgence. Ning Rongrong playfully patted Liena's shoulder, mischievously asking, Nah, is Brother Chen exceptional in that regard? Suddenly confronted with such an embarrassing inquiry, Liena froze, a deep crimson hue creeping across her face, utterly enchanting. Ma Hongjun, next door, was rendered speechless. The infernal phoenix within him surged. Yet he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. After all, she was Brother Chen's woman. Though he had not witnessed Chen Jue besting teacher Zhao, it was evident from Zhao's grim demeanor that he had not fared well. Moreover, it was rumored that Chen Jue was a soul king with an extraordinarily formidable soul ring configuration, rendering Ma Hongjun unable to approach. In the past, he would have confidently flirted, but now he was cautious. He must be quite enduring. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong began to ponder as well. Quite the endurance. I wonder if the plug fits the socket. Suddenly, Chen Jue appeared in the sight of the group, leisurely holding a steam bun in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other. When Dai Mubai and Tang San saw Chen Jue's arrival, a mocking smile instantly graced their faces. Teacher Zhao detested eating breakfast during class. Coupled with his tardiness, he had compounded his offenses. Chen Jue had surely become the class clown. Teacher Zhao, I was feeling unwell and overslept. Is that a problem? Chen Jue's languid explanation was clearly fabricated, and rather poorly at that. Feeling unwell, yet devouring a greasy bun? Surely, Chen Jue's mind must have rusted. Anyone who believed such a transparent excuse would indeed be a fool. Mubai is right. If anyone believes Chen Jue, I will eat a pound. Tang San and Dai Mubai whispered to one another, eagerly anticipating Chen Jue's humiliation. As expected, someone did believe him. Teacher Zhao, Brother Chen is certainly unwell. Yes, you must believe it. Brother Chen only ate one bun. He usually devours 5. The girls collectively defended Chen Jue, attempting to exonerate him. This left Tang San and Dai Mubai utterly dumbfounded. What in the world? How could anyone believe this? Had they been bewitched or entranced? However, they knew Zhao Wuji would not be swayed. After all, Chen Jue's lies could only deceive the naive girls. Zhao Wuji, unlike them, would not be fooled. As expected, Zhao Wuji scolded the girls. What is all this noise? I possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Are you to instruct me? Who is the teacher here? He then turned his expressionless gaze toward Chen Jue, who had just finished his bun, and a smile of feigned friendliness emerged. Have you finished? If so, we can commence class. If you haven't had enough to eat, feel free to continue. We can wait for you, as your health is paramount. If you haven't rested sufficiently, you may take a nap. Tang San and Dai Mubai were left utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events, and the girls breathed a sigh of relief, all the while questioning why Zhao Wuji treated Chen Jue in such a manner, as if he were a servant. Was it possible that Chen Jue attracted not only women, but men as well? Liena furrowed her brow, pressing her lips together, her face betraying her concern. She now had to guard against not only the two temptresses in her dormitory, but also the men. Meanwhile, Tang San and Dai Mubai were left slack-jawed. How could they believe this? Such an attitude was unwarranted. There could only be one explanation. I understand now. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San, who had just been tricked into sharing food. What is it? Chen Jue must be Zhao Wuji's illegitimate son. Dai Mubai suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, one dared to voice such claims while the other was willing to listen. No need. I shall return to my place. Chen Jue cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Wuji, pondering if yesterday's encounter had truly left him dazed. His audacity to arrive late stemmed from his habitual tardiness as a university student prior to his transmigration. He had grown accustomed to corporal punishment and scolding, leaving him with little to fear. However, the outcome was unexpectedly alarming. Confused, he returned to his designated spot, while Zhao Wuji cast a fleeting glance elsewhere, subsequently exhaling in relief. He dared not utter a single disrespectful word towards Chen Jue after being admonished yesterday, where he had been instructed to keep an eye on Chen Jue, ensuring no undue pressure or abuse of authority, and to provide maximum convenience. Failure to comply would result in nightly reprimands, with the threat of oversight looming over him. Thus, he could only treat Chen Jue with utmost deference, lest he face extended hours of work at night. Alas, unable to contend with the older generation, he found himself equally outmatched by the younger. Before long, Zhao Wuji commenced the morning's tasks, which entailed running 10 laps around Shrek Academy, each lap spanning at least 3 miles. In total, they would cover 30 miles. A daunting prospect that would surely leave their legs in agony. What on earth are you doing? The girls collectively voiced their grievances. In contrast, Tang San and his trio of companions remained silent, aware that their goddess was present. Voicing complaints would render them foolish and diminish their already meager standing in the girls' eyes. Thus, they donned a facade of nonchalance, particularly Tang San and Dai Mubai, who eagerly seized the opportunity to boast. Only 10 laps? Who do you look down upon? Indeed, 10 laps hardly suffice for a warm-up. I propose we each add another 10, Dai Mubai declared. Well said. If boys cannot run double the distance of girls, what does it mean to be a man? Tang San chimed in. Let us make it 30 laps. The duo exchanged banter, leaving Oscar and Ma Hongjun flabbergasted, staring blankly at Tang San and Dai Mubai. Please don't drag us into your pretense. If you insist on showing off, we are the ones who must bear the burden. Tang San then redirected the topic towards Chen Jue, exclaiming, this guy has the audacity to brazenly gaze at Xiao Wu's modest bosom in front of me. That is a privilege reserved solely for me. He challenged, what do you think about running 30 laps? We find it rather simple. Indeed, it's a piece of cake. The teasing tone reached Chen Jue, who snapped back to reality, a smirk dancing on his lips. I have no qualms. I only fear you two might falter. After all, for someone with superior soul power who had trained for 2.5 years in the Stardew Forest, running was merely a trivial task. Who do you look down upon? A man must never admit defeat, right? If I fail to complete 30 laps, I'll eat a pound. Chen Jue scoffed, relishing the spectacle of their impending struggle. For someone well-versed in the original narrative, he knew that 10 laps would nearly break them. 30 laps would spell certain doom. Among the girls, many believed 10 laps to be excessive and contemplated negotiating, but Zhao Wuji showed no leniency. He clarified the training objectives before commencing the task. Remember, no use of soul power. Should anyone dare to break the rules, do not blame me for our evening discussions. Zhao Wuji warned. At the outset, the boastful Tang San and Dai Mubai surged ahead, their speed leaving others in the dust. They anticipated drawing the attention of the girls, but to their dismay, none cast a glance their way. After 5 laps, Zhu Zhuqing maintained a steady pace, breath steady, securing third place, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar were left gasping, contemplating whether to exhaust themselves or face Zhao Wujia's wrath later. Either way, they felt it would be less painful to opt for the latter. Meanwhile, the top two were the duo of show-offs, already nearing exhaustion, yet pretending to accelerate. They would surely collapse after 15 laps. The last few positions were occupied by Chen Jue and the three girls. He wished to hasten his pace to join Zhu Qing for some fun, having neglected her for too long. Yet, the little fox, the little rabbit, and the little witch clung to him, forcing him to let Zhu Qing remain alone for a while. "Chingo, I'm so tired. Can you carry the little fox?" "No." Chen Jue resolutely declined. "Just for a moment. Let me rest on your back," she pleaded. Chapter 25. Ning Rongrong. You must join our 7-treasure glazed tile school. You need to train properly instead of playing all day. Chen Jue glanced at Liena, admonishing her. Liena pouted, a hint of displeasure gracing her exquisite features. "All right." Chen Jue, captivated by her adorable demeanor, couldn't he help but pinch her rosy cheek. "Once you secure a spot in the top 3, I'll grant you a surprise." "Really?" Liena's eyes sparkled at the mention of a surprise, affectionately wrapping her arms around Chen Jue's. Chen Jue nodded. Indeed, instantly, Liena felt invigorated, her speed surging as she was already among the top contenders due to her superior soul power. Soon, she would catch up to Zhu Qing. Suddenly, a wail pierced the air, prompting Chen Jue to turn around. There, he saw Ning Rongrong sprawled on the ground, her blue dress covered in dust. Her hands and knees scraped and stained crimson. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill, evoking a sense of tenderness and protectiveness. Seeing this, Xiao Wu rushed to Ning Rongrong's side. "Rongrong, are you all right?" This scene caught Oscar's attention, and he seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. "What are you doing? Are you giving up?" Ma Hongjun questioned, puzzled. "I'm pursuing true love." In Oscar's eyes, seizing this moment could earn him Ning Rongrong's affection, perhaps even her heart. He hurriedly approached her. Extending his hand with a mischievous grin, Oscar inquired, "Does it hurt, Rongrong? Do you need me to carry you?" "I'm quite strong." With that, he bent down, adopting a posture as if ready to be mounted. "Princess, please mount." He envisioned Ning Rongrong's soft, fragrant body resting on his back. However, as the little witch, Ning Rongrong saw through his intentions. She regarded Oscar with disdain. "Oscar, save your energy. Focus on finishing your 30 laps first." Yet, immersed in his infatuation, Oscar mistook her words for concern, believing she was advising him to conserve his strength. "No worries. I'm strong enough," he insisted, grinning broadly. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, her expression one of utter disdain. "Get lost. I dislike men touching me. I can rest for a bit, and then continue running without your help." With his advances rebuffed, Oscar lowered his head, heartbroken, before returning to Ma Hongjun to continue his lackadaisical approach. At that moment, Chen Jue hurried over, crouching down with concern as he asked, "Are you all right?" The previously boisterous Ning Rongrong suddenly transformed into a delicate figure, resembling a fragile, lost girl. In a soft and pitiful tone, she lamented, "Brother Chen Jue, it hurts so much, I can't run anymore. Could you carry me?" The stark contrast left Xiao Wu, who was nearby, utterly astonished. The little rabbit was taken aback. Chen Jue did not refuse. Instead, he nodded. After all, assisting a classmate was his passion, not merely for ulterior motives. "All right." Ning Rongrong, suppressing her pain, climbed onto Chen Jue's back, her face radiating joy. As for Xiao Wu, another target of his affections, he did not show any favoritism. He gently patted her rabbit ears and encouraged, "Xiao Wu, keep going. Once you finish, I have a surprise for you that you will love." With that, he began to run ahead with Ning Rongrong on his back, seeking a secluded spot for a meaningful conversation. Xiao Wu stood there, momentarily dazed, unconsciously touching her pink rabbit ears. Her already flushed face from running turned an even deeper shade of red. For Xiao Wu, her ears were among the most sensitive areas of her body. "So comforting," she involuntarily exclaimed, her voice dripping with allure. Then, she recalled Chen Jue's earlier words. What could the surprise be? Xiao Wu mused. A gift she would cherish could only be a large, hefty carrot, one that is too big to consume in a single bite. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ma Hongjun continued to languish, with Oscar still ensnared by the shadows of rejection. "Don't cry. Is one woman really worth it?" Ma Hongjun consoled him, patting his shoulder. "Wah, She was the first girl to capture my heart. All right, it's okay. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but there are plenty of two-legged women. Tonight, I'll treat you to a show. Upon hearing this, Oscar's tears ceased, and he smiled at Ma Hongjun, nodding in agreement. What? Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Oh, so you're waiting for me here? He then turned to Oscar. Observing Oscar's tear-streaked face, he felt at a loss for words. All right, let's take in the scenery. Just as he finished speaking, a voice called out, Brother Chun, do I smell nice? Yes. Do you like it? Of course. Then I'll use this scent when I bathe from now on, all right? Sound good. This scene was perfectly witnessed by Oscar, who had intended to distract himself with the view. Initially stunned, Oscar's tears sprang forth once more. Wah! But she hates it when men touch her. In that moment, he realized that Ning Rongrong despised men like him. With this thought, his sobs grew louder. Wah! Oh! Hey, stop crying. I'll treat you again another day. It's a deal. Maon Gujun exclaimed, bewildered. Ding. Target. Ning Rongrong. Depth of relationship. 5. Brother Chen Jue, are my legs nice to touch? Chen Jue was taken aback, his movements halting instantly, and he awkwardly smiled. They're all right. Just as he was about to retract his hand, he felt Ning Rongrong's delicate hand tightly gripping his. She nuzzled against his back, resting her head on his shoulder, and playfully traced her fingertips across his chest, embodying a mischievous little sprite. Stop that. Be careful, or I might get heated and extinguish you. Chen Jue swallowed hard, struggling to maintain his composure. Realizing her effect, Ning Rongrong leaned in and gently kissed the nape of his neck, leaving a faint blush behind. Brother Chen Jue, I like you. You should join our 7-treasure glazed tile school and abandon Nana and Zhu Qing. We could be together forever. Our sect has 2 titled Douluos. We can ensure you become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Upon hearing this, Chen Jue snapped back to reality. Goodness, you want me to forsake an entire pond for a mere little fish? And you want me to join you? Just because of your petite stature? Wait until you grow to Zhu Qing's size. Rongrong, have you thought it through? Chapter 26. Ning Rongrong's Evening Invitation. I've thought it through, but I have a few questions. Chen Jue replied leisurely. Ask away, Brother Chen Jue. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with trust and anticipation. If I were with you and encountered a girl who surpasses you in every way, her family stronger than yours, who wanted to be with me and demanded I abandon you, what should I do? Chen Jue inquired with a teasing smile. Ning Rongrong's lips parted slightly, revealing a mixture of astonishment and reluctance. Of course, I cannot agree. Chen Jue gently shook his head, pressing on with his questioning. What if she threatened me with her family? Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed, a hint of irritation flickering in her eyes. She huffed softly, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. How would she do that? She's so petty. Adding another woman wouldn't kill her. I could be the lesser one. Her words exuded a carefree and open-minded attitude, as if she genuinely did not care about societal constraints. Chen Jue, upon hearing this, revealed a teasing smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Ning Rongrong, still naive, had fallen straight into the trap. So, Rongrong, the petty girl you mentioned is indeed you? Me? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, surprise washing over her before realization dawned. She felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto her cheeks. She traced gentle circles on the nape of Chen Jue's neck with her slender finger. I haven't threatened you with my family. Ning Rongrong's voice quivered softly, like willow fluff in the wind, seeming fragile and weak. Are you sure? Chen Jue raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of playful mockery in his gaze as he smiled back. Yes. Ning Rongrong's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, her voice gradually lowering as if consumed by the night. Deep down, she knew that had he refused her, she would have resorted to family pressure. So, you understand my meaning, right? You just wanted to play the secondary role. Ning Rongrong's expression stiffened slightly. She pouted, her tongue peeking out in dissatisfaction. After all, who wouldn't want to monopolize such an exceptional man? Yet, she also understood that a talent like Chen Jue, so handsome and gifted, would never lack for female admirers. Since it was inevitable, it was better to yield. After all, she would never give up on a man of his caliber for such trivial matters. If I may ask, if I'm to play the secondary role, how many come before me? Chen Jue pondered for a moment before responding. That depends on your performance. Rongrong. What? Ning Rongrong was puzzled. Aren't you only considering 2 women? Adding me makes 3. Why should I have to prove myself? Shouldn't I just be the third? Then, it dawned on Ning Rongrong, and she realized, you mean it might be more than just the three of us in the future? What are you planning to do? Treat Shrek Academy as your harem? Upon hearing this, Chen Jue nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, that is a splendid idea, worthy of consideration. Ning Rongrong remarked, I wonder how long this will take. Chen Jue's steps remained resolute, burdened by a heavy load, having run a full 15 laps, sweat soaking his attire. Yet he showed no signs of fatigue. However, just as he was nearing the completion of this arduous endeavor, two figures stealthily emerged ahead, seemingly attempting to evade his gaze. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Jue's eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a teasing smile. Ah, is that not the glutton Tang San and the pretentious Dai Mubai? What is the matter? Planning to make a discreet exit? Caught off guard, their expressions turned awkward, and they had no choice but to feign nonchalance as they turned around, attempting to mask their inner turmoil. We merely need to relieve ourselves, right, Mubai? Tang San quickly retorted, adopting a facade of righteousness, feigning calmness. He even nudged Dai Mubai to prevent any slip of the tongue. Yes, indeed, just a quick break. 30 laps is nothing. Whoever doesn't finish will be struck by lightning. Dai Mubai exclaimed passionately, startling Tang San beside him. Good heavens, are you serious? I don't want to die. To be honest, by the 14th lap, Tang San was already feeling exhausted and barely holding on. All he wished for now was to find a massage parlor to rest. Hearing Chen Jue's vow, he was momentarily taken aback. Do you truly wish for death? I haven't even had my fun with you yet. Hold off on that, and I'll personally see to your demise once I'm satisfied. Chen Jue kindly warned. It would be wise for you to stay indoors tomorrow. Rain is on the horizon, and it would be perilous outside. Tang San, aware of Chen Jue's intentions, suspected he desired to monopolize Xiao Wu. This thought ignited his anger, and he was instantly fueled with determination. Mubai, let us run. We cannot let someone underestimate us. Indeed, Dai Mubai nodded, defiantly glancing at Chen Jue as they resumed their run. Witnessing this, Chen Jue couldn't help but smile wryly. They would likely flee after just 3 more laps. Subsequently, he continued his own run. Honestly, carrying someone while running was quite taxing. Big brother Chun, are you tired? I noticed those guys were already struggling by the 14th lap. Are you not reaching your limit? Ning Rongrong asked. Concern etched on her face as she wiped the sweat from his brow. In response to Ning Rongrong's inquiry, Chen Jue swiftly accelerated his pace, running while inquiring. Am I running fast? Ah, slow down. Why are you running so fast? If not for Chen Jue gripping Ning Rongrong's skirt, she might have been exposed to prying eyes. ISNT that right? Oscar and Mahongjun? The two, lurking nearby and fixated on the fluttering skirt, were instantly infuriated. Stop staring. She has already gone. Oscar lamented, feeling dejected. He had almost caught a glimpse of something thrilling. Now, he had seen nothing, and the opportunity was lost. Damn it, Chen Jue is so inconsiderate. He enjoys a piece of meat without leaving his brothers even a drop of soup. Ma Hongjun fumed, stamping his foot. Each time the skirt fluttered just right, it was obscured by Chen Jue. Big brother Chun, do you have time tonight? Ning Rongrong asked shyly, her cheeks flushed. Yes. What is the matter? Chen Jue inquired. Let us go out tonight. Ning Rongrong invited. What do you intend to do? Didn't you say you wanted to see how I perform? Tonight, let big brother Chen witness my prowess. Ning Rongrong would occasionally caress his throat, attempting to ignite his desire. Her intentions were straightforward. She wanted Chen Jue to disregard Nana and Zhuqing tonight. This evening, she claimed his schedule. Rongrong, have you turned mischievous? Chen Jue teased with a smirk. As the saying goes, a woman must be a little wicked for a man to fall in love. Ning Rongrong kiklet blaishuli. Well then, tonight I shall see just how wicked you can be. Don't move. Ding. Target. Ning Rongrong. Depth, 39. Reward, soul power increased by 5 levels. Currently at level 55. Soon, as Chen Jue carried her through the 16th lap, he noticed 2 sneaky silhouettes making their escape. Huh, I overestimated them. They didn't even last a full lap. Time passed, and eventually, Chen Jue reached the finish line with Rongrong on his back. At that moment, the 3 women awaited at the end. Observing Chen Jue carry Ning Rongrong through nearly 30 laps, Zhao Wujin nodded. This is the example you all should emulate. Never abandon a teammate. Even in his struggle and fatigue, Chen Jue did not forsake the fallen Ning Rongrong. This spirit is worthy of your admiration. Remember, you are always a collective. One missing member is unacceptable. Upon hearing this, the women nodded in agreement. In that instant, Chen Jue's favorability in their hearts rose a notch. Only Ma Hongjun and Oscar understood that Chen Jue was not truly about not abandoning his teammates. Did you not see the enjoyment etched on his face? With a woman benefiting him, who would let that slip? Chapter 27. In front of Dai Mubai. He kisses the woman he adores. You did exceptionally well. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gently patted Chen Jue on the shoulder. His tone filled with warmth. Then he turned to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong quickly thanked Chen Jue. Hearing this, Chen Jue's lips curled into a playful smile as he added, yes. Do hurry and thank me. Otherwise, I might not assist you later. While such words were ordinarily benign, when uttered by Chen Jue, they hinted at deeper implications, leaving much to the imagination. Ning Rongrong's cheeks immediately flushed a vivid red, the color reminiscent of a radiant dawn, spreading from her face down to her neck and earlobes. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Jue's teasing eyes, for she alone understood the hidden context. Almost every possible advance had been made by her big brother Chen. Eventually, Ning Rongrong softly uttered, "Thank you, big brother Chen." Her words carried a hint of vulnerability. Upon hearing this, Chen Jue's lips curled into a mischievous arc as he reached out to gently tousle the silky strands of the little sorceress's hair. Now that's more like it. Next time you fall, I can carry you again. It's quite enjoyable to carry someone. Wouldn't you agree? His words bore a hint of irreverence, yet were laced with an indescribable gentleness. Sensing the undertone of his words, Liena immediately felt something amiss. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Chen Jue's brother Chen. Liena whined adorably. Stop looking at her. Look at the little fox. Let us go eat. She was now seriously suspicious that brother Chen was about to find her a sister. She couldn't fathom why he needed so many. All right, Chen Jue replied with a smile. He remembered there was a jealous little fox present and decided to rein in his exuberance. Later that evening, noticing brother Chen's attention solely on her, she shot Ning Rongrong a provocative glance. It seemed to convey, I am still Chen Jue, and with just a single word, I can return to your side. Ning Rongrong, unwilling to concede, shot her a defiant glance, as if to say, we'll see. When the time comes, I shall be your sister. No, your elder sister. As a little princess of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school, she had no desire to play small. If she would do it, she would do it grandly. As the ancient saying goes, a woman who does not aspire to greatness is not a good woman. This scene was also witnessed by Oscar, stirring up painful memories once more. Oh, Rongrong, open your eyes and take a look. Others have women. Why must you cling to him? Just look at the exceptional me beside you. Chen Jue observed the undercurrents swirling between the two, choosing to ignore them. As long as things didn't go too far, let them squabble. Subsequently, as a champion of fairness, Chen Jue waved to Zhu Zhuqing, beckoning her to come over. One hand for each. Thankfully, Dai Mubai was not present. Otherwise, he would have blown a gasket. Aren't you waiting for Mubai and Tang San? Without turning his head, Chen Jue merely waved dismissively. They may have already had their fill somewhere else. This all-encompassing service is truly delightful. Tang San's body was suddenly roused by an unseen force, a torrent of energy surging forth within him, sweeping through the surroundings like a mighty flood. He had never experienced such exhilarating pleasure, feeling as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. Mubai, you really know how to have fun. How did you discover such a wonderful place? I know many like it. Hang out with me, and I'll ensure you indulge in all the best. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, causing Dai Mubai to feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Dean! Instantly, Dai Mubai stood up, his earlier bravado dissipating. He no longer possessed that earlier confidence. Tang San, too, lowered his head in contrition alongside Dai Mubai. This was due to teacher Zhao Wuji's earlier warning that slacking off during class, especially sneaking out of the academy, was extremely reprehensible. If caught, severe punishment would ensue. Upon seeing the two, Flender was exceedingly disappointed. He had high hopes for Dai Mubai. While his talent may not surpass Chen Jue's, he was nonetheless among the elite of the younger generation. Who would have thought he would lead the way here? This is utterly excessive. Dai Mubai, you two hurry up and roll back to school. You've both disappointed me immensely. At such a young age, engaging in this, what have your parents taught you? Smack! Smack! In his fury, he slapped each of them once. Tang San retorted, You are courting death. At noon, after everyone had finished their meals, they returned to their dormitories to rest. The most unfortunate were those who practiced under the scorching sun, unable to slack off. After all, Zhao Wujie was right behind them. Any sign of laziness would result in a swift reprimand. Meanwhile, Chen Jue sat smoking, with two women on either side of him. He waved his hand, pulling the two closest to him, inhaling their fragrant essence, and gazed at the scene before him, exclaiming, "What bliss!" Watching them being punished with sticks while embracing the unattainable beauties. Such a life. The two being punished felt a mocking gaze upon them and turned to look. When Dai Mubai saw Zhu Zhuqing leaning against Chen Jue, he was instantly dumbfounded. I'm being punished here while he is with the woman he desires. Damn it. Upon noticing the fiery glare from Dai Mubai, Chen Jue flashed a devilish smile and immediately kissed Zhu Zhuqing, right in front of the other women. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. There are so many people here. How can he? Her face flushed crimson, a mix of shyness and lingering desire. Chen Jue, more than obvious, licked his lips and raised an eyebrow at Dai Mubai. Oh, stop. That's the cherry lips I've always dreamed of, and you just defiled them. I can't take it anymore. This is a heart-wrenching betrayal. Chen Jue, I will kill you. Just wait and see who laughs last. Smack. With a swift strike, Dai Mubai screamed. Oh, Mubai, run faster. At this rate, how will you finish the 40 laps the dean has assigned? With a double blow, Dai Mubai fainted, and they had only completed 10 laps. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing the scene, scoffed. What a waste. He can't even last as long as I can. Thank goodness I met Chen Jue. Otherwise, I'd be like Dai Mubai. How could I compare to Chen Jue, who runs 30 laps with a burden? Seeing Chen Jue kiss Zhu Zhuqing openly in front of everyone, the little fox desperately nudged closer as if trying to draw attention. Tian Yi, all of them are your women. How can you only kiss her? I wanted to. Chen Jue, brother, I wanted to. Chapter 28. Rong Rong is captured. Chen Jue is a man of singular devotion. He paid no heed to Ning Rongrong's demands, focusing instead on kissing Liena. Chen Jue, brother, I want that too. Ning Rongrong, observing Liena's rapturous expression and Zhu Zhuqing's seemingly reminiscing look, instantly clamored for her own share. Seeing such boldness from Ning Rongrong left Xiao Wu somewhat incredulous. Is she being so direct? I can understand Chen Jue kissing the two of them. After all, they are as women. But Ning Rongrong doesn't seem to be, right? And isn't it rather inappropriate in front of the two main parties? Was Ning Rongrong too open, or am I too conservative? Regardless of her antics, Chen Jue remained indifferent, instead discreetly writing a single word, night, in her palm, prompting Ning Rongrong to relent. Chen Jue had no choice. He could sense the little fox's jealousy. Liena shot Chen Jue a glare, as if to say, if you dare deceive an innocent girl, I shall bite your tongue off. Sighing silently, Chen Jue felt compelled to bow his head. The little fox and the little kitten leaned against Chen Jue's shoulders, which made Ning Rongrong somewhat displeased. But thinking of how Chen Jue would belong to her alone that night, all her grievances melted away. Xiao Wu cast a glance at them, enviously admiring, what sturdy shoulders. I want to lean to. Tang San, witnessing Dai Mubai's sudden fainting, felt a wave of intense shock. Has he really reached his limit so soon? Tang San murmured. Disbelief etched across his face. A hint of doubt crept into his mind. Could it be that he had previously indulged too much, exhausting his energy? Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie rushed forward, steadying Dai Mubai's wavering form. His eyes were tinged with barely concealed disdain. To be this weak at such a young age. What will you do when you grow old? Sigh, lacking self-restraint. Suddenly, Dai Mubai mumbled something incoherent. Abba, Abba, Abba. Tang San did not hear it. He lowered his head and listened intently. Chen Jue, I curse your entire family. Tang San felt a surge of curiosity, wondering what this had to do with Chen Jue. He instinctively glanced at Chen Jue, only to see his hand stealthily creeping toward Xiao Wu. Stop! Panic flickered in Tang San's eyes, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably as he murmured. My Xiao Wu cannot be defiled. Yet, Chen Jue succeeded in his endeavor, clandestinely grasping the delicate hand. No, my Xiao Wu. Tang San's blood surged, and in an instant, he collapsed onto Dai Mubai, his head landing directly on Dai Mubai's lap. Dai Mubai exclaimed, utterly fainting. Zhao Wujie, witnessing Tang San's sudden collapse, was engulfed by a wave of confusion. Could it be that Tang San had also succumbed? Dai Mubai, being a seasoned player, was prone to indulgence. But was it possible that this was Tang San's first experience? A congenital weakness? The afternoon consisted merely of physical training, which concluded swiftly. The evening, however, heralded the much-anticipated main event for Chen Jue. The night market was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. Stalls overflowed with an array of delectable treats, and the shouts of vendors created a vivid tapestry of earthly delights. Sugar-coated hawthorn berries, sweet and sour, a cry wafted through the air, accompanied by the unique fragrance of the candied fruit, instantly igniting Ning Rongrong's taste buds. Her little nose twitched, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Jue listened. It's sugar-coated hawthorn berries. Ning Rongrong clung to Chen Jue's arm, playfully demanding, I want to eat that. Chen Jue gazed down at Ning Rongrong's eager expression, his heart softening. He gently stroked her nose, smiling indulgently. All right, little glutton, let's go buy some. However, Ning Rongrong shook her head, pouting no, I'm too tired to walk. You go alone. I'll wait for you here. Fine, I can't argue with you. Chen Jue sighed in resignation, yet he was helpless against her charm. He affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. Speaking softly, Ning Rongrong nodded, watching Chen Jue's retreating figure with a smile. What little girl could refuse sweet, delightful sugar-coated hawthorn berries? Unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong, 3 individuals lurked in the shadows, fixated on her. Hee hee, what an adorable little girl. Just looking at her makes my mouth water. One remarked, me too. She is the most beautiful among all the girls I've encountered. Another chimed in, brothers, let's go. All right, let's do it. The trio stealthily approached Ning Rongrong, and in a swift motion, they produced a burlap sack, ensnaring her within it. Who are you? Woo-woo. Best behave, or you'll regret it. The one holding the sack threatened menacingly. He then turned to his companions, smirking. Do you think this one is Bai? Ha! It's obviously Rongrong. Chen Jue's voice echoed through the empty street as he hurried back to the spot where they had separated, his gaze frantic and searching. Yet, amidst the throngs of people, he found no trace of the familiar blue dress or that sweet visage. His heart sank, but he refused to give up, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He approached a passerby. Do you know where the adorable girl in the blue dress went? The passerby trembled at the question, his face paling. He shook his head repeatedly, his voice quivering. I don't know. Chen Jue's brow furrowed, an intense unease swelling within him. The individual had repeated his denial thrice and appeared overly flustered, indicating something amiss. You know, don't you? I don't know. Fine. I'll ask differently. With that, Chen Jue unleashed his Soul King aura, causing the passerby to collapse in terror. Now, do you know? I think that girl has been kidnapped. It's Qian Daoliu and Douluo. Chapter 29. Rescuing Ning Rongrong. At the moment he heard those words, Chen Jue's expression darkened, akin to storm clouds gathering before tempest. Rongrong, being an auxiliary spirit, and with her level lower than theirs, if she fell into their hands, the consequences would be dire. With this thought, Chen Jue's aura surged like a raging storm, growing increasingly intense, instilling fear in the surrounding crowd. They hurriedly made way, wary of being caught in this sudden surge of power. Which way did they go? Chen Jue's voice held an undeniable authority, heightening the passerby's anxiety. It seems they went that way. The passerby stammered, pointing in a direction with trembling fingers. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jue dashed toward that direction like an arrow released from a bow. Every second counted. Rongrong could be in peril. Help! Chen Jue, save me. Woo-woo! Ning Rongrong cried, her voice filled with despair. Here, there is no Chen Jue, only Big Brother below. Ha ha ha! Stop screaming. Save your voice for later. The lewd and twisted laughter resonated, plunging Ning Rongrong into utter hopelessness. Would Chen Jue come? Did he know where she was? Was she truly to succumb to these 3 perverts? No. Even if I die, I cannot allow them to defile me. As the burlap sack fell to the ground, Ning Rongrong swiftly emerged, ready to flee. Yet, the trio would not permit their prize to escape so easily, swiftly surrounding her. Ning Rongrong feigned seriousness as she surveyed her surroundings, only to realize she had been brought to a desolate place. Do you 3 know who I am? Woo! I am Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you dare to touch me, you will all die. Gathering her courage, she declared. The 3 exchanged glances, their faces devoid of the fear Ning Rongrong had anticipated, instead contorted in lewd laughter. Ah, So it's the little princess. But once we're done having our fun, we'll kill you. Who will know it was us? Ha ha ha. Just as they were about to grasp Ning Rongrong's clothing, a cold, merciless voice, as if imbued with the chill of 1,000 years of frost, suddenly shattered the silence. Move and you die. Each word struck the trio like a hammer, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, as piercing as a winter's gale. They were instantly enveloped in this chilling force, their lustful thoughts and desires frozen in an instant, replaced by sheer terror and chaos. With eyes wide open, a mix of rage and shock ignited within them, flames of fury burning deep. After all, no one wished for their long-anticipated desires to be disrupted by an unforeseen turn of events. Led by Tianya, their eyes now shimmered with resentment and ferocity. They fixed their gaze on Chen Jue as if they intended to tear him apart. Goodness, that was almost terrifying. Who are you, daring to disrupt my affairs? Seeking death? I'll give you a chance. Sever an arm and then scram. Hurry up. I still have to face the unrestrained mockery and ridicule of those three. Chen Jue chose silence. He then crouched on one leg, looking apologetically at Ning Rongrong. His eyes slightly reddened. He should have gone with her instead of leaving her here alone. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's face bore none of her usual charm and vivacity, only a hollow despair. Yet, in the corners of her eyes lingered traces of tears, like wilting petals silently narrating her past sorrows and helplessness. After all, she was the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, accustomed to being cherished, never having encountered such a scene. When Ning Rongrong caught sight of Chen Jue, it was as if she had found a long-lost haven. She rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Brother Chen Jue, her voice resonated with boundless grievance and fear. Why did it take you so long to come? Rongrong is so scared, truly afraid of losing you. Sobi. The heart-wrenching cries were a redemption after a calamity. The warmth and fragrance enveloped him, a unique scent filling his nostrils. He gently held Ning Rongrong's delicate figure, caressing her jade-like back, soothing her softly. I'm late, but I will avenge you. Be careful. I sense that the three of them are quite formidable. There must be 2 soul kings and 1 soul sovereign. Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. Although she knew Chen Jue had defeated Zhao Wujia, it was evident that Zhao Wujia had not fought seriously then. Otherwise, winning against him would not have been an easy feat. Facing 2 soul kings and 1 soul sovereign, she couldn't help but worry. Yet her concerns were clearly unwarranted. All right, I will be cautious. He then draped his clothing over Ning Rongrong. She felt the unique scent and warmth of his attire. Looking at his robust and reassuring figure, her restless heart instantly found peace. Having him by her side felt truly wonderful. How do you wish to die? Chen Jue's cold gaze scrutinized the three, resembling the judgment of death itself. Brother, understand this. 3 against 1. The advantage is mine, Tianya replied disdainfully. After all, in his eyes, Chen Jue was already a dead man for daring to interrupt their business. He even had the audacity to speak arrogantly. Seeing the advantage in their favor, Tianya's underlings joined in with taunts. Kid, offending us 3 miscreants. You should contemplate how you will meet your end. We don't desire to kill. Just go keep a lookout for us, and afterward, we will let you experience the thrill as well. Such a rare opportunity is not afforded to everyone. How generous, right? Plus, we can serenade you with lovely tunes while you wait. Ha ha ha. The lewd laughter of the trio echoed in the night, like sinister wraiths, sending chills down the spine. Ah, the lamentations of your melodies are, to me, the most exquisite symphony in this world. Chen Jue's tone was icy and resolute as he waved his hand. In an instant, the roar of a dragon thundered deafeningly, as if the heavens and the earth trembled in response. The dragon god, martial soul, soared into the sky, resembling an ancient divine beast, gazing down at the 3 below, its dragon eyes glinting with a sharp and ruthless light. The 4 black and 1 red soul rings materialized, casting a profound shadow over the dark night. The pressure from the soul rings instantly spread, making the surrounding space feel as if it had solidified. What? 4 black and 1 red soul king. How can this be possible? Tinya's expression changed abruptly, his pupils constricting, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had never anticipated that the youth before him would possess such formidable power, his heart now filled with fear and despair. How could someone so young be a soul king? Had he been nourished by soul power? And with such a terrifying soul ring configuration? Was he cheating? He then furtively glanced at the dragon god. The dragon god immediately sensed this subtle provocation. In an instant, an overwhelming majesty surged forth like a tsunami, pressing towards Tianya. A tempest arose, akin to an enraged dragon roaring towards the heavens. Before this gale, Tianya was swept away like a fallen leaf, propelled back several dozen meters. His complexion pale as a ghost. His companions, too, found themselves swaying under the immense pressure. Buell, being the weakest in soul power, could not withstand the force. Collapsing to his knees, terror etched across his face. "Brother, shouldn't we leave?" Buell's voice trembled, laden with dread of the unknown. Igeo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot contend with him. Although he is also a soul king, his soul ring configuration surpasses ours. We should flee." Tianya clenched his jaw, his gaze revealing profound yearning as he cast a glance at the ethereal Ning Rongrong, a wave of indescribable pain surging within him. Goodness, such a remarkable woman. A rare gem he might never encounter again. He did not wish to let this opportunity slip away, but given Chen Jue's strength, retreat was his only option. "Today we have faltered. Retreat," Tianya bellowed, intending to hastily lead his companions away. "Leave? Did I consent to that?" However, just as he was about to take that step, a cold and mocking voice rang out from behind him. Chen Jue's voice dripped with disdain as he slowly raised his right arm. The soul bone embedded in his arm suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The Titan's right arm soul bone, accompanied by the soul bone's luminous glow. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the entire space. Titan's right arm soul bone skill, gravitational quagmire. With a low command from Chen Jue, an invisible force of gravity descended abruptly, rendering the surrounding air as viscous as a quagmire. Tianya and his companions felt their bodies grow heavy, as if they were burdened by countless mountains, unable to move. "Goodness, it's a soul bone skill. Quickly activate your martial souls," Tianya shouted. The three instantly summoned their martial souls. Igeo and Tianya were both soul kings, while Buell was a soul sovereign, each prepared to unleash their strongest soul skills, determined to break free. Yet, could they truly escape the grasp of a 10,000-year soul bone skill? To think they could break free from my 10,000-year soul bone skill, based on their wretched and infamous selves? Fourth soul skill, Dragon God Annihilation Strike. The 10,000-year fourth soul ring illuminated. Chen Jue gently raised his wrist. In that moment, the dragon god, high in the sky, seemed to sense his will. Its dragon eyes opened slightly, shimmering with a regal and profound light. The dragon god took a deep breath, the energy within its chest surging like a storm, instantly conjuring a tempest that swept across all directions. Amidst the gale, countless energies converged from all around, ultimately coalescing in the dragon god's massive maw. At this moment, the power accumulated within the dragon god's mouth reached astonishing levels, poised to unleash a cataclysmic eruption, annihilating everything in its path. "Brothers, hurry and break free," Tianya shouted anxiously. Due to his acute perception of danger, he realized that if that force were to strike them, they would emerge not merely battered but utterly broken. Yet, as Chen Jue had articulated, the capabilities of a soul bone aged 10,000 years could not simply be escaped at will. Both Baloo and Ekao employed every means at their disposal, even resorting to their long-concealed techniques. However, their efforts bore no fruit. "What should we do? Boss, we cannot break free." Tianya, listening to their urgent and panicked voices, felt an overwhelming impulse to slap both himself and them. Had they not succumbed to temptation, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Temptation is a treacherous foe. Unable to escape, they might as well meet their end. Chen Jue waved his hand, and a resplendent beam of light, breathtaking in its brilliance, sliced through the sky with an annihilating force directed straight at the trio. Within that luminescence, vibrant colors intertwined like a firework display, yet carried with it a menacing threat. As screams echoed, the surrounding area was enveloped in a cloud of dust. In the prince's chamber of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe propped her head on her hand, her expression void of emotion as she gazed at the scroll in her grasp. "How dreadfully tedious! How I long for Brother Chen." I wonder if he thinks of me, or if he is too enraptured by the company of other women. Suddenly, a familiar dragon's roar reached Shui Qinghe's ears. It was the sound of Brother Chun's martial soul. He is in the Tiando Empire. In an instant, Shui Qinghe sprang to her feet, the scroll slipping from her fingers and falling to the ground. Her previously impassive countenance now radiated surprise and joy. I must sneak a glance at him and see if he has brought other women along for a stroll. After tidying herself up, she dashed out. Meanwhile, the serpent spear Douluo, hidden in the shadows, cast a puzzled glance at Shui Qinghe. What could the young master be doing at this late hour? The serpent spear Douluo murmured to himself before following her. Chapter 30. The world's renowned dish, tomato and egg pain. Ah, my leg is broken. My hand. Chen Jue observed the three men groaning on the ground, his brow furrowing. He had overestimated the power of his fourth soul skill, initially believing it could annihilate them in one fell swoop. Yet perhaps this was for the best. After all, those who commit wrongs must face consequences. He wished for Rongrong to deal with them herself. If she showed compassion, he would lend her a hand. With a gentle smile, Chen Jue approached Ning Rongrong. They are incapacitated. You may do as you wish. How about leaving their fate in your hands? Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, her gaze suddenly sharp as ice, glimmering with a ruthless light, indicating she had already devised a plan. Draping herself in Chen Jue's outer robe, the oversized garment accentuated her slender figure as she approached the trio with an undeniable air of authority. The three men, led by Tianya, felt an inexplicable fear swell within them upon meeting her cold, resolute gaze. It was as if death itself were drawing near. The chill and mercilessness made them tremble uncontrollably. Despite their pain, they knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the earth, voices quaking as they pleaded for mercy. Their sincerity was palpable. Please, miss, do not hold our transgressions against us. Spare our lives. Yes, do not judge us by our poor actions. We will never again target you. Only others. Douluo, in his panic, began to babble nonsensically, leaving Tianya and Yikao dumbfounded. Has Douluo truly drunk himself to such a state? Curse it, what a hindrance! The two shot him a fierce glare. Douluo quickly realized his blunder and began to kowtow, correcting himself. No, we would never dare to target any other women again. Ning Rongrong shot Douluo a frosty glance, her voice devoid of warmth. Very well, I shall spare your life. Douluo's heart leaped with joy. He thought he had narrowly escaped calamity, allowing a smug smile to creep onto his lips. He secretly rejoiced, thinking how much easier it was to negotiate with a woman. If it had been that man, I would have surely met my end. He then glanced nervously at Chen Jue. However, just as he savored his good fortune, Ning Rongrong suddenly stomped down mercilessly. A scream erupted, echoing like a slaughtered pig. Yikao and Tianya were left stunned, while Douluo recoiled in fear. My goodness, this woman is ferocious. Mama, I want to go home. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Jue wiped the cold sweat from his brow. TSK. It would be wise not to offend the little demoness. Should she ever be angered, she might just take a bite out of me. Yet, one could not help but admire Rongrong's fierce resolve. Why? Douluo's voice brimmed with confusion and despair as he looked up at the beaming Ning Rongrong. His eyes filled with bewilderment. Ning Rongrong tilted her head slightly, a mischievous smile curling at her lips as she softly replied, Why do you ask why? I promised to spare your life, not how I would do so. Isn't it worth exchanging this for your life? Or do you wish to die now? Douluo, on the verge of tears, realized she was toying with him. Oh no, were it not for his soul master strength, he would likely have fainted already. I do not wish to die. Douluo gritted his teeth and said, If I die now, then my egg would be for naught. Ning Rongrong's lips curled in disdain as her eyes reflected her contempt. So small yet so bold as to harm young women. Do you not fear being ridiculed? Douluo trembled as he raised a hand, pointing shakily at Ning Rongrong. You. After suffering this double blow, Douluo collapsed, unconscious. An execution of the heart. Seeing the terrifying Ning Rongrong, Yikao and Tianya immediately prepared to flee. They had no desire to lose their comfortable lives. Attempting to escape? First soul skill, Might of the Dragon God. A black soul ring illuminated. The dragon god emitted a deafening roar. Its sound seemingly imbued with the might of heaven and earth, descending upon the two fleeing individuals. In that moment, It felt as if thousands of pounds of pressure bore down upon Yikao and Tianya, mercilessly crashing onto their shoulders. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, Yikao and Tinya's legs shattered under the immense weight. They howled in agony, their voices filled with despair and defiance. Blood gushed from their wounds like a fountain, saturating the ground and painting it crimson. Ning Rongrong stood nearby, watching the scene unfold, her hand instinctively covering her mouth and nose. Disgusting. She then glanced at Yikao and Tianya. Your turn is next. Do not worry. I will be swift. It won't hurt much. Yikao and Tianya what? Soon, they met their inevitable fate. Blood mingled with eggs, the world-renowned dish, tomato and egg. Quickly thank Rongrong, were my choice. I would have exploded the eggs first and then killed them. Chen Jue said with a smile. This is what they say. Living is harder than dying. He then approached Ning Rongrong. Tianya, gritting his teeth and enduring pain, glanced at the tomato and egg on the ground. Damn it. You exploded my eggs, and now expect me to thank you? Yet, under the pressure from Chen Jue, he could only lower his head and express his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for sparing my life. Ning Rongrong chose to ignore the surroundings, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Chen Jue. Just moments ago, her elder brother Chen Jue had come to the rescue in such a dashing manner, effortlessly resolving their predicament. How impressive. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if he was equally formidable in other aspects. However, Zhu Qing and Nana had described him as a multifaceted warrior. How delightful. Chen Jue, carry me away. I'm so frightened. All right, Chen Jue replied with a smile, lifting her into a princess carry. Meanwhile, Yikao and Tianya stood by, feeling utterly disheartened. Damn, are they really throwing dog food? Not only that, but she's scared too? You were so fierce when it came to stepping on eggs. The scene had also been witnessed by Xue Qinghe, who was concealed in the shadows. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she covered her mouth, trying to stifle her sobs. Brother Chun, how could you be with the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? She is our rival. Chapter 31. The Ultimate Analysis of the Serpent Spear. Young Master, why did you suddenly appear? The Serpent Spear Law followed closely behind Qian Jue, whose graceful yet slightly disheveled steps revealed a sense of urgency and concern. Upon reaching her side, he noticed the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, a sight both tragic and heart-wrenching. Her voice quivered slightly, and even the air around them seemed to resonate with her sorrow. Young Master, why are you crying? Are you all right? The words of the Serpent Spear Douluo were laced with worry. However, Qian Jue appeared lost in her own world, oblivious to his concern. She remained immersed in her boundless sorrow, her sobs becoming more frantic, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. The Serpent Spear Douluo, witnessing this, felt an even greater sense of urgency. He spoke again, his tone imbued with determination and anger. Young Master, please tell me who has caused you such heartache. I shall ensure they meet a most gruesome end, leaving them without descendants, to ease your heart's resentment. Upon hearing the phrase, without descendants, Qian Jue wept even harder and louder. Just as the Serpent Spear Douluo found himself in a state of confusion and helplessness, a familiar figure quietly came into view, tightly embracing an unfamiliar silhouette. In that moment, he finally understood why the young master was crying even more fervently. It turned out that her happiness was nearly snatched away by him. He gazed at Chen Jue's retreating figure and mused, surely. Chen Jue is not the kind of person who would be so indiscreet. How could he casually involve himself with a woman? Moreover, is this woman more beautiful than the young master? The Serpent Spear Douluo questioned and answered himself. It was evident that he did not comprehend what this young man was thinking. Was he merely feeling lonely and in need of companionship? And wasn't he the young master already present? He believed that should Chen Jue express his feelings, the young master would undoubtedly acquiesce, wouldn't he? The Serpent Spear Douluo's words, like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, stirred ripples in Qian Jue's heart, prompting a smile to grace her lips. Am I truly that unreserved? She murmured softly, her voice laced with self-reflection, while a blush crept onto her cheeks, adding an indescribable allure. Though she possessed the exterior of a man, her unique charm was undeniable, akin to a flower blooming in the dawn, overshadowing everything around her. Then, she shifted her tone to one more serious. However, this woman's background is not simple. She proceeded to recount all that she had just witnessed to the Serpent Spear Douluo. A surge of astonishment washed over him, and he couldn't help but admire that young man. If he could win over this proud little princess, what woman could he not conquer? It seemed he would need to seek his counsel the next time they met. The young master is fine. With your beauty, you are certainly a match for Ning Rongrong. Just a little gesture, and with your 7 years of emotional foundation, Chen Jue would surely abandon her to come find you. The serpent spear Douluo began to flatter her extravagantly. Indeed, Qian Daoliu nodded, her eyes sparkling as she gently clasped her hands together, a posture suggesting she had effortlessly ensnared Chen Jue within her grasp. With her beauty, a little charm and playfulness would surely capture his heart. She recalled a saying by Bibi Dong, "A woman should be soft when the time calls for it, and firm when necessary." And also, this matter may not be as you think. There might be more to it than meets the eye. Allow me to analyze it further. The serpent spear Douluo continued. I believe Chen Jue is not the type to pursue women without purpose. His interactions with Ning Rongrong must have a deeper motive. What? What could that possibly be? Qian Daoliu inquired, perplexed. In her eyes, Chen Jue's reputation had already taken root. He had taken advantage of her since childhood. Listen to my analysis. 5 minutes later, are you suggesting that Brother Chen's interest in Ning Rongrong is to gain control over the 7 treasure glazed tile school? This way, he could bring it under our spirit hall's influence without bloodshed or loss. Qian Daoliu asked, bewildered. Precisely. The serpent spear Douluo nodded. It appears that Brother Chen possesses such remarkable foresight. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkled, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky. Within them lay not only admiration for Chen Jue's plan, but also a burgeoning affection, subtly elevating her feelings for him. I had misunderstood him. For the sake of a grander scheme, he has humbled himself. Qian Daoliu lowered her gaze, a hint of guilt crossing her features as if chastising herself. Clearly, when she next faced Chen Jue in a challenge, she would have to show him mercy, for men do value their pride. Brother Chen, where shall we go now? Ning Rongrong inquired softly, her voice as sweet as honey, her body nestling against Chen Jue's side, her eyes sparkling with mischief and tenderness. Her fingers absent-mindedly traced a heart shape on his solid chest. Each gentle touch seemed to pluck at the most delicate strings of Chen Jue's heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily, waves of emotion rippling through him. Each brush made him gasp in surprise. This little enchantress is too captivating. I'm not sure. Is there anything else you wish to eat? This time, I will accompany you. He lowered his head, his voice softening with tenderness and affection. Ning Rongrong gently shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. That smile was like the most vibrant flower in spring, enchanting yet imbued with an air of unspoken anticipation. Yes, but we can only eat later. Later? Then what shall we do now? A flicker of curiosity and eagerness crossed Chen Jue's brow. Ning Rongrong smiled slyly and whispered something into Chen Jue's ear. He was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that direct? All right then. As night fell, Shrek Academy was enveloped in a gentle, profound tranquility. The boys' dormitory lay shrouded in darkness, silent and still. Only the girls' dormitory remained illuminated. Brother Chen, why hasn't he returned yet? Liena lay on her bed, tossing and turning, her thoughts swirling like a tempest, unable to find sleep. Earlier, she had intended to seek out Brother Chen for a stroll to help digest. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had mentioned that Brother Chen hadn't returned since dinner. It seemed he had gone out, has yet to return, leaving me to ponder whether I am to gain yet another sister. Similarly restless is Zhu Xing, whose pillow is drenched with tears, stifled sobs escaping her lips. Were it not for the presence of others, she might have succumbed to her sorrow. With tear-filled eyes, she gazes out the window, whispering softly, I do not wish to part from Chen. Both women are ensnared by their own thoughts, robbing them of sleep, while Xiao Wu, in stark contrast, lies in peaceful slumber, her dreams seemingly delightful. A glistening droplet escapes her lips, her cheeks flushed, hinting at the sweet visions dancing in her mind. In the hotel, at the stroke of midnight, a notification chimes. Target, Ning Rongrong, depth of connection, 60 reward, book of venoms, body of venom, immune to all poisons, book of venoms, comprehensive knowledge of poison creation, usage, and detoxification. In that moment, he comprehends why Rongrong delayed her meal. Her understanding surpasses his own, and he revels in this newfound power. Chapter 32. A Night Away Flander's fury, Tang San's schemes. As day breaks, Chen Jue slowly opens his eyes to the disarray surrounding him, a surreal scene akin to a dream veiled in morning mist. It feels as though he has experienced much, yet remains uncertain. He recalls the reward bestowed upon him by the system, the body of venom, rendering him impervious to toxins, a boon indeed. Such a gift will fortify him against those with malicious intent, particularly Tang San, who may harbor ill wishes beneath a facade of friendliness. While Tang San may appear unable to defeat him openly, Chen Jue remains wary of the possibility of being poisoned in the dead of night, especially by one so envious of his strength. This reward is perfectly timed. Furthermore, he discovers a tattered green book within the system, the second treasure bestowed upon him, the Book of Venoms, detailing all matters pertaining to poison. A smile graces his lips. He has now become the Poison King, the most formidable man in Douluo continent. He shall leave the poisoned Douluo and Tang San in bewilderment and despair. At this moment, he feels a warm moisture upon his chest. He glances down to find Ning Rongrong with dew-like droplets at the corner of her mouth, her rosy cheeks adorably charming. Chen Jue cannot help but smile at the sight. Even at this age, she drools in her sleep. What delectable dreams must she be having? Suddenly, a ray of sunlight kisses Ning Rongrong's face, prompting her to awaken slowly. As she inadvertently notices the sparkling droplets on her clothing, it appears as a shy secret under the morning light. Her fingertips brush her lips, and a blush envelopes her cheeks. Her gaze lowered in modesty, as if to suggest that none of this concerns her. What is it? Were you dreaming of something delicious? Chen Jue's lips curl into a playful smirk, his words tinged with jest, yet softened by kindness. At his inquiry, the flush on Ning Rongrong's face intensifies, spreading to her ears, nearly igniting with embarrassment. And no, she stammers, her voice barely above a whisper. All right, I shan't tease you further. Allow me to present you with a gift. What gift? Ning Rongrong responds eagerly, sitting upright with anticipation. Under her hopeful gaze, Chen Jue slowly extends his hand, revealing a soul bone, a mental type 10,000-year soul bone. Ning Rongrong exclaims in astonishment. At Shrek Academy, students gather beneath the statue, alongside Zhao Wuji and Flander. The girls lower their heads in unison, their brows furrowed, eyes gleaming with concern. The absence of Rongrong and Chen Jue weighs heavily upon their hearts, igniting speculation. Have they been kidnapped? Liana's anxiety is particularly palpable, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening with tension. Dai Mubai and Tang San stand nearby, their expressions dark and brooding, shadows of unease lingering in their brows, recalling the events of the previous day. Damn it, Chen Jue is truly reckless. After enduring both a physical and emotional toll, they have gone nearly a day without sustenance. Eager to see Chen Jue face consequences, only then could they find a semblance of appetite. Yet today presents an opportunity. Late-night escapades are strictly forbidden at the academy. Thankfully, Flander is present, rather than Zhao Wuji alone, for they suspect that Zhao Wuji may hesitate to punish Chen Jue due to his remarkable talent. Flander, however, is known for his strictness towards all students. Regardless of status, any infringement of the rules warrants repercussions. Thus, yesterday, Dai Mubai and Tang San were penalized despite their noble backgrounds. They, too, had violated the curfew, clearly engaged in activities of a questionable nature. Flander despises early romantic entanglements, and he envisions publicly exposing their misdeeds, revealing the deceptive nature of those who lead them astray. At this thought, the two exchange glances, their faces betraying a chilling smile. Chen Jue is destined for ruin. Why have Chen Jue and Ning Rongrong not returned? Surely they have been engaging in some unsavory activities. The Academy has reiterated the prohibition against early romance and overnight escapades with girls. Upon their return, they shall face the consequences. Otherwise, they will disregard the rules of Shrek. Flander, fuming with indignation, plots in silence, determination flashing in his eyes. He holds great expectations for both individuals. One, a prodigious daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and the other, a talent rivaling monsters. He wishes to steer them away from a misguided path. Upon hearing this, the girls plead for leniency, suggesting that Chen Jue may have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. It's not as you think, they argue. Meanwhile, standing opposite them, Dai Mubai and Tang San counter their defenses. What could possibly be more important than attending class? It's obvious what Chen Jue and Ning Rongrong are up to. They scoff, suggesting that if they doubt their words, Flander could verify with his soul power. Tang San smirks, contemplating the severity of the punishment, suggesting they should run 50 laps, or perhaps 100. With a calm demeanor, he thinks to himself, Chen Jue, today you shall learn the consequences of opposing us. As the three women prepared to voice their objections, the steady and resonant voice of Dean Flander resonated like a thunderclap, instantly quelling all unrest. Enough. I shall make the decision. I will certainly provide an explanation to everyone regarding this matter. No sooner had his words faded than a figure, imbued with a warm and gentle aura akin to the spring breeze, entered the scene. None other than Chen Jue, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, their hands entwined tightly. To Oscar, this scene struck like a bolt from the blue. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if the surrounding world had lost its color. A tumult of emotions churned within him, threatening to topple him over, yet he braced himself against the sudden pangs of anguish that assailed him. The sight of their intertwined hands and expressions of happiness, along with their late-night escapades, was painfully evident to all. It was clear to anyone that they had spent the night together. So, it turned out that Tang San's suspicions were indeed accurate. Was this the fate of a devoted admirer? To adore someone to the point of not even holding their hand? A fleeting shadow of jealousy crossed Oscar's eyes. Barely perceptible, yet swiftly gone. Just then, amidst this delicate emotional fluctuation, Oscar's complexion turned ashen. A thin trail of white foam escaped his lips, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. What? Heat stroke? The sun isn't even that strong, Zhao Wujia observed, his expression one of astonishment and confusion. In his mind, Tang San and Dai Mubai had already been labeled as weaklings, and now Oscar joined their ranks. Witnessing Oscar's sudden fainting spell, Flander felt a ripple of concern wash over him, his spirits plummeting. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power unable to withstand this? How feeble. Once he awakens, I must ensure he undergoes rigorous training. With an impatient wave of his hand, he instructed Ma Hongjun, take him to the dormitory to rest. Understood, Ma Hongjun replied, though internally he felt a slight reluctance, quickly suppressing his emotions and nodding in acquiescence. He wanted to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. Such tantalizing gossip was too captivating to miss. Yet, he would have to rely on the others to relay the details. Chen Jue, come here and explain yourself. Where did you and Rongrong go last night? Were you up to no good? If you can't provide a satisfactory answer, you all shall be expelled. The gossip had begun, and Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow. Hang in there, buddy. Let me see what unfolds. Chapter 33. The words of men are deceitful. All three women turned their gazes toward Chen Jue, eager to uncover the truth behind his and Rongrong's late-night absence. Although they were not overly concerned about the number of women he associated with, being women themselves, they harbored a sense of possessiveness. Who wouldn't want a man they loved to have eyes only for them? Moreover, they worried about the potential consequences Chen Jue might face. Although expulsion might merely be the dean's bluster, the repercussions would undoubtedly be significant. They could not bear to see him suffer. In that moment, the proclamation of punishment fell like a gentle whisper amidst the spring breeze, yet it stirred waves of joy in the hearts of Dai Mubai and Tang San. Expulsion. If that rascal Chen Jue were expelled, they would have a chance to reclaim their beloved Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. What a splendid day it was. Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glinting with cunning schemes and the anticipation of imminent satisfaction. They cast a nearly provocative yet subtly concealed gaze toward Chen Jue. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stood quietly at the side, her large, clear eyes filled with complex emotions as she watched Chen Jue. She feared expulsion. Her reason for stepping out was to avoid the disparaging whispers from her clan, branding her as merely a pleasure seeker with no accomplishments. She had come forth to prove herself. If she were to return empty-handed, ridicule would surely follow. Thus, she clung to the hope that her brother Chen Jue would support her. Chen Jue keenly perceived the worry in her eyes and gently patted her shoulder, offering silent comfort. He then stepped forward resolutely to confront the situation. Do you truly believe we were out for a night of debauchery? Before Dean Flander could respond, Tang San, unable to contain his indignation, interjected. A man and a woman out all night. What else could it be but mischief? Chen Jue's gaze shifted toward Flander, his deep eyes sparkling with inquiry. Do you share this sentiment? Flander's brow furrowed slightly, as if weighing his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he nodded slowly, revealing a complex array of emotions. He did not wish to think ill of them, believing them to be good kids. Yet the evidence was damning. Returning together after a night apart, intertwined as they were, would lead any man to suspect something untoward. Unless, of course, one were not a man at all. Chen Jue ran a hand through his hair, a hint of helplessness and grievance flickering in his eyes. A bitter smile crept upon his lips, conveying the weight of his unjust plight. Dean Flander, you have truly disappointed me. Oh, what do you mean by that? Flander's brow knitted in confusion and concern, evidently surprised by Chen Jue's reaction. There is nothing between us. We did indeed go out together after dinner last night. Chen Jue's voice grew firm, his gaze steady on Flander, sincerity radiating from his eyes. It was to cultivate camaraderie among our peers. As a team, we must understand one another. At that moment, Tang San could not resist chiming in. So you spent the entire night getting to know each other? He clearly found this explanation implausible. Chen Jue cast him a dismissive glance, his eyes rife with disdain and coldness, a smirk playing on his lips as he uttered, "Shut it, bald head. Curse you." Tang San's anger ignited at once, nearly spilling forth a string of coarse language. Yet, as his words hung on the tip of his tongue, they were abruptly severed by Flander's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade. The dean's commanding presence compelled Tang San to swallow his words and adopt a frigid demeanor, his gaze locking onto Chen Jue with unwavering intensity. I'll see how you fabricate your story. I refuse to believe you can spin a coherent tale. Today, you must face expulsion. Even Jesus himself cannot intervene. Mark my words. Then Xiao Wu will return to my embrace. Damn Chen Jue. Ignore him and continue, Flander urged. But during our outing, we encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. What? The moment those words were uttered, it was as if a colossal rock had been hurled into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of disbelief cascading through the crowd. Everyone's faces manifested shock and incredulity. A 10,000-year soul beast emerged from the Stardow forest? Yu Hao darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Her eyes filled with concern and urgency as she hastily inquired about Chen Jue's well-being. Following closely were Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, their steps not as swift as Hui Yu Hao's, yet underscored by an unmistakable worry. Chen Jue, are you hurt? Their expressions radiated genuine concern, their eyes brimming with deep concern for their companion's safety. Chen Jue gently shook his head, a serene confidence radiating from his countenance, as if he had weathered countless storms. It's nothing. Yet, this scene appeared somewhat incongruous in the eyes of Ning Rongrong. She blinked her large, curious eyes, filled with confusion and doubt. A 10,000-year soul beast? Where could such a creature have come from last night? Observing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's deep concern for Chen Jue stirred mixed emotions within Dai Mubai and Tang San, who clenched their teeth in silent frustration, a tide of inexplicable feelings churning in their chests. Damn it! Chen Jue paid no heed to the astonished gazes and continued, after that, to escape the 10,000-year soul beast. We took refuge in a cave. However, we were still discovered during our escape, and it was only just now that I mustered all my strength to slay it. We rushed over immediately, not daring to waste a moment, and instead of expressing concern for our safety, you immediately questioned whether we were out fooling around. Alas, how disheartening. Chen Jue's words encapsulated a calm reflection on past experiences, while subtly expressing a poignant sentiment regarding the current situation. Tears occasionally welled up in his eyes, and he feigned pain in his chest, patting it repeatedly. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, her exquisite face etched with incredulity. Had it not been for their shared night at the hotel, she might have been fooled by such exceptional acting. As the old adage goes, a man's words are deceiving. Chen Jue's demeanor made it apparent. She resolved to trust him less in the future, especially after discovering the true nature of deceit last night. Flinder also recognized his misjudgment and immediately approached with concern. I apologize. I must have thought poorly of you. You are both good kids. Did the 10,000-year soul beast harm you? Do you need me to find a support type soul master to examine you? Forget it. Chen Jue shook his head, continuing his charade. Why suffer from now is heartache. Observing Flinder's wavering conviction, Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged glances, their minds racing with disbelief. Can we really believe such nonsense? This is even more absurd than the last excuse about feeling unwell. Where could a 10,000-year-old beast possibly be found here? Even if there were one, how could you have escaped alive? Clearly, the two, eager to rid themselves of Chen Jue, had lost their capacity for rational thought, forgetting that Chen Jue possessed 200,000-year soul bones. Facing a mere 10,000-year-old beast would be a trivial matter for him. Can you truly contend with a 10,000-year soul beast? Aren't you just a soul king? Moreover, this Douluo forest is guarded by soul masters. There's no way to slip out. Tang San retorted incredulously. So you doubt me? A subtle challenge laced Chen Jue's tone as his deep-set gaze pinned Tang San. Tang San slightly nodded, then turned his serious gaze to Flinder, resolute in his stance. Dean, Chen Jue's statement is inherently dubious. It likely serves to mask their escapades. Therefore, I suggest you examine Ning Rongrong's condition with soul power to ascertain her well-being. With that, he turned his head slightly, his eyes sharp as blades, fixating on Chen Jue. How will you respond to this? I refuse to believe you spent the night without any misconduct. Even I, with my pure demeanor, would find it difficult to resist such an attractive young lady. Chen Jue let out a cold laugh, fully aware of the petty thoughts in Tang San's mind. However, he might disappoint Tang San. He had indeed done nothing inappropriate the previous night, save for the final step, considering the situation delicately. He could not be a bloodied warrior. After all, at this moment, a ripple of understanding quietly surfaced in Flinder's heart, as Tang San's words seemed to possess undeniable logic. His gaze softened as he turned to Ning Rongrong, his tone imbued with gentleness and respect. Rongrong, may I examine you? Rest assured, I will use soul power for detection and will not physically touch you. Ning Rongrong nodded slightly. Then, with indignation, she extended her delicate finger, pointing directly at Tang San. If the examination reveals no issues, you must apologize to us. And you too, Dean, for both of you have misunderstood my relationship with Chen Jue. Upon hearing this, a faint, cold smile graced Tang San's lips, as if he held all the cards in his hand. All right, I accept. I would kneel and apologize if required. But if you're found to have issues, you must unconditionally grant me one request. His gaze, laden with impropriety, roamed over Ning Rongrong, causing her to feel a wave of revulsion. Chapter 34. Xiao Wu's disappointment in Tang San as the opportunity for treachery arises. This figure, so rare and exquisite, was unfortunately tainted by that scoundrel Chen Jue. Alas, yet it could still be amusing. Tang San had already begun to indulge in flights of fancy, daydreaming. Ning Rongrong, however, responded with a gentle smile, grateful that they had yet to touch upon the brink of an unknown crisis. Thankfully, she had her period yesterday, which protected her this time. Otherwise, matters would have been dire. Seeing Ning Rongrong's relaxed demeanor, Flinder let out a sigh of relief. He then summoned the profound soul power within him, gathering it into a warm glow in his palm. This radiance slowly descended upon Ning Rongrong's lower abdomen. She felt a gentle warmth permeate her body, clear yet fleeting. Flinder, witnessing this, allowed a reassuring smile to grace his lips, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Phew! He exhaled softly, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Fortunately, all was well. It appeared they had indeed encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. After all, he had no desire to punish such a talented individual. As Flinder slowly withdrew his hand from its examination, Tang San felt a surge of urgency wash over him, instinctively stepping forward, his eyes alight with anticipation. Dean, what is the result? His voice trembled with a mix of anxiety and eagerness, but Flinder gently raised a hand to silence him. Enough. They were not fooling around. They likely genuinely encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. The moment these words left Flinder's lips, Tang San's expression froze, his pupils dilating in disbelief. What? This cannot be true. Did this not mean that he had lost the bet? Would he have to kneel and apologize to Chen Jue and Ning Rongrong? To bow before the person he despised most felt more torturous than death itself. And with Xiao Wu present, the embarrassment was unbearable. What would she think of him? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Tang San trembled violently, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. In a cloud of dust, he knelt in a posture of near despair, his face pale as paper, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Even Dai Mubai, standing nearby, felt his heart tighten, a flicker of shock crossing his gaze. Had Chen Jue truly encountered a 10,000-year soul beast? Though he too found it hard to believe, the evidence lay before him. He glanced at the now distraught Tang San and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I did not accompany Tang San, but instead chose to observe from the sidelines. Otherwise, kneeling down to Chen Jue to apologize would have been utterly embarrassing. Moreover, it would undoubtedly tarnish my reputation in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Dai Mubai's mind, and a sly smile crept across his lips. "Ah, little San, I shall assist you in a grand endeavor shortly. You must seize this opportunity and not let a minor loss lead to a greater one." Chen Jue's gaze casually swept over Tang San, a smirk playing on his lips as he uttered his taunting words. "Tang San, you said it yourself. You must fulfill your promise. We certainly did not coerce you." His tone dripped with mockery, his eyes regarding Tang San as one would a jester. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, chimed in with a light laugh. "Indeed, Tang San, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you?" Faced with this sudden pressure, a flicker of panic crossed Tang San's eyes, and he urgently turned to Flandra, his gaze pleading for help. Flandra, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy but could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He could not intervene without incurring Chen Jue's ire, and after all, Tang San had brought this upon himself. Liena and Zhu Zhuqing also perceived Tang San's silent plea for Flandra's assistance. Just moments ago, he brazenly bullied our man. Today, let him see that our man is not so easily trifled with. If he can't keep his word, can he still be considered a man? Perhaps we should just sever that part of him. It would serve him right. Little Wu, look at your brother. How can you accept someone who cannot uphold his promises? Little Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, not from youthful shyness, but from an indescribable sense of embarrassment and wounded pride. She lowered her head, her long hair cascading to obscure her eyes, which held a tumult of conflicting emotions, as if her gaze had nowhere to settle. In her heart, the admiration and dependence she had for Tang San seemed to be silently severed by an invisible barrier. If Tang San were to kneel and apologize directly, she would still hold him in esteem. Alas, Tang San, you are no longer my brother. You have deeply disappointed me. Her words were imbued with an unprecedented resolve. After speaking, she turned away, her steps carrying a sense of determination and an urge to flee, as if lingering for even a moment longer would drown her in humiliation and shame. Chen Jue, witnessing this scene, wore a smile reminiscent of a cunning thief. They say that when women are heartbroken, it presents a golden opportunity for men to swoop in. And now, that opportunity had presented itself. Since fortune has smiled upon me, I shall not hold back. Tang San, this chance has been bestowed upon you. Do not blame me. Little Wu's whispered lament trembled in the air, her eyes reflecting an unfathomable despair. The root of all this turmoil lay with Chen Jue, and the resentment within him blazed like a wildfire, consuming his very core. Do not let me find an opportunity, otherwise I shall make you suffer. Yet, the current situation forced him to relent. Fine, I shall kneel. Though his words were simple, each one carried the weight of his resolve. Tang San suppressed the tumult within him, preparing to rise and bend his knees. He merely wished to conclude this wretched wager and then seek Little Wu's forgiveness. Just as Tang San was about to stand and kneel, Dai Mubai's voice rang out, enveloped in soul power, audible only to him. I have a way to turn this situation around, at least to a draw. The despondent Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him at Dai Mubai's words. What a true brother. What is it? Tang San inquired, curiosity piqued. But Dai Mubai's gaze inadvertently flicked to Tang San's waist, his eyes holding a hint of deeper meaning. In an instant, Tang San understood. A subtle shadow crossed his brow, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. How dare you? I thought you were a brother. You play tricks while I am in need, helping me while taking advantage of me. Yet, he found himself with no choice. A soul guide was a small price to pay compared to kneeling before Chen Jue. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang San nodded in agreement. Dai Mubai then disclosed his plan. Upon hearing it, Tang San realized with a hand to his forehead, laughing at himself for not having thought of it sooner. He fixed a determined gaze upon Chen Jue. You want me to kneel? In your dreams. This round shall end in a draw. Ning Rongrong, witnessing the exchange, wore an expression of impatience, pointing an accusing finger at Tang San, her tone laced with sarcasm. What? Still not kneeling to apologize? What are you trying to pull, Tang San? A cold smile crept across Tang San's lips as he slowly raised his gaze to meet Ning Rongrong's glare, his voice steady and powerful. Kneel? Based solely on your empty words? He then turned to Flandre, beginning to explain, Dean, while they may not have taken the final step, they likely engaged in other actions. Correct? Therefore, their claims are inherently dubious. Hence, I refuse to kneel. They are still problematic. I implore the Dean to see the truth. In just a few sentences, he shifted the original disadvantage onto Chen Jue. Zhao Wujia, observing from the sidelines, pressed his fingers against his temples, revealing his growing irritation and restlessness. Should we just let this go? Absolutely not. Tang San was unwilling to let this hard-earned opportunity slip away. He then turned to Flandre. Dean, this issue is quite serious. If we shield Chen Jue, then Oscar and the others may follow his example, and chaos will ensue. Dai Mubai stepped forward, joining the fray. Yes. Dean, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Faced with this scene, Chen Jue could only shake his head in resignation. It appeared that some individuals would not shed tears until they face calamity. Flandre sighed, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. Deep down, though he wished to avoid further entanglements, he understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, Tang San was right. Rules must not be broken. Otherwise, when new students learned of this incident, they would inevitably begin to imitate it, leading to chaos. Since you assert that this matter cannot be dismissed, how shall we investigate? A faint smile crept across Tang San's face as he replied, we could simply inquire at the nearby hotels, and the truth will soon emerge. Wait, before he could finish, Chen Jue suddenly interjected, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. Tang San's gaze instantly shifted to him, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes. In his view, Chen Jue was clearly intimidated and prepared to confess to leniency while resisting severity. But even so, today he must be expelled from Shrek. Flandre turned to Chen Jue. Do you have anything to say? He secretly hoped for Chen Jue to emerge victorious. Questioning each hotel individually would require an enormous investment of resources and money. And for him, money equated to life. Indeed, Chen Jue's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze piercing Tang San like a blade. Tang San, you truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. If that is the case, allow me to present to you the genuine evidence. Upon hearing this, Tang San merely cast a scornful glance, his eyes brimming with disbelief, as if Chen Jue's words were nothing but nonsensical drivel. Dai Mubai felt similarly. Both remained unmoved, convinced that Chen Jue had no means to definitively prove that they had encountered a 10,000-year-soul beast the previous day. They anticipated mere drivel. A waste of time. Yet, life often unfolds in unexpected ways. As Chen Jue spoke, a series of breathtaking visuals surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering the tranquility in their hearts, leaving both men wide-eyed with incredulity. How could this be? Chen Jue produced an 80,000-year-old right arm bone of a galed double-headed wolf from his soul guide wristband. This very soul guide was a gift from Master Bibi Dong. He had exchanged it after considerable effort. Generally, he stored his system rewards within this device. Subsequently, he shook the gleaming soul bone, which appeared particularly dazzling even under the sunlight. Upon seeing this soul bone, Flandre was instantly taken aback. Although he was a soul sage, he had never possessed even a single soul bone. Its rarity was unmistakable. However, as the Dean, he maintained his composure, refraining from any exaggerated reactions. Otherwise, he would appear foolish. The female companions, especially Liena and Ning Rongrong, were thoroughly astonished. They had both received soul bones from Chen Jue. This meant he possessed 2 soul bones, in addition to his own 200,000-year soul bones and the one he held now. In total, that amounted to 5. He was undoubtedly a soul bone manufacturing machine. Liena felt a pang of inferiority as she lowered her head. She realized she did not know Chen Jue well enough. As his partner, she felt inadequate. She resolved to spend more time with him, to understand him better, to grasp his essence. With a multitude of women surrounding him, she needed to establish her place firmly among them. Meanwhile, Tang San and Dai Mubai rushed forward, their expressions revealing their intense desire as they gazed at the soul bone. Though they had never seen a soul bone, they had certainly heard of it. Such treasures are rare and sought after. Most individuals live their entire lives without ever obtaining a single soul bone. This fellow is truly exceptionally lucky. Why does fate not bestow upon me such fortune? Could it be that Chen Jue possesses some secret to acquiring soul bones? At that moment, Dai Mubai seemed to realize something, and his expression darkened. He whispered a few words to Tang San, whose eyes swiftly transformed from envy and astonishment to fear and regret. It was over. He understood what possessing a soul bone implied. It meant they had indeed encountered a 10,000-year soul beast the night before. With this realization, Tang San's legs involuntarily trembled, as if suddenly bereft of support, teetering on the brink of collapse, nearly kneeling on the ground. In that critical moment, a firm hand steadied his shoulder. Chen Jue looked at Tang San with a hint of mockery in his smile. Tang San, why are your legs weak again? Oh dear, I shouldn't have supported you. You must want to kneel and apologize to me, right? Alas, it's my fault for being too concerned about my classmate. As he spoke, he shook his head, feigning self-reproach, yet a playful smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Come on, kneel, I'm watching. With that, he deliberately stepped back, adopting a posture of spectator, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, Tang San could only clench his teeth, his fists tightly balled, veins bulging. His eyes burned with a fierce rage, as if they could consume all injustice and disdain. Yet, after a moment, he took a deep breath, transforming his seething anger into a wisp of smoke, slowly exhaling. Chen Jue, I am a broadcaster. Grant me some face, will you? Chen Jue scoffed, raising his hand to pat Tang San's unremarkable face. Not even as handsome as my readers, and you dare ask for face? If you look like my readers, I might consider it. But do you think you are worthy? He continued, if I fail to produce a soul bone today, I fear you might make some unreasonable demands of Rongrong, and you would just let it slide? A double standard, man. Tang San's gaze burned fiercely, his chest heaving with rage, his trembling lips yearning to speak, 1,000 words caught in his throat. Uncertain of what to say, seeing Tang San still hesitating, Chen Jue decided to lend a hand. He placed his palm on Tang San's shoulder, applying slight pressure. In an instant, Tang San found himself kneeling on the ground, his knees engulfed by excruciating pain, as if crushed by a mountain. Soon, a vivid red blossomed on the bluestone slab beneath him. Ah, ah, ah. His cries of agony shattered the surrounding silence, and though he gritted his teeth, he could not suppress the groans that escaped him. Oh dear, my apologies, I used too much strength. I tend to be quite helpful, so I thought I'd lend you a hand. Hope I didn't overdo it. The adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. And Tang San could only endure in silence. Not dead, though his expression bore no semblance of anger. The gritted teeth conveyed the rage within. Chen Jue, let him apologize, and let us put an end to this. Flinder's voice rang out. Chen Jue glanced at Flinder and nodded. He did not refute him, granting him this small concession. Were it not for his ongoing pursuit of Xiao Wu, he would not have cared for Flinder's opinions. Apologize, Tang San. Remember to be a bit more courteous. Tang San was so enraged that he felt his molars might grind to dust. He had truly suffered a humiliating defeat this time. He had believed he was on the verge of victory, only to find himself bested once more. Who could have anticipated that a man and a woman would spend the night together and truly encounter a soul beast? He cast a resentful glance at Chen Jue. If only my father, a useless blacksmith, hadn't given me such poor genetics, I would have surely crushed you. Chen Jue, Ning Rongrong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Suddenly, Tang San felt something strike his head, and, in his moment of distraction, he bumped his head against the ground. Oh, Tang San, this is unnecessary. Just kneel without hitting your head. That is too polite. Generally, one bows only to their parents. Do you take me for your father? Such behavior would make me shy. Chapter 36. Zhu Zhuqing's concern upon hearing these words, Tang San glared at Chen Jue. You shameless scoundrel. How dare you think yourself worthy to be my father? You have sealed your own fate. Only Liena noticed this subtle moment. Understanding why Tang San inadvertently bowed his head, one could only say that Chen Jue was truly wicked. With a casual flick of his wrist, he manipulated an inconspicuous pebble with his soul power, transforming it into an invisible arrow that struck Tang San precisely on the crown of his head. Observing Tang San's predicament, Chen Jue wore a smirk, his hand lightly brushing through Tang San's somewhat disheveled hair. Pat on the head. Oh, Tang San. It's one thing to call me father, but to consider me your father is far too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Amidst the words exchanged, there lingered a tone of mockery and nonchalance. The moment those words escaped his lips, the very air around them seemed ignited, erupting into waves of laughter. Even his close companion, Dai Mubai, could not suppress his mirth. In that moment, Tang San resembled the quintessential jester, his features contorting with indignation. His countenance fluctuated between shades of anger and despair, the tip of his nose quivering in rage, akin to a cat subjected to ridicule, exuding both disarray and helplessness. "Are you still provoking me?" His frustration was palpable, feeling as though his dignity had been utterly cast aside. After a reluctant apology, he yearned to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Xiao Wu, hoping to resolve the discord between them. At long last, the farce came to a close, and as midday approached, Flanders announced that training would resume in the afternoon. It was then that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun remembered the unconscious Oscar, promptly taking him back to their dormitory for rest. Meanwhile, Chen Jue, cradling a soul bone, approached Zhu Zhuqing with gentle intent. "Zhuqing, this is for you." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon the soul bone, her eyes betraying a flicker of disbelief before morphing into a complex tapestry of emotions. A ripple of thoughts stirred within her heart. How can he bestow such a significant treasure upon me? Is Nana not the one he cherishes most? Why not give it to her? And why does he treat me with such kindness? After graduation, they would merely be strangers. Chen Jue's tender gaze caught the glimmer of incredulity in her eyes, and instinctively, he opened his arms to envelop her softly. "I apologize for not being by your side these past few days." His voice resonated with a rich timbre, laced with an almost imperceptible trace of remorse. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head gently, resting against his chest, relishing the long-awaited comfort and warmth. "It's all right. You have your own responsibilities. As long as you hold me in your heart, that is enough." Upon hearing this, Chen Jue's fingers wandered through her silken strands, his expression suffused with affectionate indulgence. "You are certainly in my heart." "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing's voice was tinged with doubt, prompting Chen Jue to affirm with a nod. He realized he had indeed neglected her recently and resolved to find an opportunity to spend quality time together. Although Chen Jue was known for his capricious nature, he remained devoted to each of the women in his life. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lingered on the soul bone, its radiant glow eliciting an involuntary blush, tears glistening as they silently cascaded down her cheeks. Chen Jue sensed her subtle tremors, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him, and he gently inquired, "What troubles you?" Zhu Zhuqing did not respond directly, but instead offered the soul bone back to Chen Jue, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, resolve intertwined with profound guilt and reluctance. "Brother Chen, this is yours. I do not deserve it." With that, she turned sharply on her heel, her steps resolute and decisive, as if fleeing from an ineffable emotional entanglement. The wind tousled her hair, carrying away the last vestiges of warmth she had left behind. Chen Jue watched her retreating figure, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He then cast a glance at Liena beside him, seeking answers in her expression. After all, they had been together the previous night in the same dormitory, and she ought to know something. However, Liena shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure, but I recall her crying last night. I thought she was merely having a nightmare and chose not to interfere. Something must have happened." At Chen Jue's words, a frown creased his brow, and he nodded in understanding. "I will inquire further. You all go ahead for lunch." With that, he hurriedly pursued Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Liena cast a curious glance at Ning Rongrong, sensing a familiar discomfort in her demeanor. It was as though she had encountered a similar situation before, but rationality reminded her that nothing had transpired between Chen Jue and Ning Rongrong. Yet, her emotions whispered otherwise. As Chen Jue hastened to catch up, he found Zhu Zhuqing alone, curled beneath a tree's shade, silent tears cascading down her cheeks, crystalline and sorrowful, like morning dew. His heart tightened, ensnared by an invisible thread of anguish. "What is wrong?" he asked softly, his voice imbued with warmth. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing quickly raised her hand to wipe away the traces of her tears, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic as she looked up at his familiar, concerned silhouette. "What brings you here?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if she herself had not anticipated his swift arrival. A faint smile graced Chen Jue's lips as he settled beside her. "My woman is in tears. How could I not come to check on her? Will you not share your troubles with me?" Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, her gaze dropping, as if all her words were bound by invisible shackles. unwilling to reveal even a fraction of her burdens. Are you afraid of burdening me? Eventually, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her eyes, a complex emotion flitting across her features before she quickly cast them down again, offering only a subtle nod in response. Witnessing this, Chen Jue's heart swelled with a mix of emotions as he stepped closer, wrapping his arms gently around her fragile frame. Zhu Zhuqing, I am your man. You are not alone in this. Whatever troubles we face, we shall confront together. I understand your fear of adding to my burdens, but you must trust your Chen Jue. There is nothing insurmountable for me. You have never been alone. His words were firm, yet suffused with warmth. Upon hearing this, the tears that had long been pent up in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes finally broke free, cascading down silently as they poured forth the emotions she had harbored within. She had never experienced such warmth before. In a treacherous palace filled with deceit and betrayal, there had been only endless manipulation and coldness. Even her biological parents had never truly accepted her, viewing her solely as a pawn in a political game. The moment she lost her value, she would be cast aside. Thus, she had fled, seeking to escape that place of turmoil, only to be captured by her own sister. Had it not been for Chen Jue, she might have perished. For the first time, she felt warmth. If her initial connection to Chen Jue stemmed from his act of saving her, exposing Dai Mubai's true nature, then today, the tender part of her heart had been profoundly touched by him. In this moment, she realized she had genuinely fallen in love with him. No, she had loved him before, but now, her love had deepened, an unwavering love that would endure even to death. Zhu Zhuqing finally parted her lips, allowing the weight of her heart's burdens to flow forth to Chen Jue, each word trembling with unspoken emotion. You mean to say your family sent a letter yesterday, demanding that you return home after graduating from Shrek Academy to marry Dai Mubai? If you refuse, they will send someone to bring you back? Chen Jue inquired. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, inching closer to him, as if seeking warmth and solace. Her eyes sparkled with a tumult of emotions, anxiety, reluctance, and uncertainty about the future. I do not wish to leave you, but I also do not wish for you to be harmed. Thus, this is also the reason I hesitated to share with you. My family is, in fact, the esteemed Zhu clan of the Star Luo Empire. Our lineage is formidable, potentially capable of dispatching soul Douluos, even titled Douluos, as this matter involves Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. The third prince? Huh. Upon hearing this, Chen Jue chuckled softly. Titled Douluos from the Star Luo Empire? There are but one or two, perhaps. But what my background? Setting aside the Hall of Offerings, one of the 3 halls of the Spirit Hall, there are 7 titled Douluos in the Elder Hall alone. To be frank, we could easily topple the Star Luo Empire. You still laugh? What can you do? Those are titled Douluos, elite beings at the pinnacle of the continent, numbering no more than a few. Upon hearing this, Chen Jue's smile widened. He gently draped his arm over my shoulder and softly reassured me. I will resolve this matter. You need only send someone my way. Trust me. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, her heart brimming with countless doubts, unsure of the source of his confidence. Yet that trust felt like the warm sun of spring, comforting and resolute. Perhaps this is the highest realm of love, where questions are unnecessary and words are superfluous. Simply because it is you, I trust without reservation. Then, Chen Jue inadvertently lifted his gaze and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. A slender frame was lingering at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. It was Tang San. Observing his anxious demeanor, it seemed he was at a loss on how to coax Xiao Wu. It appeared I should set an example for him. Tang San, Chapter 37. The Black-Haired Sycophant. Tang San, after sending Zhu Zhuqing off to eat, Chen Jue leisurely strolled to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. At that moment, an awkward scene unfolded before his eyes. Tang San was being unceremoniously expelled by Xiao Wu with an unmistakable air of finality. Tang San, you are truly disgusting. Hurry and get lost. Just seeing you annoys me. Xiao Wu's words carried a tone of resoluteness, yet couldn't he entirely mask the complex emotions beneath. Cast out. Tang San wore a look of despondency, baffled as to why, despite his efforts at flattery, he faced such rejection. Just then, as he raised his head, a teasing smile from the side shattered the silence. Tang San turned his gaze to meet Chen Jue's playful eyes, a surge of inexplicable irritation bubbling within him. What are you doing here? This is the girls' dormitory entrance. Boys aren't allowed to loiter here, don't you know? Tang San's tone held a hint of accusation, but it couldn't conceal his inner turmoil. Chen Jue found amusement in his words and retorted, "And what brings you here? Oh, have you transformed into a girl? Did you undergo a procedure? Come, let me see." Tang San's expression darkened instantaneously at the sharpness of Chen Jue's tongue. "What a venomous tongue you have. More toxic than my Tang sect. Just wait until I find the opportunity. Otherwise, I'll have you in trouble." In matters of toxicity, he held immense confidence, believing he surpassed everyone else in this world. Yet, facing Chen Jue's sharp tongue, he stammered in response, "You're the one who needs to worry. I'm here to find my sister." A sly smile crept upon Chen Jue's lips as he responded languidly, "Sister? I recall Xiao Wu mentioning she no longer recognized you as her brother. Why do you still show your face here? Are you like that golden-haired mutt, intent on becoming a blue-haired sycophant?" Two dogs embarking on a quest, leaving naught in their wake? Confronted by Chen Jue's relentless mockery, Tang San's expression darkened, his anger boiling, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "You're talking nonsense. I am clearly a black-haired sycophant. How could I be a blue-haired one?" He attempted to defend himself, his voice tinged with desperation. "Are you blind?" Just as Tang San prepared to retort further, Chen Jue's hearty laughter interrupted him. "Ha ha, yes. You truly are a sycophant. Black-haired sycophant. Ha ha. Damn it." Tang San finally registered the implications, his words laced with barely contained fury. "What the hell are you saying?" In that moment, he was unsure how to respond, resorting to expletives to vent his frustration. Afterward, Tang San returned to the topic at hand. "Xiao Wu was merely joking. I'll coax her. You, a mere bystander, should hurry and leave." Chen Jue continued his barrage. "Joking? It seemed rather serious to me, especially since someone was kicked out twice." "Ha ha ha." Clown Tang San. His words pierced sharply, striking at the most sensitive corners of Tang San's heart. Tang San's face turned ashen, his chest heaving, a tangled web of anger and resentment forming within him. "Then what are you doing here?" Unwilling to admit his defeat, Tang San tossed the question back at Chen Jue. "I'm here to find Xiao Wu. As a classmate, seeing her upset makes me feel uneasy, so I wish to offer her some comfort. Purely friendship." Tang San waved dismissively, a look of disdain etched across his features. "I can't even get in, let alone you. From our 6 years of acquaintance, I advise you not to provoke her. Be careful, or you'll fare worse than I." Tang San swished his sleeve, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke slowly. "That's not guaranteed," Chen Jue replied, raising an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Tang San scoffed, his disdain seemingly materializing in the air around him. He shot a glance at Chen Jue. His competitive spirit ignited, his tone resolute. "Not a chance. If she lets you in, I'll owe you 10 slaps right on the spot." In his view, if he couldn't enter, neither could Chen Jue. Xiao Wu might just slap him right away. He had already begun to envision the scene of Chen Jue being expelled by Xiao Wu. Once this spread, all of Chen Jue's admirers would surely distance themselves out of embarrassment. With this thought, he felt a rush of excitement. After that earlier display of submission, Tang San had become somewhat obsessed. Anything to see Chen Jue humiliated was worth it. Meanwhile, Chen Jue found this proposition quite appealing, slapping Tang San right back. A physical blow, perhaps with a touch of magical prowess. It would surely be exhilarating. At that moment, Dai Mubai, the golden-haired mutt, appeared from nowhere, slyly approaching Tang San, a smirk dancing on his lips. He had been lurking nearby, unwilling to miss the opportunity to witness Chen Jue's embarrassment. "Chen Jue, what he says is true. You'd best leave quickly to avoid embarrassing yourself in front of us." "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Chen Jue merely cast a sidelong glance at them, inwardly scoffing, feeling as if two dogs were yapping at each other. Truly, a golden-haired mutt and a blue-black-haired sycophant. Just then, the door to the girls' dormitory swung open, revealing Xiao Wu's proud figure standing at the threshold. As Tang San caught sight of Xiao Wu, his eyes instantly sparkled, the emotions swelling within him like an uncontrollable tide. He instinctively stepped forward, hastening towards her, words spilling forth before he could contemplate. "Xiao Wu, you finally opened the door to welcome me. Do you know how long I've waited for you?" "I already." However, Xiao Wu's reaction took everyone by surprise. Her clear eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. She simply raised her hand in a nearly indifferent manner and gently pushed him away, nearly causing Tang San to stumble. Tang San, you're blocking my way. Her voice, as frigid as a mountain spring, sent Tang San's heart plummeting into the depths of despair. Yet, in an instant, it seemed as though an unseen hand gently twisted the scene. Xiao Wu turned, and all traces of indifference and aloofness promptly vanished. She resembled the most agile sprite of spring, gracefully leaping before Chen Jue, her face blossoming with a radiant smile akin to sunlight. Tang San's pupils dilated suddenly, the sight before him striking his senses like a vivid illusion. His lips unconsciously stretched into an incredulous arc, almost capable of swallowing an egg whole, as if everything he beheld was but a dream. Why? Did Chen Jue possess some enchanting power? Xiao Wu was gentle as water with him, yet cold as ice towards me. Hadn't she expressed her disdain for anyone's company when she urged me to leave? Did she truly find everyone annoying? I lamented. Chen Jue, what brings you here? Her previous sorrow dissipated like mist. She had come to realize that Chen Jue was the perfect brother in her eyes, handsome, remarkably strong, and kind to his beloved. Meanwhile, Tang San, deemed unattractive and lacking in strength, was nothing but a pretentious show-off, perpetually met with humiliation. I came to see you since I noticed your distress. After all, we are classmates. Chen Jue's words were warm and sincere, yet inadvertently struck a delicate chord within Xiao Wu's heart. She instinctively lowered her gaze, her emotions a medley of confusion. Was it merely a camaraderie? Did he harbor no feelings for me? Let us speak in the room. It's too crowded out here, Xiao Wu cheerfully suggested, and before her words had settled, she had already grasped Chen Jue's sleeve, lightly stepping into the room. Just as Chen Jue was about to cross the threshold, he suddenly glanced back, casting a challenging look at Tang San, brimming with arrogance. The expression was unmistakable. Remember the 10 slaps you owe me. I have matters to attend to. Tang San glared at the closed door, his anger surging like a tidal wave. Unable to contain himself, he struck his fist against a nearby rock with a resounding thud. In the next moment, a sharp cry of pain erupted. He had not employed soul power. It was a genuine strike. Tang San gritted his teeth, internally screaming. Why? Why Xiao Wu? He could enter, yet I could not? Why did she lead him into the room? After all my efforts, I have lost both Xiao Wu and incurred a debt of 10 slaps to Chen Jue. Hearing the sounds from within, Tang San seethed with indignation. Chen Jue, just wait. Once I grow stronger with my dual spirit talents, I shall surely surpass you. For now, I shall leave Xiao Wu in your care, preserving her for the future when I shall reclaim her and trample your pride, restoring my lost dignity. Xiao Wu, are you still heartbroken? No, it's not worth it. I simply met the wrong person at the right time. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu's heartfelt affection. Since you have no further business, I shall take my leave. Chen Jue's tone bore a hint of deliberate gravity, yet as he rose, a trace of cunning slipped through his demeanor. Wait. Xiao Wu's lips parted, her voice tinged with urgency as her hand gently entwined around Chen Jue's arm, silently bridging the dwindling distance between them. Chen Jue's lips curved into an inadvertent smile. His intent was to gauge whether Xiao Wu held any feelings for him. Otherwise, he could not proceed with his next plan. The reins of the situation were firmly in his grasp now. What is it? Do you have something to say? Chen Jue's smile held a playful gleam, yet his tone remained polite and composed, as if he were in complete control. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Xiao Wu's cheeks, reminiscent of bashful clouds under a setting sun. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Did you not promise me a surprise? Her bunny ears danced lightly, weaving an ineffable charm and innocence in the air that stirred a sense of affection. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Perhaps he had only been jesting. Did she risk leaving a poor impression? She still wished for Chen Jue to be her brother. Ah, there is indeed a surprise. Though I cannot say whether you will like it, Chen Jue replied, his voice imbued with mystery and warmth as he raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of nonchalance. He then elegantly retrieved a translucent, radiant left leg bone from a soul guide, glowing softly. This left leg bone of the earth tiger, aged 50,000 years, possesses control abilities that can restrain an enemy for 3 seconds, perfectly complementing your offensive prowess. He placed the luminescent bone into Xiao Wu's hands. Xiao Wu gazed at the sparkling soul bone, surprise and delight flickering in her eyes. She understood the rarity of the earth tiger's soul bone, and that he willingly offered it as a surprise for her. Could it be that Chen Jue harbored feelings for her as well? Is this a carefully chosen surprise for me? Her voice trembled with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chen Jue's smile radiated warmth akin to the gentle sun of early spring, brushing against her soft hair with an unspoken tenderness and regard. Of course, you deserve the very best. At these words, Xiaowu could no longer contain her emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of pearls. Yet they bore the warmth of happiness. Since her first encounter with the human world, Tang San was the first person she had met. But her experience with him left much to be desired, particularly when juxtaposed with Chen Jue, who seemed invaluable. Chen Jue's first impression on her was that he treated his woman with utmost care. Whether it was assisting Zhu Zhuqing in confronting a scoundrel or his considered approach towards Liena, he exhibited a meticulous concern. Secondly, he was undeniably powerful. And as a spirit beast, Xiao had always held a profound understanding of the survival of the fittest. Her admiration for strength was deeply ingrained. So witnessing Chen Jue's formidable prowess had endeared him to her immensely. Today, his generous surprise shattered her last reservations. For spirit beasts, love is uncomplicated, unlike the complexities of human emotions. You treat her well, and she reciprocates. Observing Xiao Wu weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Chen Jue felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly inquired, "Why are you crying?" At his question, Xiao Wu gazed up at him through misty eyes, her voice quivering. "Chen Jue, I like you." With that, she suddenly leaped forward, catching the unsuspecting Chen Jue off guard. This rapid progression left him unprepared for the advance, and he found himself ensnared. Xiao Wu tightly embraced his neck, offering a heartfelt kiss. As their lips parted, the battle between the dragon and the rabbit commenced. Ding! Target: Xiao Wu. Depth of connection: 60. Reward: a 9,000-year soul ring, can be gifted, no side effects. Reward: Dragon God Yin Yang Technique. Function: to enhance both party soul power level through the fusion of Yin and Yang, thereby increasing combat strength during the fusion. Reward: a potion that extends the lifespan of soul rings, capable of transforming a 10,000-year soul ring into a 100,000-year one. As the afternoon descended, Shrek Academy found itself shrouded beneath a heavy layer of ominous clouds. A gentle drizzle soon morphed into a torrential downpour, mercilessly beating upon every inch of land, and quietly halting the usual rigorous training. Otherwise, Chen Jue would have been forcibly roused from his tender repose. The little white rabbit, pure and pristine, nibbled on the carrot that stood upright. Chen Jue had endured 2 fierce battles, one the previous night and another now, leaving him nearly exhausted. Truly, the 10,000-year rogue rabbit was as formidable as rumored. Fortunately, the Dragon God's Yin Yang technique bestowed by the system allowed him to recover. It must be said that this reward was designed specifically for a scoundrel like me. However, the potion for extending the lifespan of soul rings was also a remarkable item. With it, he could transform the first 4 10,000-year soul rings of his Dragon God martial spirit into 100,000-year ones. When his 3 life martial spirits all possessed 100,000-year soul rings, the scene would be utterly unbelievable. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong wished to experience the wild outdoors and thus ventured outside to practice. Meanwhile, upon learning that Chen Jue had not come for dinner, Liena gently lifted a food box, steam wafting from it, seemingly carrying her unspoken concern for her friend as she made her way to the boys' dormitory. This path inadvertently intertwined with the tranquil lane leading to the girls' dormitory. As she passed by, Liena overheard the voices of Chen Jue and Xiao Wu chatting within the girls' dormitory. She came to an abrupt halt. "Tian Yi, he is with Xiao Wu. I must see this. I cannot allow Chen Jue to bully the innocent Xiao Wu." Chapter 39. The soul ring bestows upon Liena, Chen Jue, and Xiao Wu nestled within a warm cocoon, their breaths intertwining, emanating a sweet atmosphere. Xiao Wu's petite, soft form lay against Chen Jue's chest, her fingers gently tracing circles upon it. Chen Jue lowered his head, gazing tenderly at Xiao Wu, softly caressing her hair and reveling in its silken texture. "Brother Chen Jue, I am already yours. Will you always treat me well?" Xiao Wu's voice was as gentle as a whisper, laced with shyness and anticipation. Deep down, she already knew the answer. Otherwise, she would not have willingly offered herself. Yet, she couldn't help but ask. "Of course, you are my little white rabbit." At that moment, Liena's voice interrupted. "Xiao Wu, Chen Jue, are you still in there?" She posed the question hesitantly, fearing that walking indirectly might lead to an awkward encounter. Inside the room, Chen Jue's hand momentarily froze in midair. Yet there was no sign of panic. Instead, a barely perceptible excitement blossomed in his eyes. He gently patted his solid chest, his voice laced with urgency and concern. "Brother Chen Jue, what should I do? Liena 1T hit me. Will she?" Her worries were not unfounded from her daily observations. She was acutely aware of Liena's profound and fervent feelings for Chen Jue. However, the tone of her voice suggested she might already know. Upon hearing this, Chen Jue's lips curled into a calm smile, one that harbored confidence and composure. It seems Xiao Wu is quite innocent. If Liena truly had such intentions, she would have barged right in. Why ask now if you were afraid? You weren't scared when you sneaked in her home earlier. Oh, stop teasing me. Xiao Wu gazed at Chen Jue, brimming with confidence, and she couldn't help but wonder if he feared the complexities of romantic entanglements. With a gentle smile, Chen Jue replied, "Liena, come in." As the words slipped from his lips, the door creaked open, and Liena's figure gracefully entered the room. At that moment, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to blooming peach blossoms. Shyly, she lowered her head and instinctively burrowed into the soft bedding, revealing only her clear yet slightly flustered eyes, which furtively observed the unfolding scene. Chen Jue, noticing her, displayed a hint of fondness in his gaze. "You must be tired. Come sit." Liena smiled faintly and obediently approached the bed, delicately sitting down, locking eyes with the blushing Xiao Wu. After a brief, silent exchange, Xiao Wu broke the silence, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Liena, I'm sorry, Liena shook her head, placing a finger gently on Xiao Wu's lips, signaling her to remain silent. "Xiao Wu, there is no need to feel embarrassed. Liking Chen Jue merely proves your good taste. It also proves my discerning eye. Besides, I quite like you as my little sister." Chen Jue was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated Liena would express such sentiments. It appeared she had embraced the role of the primary consort. This was splendid. At least, the harem would remain harmonious, allowing him peace of mind. Even Xiao Wu seemed momentarily stunned. Once she gathered her thoughts, she promptly nodded, saying, "Yes, I feel the same way. He is just too incredible, and I cannot resist. How about we team up against him now?" Liena. Chen Jue. Target, Xiao Wu. Depth of engagement, 80. Reward, a 3-layer luxurious tent. Usable in any terrain, such as the Stardow Forest. During dinner time, the battle finally concluded. Xiao Wu, exhausted, immediately fell asleep. Liena parted her lips, yet did not speak, her expression a blend of rosy frustration and dissatisfaction as she cast an irritated glance at Chen Jue. "What's wrong, Liena?" Chen Jue's voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of teasing. "Did you forget something?" Finally, Liena spoke, her tone imbued with a stubborn sweetness, sounding both adorable and endearing. Her small hand unconsciously lifted, lightly pinching Chen Jue at the waist. The pressure was gentle, yet enough to send a shiver through Chen Jue's heart. Faced with Liena's probing inquiry, Chen Jue's eyes glimmered with understanding, and a tender smile graced his lips. "I haven't forgotten. I prepared it for you all along." With that, he slowly retrieved a metallic sphere from his waist, its surface gleaming like a mirror, exuding a hint of mystery that resonated subtly with the surrounding air. "What is this?" Liena's gaze flickered with confusion as she tilted her head, her bright eyes focusing on the sphere resting in Chen Jue's palm. Chen Jue smiled slightly. "This is a soul ring storage sphere containing a 10,000-year soul ring." "A 10,000-year soul ring?" Liena's voice trembled slightly, each word heavy with significance, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. After all, in her understanding, soul rings could only be acquired from soul beasts. This was evidently beyond her comprehension. "Thank you, Chen Jue, but unfortunately, I'm only at level 39 and cannot absorb a 10,000-year soul ring yet. I must reach at least level 50. In the midst of their conversation, a subtle hint of sorrow fleetingly passed through her eyes, as if it were a helpless sigh regarding her insufficient cultivation. "It's all right. The soul ring I provide does not require consideration of your physical capacity. You can absorb it at level 40. As the words flowed, Chen Jue's fingers seemed to casually glide around her form. Ever since he acquired the Dragon God's yin-yang technique, he felt an invigorating surge of energy, an infinite reservoir of strength. but I'm still one level short. This threshold has held me back for several days. Liena mused to herself, wholly focused on the soul ring storage orb, oblivious to Chen Jue's subtle movements. Hearing her words, Chen Jue's lips curled into a confident smile, his tone light, as if overcoming this hurdle was merely a trivial task. It's just one level. Leave it to me, and I will help you break through today. Initially taken aback, Liena's eyes brimmed with disbelief. I don't believe it, unless you are a deity. Disbelieve? Chen Jue raised an eyebrow, his gaze shimmering with an undeniable brilliance. As long as you heed my guidance, you will undoubtedly reach level 40 today. After all, I possess the dragon god's yin-yang technique. My sole intention is to elevate her soul power, nothing more. Chapter 40. The preparations of Chen Jue to ambush. He made his way to the Stardow forest. The night enveloped the world like ink, with stars dotting the sky. Standing side by side with Liena in the wilderness, they allowed the gentle night breeze to caress them, carrying a hint of coolness, seemingly capable of dispersing the dust in their hearts. I can't believe I truly reached level 40. Liena's words were laced with astonishment and a barely perceptible bitter smile. Her rosy cheeks adorned with an enchanting smile. I told you so, trust me. Chen Jue's tone carried a note of pride. You thought I was playing with you. In truth, I was enhancing your soul power level. Liena, glancing sideways, revealed a glint of cunning in her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. I don't believe you. After all, the notion of increasing soul power through such a method was too shocking for her. Liena believed it was merely the result of her recent diligent practice. After all, with 3 days of accumulation, it was time for a breakthrough. Chen Jue chuckled helplessly. Explaining such matters would garner no belief. It was best to take it slow and steady. Absorb the 10,000-year soul ring I've given you. I'll be right here to protect you. Liena nodded and began to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Chen Jue sat beside her, reflecting on the original storyline. Soon, Tang San and his companions would venture into the Stardow forest to acquire their soul rings. This time, Tang San would obtain one of the strongest aids for the early to mid-stage, the 8 spider lances. This would be Tang San's first step toward soaring. However, with me, Chen Jue, around, how could such a treasure be given to Tang San? It must be intercepted by me. And Meng Yaran, she is also a rare beauty. As he pondered, Liena had already completed the absorption of the soul ring. The absence of side effects allowed her to absorb it nearly 10 times faster than usual. Without any risk, observing Chen Jue, who seemed lost in thought, she stood still, contemplating what he might be thinking. Perhaps considering some wild woman? How presumptuous! Would he even notice if I were to be abducted? Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers, and several weeks passed quietly. During this period, under the direct supervision of Flender and Zhao Wujia, their physical training propelled them to new heights. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuqing, and Oscar all broke through to the Soul Master level. Flender and Zhao Wujia decided that Zhao Wujia would lead a team to the Stardow forest to acquire their soul rings. Afternoon arrived. Little monsters, it's time for you to acquire your soul rings. In 1 hour, gather here to set off for the Stardow forest. The setting sun cast its warm glow over the training ground, and Zhao Wujia's deep, powerful voice resonated through the tranquil air. Cheers erupted from the crowd, joy and excitement radiating from their faces. After all, once they successfully acquired their soul rings, they would officially join the ranks of soul masters. As Zhao Wujia turned to organize his gear for the journey, Ning Rongrong fluttered to Chen Jue's side like a delicate butterfly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Gently tugging at Chen Jue's sleeve, her voice quivered slightly with a hint of coaxing. Brother Chen Jue, could you help me hunt a suitable soul beast later? Her hands naturally encircled Chen Jue's arm, pleading with him. The other 3 girls, witnessing this, could not help but feel a ripple of jealousy and reluctance in their gazes, which seemed to transform into invisible arrows aimed at Ning Rongrong, silently protesting and expressing their dissatisfaction. Such audacity, such a green tea act. In the past half-month, while they appeared to be the best of friends, in reality, the moment Chen Jue was mentioned, the 4 girls would engage in subtle rivalry. Yet, Ning Rongrong always emerged victorious, for who could resist her charm? All right, Chen Jue responded with a hint of seriousness, a smile gracing his lips. his gaze inadvertently sweeping past one of the girls. My efforts over the past half-month have not been in vain. I've finally made a little progress, albeit just a little. Around him, the three beauties gathered closely, creating a tight circle around Chen Jue, the air thick with a faint aroma of rivalry and competition. Each displayed their unique charms, either speaking sweetly or confidently showcasing their strengths. Brother Chen, I also want a soul ring. Brother Chen, I want one too. Brother Chen, me too. Nana, you should sit this one out. You're only at level 44? Chen Jue felt overwhelmed. This must be the trouble of a harem. Something that Tang San and his companions would never comprehend. Oscar watched in agony as his beloved Rongrong pleaded with Chen Jue in such a sweet voice, feeling as though his heart was shattering. Comparison is truly a cruel game. Previously, when he attempted to strike up a conversation with Ning Rongrong, she had always responded with a rude and impatient tone. Meanwhile, Tang San and Dai Mubai, witnessing Chen Jue's apparent happiness, felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Their singular aim became clear, to make Chen Jue feel uneasy, for his joy was their torment. As they observed Xiao Wu's submissive demeanor toward Chen Jue, Tang San could no longer contain his anger. How outrageous! Stealing glances is one thing, but doing so right in front of me is crossing the line. And she dares to look at me with such provocation. Just as Tang San was about to step forward, a steady force from beside him gently held him back. It was the steadfast figure of Dai Mubai. Calm down, we must remain composed. Acting recklessly at this moment would not be wise. Tang San countered, his words tinged with an unmistakable restlessness and dissatisfaction. I can no longer endure it. This fellow flaunts his affection before us daily, especially with the girl we both cherish. Every time I contemplate poisoning him, you thwart my efforts. If we delay any longer, others may perceive us as weaklings. Tang San's utterance bore a mix of helplessness and indignation. Though Dai Mubai maintained an unruffled exterior, his heart harbored a desire to rend Chen Jue into 1,000 pieces. After all, he had heard that Zhu Zhuqing had already been ensnared by Chen Jue, casting a verdant shadow over his status as her fiancé. Yet, being of royal lineage, he had undergone rigorous training, granting him a level of patience superior to that of common folk. Do not be hasty. Eliminating him now would merely burden me further. Such actions could easily lead back to us. However, what if it were in the Stardow Forest? We could set a trap and pin the blame on the soul beasts, don't you think? Moreover, we could orchestrate Chen Jue's demise through the hands of the soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Tang San's tumultuous emotions settled as if a gust of cold wind had calmed a choppy lake. Dai Mubai's words made him realize his earlier indiscretion. He had been too impulsive. Gradually, he adjusted his breathing, his gaze crystallizing into a profound and chilling glimmer directed at Chen Jue. In that look resided not only an ineffable coldness, but also a hidden scheme and determination for the future. Wait for it, Chen Jue. You shall not escape the Stardow Forest alive to relish your current existence. Chen Jue, Chapter 41. Entering the Stardow Forest. Tang San puts on a show. The sunset bled into the depths of the Stardow Forest, painting the horizon with delicate shades of violet. Zhao Wujia, observing the encroaching dusk, led the group to a rather antiquated tavern. After all, in this desolate wilderness, this was the only establishment available. Little monsters, let us replenish our strength here for a brief respite before setting forth tomorrow. Good. The crowd cheered, having traveled tirelessly throughout the afternoon. Upon entering the tavern, the teacher, adhering to the principle of not taking advantage of his students, ascended to the second floor alone. Chen Jue, however, harbored different thoughts. He wondered if there were special services available on the second floor. He was determined to investigate. The group found an empty table and seated themselves. Chen Jue furrowed his brow at the menu, a gesture that did not escape the keen eyes of Tang San, who mistakenly assumed Chen Jue could not afford the offerings, given his lack of expenditures at the academy. After all, who wouldn't indulge in the pleasures of life if they had the means? Unbeknownst to Tang San, Chen Jue's reluctance to venture out stemmed from the fact that the joys of the outside world paled in comparison to those found within the academy. Surrounded by 4 exquisite goddesses, Tang San cast a casual sidelong glance at Chen Jue, a smirk playing on his lips as he nonchalantly remarked, Chen Jue, are the dishes here perhaps too expensive for you? Oh dear, my apologies if I've offended you. Fear not, it is no shame. I shall treat you. I have plenty of money, Order whatever you desire. With a grand flourish, Tang San displayed his generosity. Dai Mubai observed this with narrowed eyes, a wry smile creeping upon his lips. Tang San, what do you mean by that? You are well aware that Chen Jue is not wealthy. Yet you speak to him so? That is rather excessive. Tang San chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain lacing his laughter. He then turned to Chen Jue, his icy demeanor softening as he adopted a teasing expression. I truly apologize. That was unintentional, huh? At this blatant mockery, the nearby women bristled with indignation. Our man is not poor, and we do not hold that against him. What is your intent? Liena, the principal consort, spoke first, her voice imbued with undeniable authority and a hint of barely concealed ire. Furthermore, how could Chen Jue possibly lack funds? She distinctly remembered their teacher discreetly providing him with ample money. Each time, he would grip the teacher's hand tightly, his intentions shrouded in mystery. Just as the other girls prepared to retaliate, Chen Jue raised a hand to silence them. He cast them a meaningful glance, urging them to remain quiet. Such a splendid opportunity should not be spoiled by their interference. After all, if Tang San wished to flaunt his generosity, he might as well indulge him. Why not take advantage of the situation? It had been far too long since he had pranked him. How dare he openly ridicule me? This time, I shall devise a plan to impart a profound lesson. Since young Master Tang wishes to be magnanimous, we shall graciously accept. A refined smile graced Chen Jue's lips as he softly spoke. Tang San, upon hearing this, erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice resonating with an extraordinary charisma. Excellent. Order more. Do not accuse me of being stingy. Let's not allow others to think we cannot afford a meal. Each of us shall have a serving. As soon as he uttered this, numerous gazes turned towards them, patrons glancing over, captivated by this sudden display of extravagance. Several women appeared eager to approach and engage. Tang San reveled in this newfound attention. Finally, he had managed to put on a show. He wondered if Xiao would see him in a different light. Waiter, coming. The tavern attendant responded, swiftly weaving through the tables, initially regarding them as mere rustic visitors due to their simple attire. He was taken aback to discover they were individuals of significance. Upon the attendant's arrival, Tang San pointed at Chen Jue. I shall treat. Let him order. The attendant immediately approached. Chen Jue picked up the menu, lightly caressing its surface with his fingertips, and began to meticulously sketch his selections. Moments later, he completed his outline, and the attendant, standing by, accepted the menu, his expression contorting with barely contained anger. Everything ordered consisted of cheap and discounted dishes. Did they think him a fool? After making such a grand display, they ordered mere vegetables? Sir, are these the only dishes you wish to order? The attendant inquired, his tone tinged with impatience. Tang San, standing nearby, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the menu, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Is this even food? It's all just leaves. Please understand. He is merely a poor man, unfamiliar with such matters. Dai Mubai remained silent, his eyes similarly reflecting disdain. What? I do not want any of those. Bring everything else. Upon hearing this, the attendant froze, as if an invisible force had rooted him to the spot. Even Tang San paused momentarily, astonished. The four women exchanged glances, covering their mouths in amusement as they beheld Chen Jue's unique method of ordering. Wake up, sir, the dishes. Chen Jue raised an eyebrow, instantly snapping the attendant back to reality. As the young attendant awakened from his reverie, the astonishment on his face swiftly transformed into a humble smile, his demeanor shifting a full 180 degrees. Such is the presence of a magnate. It appears my perspective is rather limited. With that, he darted towards the kitchen with the swiftness of the wind. Tang San's gaze lingered over the menu, his eyes widening in disbelief as the astronomical figures accompanying the dishes overwhelmed him, the tide of astonishment surging within him. He had initially thought that Chen Jue was merely being casual. He never anticipated that this feast would be far more extravagant than he could have imagined. After all, how could a handful of people order over 20 dishes? Hence, he had audaciously boasted. In truth, he did not possess such wealth, capable of covering only half the cost. Quietly, he cast a pleading glance towards Dai Mubai, his eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and hope. Dai Mubai, having discerned Tang San's intention, inwardly cursed. Using my money for your ostentation. If you lack funds, then do not pretend. Yet, as his good brother, he could only extend a helping hand, nodding in agreement. Instantly, Tang San felt as if he were basking in the warmth of spring. After all, as the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, money was merely a number to him. He then feigned nonchalance and turned towards Chen Jue, a playful smile gracing his lips, his words imbued with bravado. Chen Jue, is this enough to eat? If not, I have more. Dai Mubai retorted, my money, your pretense. You and Chen Jue are just the same. Chen Jue chuckled, for he was well acquainted with the script of Douluo. Tang San had no wealth. It was evident that someone was backing him, and there was no need to ponder who that benefactor was. Dai Mubai, the unsuspecting big spender. But was Dai Mubai truly wealthy? The attendant emerged hastily from the kitchen, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment and apology. His gaze flitted among the patrons, seemingly in search of the most suitable words to alleviate the suddenly tense atmosphere. To be frank, our proprietor has just meticulously calculated that the value of the dishes ordered is exceedingly high, a rarity for our humble establishment. Thus, the proprietor has specifically sent me to convey this message. As he spoke, the attendant's voice involuntarily lowered, fearful that his words might offend any of the esteemed guests present. If there were indeed wealthy patrons across the table, this would undoubtedly be a slap in their faces. After all, the affluent are particularly sensitive about their dignity. This announcement once again drew the attention of those around. Observing the gaze of the onlookers, Tang San smiled confidently. No worries, we understand. I will take care of the bill. With a grand gesture, he took the bill from the attendant. Although the figures inscribed on it were astronomical to him, he remained unfazed. After all, Dai Mubai was there, right? A subtle exchange of glances sufficed to convey their unspoken understanding. Dai Mubai, comprehending the situation, reached for his soul guide device to retrieve the gold soul coins, only to discover, where is my money? Did it fall? That's impossible. It can't just disappear from the soul guide. The sudden twist of fate rendered the atmosphere tense, a look of confusion and bewilderment creeping onto Dai Mubai's face. Subsequently, he lowered his voice, almost whispering to Tang San, my money is missing. Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart sank, involuntarily letting out a gasp. What? This exclamation transformed the surrounding gazes from envy to bewilderment. Chapter 42, Tang San's Pretentious Failure. A bystander's female seeks Chen Jue for a game of Douluo. Don't joke with me. Tang San lowered his voice, anxiety lacing his tone. His words were steeped in tension. If they were indeed out of money, it would be tremendously embarrassing, especially with so many people around and not a few young ladies present. Tang San had intended to charm a couple of them. It's not that I don't have it. It's just gone. Dai Mubai responded nonchalantly, his tone calm as he explained the situation. He was not lying. It was indeed missing, and he too was puzzled. But he remained unperturbed. After all, it was not he who had boasted. Yu Tang San's words faltered, his cheeks involuntarily flushing with embarrassment, the feelings of awkwardness spilling over. He had not anticipated that the one to betray him would be Dai Mubai rather than Chen Jue. At that moment, a rift began to form in their relationship. The surrounding clamor seemed particularly jarring, the gazes of those around shifting like a tide. From initial curiosity to overt ridicule and disdain. I thought this was some wealthy young master. Turns out I misjudged. The disdain was palpable in their words. No money and still trying to treat? Ridiculous. The laughter rang out in waves, like blades of cold wind, piercing through his heart. Even the few young ladies who had previously been swayed by Tang San's demeanor now withdrew their subtle affections, casting indifferent glances instead. How disappointing. Tang San's heart was a tempest of emotions, wishing only to find a hole to hide in. The humiliation was unbearable. He could not help but glance sideways at Xiao Wu, seeking her reaction, hoping she would not disdain him. Yet to his dismay, Xiao Wu's gaze was entirely fixed on Chen Jue. Even the attendant, who had been standing by, bore a shadow of gloom upon his countenance. The atmosphere had grown subtly oppressive due to this unforeseen turn of events. So, are they playing me for a fool? Sir, do you realize the magnitude of the impact your jest has had on me? If you're broke, don't show off. Treating? Was it not merely an attempt to appear impressive in front of these young ladies? The attendant's words held a hint of disdain, delivering a blow to Tang San's pride like never before. With that, his fingers sliced through the air, landing squarely on Xiao Wu and her companions. His gaze laced with mockery. Tang San's inner turmoil felt as if it had been laid bare for all to see. He bowed his head in silence. His face flushed with embarrassment, his fists clenched tightly. All he wished was for this ordeal to pass swiftly. If you lack funds, don't play high stakes. The final remark shattered Tang San's resolve. The onlookers cast approving glances in agreement. Meanwhile, beside Chen Jue, the four young ladies exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately converging upon him, sparkling with anticipation and reliance. "Brother Chen Jue, we are quite hungry." Xiao Wu was the first to speak, her voice imbued with a hint of playful coaxing. "All right, leave it to me." Chen Jue's voice was steady and assured. "Attendant, please serve the dishes I ordered earlier, just as they are. I have money." The attendant halted momentarily, then slowly turned, his gaze flickering with disdain as he cast a cold glance at Chen Jue. "I didn't mention you before, did I? You must be in cahoots with him. If he has no money, how much can you possibly have? Don't fill yourselves up just to make a fool of me." His tone dripped with sharpness and contempt, as if he had already categorized Chen Jue as one of the same ilk, unworthy of his regard. Like attracts like, so don't bother trying. The surrounding diners exchanged resigned shakes of their heads, some murmuring quietly, others casting scornful looks, the air thick with distaste. With a sly smile playing at the corners of Tang San's mouth, he playfully teased Chen Jue, deftly redirecting the conversation's sharpness. "Chen Jue, I suggest you reconsider. Just look at the dishes you've ordered. Can you truly afford them? Perhaps you should stick to your humble cabbage and tofu." Sitting beside Chen Jue, Xiao Wu furrowed her delicate brows, a surge of indignation bubbling within her as she prepared to defend Chen Jue's dignity. However, at that moment, Chen Jue gently grasped her slender hand, offering her a soothing yet resolute strength. "Do not concern yourself with matters of men. Simply enjoy your meal." With a swift motion, Chen Jue retrieved a heavy bag of gold soul coins from his storage soul guide. He casually tossed the weighty bag towards the waiter, exuding an air of undeniable nonchalance. Startled by the unexpected heft, the waiter caught the bag, his face momentarily registering shock as he silently wondered if it contained stones. After all, it was hard to believe that Chen Jue could produce such a sum. The surrounding crowd, previously seated or standing, instinctively rose, their gazes fixated on the inconspicuous cloth bag, the air thick with a subtle tension and anticipation. "If you dare to deceive me with stones, you shall not leave this door." The waiter's voice bore an undeniable authority, his piercing gaze challenging Chen Jue. With a mixture of disdain and curiosity, he slowly opened the seemingly ordinary cloth bag. In an instant, a brilliant cascade of golden light poured forth from the bag's opening, akin to the most dazzling star in the night sky. The surrounding darkness was instantly dispelled, illuminating the entire restaurant in a resplendent glow, as if daylight had descended. "It is all money, and gold soul coins at that." A gasp of astonishment sliced through the silence, carrying an incredulous tremor. The crowd directed disbelieving looks towards Chen Jue, realizing that he was indeed a true powerhouse. Soon, a few elegantly dressed women, their figures graceful and their faces radiant, instinctively gravitated towards him, their eyes shimmering with an unusual light. The waiter's throat involuntarily bobbed as he grappled with disbelief. The wealth he had witnessed in his lifetime paled in comparison to this. In an instant, he suppressed all previous anger, donning a smile of excessive servility as he approached Chen Jue with a light step, his words laced with apology and flattery. "Dear guest, I admit I spoke too loudly earlier. Please do not hold it against me." Chen Jue chuckled softly, a hint of amusement hidden within his smile. "No worries. I actually prefer your rebellious demeanor." The waiter, now full of contrition, hurried back to the kitchen, regretting his earlier mockery of Chen Jue. Should he incur Chen Jue's wrath, he would find himself restless even in sleep, fearing for his life. Chen Jue, however, brushed it off. Having experienced the embarrassment brought by Tang San, anyone would be wary, especially when clad in ordinary attire. Meanwhile, Tang San, thoroughly embarrassed, glared fiercely at Dai Mubai. If it weren't for this guy's betrayal, I would have been the one to impress, not Chen Jue. Where on earth did he get that money? Dai Mubai, oblivious to Tang San's ire, was instead captivated by the bag of gold soul coins in the waiter's grasp. "That bag looks so familiar. It seems like mine," he mused, yet without evidence to support his suspicion, he dismissed the thought. After all, the storage device was always at his waist. How could it possibly have been acquired by Chen Jue? Observing this scene, Chen Jue couldn't help but chuckle, realizing Dai Mubai was beginning to suspect the gold coins were his. Yet, Dai Mubai could never fathom how Chen Jue had come into possession of them, a feat accomplished thanks to the system. After capturing Ning Rongrong completely, he had received a black glove that allowed him to retrieve items from a distance 3 times. Chen Jue dubbed this glove Blackhand. This was also why he was confident in asserting that Dai Mubai had no gold soul coins left. He had taken all of them. The thrill of flaunting Dai Mubai's money while dining was exhilarating. "Hey, handsome, you're so charming. Leave us your address so we can connect." "Yes, indeed. We could play some card games together. Such fun." The two women intentionally tugged at their collars, revealing a hint of allure. In their eyes, securing this wealthy companion would ensure a life free from worries about food, drink, or shelter. Chen Jue, with a raised eyebrow and a slight smile, observed as the two women prepared to approach him, only to be swiftly intercepted by 4 others. "Can't you see he has women? Back off. The scent of your desperation is unbearable." Xiao Wu was the first to speak. As the principal consort, Liena echoed the sentiment, driving away the 2 interlopers. "Chen Jue, are we not enough? Do you need to entertain distractions? Just wait and see how we deal with you." With a gentle sigh, Chen Jue revealed a hint of helplessness. After all, he could not control the situation. "Yes, with 4 of us against you. Let's see how you continue to be so arrogant." Facing Ning Rongrong's provocation, a playful smirk tugged at Chen Jue's lips. "I think you all are in dire need of a lesson." At that moment, a group of students entered, clad in matching uniforms bearing the insignia of Songhua Academy. "Wow, big brother, that girl is stunning. I wonder what she tastes like." The leader of the Songhua students, a man referred to as the boss, looked on disdainfully. After all, how could any girl compare to their lone female team member? Yet, the reality of their situation proved otherwise, as time seemed to freeze. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the 4 extraordinary beauties, his heart swelling with an indescribable shock. Indeed, such breathtaking beauty existed in the world, and not merely in one form, but embodied by 4 enchanting women, each commanding attention in their own right. Particularly mesmerizing was the woman named Zhu Zhuqing, who stood apart from the crowd with an air of aloof elegance. Like a solitary moonbeam piercing through the chill of night, radiant and serene, she captivated every male student present, igniting an unprecedented passion and longing within their hearts. Observing the 4 girls, the Songhua students glanced at the plain-clad boys beside them, clearly impoverished students. Such girls would be easy to deceive. "Boss, do you have any ideas?" "Of course. Would I still be a man otherwise?" In the face of the Songhua students' intolerable mockery and provocation, Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a disdainful glance before returning to her cool, moonlit demeanor, remaining unperturbed. Ning Rongrong, cherished as the favored daughter of her family, would not tolerate such insults. Her eyes narrowed sharply, directing a piercing gaze at the audacious Songhua students. A cold smirk curled at the corners of her lips, revealing a haughty disdain for all worldly matters. "Do you think you are worthy? A toad wishing to feast upon swan meat." The captain of the Songhua Academy, upon hearing this, did not retract but instead let out a more raucous laugh, infused with a touch of lewdness and arrogance. "I do not know if I am a toad, but I certainly know that you, the white swan, will sing beneath me tonight." "Ha ha ha." Following the captain's gesture, the other 5 male students immediately advanced, ready to forcibly drag them away. "Come, come. Following us today is surely better than being with these impoverished fools, right? Join me for a drink, and ensure we are well entertained, or none shall leave tonight." As they prepared to make their move, Dai Mubai and Tang San stood by, showing no reaction. After all, they were well aware of Songhua Academy's strength. Being a noble academy, they dared not intervene, not wishing to attract trouble. Not to mention Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who quickly hid, fearing they might be caught in the fray. The onlookers merely watched, unwilling to involve themselves in the chaos. With a frivolous whistle cutting through the air, laced with provocation and malice, it pointed directly at Liena. "You dare to touch my woman? Do you have a death wish?" At this critical moment, Chen Jue's eyes suddenly turned icy, glinting with a chilling light. In an instant, he moved like a leopard pouncing on its prey, swiftly seizing the hand that dared to reach for Liena. That wrist, under his iron grip, felt as fragile as a dry twig, and with a slight twist, a sharp and piercing crack echoed as bones fractured. "How dare you touch me?" The adversary's cry of pain was abruptly cut off as Chen Jue, with an irresistible force, hurled him aside as if he were worthless debris. His body traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud, instantly causing the Tsanghue students present to freeze in place. Hesitant to act, the captain of the Tsanghue students noticed this formidable young man among their ranks. Unexpectedly, there existed a competitor of considerable prowess within their midst. Moreover, the female students gathered around him hinted at a deep connection. If that is the case, I shall defeat you first. Your classmates shy away from me. How do you dare to strike? Are you not afraid of death? With that, he and the other 4 male students summoned their martial spirits. Each possessed the strength of soul respect, with the captain himself at the 39th level. The tension in the air was palpable, prompting many to discreetly step aside, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Do 5 mere soul respects dare to show off before me? I shall make you soar. A playful smile curled at Chen Jue's lips as he embraced the enchanting Liena with one arm, while gently holding the ethereal Zhu Qing with the other, his eyes radiating unmasked disdain and confidence. The captain of Tsanghue Academy's expression darkened, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he suddenly swung his arm down. How audacious! Brothers, charge! Defeat him, and the women are yours to toy with. Upon hearing this, the 4 eager soul respect students' eyes lit up with fervor and greed, resembling hungry wolves as they lunged toward Chen Jue and his companions with howls. Observing the 4 soul respects charging, Tang San and the others instinctively stepped back, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Yet, Chen Jue did not unleash his martial spirit. They were simply not worthy. Oh no, don't hit my head. Don't hit my second brother. In mere moments, the 4 were rendered unconscious by Chen Jue's overwhelming prowess. The onlookers were taken aback. He had defeated them without even releasing his martial spirit, indicating that this young man possessed at least the strength of a soul sovereign. And how young he appeared. Even the 2 previously scantily clad women couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. So powerful, so handsome and wealthy, yet so strong. How delightful. I wish for him to shower us with affection. With this thought, they envied the 4 women he was protecting. Chen Jue, meanwhile, wore a chilling smile as he stepped closer to the captain of Tsanghue Academy, exuding an undeniable authority. It is your turn. Tell me where you wish to be struck. Since you enjoy women so much, I shall render you incapable of seizing them. With that, Chen Jue prepared to make his move. Teacher, save me. The captain finally grasped the gravity of the situation, desperate cries laced with fear and helplessness escaping his lips. Kid, you have some strength. Observing the situation, Yu Xiaogang, the teacher from Tsanghue Academy, could no longer remain idle. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. He could not restrain himself any longer, his body moving with intent. A surge of soul power erupted from him, releasing a formidable pressure akin to a mountain descending, warping the very air around him. Tables and chairs succumbed to the overwhelming force, shattering with a piercing wail. The spectators were visibly shaken, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Yet, in the face of this intimidating Soul King's presence, Chen Jue remained composed. After all, he too was a Soul King. The so-called pressure held no sway over him. Finally, a playful smile graced his lips as he flicked his finger, effortlessly crushing the captain's most cherished possession before the horror-stricken gaze of the captain, leading to a chorus of despairing wails. The screams rent the air, the captain's body convulsing in agony before he collapsed, devoid of consciousness. Yu Xiaogang stood frozen, astonished that this young man had withstood his Soul King's pressure. He was even more astonished that this young man dared to commit murder before him. This was a blatant disregard for respect. His fury ignited. He stood pointing at Chen Jue. Kid, I admit your strength exceeds my expectations, but to treat him this way before me is utterly disrespectful. You old tortoise, do you think you deserve my respect? Now, take your students and leave my sight, or your fate shall not be much better than theirs. Chen Jue scoffed, dismissing him entirely. After all, a mere Soul King posed no threat, especially one lacking a 10,000-year spirit ring. Yu Xiao's words caught in his throat, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale as he struggled to contain his fury. At that moment, the previously hasty waiter, sensing the charged atmosphere, rushed from a corner, his face etched with urgency and fear. We are a small business. We cannot afford such destruction. If you must fight, take it outside, please. The waiter's voice trembled, hands gesturing frantically, eyes filled with desperation. Chen Jue's gaze brushed over the waiter, a faint smile gracing his lips. He slowly retrieved an exquisite cloth bag from his soul guide, and a cascade of glimmering gold soul coins spilled forth like a meteor shower, landing perfectly in the waiter's trembling hands. Take this as your maintenance fee. No refunds for excess. You'll have to make up for any shortfall. The shopkeeper stared dumbfounded at the multitude of gold soul coins in his hand, quickly stashing them away. Pardon the interruption. Please continue. With that, he hastily departed. Yu Xiaogang inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. He stepped forward, his aura shifting dramatically, and declared in a deep voice, "Let me show you my strength." As his words echoed, a torrent of formidable water elemental power surged from within him, coalescing around him into the form of a water Qian turtle spirit. Following this, 3 yellow and 2 purple soul rings materialized. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps, their eyes filled with awe and reverence at this breathtaking scene. He is indeed a soul king. This wealthy little brat has bitten off more than he can chew. This is going to be entertaining. Meanwhile, the 4 women behind Chen Jue exchanged disdainful smiles. This old turtle is finished. Being merely a soul king pales in comparison to even a single hair of brother Chen Jue. After all, Chen Jue was at the pinnacle of soul king, poised to break through to level 60 with a mere push. In contrast, the old turtle was only at level 54, and his soul ring configuration was vastly inferior to Chen Jue's. Thus, they felt no concern. On the other hand, Dai Mubai and Tang San wore expressions of indignation. How can this old turtle be so pathetic? Just a soul king, and he gets to be a teacher? We thought he was at least a level 70 soul sage. They had anticipated that he would put Chen Jue in his place, only to find he was just delivering himself to the slaughter. What a useless old turtle. As the crowd's gaze intensified, all attention converged on Yu Xiaogang, their expressions a blend of astonishment and reverence. In that moment, his sense of superiority swelled to its zenith. A haughty smile curling at the corners of his lips as he continued to taunt Chen Jue. "Brat, today I shall cripple you and toy with your little woman right before your eyes." Yet Chen Jue merely smiled faintly, a chilling aura emanating from his grin. He casually raised his hand, allowing his fingertip to brush against the table's edge as if in a mere gesture. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the sturdy table disintegrated into dust, scattered in the air like a cloud of debris. A mere soul king dares to act so brazenly before me? You seek to lay your hands on my woman? You must be courting death. Chapter 44. Crushing Yu Xiaogang, sister awaits you. Chen Jue lightly stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him, as an overwhelming pressure befitting a soul king surged forth like a tidal wave. His aura clashed fiercely with Yu Xiaogan's, sending ripples of energy cascading through the air. In the next moment, the dragon god spirit emerged with unmatched authority. 5 soul rings slowly appearing around Chen Jue, 4 black and 1 red. At that instant, time seemed to freeze. Every gaze was drawn irresistibly to the vibrant crimson ring, filled with disbelief and astonishment. They had never imagined they would witness the splendor of a 100,000-year soul ring. Even more astonishing was that this extraordinary scene would unfold before a mere boy. This little brat is also a soul king. Moreover, his aura appears to utterly overwhelm that of the turtle soul king, indicating that he surpasses the turtle in terms of soul power. And his soul ring configuration is terrifyingly superior. How can anyone compete? The 2 women from earlier regarded Chen Jue with newfound admiration, their pupils gradually taking on a peach blossom hue, their eyes gleaming with a desire to devour him. Such immense power was simply irresistible. Observing the incredulous and awestruck gazes of those around them, the 4 women exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy and pride. "Oof, this is our man. Are you stunned?" In contrast, Tang San and Dai Mubai appeared troubled, teetering on the edge of despair, their hearts a tumult of emotions. How has Chen Jue grown even stronger? Is his cultivation as effortless as drinking water? Tang San glanced at his own painfully slow increase in soul power, sinking into a profound sense of inadequacy. The most distressed of all was Yu Xiaogang, who now found himself consumed by regret, immense regret. Who could have anticipated that such a diminutive child would possess such terrifying strength. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he could not show fear, especially with so many onlookers present. After contemplating further, he convinced himself that he still had a chance, believing his combat skills to be superior to those of this boy. Little did he know that, in the face of absolute power, all combat skills become irrelevant. Brat, I shall allow you to strike first, as I do not wish to appear as a teacher bullying a student, Yi Zhiqiu proclaimed. Hearing this, Chen Jue's lips curled into a cold smile, one laced with amusement and disdain. He was genuinely curious how this old turtle managed to maintain such bravado in the face of impending defeat. Then I shall honor your request. With that, Chen Jue's first soul ring erupted in a dazzling radiance. First soul skill, Dragon God's Might. As the words left his lips, a furious roar from the Dragon God spirit unleashed an immense pressure that bore down upon Yi Zhiqiu. Yezikius Vainsbulgit, his knees buckling slightly as the ground beneath him cracked under the weight of the pressure. How is this possible? Why can't I move? Yi Zhiqiu could hardly believe that he was rendered completely immobile by this force. Even if his opponent's power surpassed his own, such overwhelming pressure was unfathomable. He had only ever felt this kind of pressure from a soul sage. This meant that the man before him possessed the strength of a soul sage. He needed to break free from this pressure quickly, and it seemed he could only rely on his fifth soul skill, his trump card. Yet moments later, he realized he could not even use his soul skills. Yi Zhiqiu struggled desperately within the intertwining shadows of light, akin to a fish trapped in invisible shackles, each attempt proving futile and despairing. Chen Jue observed coldly, a smirk playing on his lips as he subtly shook his head, exuding an unspoken confidence and arrogance. Stop struggling. My martial spirit possesses extreme restraint over all beast spirits. If your soul power is lower than mine, this restraint doubles. And, unfortunately for you, it has doubled upon you. So do not waste your efforts trying to understand why you cannot unleash your soul skills. What? Yi Zhiqiu's face paled dramatically, his pupils constricting as he gasped in shock. Without granting Yi Zhiqiu a moment's respite, Chen Jue lunged forward like lightning, channeling all his strength into a single punch, imbued with the fury of thunder and wind, and struck forcefully against Yi Zhiqiu's chest. Yi Zhiqiu was sent flying, the protective shell, symbolizing his defense, shattered into countless fragments. He crashed violently against the cold wall, half-conscious and utterly disheveled, prepare to receive another 2 punches. With that, Chen Jue launched a relentless onslaught, retracting his spirit and raining down blows upon Yi Zhiqiu. No. Yamai Yame. The spectators were momentarily paralyzed with shock, witnessing this young boy wield such ferocity, each strike as powerful as thunder. As Yi Zhiqiu succumbed to unconsciousness, Chen Jue sighed in satisfaction. What a thrill! The absence of martial souls in attracting people is truly refreshing. From now on, whenever those from Sunaway Academy encounter us from Shrek Academy, they should take a detour. Otherwise, I shall continue to draw them in. Chen Jue shot a glare at the nearly breathless Yi Zhiqiu and then bellowed, "Waiter, bring the dishes." Right away. The waiter, not daring to be negligent, promptly responded. Chen Jue returned to his seat, reveling in the attention, much to the envy of those around him. He then cast a warning glare at Tang San and Dai Mubai, seemingly admonishing them. Tang San and Dai Mubai swallowed hard, genuinely shaken by Chen Jue's merciless display. How brutal! Seeing Chen Jue's remarkable prowess, Oscar felt a surge of determination. He, too, aspired to become someone as formidable as Chen Jue. Perhaps then he could win back Ning Rongrong. After all, in his eyes, Ning Rongrong was merely a close friend, devoid of any physical intimacy. However, in reality, after the waiter served the dishes, everyone began to eat. And soon the table was cleared. Subsequently, each of them rented a room, and as they collected their keys and prepared to ascend the stairs, the 2 women who had previously flirted approached them again. "Hey there, don't be in such a hurry," a delicate and alluring voice called out, prompting Chen Jue to turn his gaze. "Is there something you need?" He responded solemnly, mindful of the presence of Liena and the others. Being overly audacious would not bode well. Feigning seriousness, one of the women sauntered up to Chen Jue, casting a flirtatious glance at him in front of the 4 girls, and placed a slip of paper on his chest. "Remember to sneak a peek tonight. We'll be waiting." With that, both women blew him a kiss simultaneously. Chapter 45. stepping into the Stardow forest, no need to wait. I shall not go. With that, he glanced at the paper marked with red lip prints and discarded it. He had no desire for the four girls to misunderstand. After all, if they united against him, he would be at their mercy. Ancient tales spoke of 3 heroes battling Elbu. Now, it was 4 women confronting Chen Jue. His attitude earned him newfound respect from the 4 girls, who had witnessed him seemingly charm every woman he encountered. The 2 women, taken aback by Chen Jue's coldness, revealed a flicker of sadness in their eyes. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's gaze flickered mischievously, as if a plan had formed in his mind. He subtly shifted his stance, his eyes naturally landing on Tang San, their unspoken camaraderie and playful banter palpable. At that moment, Tang San appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly entranced by the scene before him. While the 2 women could not compare to the exquisite beauties like Xiao Wu, they were still undeniably attractive. Dai Mubai's muked, noting how this fellow had been assimilated after a month of indulging in music and revelry by his side. Any thoughts? Dai Mubai teased as he approached Tang San, draping an arm over his shoulder. I'm in, Tang San replied, shaking off his stupor, and exchanged a knowing glance with Dai Mubai, both their eyes gleaming with mischief. Shall you go first, or shall I? Dai Mubai inquired. I shall, Tang San declared. Tossing his hair back and flashing a grin he deemed charming as he strode toward the 2 women. Miss, he is not up to it. I am. Scram, you pauper. I shall. Beauty, I'm a star Luo Emperor. Get lost. The following morning, after everyone had gathered themselves and enjoyed breakfast, they assembled at the entrance of the inn. So beautiful. The 4 girls stood before Dai Mubai and his companions, instantly captivating them, particularly the more earnest Oscar, who was baffled at how they had transformed overnight. Ning Rongrong, her complexion radiant, appeared as if nourished by some ethereal essence. Oh, Tang San, why the dark circles? Did you not sleep well last night? Chen Jue's mocking voice rang out. Ah, it's all my fault for having a poor memory. After all, Tang San is the wealthy one who treats us to meals. Accustomed to soft beds, sleeping on a wooden plank for the first time must have been quite uncomfortable, right? Chen Jue's jests were unrelenting, leaving Tang San's face aflame with embarrassment, his eyes sharp as daggers. The taunts from the previous night echoed in his mind, and the dark circles under his eyes were a testament to the raucous noise Chen Jue had made. That pleading, that humility, those memories of good brother linger vividly. Tang San's expression darkened. Watching Chen Jue flaunt himself before him was excruciating. The feeling of wanting to strike back yet being unable was tormenting. At that moment, Zhao Wujin descended leisurely from upstairs, his complexion slightly flushed and a satisfied smile gracing his features, indicating he had enjoyed a rather pleasant evening. As he reached the group, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You have all greatly disappointed me. Last night, the girls were insulted, and you men did nothing but stand idle. Except for Chen Jue. Especially you 2, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. As the main combatants, why did you remain passive? While you may not have been able to best the green-haired turtle, you surely could have dealt with those students. Dai Mubai hung his head, silent, while Ma Hongjun shot a glance, muttering indignantly. You only blame me. Tang San and Oscar didn't T-act either. Though he spoke quietly, Zhao Wujin caught the remark. How dare you compare yourself to them? Little Oscar, as a food-type soul master, inherently lacks combat prowess. If you don't step up, who will? And you, Tang San, with your feeble blue silvergrass, would only be offering yourself as a sacrifice. Can you really expect anything from him? Tang San thought, though you're defending me. Why does it feel like you are belittling me? Sacrificing myself? Am I that incompetent? Zhao Wujin continued. The reason I refrained from acting last night was to observe the unity among you men. I must say, I am profoundly disappointed. Exactly. If it weren't for Brother Chen Jue, we would have been doomed. Ning Rongrong nestled beside Chen Jue, her gaze brimming with gratitude and reliance. Her soft voice was clear and distinct. Indeed, you boast daily about your prowess. Yet when faced with real adversity, you cower like a coward. Xiao Wu chimed in, joining the ridicule. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqin cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai. Coward. Dai Mubai retorted, just wait. Once we graduate, I'll ensure you're at my mercy, reveling nightly in my embrace. Liena, however, paid them no heed, her focus solely on Chen Jue. Enough. This time, Chen Jue performed exceptionally. You all must learn from him, Zhao Wujin declared as he led the group into the Stardow forest. Upon entering this extraordinary realm, the group found themselves captivated by a multitude of rare and enchanting soul beasts, a swelling within them. How adorable! This spotted deer is magnificent. Yet, amidst this harmonious admiration, Tang San's voice suddenly broke the tranquility, tinged with a hint of unease. Oh no, there's a formidable soul beast. Upon hearing those words, the crowd immediately stifled their smiles, their expressions turning grave as they collectively directed their gaze towards the spot indicated by Tang San. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, with even their breaths becoming cautious. In this moment of intense scrutiny, the grass gently swayed. Shortly thereafter, a seemingly delicate and boneless soft-boned rabbit, possessing merely a decade of cultivation, gracefully leaped forth. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Is this truly the formidable soul beast? Their collective glance at Tang San was filled with disdain for what they perceived as a waste of time. Zhao Wujin, too, was rendered speechless by his display of cowardice. After acquiring a soul ring, one should be on the cusp of becoming a soul master. Why was he so timid? Tang San, in turn, wore a perplexed expression. No, this cannot be right. I distinctly remember there being a 1,000-year serpent. Just as he pondered this, a snake, emerging from an unknown direction, lunged directly at his lower body. Ah! Cries of horror echoed endlessly. The crowd turned to see Oscar exclaim in shock. Is that snake truly a lustful serpent? Such precision. Meanwhile, Chen Jue turned his head, his eyes lighting up. The Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. Chapter 46. Encountering Mangaran and the Snake Woman, the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. A faint smile inadvertently graced Chen Jue's lips, his eyes glimmering with cunning insight. This meant that Mangaran and her companions were nearby. Do you know her? Zhao Wujin's gaze flickered with surprise as he turned to Chen Jue, a mix of curiosity and admiration in his eyes. He expected this young lad to possess such knowledge. However, no one seemed to care about Tang San's plight. Fortunately, with Dai Mubai's assistance, Tang San's younger brother managed to survive by a stroke of luck. Indeed, a 1,000-year Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake would be quite suitable for Oscar. Chen Jue nodded lightly, his tone relaxed. Really? At this proclamation, Oscar's face blossomed with uncontrollable excitement. After all, obtaining the soul ring would elevate him to the rank of true soul master. Yet, he hesitated, grappling with the fact that as a support-type soul master, he could not possibly kill the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. Would he need to bludgeon it with a sausage? Clearly, that was not a viable option. The crowd understood his concerns, but no one stepped forth to assist. Zhao Wujin cast a glance around, growing increasingly disillusioned with the team. His words were as light as a breeze, yet carried an inexplicable weight of resignation. Little Ao, I cannot intervene. If I do, it may perish instantly, leaving you with no opportunity to strike. Oscar's eyes dimmed at this, yet Zhao's reasoning was undeniable. His gaze shifted to Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Tang San, where he noticed their evasive expressions, which spoke volumes. It seemed that the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake was not meant for him after all. I shall handle it. In his moment of despair, Chen Jue spoke up. Oscar, taken aback, felt tears welling his eyes as he grasped Chen Jue's arm, sobbing, Brother Chen, you are truly wonderful. This left Chen Jue's clothes smeared with snot and tears. Get off me. Chen Jue pushed him away, looking utterly disdainful. His assistance to Oscar was not solely for his sake. If they departed now, the original script might be disrupted, and he could miss the chance to encounter Mangaran. Such a loss would be untenable. Thus, he had to lend a hand. Be careful. Liena's concerned gaze shimmered with warmth as she softly cautioned him. Chen Jue, upon hearing her, broke into a roguish smile, confidence radiating from his eyes as he teased. Are you underestimating me? Surely, you are aware of my strength. Perhaps I should demonstrate it to you tonight. A blush crept onto Liena's cheeks as she playfully toyed with her hair, her voice taking on a more alluring and helpless tone. Stop flirting. I'm genuinely worried about you, and you're getting cocky. Huh. That's just what the four of you taught me. Chen Jue chuckled, his laughter concealing unsaid words. He stepped forward steadily until he stood before the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. Then, with a casual flick of his hand, a formidable pressure emanating from the realm of a Soul King was unleashed. He refrained from summoning his dragon god, Martial Soul, as its ferocity might frighten the snake to death, which would be counterproductive. Under this irresistible pressure, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake stiffened as if made of iron, unable to muster even the most basic of struggles, curling helplessly in place with despair in its eyes. Oscar, take advantage of its weakness and strike now. Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly nodding in agreement. After all, he was on the verge of becoming a soul master. Was he destined to be the chosen one? At this moment, Tang San acted swiftly, raising his hand to halt Oscar. Wait, Oscar. Oscar's brow furrowed with confusion and displeasure as he turned to Tang San, questioning, "What is wrong?" Tang San's lips curled into a faintly cold smile, his gaze fixed resolutely on the languidly swimming phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, determination flashing in his eyes. Let me have a go at it first. After all, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake had nearly bitten away Tang San's happy life. He would not rest until this vendetta was settled. Chen Jue noted this and couldn't help but smile with amusement. Now, Tang San boldly approached the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. With Chen Jue suppressing it, he had no reason for concern. Yet, reality proved he had underestimated the situation. This was precisely when Tang San became most careless. As he approached the snake with a mischievous grin, Chen Jue suddenly eased the pressure on the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. In an instant, the creature lunged at Tang San. Crap! Tang San exclaimed in alarm. However, lacking any form of defense, he fell victim once more. The sound of anguish echoed chillingly. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake had previously tasted the exquisite sausages. Leaning against a nearby tree, Tang San grimaced in pain while secretly tending to his wounds, casting an enraged glance at Zhao Wujin. Why was he so inexplicably afraid of Chen Jue? Did he have a titled Douluo backing him? It made no sense. Just moments ago, the entire crowd was well aware that Tang San had been bitten due to Chen Jue's intervention. Yet, as a teacher, Zhao Wujin showed no inclination to reprimand Chen Jue, seemingly blind to the recent occurrence. This could not be blamed on Zhao Wujin. If Tang San had endured a beating from 3 titled Douluo, he would have understood. As Oscar prepared to absorb the soul ring, a voice, resonant yet dignified, broke the surrounding silence. Young man, I advise you not to move. That is the soul ring of my granddaughter. Oscar's brow furrowed at this, inwardly muttering, why must there always be interruptions? He impatiently glanced at the 2 individuals before him. What the heck a beauty! As soon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, and an indescribable tension quietly permeated the air. Zhao Wujia awkwardly covered his face. Damn, don't let anyone know we are students from Shrek Academy. We cannot afford this embarrassment. Chen Jue wore a bitter smile. Is it really that serious? This also caused the 2 individuals who had just emerged from the grass to instantly harbor negative feelings towards the group before them. Chen Jue glanced at them and smirked. Ding. Exceptional goddess detected. Meng Iran. In-depth level. 0. Well, here they come. The newcomers were none other than the serpent matriarch and her granddaughter, Meng Iran. The original protagonist, Tang San, had pretended to be aloof and did not recruit her. Then I shall not hold back. At this moment, a tempest of fury clouded the serpent matriarch's face, her gaze piercing like a sword directed at Oscar. After all, the prey that was about to be theirs had been cornered after much hardship and maneuvering. If Oscar were to intervene, all their efforts would be in vain. Seeing the other party speak so arrogantly, an attempt to threaten his students ignited Zhao Wujia's protective instincts, a formidable rage surging within him. What do you mean by that? His brow furrowed, exuding an undeniable authority. In the next moment, accompanied by a dazzling light, 7 resplendent soul rings rose from beneath him. Encircling his body, he was a soul sage. Moreover, Zhao Wujia was acutely aware that the person before him was a soul emperor, not someone he could provoke without consequence. Witnessing Zhao Wujia's attitude, the serpent matriarch softened her stance. After all, her elder was not present, and she could not match Zhao Wujia in strength. Esteemed soul sage, allow me to explain, the serpent matriarch began, as everyone listened to her detailed analysis. The fog in their minds dissipated as if clouds had been parted to reveal the sun. Zhao Wujia's gaze was deep and resolute as he slowly turned to the curled-up phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, its gaping wound bleeding profusely, validating the serpent matriarch's words. However, not a trace of retreat flickered in Zhao Wujia's eyes. After all, this was the most suitable soul ring for little Ao. Once this opportunity passes, it will not return. Despite this, he added, but without our intervention, you likely would not have captured this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhao Wujia's voice was steady and powerful, imbued with unassailable determination. Thus, we also have a claim to this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Upon hearing this, the serpent matriarch's lips tightened, her heart secretly gnashing her teeth at the futility of her words. This old gorilla still refused to yield. What do you propose we do then? I don't mind telling you that my elder is also nearby. If you're prepared for a mutual destruction, then you may certainly try. Let us see who is stronger, you or our martial soul fusion technique. A flicker of barely perceptible struggle and hesitation crossed Zhao Wujia's eyes. He had anticipated the Dragon Lord's presence. It seemed that this soul ring would have to be fought for by their younger generation. Then how about we let our juniors compete? The victor claims it, and the loser relinquishes it. Agreed. The serpent matriarch responded readily, then gently turned her gaze to Meng Yiran, who was already captivated by Chen Jue's striking figure. In that moment, everything around seemed to fade into insignificance. It was only he and the four extraordinary women beside him that stood out as the most radiant scenery in this realm. Yiran, the serpent matriarch softly called. Meng Yiran jolted, two rosy hues blossoming on her cheeks as she shyly lowered her head, her heart racing like a startled deer. She recalled the serpent matriarch's proposal. Gently nodding, her voice no louder than a whisper. Yes. Do you have confidence? Yes. Meng Yiran nodded. Subsequently, she stole a glance at Chen Jue, hoping he would step forward. She secretly contemplated, filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding Chen Jue's abilities. If he could truly stand alongside her, she could invite him into her family. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia was selecting a representative to compete. After all, Oscar, being a food-type soul master, was certainly not fit to participate. He would surely perish. Who was ready to step up? As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Chen Jue, secretly calculating. This strength was undoubtedly suited for Chen Jue. Sending him out would ensure victory. However, the unpredictable nature of events soon unfolded. Just as Zhao Wujia awaited Chen Jue's response, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly raised his hand high, proclaiming in a booming voice, "I'll do it." The declaration echoed like a thunderclap, freezing the air around them. Everyone exchanged glances, inwardly questioning. Why is this kid so eager? Could it be he is drawn to the fact that the opponent is a girl? Even Chen Jue could not help but show a hint of bewilderment. What is this little chubby guy doing? Hongjun, this is no trivial matter. It concerns little Ao's soul ring, Zhao Wujia cautioned. Yet, he felt that Ma Hongjun's intentions for entering the competition were not entirely pure. Don't worry. What can a little girl do? Ma Hongjun confidently asserted, his gaze glued to the enchanting beauty before him. At that moment, he felt his excitement was nearly overwhelming. This was also his ultimate purpose for stepping forward, to feast his eyes on her beauty before ultimately defeating her. After all, Dai Mubai had once said that to make a girl like you, you must first surpass her in strength. With this thought, a confident smile subtly graced Ma Hongjun's lips as he lightly stepped forward. Then, two yellow soul rings slowly rose, encircling his body. Oomph! A trace of disdain flickered in Meng Yiran's eyes, her lips curling into a cold smile. She had thought that this little chubby guy was formidable. She never expected him to merely be a great soul master like herself. This made her regard him as not a threat at all. Seizing the opportunity while Meng Yiran was distracted, Ma Hongjun swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Instantly, a dazzling line of fire coalesced from his mouth. It must be said that Ma Hongjun did possess some strength. He knew to seize the moment. However, faced with the sudden onslaught of flames, the pampered Meng Yiran appeared somewhat flustered, unable to even release her soul skill. Just as the searing fire was about to make contact with her skin, a sly yet somewhat lecherous smile involuntarily appeared on Ma Hongjun's face. The serpent matriarch's gaze flashed like lightning, instantly piercing through his thoughts, her fury erupting like a volcano as she cried out, "You little chubby boy, are you seeking death?" No sooner had she spoken than the 6 soul rings surrounding her radiated brilliantly, akin to 6 resplendent stars blooming in the night sky. An indescribable pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Ma Hongjun in an instant. The overwhelming pressure seemed to solidify the very air around, rendering it suffocating. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Ma Hongjun's expression changed drastically. The arrogant bravado he once displayed extinguished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and fear. His body shook violently, as if an invisible hand had grasped his throat. In an instant, the raging flames that once consumed him vanished without a trace. Ma Hongjun found himself kneeling involuntarily, his face etched with unwillingness and regret. In response to this scene, Zhao Wujie moved with the swiftness of a leopard, fully aware that any delay could leave Ma Hongjun's life hanging by a thread. He swiftly dismantled the suffocating pressure emanating from the Snake Lady and seized Ma Hongjun firmly in his grasp. "What is your intention, Snake Lady? Do not overstep your bounds," he warned. The Snake Lady huffed, her steps unceasing as she approached Meng Yiran, her gaze piercing through the crowd, fixated on Ma Hongjun. "Am I being excessive? Ask your student what he truly desires. I have navigated these waters for long enough to know what he covets. This lad merely wishes to seize the opportunity to set Iran's garments ablaze and indulge his eyes." Her tone dripped with disdain. Upon hearing this, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Meng Yiran furrowed her brows, lost in thought. After all, she had been caught off guard by a sneak attack, leaving her defenseless. If the flames were to engulf her, her body would be left exposed. This fleeting thought ignited a glimmer of icy killing intent in her eyes. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai internally commended Ma Hongjun, acknowledging his cunning. Even Tang San expressed a desire to learn from him. Revealed in his thoughts, Ma Hongjun trembled, his eyes reflecting disbelief and deep-seated fear. "I was so discreet." Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice imbued with undeniable firmness. "This is merely your side of the story. Nothing has transpired, regardless of your claims." The Snake Lady's fury ignited as she retorted, "Do you still wish for it to occur? A bunch of old fools." Zhao Wujie, however, remained unfazed. "Even if it were true, we cannot bear the brunt of the blame. Your granddaughter is incompetent. Had she been vigilant, none of this would have happened. Moreover, this incident cannot possibly be genuine. Are you suggesting my granddaughter is incompetent?" The Snake Lady's voice turned frigid, causing the air around them to tremble. This moment stirred Chen Jue's recollections of his past life. If one is inept, they should practice more. If one cannot bear to lose, they should not play. Chen Jue sighed bitterly. Faced with the Snake Lady's inquiry, Zhao Wujie's expression turned troubled as he spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "The facts are as they stand." The Snake Lady gritted her teeth. "In that case, how about this old beast as compensation?" Zhao Wujie merely chuckled, the sound tinged with scorn. "Do you find your statement amusing? Both sides have their faults. Why should I concede?" Ever since Zhao Wujie had been taught a lesson by 3 titled Douluos, he had developed a penchant for bullying the weaker. Besides, he had the advantage of reason on his side. Not to mention, Oscar was a student he had watched grow up. "What do you propose?" The Snake Lady's brows knitted together as she sighed inwardly. After all, she lacked the upper hand, and her strength was inferior. In this world without power, one possessed neither dignity nor voice. Thus, she had no choice but to endure. "What do you wish for?" Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a smile. "Quite simply, let's have another match." At this, the Snake Lady's gaze unconsciously fell upon Meng Yiran, and she forced a smile. "If you desire to see my granddaughter, merely say so. Do you truly wish to witness it?" Meng Yiran, standing aside, involuntarily shivered as tears welled in her clear eyes, brimming with innocence and grievance. "Ah, this time at 1 TB so. I shall send forth our most upright student, Chen Jue." Upon hearing this title, Chen Jue was momentarily taken aback. "So, this is how I am perceived by everyone. It seems I must temper my behavior." He felt a twinge of guilt for the name he bore. Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. "What? This fellow is an upright gentleman? Donot jest with mistrzostw from Europa. He has nearly turned your Shrek Academy into his own backyard. How can you still claim he is an upright gentleman?" Zhao Wujie's assertion stemmed from the shadow cast over him by the 3 titled Douluos he had encountered. He dare not speak ill of Chen Jue, for he could not dismiss the possibility that those 3 were lurking in the shadows, watching intently. The Snake Lady's gaze flickered over Chen Jue. "This fellow is an upright gentleman? I beg to differ." Upon hearing that Chen Jue would soon face off, Meng Yiran felt an imperceptible ripple of joy in her heart. After all, she harbored a fondness for Chen Jue, which was gradually blossoming into something akin to affection. Naturally, She hoped for his participation. Iran, do you have any objections? Perhaps it would be better to concede. After all, she did not wish for her granddaughter to face the risk of being exposed for the sake of a soul ring. If I had known it was Chen Jue beforehand, I would have decisively refused. Yet now, she hesitated. Since my granddaughter has no objections, let the two begin. I warn you, if you resort to any trickery like that little chubby one, I shall risk my life to ensure you remain here. The snake lady's words carried an undeniable authority, her gaze as sharp as ice, directed at Chen Jue, her tone laced with a chilling warning. Zhao Wujia remained calm, as if the threats and undercurrents surrounding him were of no concern. After all, this fellow was not his burden to bear. Should there be 3 titled Douluos lurking in the shadows, if you dare to keep him here, you shall face dire consequences. You will experience the pain I once endured. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. No need, for I have other ways to ensure your granddaughter reveals herself to me in due time. However, he dare not voice this thought just yet. Let us commence. The snake lady began, but Chen Jue interjected, halting her. What? Are you ready to concede? The snake lady raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing her lips. After all, she recognized her granddaughter's strength. As long as there is no sudden ambush, this is a match they personally trained for. Questioning her capabilities is akin to questioning my own. In the face of the snake lady's skepticism, Chen Jue merely shook his head with a wry smile. Concede? What ist? It is merely uninteresting to bully your granddaughter. I find it rather amusing to pick on you instead. I bear no ill will. It is simply a matter of enjoying myself. No. Your granddaughter does not yet qualify, but you barely suffice. Chen Jue's words flowed with an air of nonchalance, as if he had dismissed them entirely. This bewildered both the snake lady and Meng Iran, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. However, the Shrek Academy exhibited little reaction, considering the formidable stature of a Soul King at level 59, coupled with an extraordinary soul ring configuration. Silence reigned amongst them. Yet the serpent matriarch and her companions remained ensnared in their derision towards Chen Jue, their words laced with sharpness and provocation. Chen Jue, you little brat, have you grown too arrogant? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Do you even comprehend who I am? I am the serpent of the illustrious dragon and serpent couple, possessing the strength of a soul emperor. Upon hearing this, the corners of the serpent matriarch's mouth curled into a cold smile, mercilessly retaliating with her words. Throughout her life, she had encountered countless individuals, yet never had she been so belittled by a mere child. Particularly, his assertion that he was barely qualified ignited her indignation. This boy truly embodied the fearlessness of a newborn calf. Meanwhile, Meng Iran's cherry lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. After all, how dared he? The opponent was significantly older than him, certainly possessing far superior soul power. Aren't you going to dissuade him? The serpent matriarch's voice carried a hint of confusion as she glanced toward Zhao Wuji, who remained composed and unperturbed. His ostentatiousness would surely attract trouble in the future. Zhao Wuji merely shook his head gently, a glint of profound meaning flashing in his eyes. Why not educate him? After all, even he may not be a match for Chen Jue, let alone someone with the might of a soul emperor like you. It was an opportune moment to mock her. The serpent matriarch gave a disdainful snort, her gaze turning icy as she fixed it upon Chen Jue. If your teacher speaks so, then I shall take it upon myself to give you a proper lesson. Do not claim I am bullying you. I shall only use my first and second soul skills. Her words radiated an undeniable confidence and pride. Ha! Chen Jue couldn't help but laugh. In her eyes, it was a mockery. Dare to laugh at me? I shall see what strength you possess. The serpent matriarch's expression darkened, her soul power subtly fluctuating, the atmosphere suddenly tense. Do not harm him, Grandma, Meng Iran whispered softly, tugging at the serpent matriarch's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. The serpent matriarch looked at her oddly, as she never pleaded for boys. Yet, she thought little of it and nodded. In the next moment, the serpent matriarch's serpent staff, entwined with peculiar patterns, struck heavily against the solid ground. Suddenly, 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, illuminated. She swiftly adjusted to her optimal battle stance, her eyes glimmering with determination and coldness. Boy, today you shall pay the price for your arrogance. Faced with this sudden pressure, Chen Jue's lips curled into a serene smile. That smile contained both disdain for the challenge and a hidden confidence. Price? You are not worthy yet." Upon finishing his words, he gently raised his hand, fingers slightly curling, as if he were grasping the very essence of the world. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, ominous clouds rolling in to obscure the sunlight. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, wild winds howling, stirring up clouds of dust. At that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. The majestic figure of the dragon god appeared, accompanied by 5 soul rings, black, 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 and red, like flames bursting forth from the deepest night. It soared into the sky with such ferocity that it seemed capable of rending the very firmament, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Today, I shall see how you intend to make me pay the price. Chapter 49. Still fond of him what? A soul king? The serpent matriarch gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the strength before her. How old could he be? Perhaps around the same age as her granddaughter? To possess the prowess of a soul king, alongside 4 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring at such a young age, was unprecedented across the continent. Moreover, the martial soul pressure he had just emitted exerted an overwhelming force upon her. Such pressure, even a soul master with the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul had not been able to impose upon her to such an extent. This implied that his martial soul was of an extraordinarily high quality, at least surpassing that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. This was a monster. It seemed she had discovered a talent worth nurturing. Additionally, judging by Meng Yiran's recent gaze, she appeared to have developed a profound interest in Chen Jue. Perhaps she could. After all, she had great confidence in her granddaughter's beauty. Upon witnessing Chen Jue's extraordinary strength, Meng Yiran's admiration swiftly transformed into affection. After all, beauty combined with strength was a lethal combination. Boy, I must confess I underestimated you. Yet I must see if your extraordinary soul king strength is truly as formidable as it seems. With that, she shifted her stance slightly, her serpent staff twirling gracefully, the 3rd soul ring suddenly radiating brilliantly. As she flicked her wrist, the staff seemed to come alive, swirling gracefully within her palm. Following this, the staff erupted with blinding light. A barrage of sharp serpent blades shot forth, cleaving through the air with an ear-piercing sound, aimed directly at Chen Jue with fierce momentum, as if intending to rend apart any obstacle in their path. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught of serpent blades, Chen Jue remained unfazed. His soul power surged within, as if an invisible force was coalescing around him. Subsequently, the soul bone on his left arm burst forth with vibrant brilliance. He clenched his fist, that force resembling an immense power, crashing down upon the ground, causing the very air around to tremble. Titan right arm soul bone skill, gravitational quagmire, he intoned softly. In an instant, an indescribable and overwhelming pressure cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the space in a heavy shadow. Soul bone. The serpent matriarch's pupils constricted, her heart racing with terror, as her body involuntarily sank to one knee, the serpent staff in her grasp becoming her sole support. Had it not been for this staff, she might have found herself bowing to the ground beneath the sudden weight. Even those serpent blades, which nearly grazed her skin, crumbled like fragile bubbles under the crushing force of the gravitational quagmire. Yield, or I fear that further action from me will lead to your troubles. Chen Jue's tone dripped with disdain, resonating slowly. The serpent matriarch's eyes blazed with fury as she shot a fierce glare at Chen Jue. After all, the only part of her body that could move was her eyes, and there was that insufferable Zhao Wuji, stifling laughter beside her. This old gorilla, fully aware of Chen Jue's strength, had failed to give her a heads up. He was deliberately watching her humiliation. Had she known it would come to this, she would have rather offered the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent to the opponent. Being defeated by a junior would be a source of ridicule if it reached others' ears. With this thought, she sighed softly, feeling utterly embarrassed. I never imagined you had a soul bone. I truly underestimated you. This time, I concede, but do not become too arrogant. Remember, there are always greater talents beyond your own. Furthermore, excessive ostentation makes one susceptible to being hunted in their cradle. Some titled Douluos take pleasure in hunting geniuses. That would be a great loss. Chen Jue nodded, humbly responding, Thank you for your guidance, serpent matriarch. The boy will remember this. After all, she was the grandmother of the woman he aspired to win over. A little respect was certainly in order. Moreover, the serpent matriarch's words held truth, albeit only applicable to ordinary geniuses. For a genius like him, with such a distinguished background, there is truly no need for concern. After all, he has long been aware of the existence of the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo. However, it seems that the golden crocodile Douluo has departed for some urgent matter. It is good to know this child is indeed teachable. Her voice carried a hint of approval, and her eyes sparkled with a sense of satisfaction. Since this soul ring is not destined for us, let it be yours. Subsequently, her gaze gently settled upon Meng Yiran. In Meng Yiran's eyes danced a complex brilliance, both vibrant and tinged with youthful innocence. Do children these days really wear their emotions so openly on their faces? It is rather conspicuous. Anyone could discern that you harbor other feelings for Chen Jue. Come on, Yiran, let us check if there's any news from the old man. Meng Yiran responded softly, her voice delicate as a whisper, yet distinctly audible. At the moment she turned to leave, her gaze involuntarily swept over Chen Jue once more, a mingling of shyness and reluctance in her emotions. Such a talent. He seems to be a man tailor-made for her. She even threw him a glance laden with meaning. After all, she is one who dares to love and hate. When she likes someone, she does not conceal her feelings but expresses them boldly. Indeed, in the original script, she was audacious enough to kiss Tang San directly. This mere glance instantly incited the ire of the four women, who huffed in unison and shot Chen Jue a glare. The air was thick with subtle emotions, and Chen Jue could only respond with a wry smile. It is not his fault for being handsome and powerful. Surely, this cannot be blamed on me. Regardless. The first to voice her displeasure was Xiao Wu. She huffed, her lips slightly pouting in a mix of reproach and anger. Then, she resolutely averted her gaze from him, leaving behind a determined, yet charming silhouette. She's indeed not easily appeased. Chen Jue forced a smile. Sometimes, girls can be quite unreasonable. Yet he understood that they were not genuinely angry, but rather uncomfortable seeing their man being admired by other girls. This scene evoked envy in Tang San and the others. To have beautiful girls vying for his attention wherever he went, and even more, to have them feeling jealous. How infuriating! How intolerable! Tang San exclaimed in exasperation. All right, Xiao Ao absorbed the soul ring after delivering the finishing blow. We will guard you. Zhao Wujing, sensing the tension in the air, immediately interjected. Oscar nodded, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It was as though he were beholding a beautiful maiden shedding her garments. Here I come. Bear with it, brother, it will be quick. At this moment, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was losing blood rapidly, barely clinging to life. It could only watch helplessly as the man before it dealt the final blow. Crack! Hiss! With a swift motion, as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake let out a piercing cry, the purple soul ring materialized, and Oscar promptly sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul ring. During his absorption process, Chen Jue remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. After all, it was coming. The king of the forest, the titan giant ape. This scene had quietly caught the keen eyes of the four women. Liena subtly moved her fingers, playfully twisting at Chen Jue's waist. Her actions infused with a touch of mischief and jealousy. Hiss! Chen Jue involuntarily inhaled sharply, his gaze softening as it met Liena's beautiful eyes, which sparkled with nuanced emotions. What's the matter? Liena's lips curled into a sly smile, her small canine tooth peeking out. Her voice laced with an almost imperceptible pout. Are you still thinking about that girl? Chen Jue was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He thought something significant had occurred, only to realize it was the little fox feeling jealous. Chen Jue's fingertips gently brushed across Liena's delicate nose, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he chuckled softly. Is our little fox feeling jealous? Upon hearing this, Liena's cheeks were instantly adorned with a blush. She shyly turned her head away, yet stubbornly denied it. I'm not. Observing this, Chen Jue's lips curled into a playful smile, deliberately dragging out his words. Well then, I might really start thinking about her. No. Upon hearing this, Liena quickly reached out, gently grasping Chen Jue's arm. Her eyes sparkled with a pleading light, her tone filled with a mix of affection and charm. Good brother, don't think of her, think of me. Hiss! Chen Jue swallowed hard. He had to admit that the little fox knew how to be endearing. In an instant, she ignited his desires. "Little fox, you're playing with fire." Liena lifted her graceful neck, then, on tiptoes, took advantage of his momentary distraction to plant a kiss on him. Chen Jue chuckled upon seeing this. "Be careful, or I might just..." Chapter 50. Tang San. I would trade 20 years of my life for a powerful soul beast to kill Chen Jue. Liena's gaze lightly swept through the surroundings, a hint of cunning amusement creeping onto her lips. Then, in a tone almost taunting, she parted her red lips. "If you want to show my body to these men, feel free to do so." Upon hearing this, Chen Jue's mouth involuntarily twitched, silently cursing in his heart. "This little fox dares to threaten me. How infuriating. Ugh, you've got some nerve." Chen Jue sighed, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He then resumed scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Seeing this, Liena inexplicably felt a surge of joy. After all, during their 7 years together, she had never witnessed him being flustered. Suddenly, she keenly sensed a barely perceptible sigh from Chen Jue's throat, mistaking it for him being upset. So, she gracefully leaned in, her voice laced with a mix of affection and softness. "Brother Chen, are you upset?" Chen Jue was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise in his gaze. His earlier actions were merely a result of his vigilance towards their surroundings, especially the presence of the Titan giant ape. While it was not here to cause trouble, if it mistakenly harmed his woman, that would be disastrous. After all, that creature is large and foolish. However, since the little fox claimed he was angry, wouldn't it be disrespectful not to play along? Adjusting his expression, Chen Jue let out a cold snort. "Umph." Liena stroked her chin, seemingly pondering something. She recalled Rong mentioning that if a man is angry, one should kiss him. If he remains angry, keep kissing him until he isn't. If Chen Jue were to hear this, he would surely give her a big thumbs up. A true hero. With that, Liena, under the astonished gazes of the others, resolutely rose to her tiptoes and gently pressed a soft kiss on Chen Jue's cheek. Chen Jue's lips inadvertently curled into a faint smile. Yet that smile quickly faded, replaced by a deeper, more profound snort, as if to mask the subtle stirrings within his heart. "Don't think it will end so easily." His words were cut short as Liena leaned in once more. That gentle touch was like a soft spring rain, ceaselessly falling upon his cheek. "Are you satisfied?" Liena's voice was playful and challenging, her eyes glimmering with mischief. However, Chen Jue's response was abruptly interrupted by an unforeseen turn of events. Ning Rong pouted with evident dissatisfaction, resembling a child who had just lost their candy. With a swift motion, she joined the sudden game of intimacy, her words ringing with authority. "Nana, although you're the eldest sister, you shouldn't steal a bite. If we are to indulge, let be together." Before her words could settle, she darted forth like a swift swallow. The other two beauties followed closely, unwilling to be outdone. In an instant, the four of them enveloped Chen Jue in a gentle embrace, creating a stunning tableau. "I can't help it. Brother Chen is upset." Liena sighed, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. She exchanged a knowing glance with the other three women. In a heartbeat, four luscious lips approached in unison, lightly brushing against Chen Jue's cheek. He felt the softness and warmth enveloping him from all sides, a surge of joy swelling within his heart. This moment was the perfect remedy for the sorrow that lingered within him. Hith. Zhao Wujia watched this scene, his lips twitching slightly. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, soon transforming into a long sigh that escaped his lips. Youth is truly a blessing. Alas, I too was once as young as them, but those days are long gone. He then silently closed his eyes and turned his head away. Tang San and his companions gazed at this spectacle, their hearts a tumult of emotion, exchanging incredulous glances. Is being young really such a blessing? He appears to be turning your Shrek Academy into a harem. And isn't this outing meant for training? Why does it feel like a vacation for him? They felt a twinge of envy. Heavens, send a powerful spirit beast to take Chen Jue down. I, Tang San, would willingly trade 20 years of my life for that. Such a venomous vow was enough to prove his determination to see Chen Jue defeated. In a moment, Oscar had successfully absorbed the spirit ring's power, leaping into the air, his face glowing with undeniable joy. Teacher Zhao, I've become a soul sage. Oscar exclaimed proudly, raising his hand. Excellent. Zhao Wujie responded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His eyes sparkling with approval as he nodded gently. Hith. With Zhao Wujie's affirmation, Oscar's pride soared even higher. He glided over to Ning Rongrong, mischief dancing in his eyes. Leaning in close, he lowered his voice playfully. Rongrong, I become a soul sage and gain my third spirit ability. Would you like to know what it is? He raised an eyebrow, a hint of lewdness in his gaze. Want to know? Ning Rongrong's cheerful demeanor was abruptly shattered by his words, replaced by a cold, disdainful huff. Oof. Do you think you can call me Rongrong? Stay where it's comfortable until you become a titled Douluo. Hearing this, Oscar felt a sting of disappointment, his eyes reddening as he silently bore this setback, whispering to himself. Ooh, I will. I've grown stronger, yet she still looks down on me. How strong must I become for her to acknowledge me? Meanwhile, Tang San regarded Oscar with a hint of disdain, glancing toward his departing figure with a silent sneer. You think you will? By the time you become a titled Douluo, she will have already had 3 children. In an instant, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had violently shaken the ground, a sudden tremor catching everyone off guard, causing them to stumble. Amidst the chaos, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of a dense forest, reverberating through the air. Chen Jue's brow furrowed tightly. It's here, he thought, swiftly channeling his energy. A robust spirit power surged from his palms, forming an invisible shield that encircled the 4 women, deftly cushioning them from the tremors and allowing them to stand firm, unharmed. However, Tang San and the others were not so fortunate, all tumbling to the ground. Hearing that sound, Tang San felt a mix of excitement and panic. Excited, such a terrifying spirit beast must be capable of defeating Chen Jue. Panic, damn it. 20 years of life are gone. I was joking. Surely, the heavens won't mind? The familiar and chilling rumble struck Zhao Wujie's heart like a thunderclap, his brow furrowing in worry. Without hesitation, he summoned his powerful spirit energy, enveloping the young ones in an invisible shield. Titan Great Ape! Everyone be careful. Stay behind me. How could the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, appear at the forest's edge? Zhao Wujie's brow knitted in confusion and gravity. You all need to leave. I'll hold it off. If the Titan Great Ape locks onto us, we will all meet our ancestors. Turning around, he suddenly found himself face to face with the towering Titan Great Ape, standing 10 meters tall, its unique aura of 100,000-year spirit beast looming ominously. Hurry, don't look back. Zhao Wujie's voice grew urgent, but he turned to see that Tang San and Dai Mubai had already vanished without a trace. They may not be strong, but they sure can run fast. He intended to leverage his 7th spirit ability, but before he could finish his thought, a colossal force slammed into him. The Titan Great Ape's merciless fist striking with devastating power, sending him staggering backward until he fell helplessly to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, he struggled to prop himself up, a stark red staining his lips. Not leaving? Ning Rongrong's voice was barely a whisper, laced with a hint of trepidation. Sensing her unease, Chen Jue gently wrapped his arms around her waist, calming her tremors. He leaned closer to her ear, speaking softly, It's all right, I am here. It won't harm you. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes glimmered with reassurance as she nodded gently. It seemed that as long as she was by his side, there was nothing to fear. Yet, she half-jokingly remarked, Do you think the Titan Great Ape is a female, that it would be immobilized by your presence like that snake woman? But the truth was undeniable. The Titan Great Ape had indeed seized Xiao Wu in its massive grasp, also bringing Ning Rongrong along for the ride. It had shown no intention of harming her. Chen Jue, what does it want with me? This isn't how the story goes. Xiao Wu, Chen Jue called out, as the 3 women cried out in unison, their voices weaving a tapestry of urgency. The Titan Great Ape, hearing them, displayed a flicker of impatience in its eyes, its massive palm slowly rising, as if ready to unleash a cataclysmic storm. In that critical moment, Xiao Wu whispered a few words into its ear. Gradually, the Titan Great Ape lowered its poised paw and, turning around, took Xiao Wu and Chen Jue with it, vanishing from sight at an astonishing speed. In the shadows, 2 figures concealed themselves amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the formidable spirit hall duo, Zhu Tuo and Gai Daw. Should we act immediately to rescue the young master? Jiu Daw furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating through the dense woods, fixated on the sudden upheaval that had just transpired. In a calm, ice-like demeanor, Douluo shook his head and spoke, his voice steady and unyielding. There's no rush. We can still act when the moment is critical. Besides, there are others who are more anxious than we are. Are you referring to those two formidable and enigmatic women? Chapter 51. The Arrival of Ming. At this moment, Chen Jue remained bewildered, questioning the rationale behind Ming's decision to involve him. Little did he realize that Ming had merely intended to reunite with Xiao Wu, filled with joy at the prospect of reminiscing after so many years apart. However, his excitement turned to dismay upon witnessing Xiao Wu affectionately approach another man. Infuriatingly, Xiao Wu was his secret crush. In his impulsive enthusiasm, he had brought Chen Jue along, intending to present him to Dai Ming for questioning. Don't be nervous, Brother Chen Jue. He won't harm us, Xiao Wu reassured, grasping Chen Jue's hand with concern, fearful of startling him. After all, the terrifying aura of 100,000-year-old beast would frighten most individuals. Yet, Xiao Wu's tone bore an underlying sadness, hinting at a concealed matter. Indeed, Chen Jue nodded, quickly discerning the melancholy in Xiao Wu's expression. This little rabbit seemed to harbor doubts about him, indicating a need for further understanding. Surely, she couldn't think that he coveted her soul bone and soul ring. Had she forgotten that she possessed 200,000-year soul bones herself? With a gentle grip, Chen Jue held Xiao Wu's delicate hand, feeling its coldness, as if she truly feared he would take her soul bone and soul ring away. I know Xiao Wu would never harm me, he declared. Xiao Wu paused, seemingly catching the deeper implication in his words, her complexion paling as she averted her gaze. No, I am Ming, she began, but quickly realized her verbal misstep. As she sought to clarify, Chen Jue embraced her, interrupting her with a teasing tone. A little rabbit, you're not being very discreet, even slipping up in your words. I'm not. Xiao Wu's voice diminished, her head bowing in shyness. You really are a bit daft. Chen Jue chuckled. I'm not daft. I'm very clever, Xiao Wu retorted, lifting her head defiantly. Then why don't you wish to explain yourself? Although Chen Jue was privy to her background, he yearned for Xiao Wu to articulate it herself. Otherwise, he felt an intangible barrier lingering between them, leaving him uneasy. As she had thought her attempt to change the subject was successful, but Chen Jue's persistence surprised her. Xiao Wu clenched her fists. A hint of struggle etched upon her exquisite features. Moments later, she suddenly clung to Chen Jue, weeping softly. Brother Chen Jue, I'm not trying to hide anything from you. I'm just afraid that if you find out, you will no longer want me. In her eyes, if Chen Jue discovered she was the transformation of 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit, he would surely abandon her. After all, soul beasts and soul masters had always been in opposition. She did not want to leave Chen Jue. She truly did not. Thus, she had kept this secret from him, but now it seemed unavoidable. After speaking, Xiao Wu discreetly observed Chen Jue's facial expressions, terrified of seeing distaste. Yet, to her surprise, he smiled warmly, exuding an air of comfort, gently patting her back. He could feel her trembling form. You see, even if you call me foolish, I've always promised you, from the moment you entrusted your body to me, that I would never abandon you. In my eyes, whether you are a soul beast or something else, you will always be my Xiao Wu. She slightly lifted her head, surprise flickering in her eyes before tears streamed down her cheeks. She had prepared for the worst, yet he did not care. At this moment, Xiao Wu felt free from all worries and embraced Chen Jue tightly. Little rabbit, stop crying. If you continue, I might have to punish you. Xiao Wu sniffled, ceasing her tears, though glistening droplets still lingered in her eyes, evoking sympathy. As long as you don't leave me, I will endure any punishment you impose. This is what you promised. Meanwhile, Ming, who had been observing the scene, suddenly grew agitated, emitting a few sharp exclamations, as if to remind them to cease such displays of affection. A hug is one thing, but touching is another, and now you're kissing. Ugh, spare me from this sweetness. Upon hearing Ming's protests, Xiao Wu blushed furiously, her enchanting face flushed. She glared at Ming, annoyed at his interruption of her moment. Sharing one man among 4 women was already challenging enough. Now that Chen Jue was finally alone with her, she had hoped to extract a bit more affection, only to be disrupted by Ming. Oomph, I'll make sure to knock your head later. Chen Jue shot Ming a disapproving look, finding the interruption quite bothersome. Before long, they were led by Ming to a flat area, revealing a tranquil lake before them, emanating a profound vitality. Ming cautiously set Xiao Wu down, harboring no fondness for Chen Jue. He merely released her, careful not to exert too much force, aware that Xiao Wu seemed quite fond of him. After all, if he were to harm Chen Jue, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Fortunately, Chen Jue landed gracefully, casting a smug glance at Ming. Ming, Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration, clearly recognizing Ming's intentions. You're making brother Chen Jue uncomfortable. You're old enough to know better. Upon hearing her words, Ming immediately lowered his head, silenced like a child caught in wrongdoing. Xiao Wu kicked Ming playfully, then moved to Chen Jue's side. Are you all right? She asked with genuine concern. I'm fine. Chen Jue replied with a smile. Suddenly, a low rumble resonated from the previously calm lake. Moments later, the water erupted like a fountain, revealing a massive bull's head, its neck leading to a formidable serpent body, exuding an air of terror. Human, you have the audacity to have Xiao Wu bring you here. You must possess some skill. Xiao Wu turned towards the source of the voice, her eyes lighting up with delight. Deming, you're awake. Deming glanced at Xiao Wu and nodded. This is the first time Xiao Wu has brought a human back. Naturally, I had to come and see. Indeed, allow me to introduce you, Xiao Wu declared, raising Chen Jue's arm before Deming. This is Chen Jue, my man. Brother Chen Jue. This is Deming, a powerful being known as the Forest Emperor. 100,000 years soul beast. Chapter 52. Deming's intentions. Hello, Deming. Chen Jue greeted with a smile directed at the Tianqing Niumang. However, the Tianqing Niumang shot Chen Jue a glare filled with annoyance. This kid is actually Xiao Wu's man. Although it is a spirit beast that has long dwelled in the depths of the mountains, it is nonetheless aware of what the word man signifies in the context of a woman's words. This lad possesses an extraordinary way with words. Furthermore, his appearance can only be described as that of a heartthrob. After all, in the eyes of Deming, Xiao Wu is merely being deceived by the sweet talk and looks of the man before her. Had I known, I would never have let her venture into the human world. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. You, human, have attempted to ingratiate yourself with me. Yet I am unaware of the means by which you have ensnared Sister Xiao Wu. I am also oblivious to your intentions in approaching her. But your motives can only revolve around those two, the soul bone and the soul ring. Chen Jue shook his head. This holds no value for me at all. Xiao Wu quickly interjected. Brother Chen Jue does not covet my soul ring and soul bone. He has already told me so. Deming snorted coldly, fixing a piercing glare on Chen Jue, his eyes like a sword that pierced into Chen Jue's very soul. One cannot trust humans. Did not the Blue-Silver Emperor meet a similar fate? Even if he harbors no ulterior motives now, what of the future, as his ambition grows? Who can predict what may transpire? Thus, for the sake of Sister Xiao Wu's safety, I must eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was taken aback, recognizing that Deming was not jesting. He seemed genuinely intent on murder. Deming, Brother Chen Jue has not deceived me. But Deming paid her no heed. Casting au glance au Deming. Ming, restrein zistaxi I ovu. Do you dare? Xiao Wu glared at Ming, her eyes ablaze with fury that rendered him immobile. He was unsure of how to proceed. On one side stood Sister Xiao Wu, and on the other, his elder brother. Offending either side was not an option. Sister Xiao Wu, I can indulge you at times, but in matters of great import, I cannot allow you to continue down the wrong path. Deming flicked his tail, unleashing an inexplicable force that firmly restrained Xiao Wu. She felt as though an invisible wall had encircled her. Struggling, she called out to Chen Jue, urging Brother Chen Jue, run. Yet Deming silenced her voice. The gathered crowd could not hear a word. Human, you seem unafraid of me? Deming spoke in a low tone. You? If you're not afraid of Sister Xiao Wu holding a grudge against you for a lifetime, then by all means, proceed to kill me. The sky-blue bull python snorted coldly, looking down upon the human before it. Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Sister Xiao Wu has truly misjudged you. You are not a man at all. The words dripped with derision. Chen Jue chuckled lightly. Oh no, this is merely part of it. The other part is that you cannot kill me. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. Chen Jue spoke with nonchalance, devoid of fear. After all, he was aware that his master had sent the ghost Douluo to lurk in the shadows. Last time, they had inadvertently revealed their presence. which gave him the audacity to confront the creature head-on. With the two-level stasis domain of his martial soul fusion technique, he had ample time to escape. Human, do you dare to be so arrogant? I shall see how much you weigh. The sky-blue bull python swung its tail, instantly releasing an overwhelming pressure. The pressure of a 100,000-year spirit beast should not be underestimated. Even Chen Jue had to avoid its might. In an instant, he bent his legs, the ground cracking beneath him, while the surrounding flora and fauna were bent and broken by the oppressive force. Even nearby spirit beasts fled in terror at the palpable menace. Erming was also startled, trembling in fear. Xiao Wu, her face etched with anxiety, persistently pounded against the invisible wall. But no matter how fervently she struck, it was of no avail. Tears of regret streamed from her eyes. She should have insisted that Erming release brother Chen Jue along the way. The reason she hadn't was that she never anticipated that Deming would awaken, and with such a fierce reaction. Yet, her primary desire was simply to be alone with Chen Jue. Meanwhile, Chen Jue was drenched in cold sweat, glancing around anxiously. Where were those two? Why had they not acted? They had promised to intervene immediately if he was in danger. It felt as though he had been played. Meanwhile, the ghost Douluo, hiding in the shadows, spoke urgently. Old ghost, should we not intervene? If we do not draw those two women out, if anything happens to Chen Jue, we are doomed. The ghost Douluo kept his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene, fearing for Chen Jue's safety. Yet the order to apprehend the two women came from the golden crocodile, Douluo. After issuing the command, he had left them to deal with the mess while he retreated. Moreover, he had spoken with such confidence, asserting that the two women seemingly bore no ill will towards Chen Jue and might even be his protectors. However, the golden crocodile, Douluo, knowing his enemies lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed, was overly cautious about the potential dangers they posed. We cannot delay any longer. Locating the two women is secondary. Chen Jue must not perish. With that, the ghost Douluo exchanged glances with the ghost Douluo, preparing to strike. Chen Jue, seeing that no one around him was moving, sighed helplessly. It appeared that he would have to rely on himself. The sky-blue bull python, observing Chen Jue's lack of resistance, regarded him with disdain. Such a person could never be entrusted with Xiao Wu's safety. Although its oppressive aura equated to at least a title Douluo level in the Spirit Master hierarchy, the enemy Xiao Wu would face in the future would undoubtedly be titled Douluos themselves. After all, her lineage was well known. The 100,000-year soul bone and soul ring were coveted treasures for all titled Douluos, and her man could not even protect himself. This was a sight it could not bear to witness. The Blue-Silver Emperor, after all, was a prime example of this. As the pressure intensified, Chen Jue prepared to leave nothing in reserve. The sky-blue bull python was not an opponent he could afford to hold back against. Human, your death is the only way to sever sister Xiao Wu's attachments. Thus you must perish. No, Xiao Wu cried out heart-wrenchingly, her delicate hands turning red from the relentless pounding. Yet the sky-blue bull python remained deaf to her pleas, unleashing its full pressure. In that moment, Chen Jue felt as though he faced a formidable adversary. The next instant, he unleashed his dragon god martial soul. Dragon god. The sky-blue bull python's eyes widened in astonishment as it beheld the soaring dragon god above. How could it be? The five-ring configuration became apparent. For black and one red, the sky-blue bull python gasped in disbelief. It had never anticipated that the human before it could astonish it not just once, but twice. Where had he acquired a 10,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul ring? With his strength, how could he possibly have slain a spirit beast of such age? Yet even as Chen Jue activated his martial soul in defense, it proved utterly ineffective. The gap in strength was insurmountable. Just as he was about to employ his 100,000-year soul bone to resist, two furious voices rang out. Stop! How dare you harm our master, little bull python? Do you wish for death? Chapter 53. The appearance of ZG and BG, a terrifying pressure descended, clashing directly with that of the azure bull python, neutralizing its formidable might. In that moment, Chen Jue found his liberation. He gazed at the two exquisite figures in the sky, momentarily taken aback. Merely observing their silhouettes and figures, he recognized that these two were undoubtedly unparalleled beauties. The reason was clear. Experience told him so, yet he vaguely recalled never having encountered such strikingly attractive and powerful women. Puzzled, he could only stand by and watch. The azure bull python furrowed its brow, a flicker of malice flashing in its eyes. After all, how dare anyone save the very individual it sought to slay before its eyes? This was a blatant provocation. As a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years, it was accustomed to being revered and avoided by all. Instantly, it felt its status challenged, immediately rebuking. Humans, are you seeking death? Then it glanced down at Chen Jue, sneering. Having two beauties accompany your demise is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. However, the two women, Bibi and Ziji, paid no heed to its words and descended before Chen Jue. Bibi stepped forward first, gracefully kneeling on one knee, respectfully declaring, "Master, we have arrived late." Chen Jue, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. Could they be experts from the Spirit Hall? No, that couldn't be. He was well acquainted with the experts from the Spirit Hall, particularly the beautiful ones. He would never overlook them. As he slightly lowered his head to assist her up, after all, it was unkind to let someone remain in such a position. He was taken aback to behold two magnificent forms. My goodness, such splendid figures. Particularly the green hair and the ethereal wings evoked alluring thoughts. Observing Chen Jue's stunned expression, Ziji chuckled softly, a hint of excitement in her gaze. What is this? Does the master fancy her? Perhaps I should offer myself to him tonight? Chen Jue, regaining his composure, turned his attention to Ziji. His pupils constricted instinctively, and he bit his lip. Clad in dark purple scales, her figure was slender and statuesque. Her long, straight thighs and the fair skin of her shoulders, coupled with the deep cleavage, were captivating. Her flowing purple-black hair danced without wind, gracefully cascading down either side of her body. Her enchanting face, with deep purple eyes and vibrant lips, was utterly mesmerizing. What a splendid day it was to have two beauties appear simultaneously, both referring to me as their master. Happiness had come so unexpectedly. Beep. Target. Supreme Goddess appears. Target Goddess. Ziji. Depth of connection. 0. Beep. Target. Supreme Goddess appears. Target Goddess. Bibi. Depth of connection. 0. The system's notifications enlightened him. So it was Ziji and Bibi. However, why had they come here? In the original narrative, they should still be in slumber at this time. And why were they calling me master? Could it be due to my dragon god, martial spirit? Before he could ponder further, the azure bull python roared in fury. Am I to be disregarded? You two women are seeking. Before it could finish, Ziji coldly turned her head away, as if the previous smile had never existed. Did I permit you to speak? As her words fell, the heavens shifted dramatically. What had been clear skies transformed into a tempestuous darkness. A surge of purple soul power pierced through the clouds, descending with force. The next moment, it struck the azure bull python's head with a resounding impact, shattering its horns. It collapsed into the lake, its head landing before Chen Jue. You are a soul beast, and your cultivation far exceeds mine. Which of the 10 ferocious beasts are you? The azure bull python's face paled, yet it was unmistakably shocked. It had assumed they were humans, but from the display of power just now, it sensed she was a formidable soul beast over 100,000 years old. It had never anticipated that Chen Jue could summon such an extraordinary soul beast. Clearly, good looks had their advantages. He had underestimated the power of Chen Jue's visage. You need not know, just understand that my master's interest in you little rabbits is your fortune. Ziji's exquisite face was cold as she ignored the python. Stepping closer to Chen Jue. Are you unharmed, master? The icy demeanor of Ziji faded, replaced by a blush. Standing so close, she was surprised to find her master even more handsome upon closer inspection. All is well. Chen Jue helped Bibi to her feet. Her delicate hand felt soft and gentle to the touch. He wondered just how soft she was in other areas. Bibi's cheeks flushed slightly as she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling her heart race for the first time. Was this the sensation of infatuation? Seeing this scene, Ziji pouted, a flicker of jealousy crossing her enchanting features. Master took my hand. There's a reward for that. A reward? I like it. Chen Jue thought with a mischievous smile. Had he not known their identities before, he would have never dared to entertain such notions. Now, however, he felt emboldened, knowing they sought his favor. Yet, he refrained from being too audacious, as Xiao Wu watched from the sidelines. Gradually, he would progress. One must savor each bite of food, and one must approach women step by step. With this thought, Chen Jue extended his hand and grasped ZGS. Ah, the sensation is also delightful. What about the reward? ZGS' cold expression softened into a teasing smile as she slightly rose on her toes. Her purple-black hair brushed against his cheek, causing a ticklish sensation to arise. ZG leaned close to Chen Jue's ear, her lips parting slightly as she breathed softly. The warm breath lingered on his ear, making his face flush. She resembled a temptress. Then, ZG playfully captured his hand, placing it on her waist and slowly moving it upwards. Chen Jue instinctively swallowed hard, feeling the thrill of her waist beneath his fingers. His breath quickened, just as he was about to reach the pinnacle of ecstasy. ZG halted, releasing his hand and mouth. A teasing smile gracing her lips as she observed the flustered Chen Jue. Master, how about this reward? Isn't it irresistible? Chen Jue retorted, I've already disrobed. And this is what you show me? You tormenting little enchantress. Master, don't be impatient. ZG laughed. For while she was a soul beast and quite open-minded in this regard, she also understood that men tend to undervalue what they quickly acquire. Thus, she wished to prolong his yearning. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, witnessing the interaction between the enchanting women and her Chen Jue brother, felt her face flush with anger and excitement. Chen Jue brother, you must endure this trial. That wicked woman, despite being a ferocious beast of 100,000 years, is still pursuing younger prey. He actually held brother Chen Jue's ear. Moreover, he forced brother Chen Jue to touch her waist, sobbing. Although her voice could not be heard, he could perceive the sound from outside. At that moment, the silent Bija spoke up, Master, are you not afraid of us? Chapter 54. Dai Mubai provokes, tension mounts. This statement instantly awakened ZG, who had been teasing the master, thinking him merely a young boy. There was an exhilarating thrill in the playfulness. She completely forgot why Chen Jue was unafraid of them. At that time, the Tianqing Yolong had already revealed their origins. Shouldn't an ordinary person be terrified to the point of panic? After all, they were fearsome beasts from 100,000 years ago. Did they not care for their dignity? She then tilted her head slightly, gazing at Chen Jue, seemingly eager to hear how he would explain himself. What is there to fear? If you truly posed a threat to me, why would you have saved me? Moreover, I possess what you desire. Would you dare harm me? For instance, Chen Jue gently lifted his hand, and the dragon god martial soul instantly shrank, flying into his palm. Upon hearing this, the two women were taken aback. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape approached the Tianqing Yolong and asked in the voice of Soul Beast, Big brother, are you all right? Tianqing Yolong stood up, momentarily stunned, as he looked at Chen Jue and suddenly recalled that these two formidable beasts referred to him as their master. Could this be related to the dragon god, Martial Soul? He then raised his gaze to the dragon god, Martial Soul, in Chen Jue's hand, and in an instant, he understood everything. He had nearly caused a grave mistake. This was the hope of the soul beasts, nearly slipping through his fingers. How foolish of me. Thankfully, the beautiful senior before me has awakened my senses. It's nothing serious, merely that I almost made a significant blunder. He then shared his insights with Erming. Although Erming was somewhat dim-witted, he understood Chen Jue's significance to their kind. Alas, brother, you were too hasty. I sense he may harbor some negative impressions of us. Erming began to chastise Daming. As this was a rare opportunity, previously, it was Daming who scolded him. I'm just worried about Sister Xiao Wu's safety. Daming, filled with regret, felt his spirits dampen. Fortunately, he had this connection with Sister Xiao Wu in Chen Jue. He should be safe. He was fearful that Chen Jue might execute him in a fit of anger, especially with the assistance of those two formidable beasts. His demise would be certain. How do you know? A flicker of surprise crossed ZG's beautiful eyes. Oh, curious to know? Chen Jue raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Of course. Speak quickly. Then should we not take some action to demonstrate? All right. Master, allow me to serve you. Bijia, you two a dual assault. On the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Everyone gathered around the campfire. The atmosphere was heavy with disappointment. Although Zhao Wujia appeared outwardly dejected, he harbored no worries, for 3 title Douluo were present. To them, the Titan giant ape was merely a plaything, especially the golden crocodile Douluo. If he sensed correctly, this golden crocodile Douluo was at least level 98. However, he dared not disclose this to the girls. Previously, the golden crocodile Douluo had specifically instructed them not to speak of their existence. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Thus, he could only feign disappointment in front of the girls. Meanwhile, Tang San and Dai Mubai wore mournful expressions, yet their hearts were brimming with excitement. Especially Tang San. Were it not for the constraints of the occasion, he would have leapt up in exhilaration to set off firecrackers. His 20-year lifespan was worth it. And if Chen Jue were to perish, wouldn't Ti Xiao Wu belong to me? Moreover, there were so many women he yearned for. Ever since he and Dai Mubai visited the brothel, his innocence had been lost. It seemed he had grasped the pleasures of a rogue. To understand, accept, and surpass the rogue. Dai Mubai was equally exhilarated. The Chen Jue who had offended him was finally dead. Observing Zhu Zhuqing weeping profusely and being a romantic, Dai Mubai was well aware of a woman's sentiments. This was her moment of utmost solitude and sorrow. He prepared to seize the opportunity to insert himself into her heart. He stealthily approached Zhu Zhuqing from behind. Mistaking him for Chen Jue, she quickly wiped her tears and turned with a smile. However, upon seeing Dai Mubai's insufferable grin, her smile instantly transformed into indifference. Is there something you need? If not, you may leave on your own accord, as your presence annoys me. Dai Mubai retorted. Of course there is. Seeing you so heartbroken pains me. Chen Jue's death was fate. Look, I am still here. Rest assured, I will treat you well. I shall no longer visit the brothel. As soon as he spoke, Dai Mubai regretted it. The brothel was his lifeblood. Sacrificing a forest for her was hardly worthwhile. Get lost. Brother Chun is not dead. You better leave quickly. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing dismiss him so coldly, Dai Mubai dropped the pretense and lashed out angrily. Don't test my patience. Chen Jue is dead, and I shall take you as a second-hand item. Yet you still pretend. Chen Jue is not dead? He must be. Even Zhao Wujia was sent flying with a single punch. Do you expect him to return alive? Dream on. Zhao Wujia interjected. You may bicker as you wish, but do not drag me into this. He cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression as he shot Dai Mubai a warning glance. Mind your words. How can you speak to a classmate in such a manner? Dai Mubai snorted coldly, glaring at Zhu Zhuqing. You who humiliate me now shall pay for it later. Although Zhao Wujia's words silenced Dai Mubai, the girls were unconvinced and began to berate him. What do you mean, Dai Mubai? Are you threatening us? What have you done to Chen Jue? Are you wishing for his demise? Ning Rongrong's fury ignited, her eyes revealing a murderous intent as she pointed at Dai Mubai. No one is allowed to humiliate my man. If you dare utter another word, do you believe I will not end you? As the rightful consort, Liena glared fiercely at Dai Mubai. Subsequently, for soul rings illuminated, yellow, yellow, purple, black. A fox materialized behind her. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. A 10,000-year soul ring? Where did she acquire that? His focus had been solely on Chen Jue, unaware that his woman was equally formidable. Do not presume that just because you have become a soul zone and possess a 10,000-year soul ring, you are impressive. Dai Mubai showed no signs of retreat. Confident that in terms of martial soul quality, his evil eye white tiger far surpassed hers. 3 soul rings manifested. Yellow, yellow, purple. A white tiger stood proudly behind Dai Mubai. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in respecting your seniors. Chapter 55, Dai Mubai's identity exposed. Intent on making Liena a concubine, Dai Mubai launched the first strike, but Liena effortlessly leapt aside, evading the attack. Then, the silver-white soul bone on her forehead revealed itself. The spirit head bone. Instantly, the silver-white bone coalesced into a beam of white light, shooting forth. Soul bone? As Dai Mubai marveled at the situation, his first spirit ring illuminated. The first spirit ability, White Tiger Shield, activated. Instantly, a transparent white protective barrier formed around him, capable of mitigating physical damage by 50%. However, he was unaware that the skill of this spirit bone was of a mental nature, rendering his White Tiger Shield utterly ineffective. In an instant, a beam of white light pierced through his shield and struck his head with tremendous force. The next moment, Dai Mubai felt dizzy, staggering to one knee while clutching his head with one hand. Meanwhile, Tang San, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Such a formidable mental spirit bone ability. Moreover, his expression was filled with envy. Chen Jue possessed a spirit bone, but why did his woman have one as well? Oh, how he longed for one too. Would the heavens dare grant me a top-tier spirit bone in exchange for 20 years of my life? Zhao Wujia also fixed his gaze on the white skull on Liena's forehead, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. It was one thing for Chen Jue to have spirit bones, considering his background, but where did Liena acquire hers? After pondering for a moment, he sighed. It must have been given by Chen Jue. With so many spirit bones at his disposal, he should at least offer a few to honor his teacher. Must I personally inquire? Alas, if only I were a female teacher. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Wujia's thoughts began to shift, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had once received a spirit bone from Chen Jue, couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. She had initially believed that Chen Jue had only bestowed one upon her. Little did she know, though she wouldn't dwell on it or cause a scene, she couldn't help but feel a touch uncomfortable at that moment. Ning Rongrong shot an indignant look at Liena, her eyes clearly expressing jealousy. Her puffy little face appeared utterly adorable. This must have been a gift from brother Chen Jue. It seems Zhu Qing has one too. Could it be that Xiao Wu has one as well? Oh, why am I the only one left out? Brother Chen Jue no longer favors the little witch. The little witch is furious, the kind that cannot be soothed. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to possess a spirit bone. It must have been given to you by that scoundrel Chen Jue. One cannot deny Dai Mubai's audacity, fearlessly asserting himself in such a dire situation. Even Ma Hongjun and Oscar, standing nearby, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Do you wish to experience the power of a spirit bone? Without a mental defense spirit ability, if you take another hit from me, you shall surely become a fool. Dai Mubai scoffed, regaining his footing. One hand propped against a tree, while the other pointed at Dai Mubai. Do you know who I am? I am unafraid to tell you. I am a third prince of the star, Luo Empire. If you dare lay a hand on me, my family will send a tidal Douluo to ensure your family's demise. His greedy gaze roamed over her, leaving him parched with desire. Particularly captivated by her two prominent peaks, he couldn't help but salivate. One must admit, Chen Jue has quite the discerning eye for women. His previous reluctance to act so arrogantly stemmed from fear of offending Chen Jue. For someone capable of nurturing such talent, must have an impressive background. But now that Chen Jue is deceased, he felt it was time to reveal his true nature. Upon uttering these words, most people were momentarily stunned. A small fraction, however, bore expressions of disdain, such as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, being the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had the backing of two titled Douluos within her sect. She had no fear of the so-called third prince of the star, Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was privy to the truth. He was merely a fallen third prince, and such a background could only intimidate ordinary people. After all, he had come here to escape the brutal conflicts of royalty, and his elder brother would rather see him dead. How could they possibly send a tidal Douluo to aid him? Alas, Zhao Wujia, observing from the sideline, sighed. His eyes filled with disappointment toward Dai Mubai. Losing to a woman was one thing, but to threaten her with his family background was another. Zhao Wujia, a man of unwavering integrity, held such intimidation in contempt. He had initially thought Dai Mubai had the potential to become a renowned tidal Douluo on the continent. However, it appeared he had misjudged him. Ma Hongjun was also taken aback by this scene. Who would have thought Dai Mubai possessed such strength? He almost overlooked it. If he became his brother, future resources would be plentiful, along with endless beauties, thus sparing him from spending money to relieve his urges daily. The mere thought filled him with excitement. To demonstrate his loyalty, he quickly approached Dai Mubai, occasionally gesturing toward Liena. Nana, why not apologize to Dai Lauda? If this escalates, it will be you who suffers. Why bother? As Liena gradually shifted to a disadvantaged position, Oscar could no longer remain idle. He had received Chen Jue's favor. Otherwise, he would never have obtained such a remarkable spirit ring. How could he stand by and do nothing? He approached Liena. This situation was instigated by Dai Mubai. Had he not cursed Chen Jue to death, this predicament would never have arisen. If anyone needed to apologize, it should be Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun snickered, belly protruding, pointing at Oscar. When did you become Liena's lapdog? Didn't you claim to like Ning Rongrong? How can you serve both? Ha ha! Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun laughed mockingly, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Chen Jue had favored me. It is only natural that I assist him, Oscar retorted, his face flushed. Oh, so you're Chen Jue's lapdog. It's one thing for a woman to be a lapdog, but you two? You little wolf king. In a bid to ingratiate himself, Ma Hongjun unleashed a tirade against his former good brother. If I'm a lapdog, then what are you? Aren't you the same? A fair-weather friend, who knows who secretly berated Dai Mubai on Chen Jue's behalf in the dead of night. Oscar shot back, his disappointment in his former good brother palpable. Initially, they had both maintained neutrality, refusing to get involved with either side. This was their agreement. The goal was to focus on cultivation, as Principal Flender had stated that one must concentrate diligently on training, based on the principles of brotherhood. He had not intended to support Liena at first. However, when his good brother betrayed their agreement, succumbing to Dai Mubai for personal gain, he felt compelled to intervene on Liena's behalf. Ma Hongjun, having his thoughts laid bare, grew anxious. I never said that. Don't twist my words. He then turned to Dai Mubai, hastily explaining. Dai Lauda, he is sowing discord. Do not believe him. Dai Mubai cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He then chuckled lightly, placing a hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. No worries, I trust you. He then turned his gaze back to Liena, smirking. You possess considerable beauty. I offer you an opportunity. If you kneel now and lick my toes, serving me for the night, I shall take you as my concubine. Otherwise, I would have conveyed your recent actions to the Douluo Empire. And when the time comes for you to plead with me, it would be too late. Chapter 56, Dai Mubai esse uncle, Dai Wuing. Upon hearing this, Liena's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, standing beside Dai Mubai, echoed his sentiments. Why don't you just follow Brother Dai? After all, Chen Jue is dead. Sticking with him guarantees you a life of luxury. My boss Dai does not mind that you are second-hand goods. He is willing to accept you. So stop overthinking it. Such words were intolerable for Oscar. Isn't that going too far? If Chen Jue were alive, he would surely deal with you. Dai Mubai snorted dismissively. Chen Jue, let him first prove he can escape from the spirit beasts. Even if he returns, does he dare challenge me? Does he possess that kind of strength? Zhu Zhuqing, unable to bear it any longer, immediately stood by Liena's side, her expression filled with disdain. You only dare to speak when Brother Chen is absent. If he were here, you wouldn't even dare to utter a sound. Dai Mubai, struck at his sore spot, darkened in countenance. It seems you have become quite eloquent after being schooled by Chen Jue. Fear not, it won't be long before the royal family sends someone. We will have plenty of time to rectify things. This statement brought a hint of disappointment to Zhu Zhuqing's face. If he is truly dead, then I shall accompany him. I absolutely cannot allow this scoundrel Dai Mubai to benefit. What are you contemplating? My time is limited. Liena scoffed, lightly brushing her garment, and then stepped forward, her demeanor exuding confidence. Do you think you are worthy of my service? Just because of your status as the third prince of the Douluo Empire? Your identity holds no more value to me than refuse. Are you courting death? Dai Mubai bellowed, his face contorted with rage. This identity was his pride, and having it trampled upon by another was intolerable. Were it not for your looks, I wouldn't waste my time. I would simply have someone bring you back. Do you dare? Ning Rongrong, undeterred, stepped in front of Liena, her eyes blazing with fury. They are my sisters. If you dare to harm them, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Dai Mubai's Nude. Does your seven-treasure glazed tile school wish to wade into this murky water? Even if your school is powerful, it cannot be compared to a nation. Setting aside strength, do you honestly believe your words carry weight? Would your father offend the Douluo Empire over these two girls who have no ties to him? Therefore, out of respect for the seven-treasure glazed tile school, I suggest you leave. Ning Rongrong, infuriated, found herself momentarily speechless, her complexion flushed. Zhao Wujing could no longer tolerate the scene, exclaiming, Dai Mubai, enough. Zhao Wujing, I advise you to stay out of this. Dai Mubai arrogantly replied, disregarding Zhao Wujing entirely. Now that the lines were drawn, he would be audacious to the end. You. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to recall something, and her voice floated softly through the air. Do you truly represent the Douluo Empire? You are merely a fallen prince. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's lips curled into a smirk, his cold laughter echoing through the air. A voice belonging to a middle-aged man then resounded. Even a fallen prince is not someone you can bully. A gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves of the surrounding trees to sway. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them. A soul Douluo. Zhao Wujing gasped in astonishment. Why am I always the one plagued by misfortune? Encountering 3 titled Douluos is my fate. Now, meeting a sole Douluo as well. Flander, from now on, you shall handle the attendants. Suddenly, the group felt as if they were frozen in place. As a middle-aged man clad in a black cloak approached them slowly. Wherever he passed, snowflakes scattered, and the ground froze. Zhu Qing, recognizing the falling snowflakes and that familiar voice, felt a flicker of contemplation in her eyes. When a middle-aged man lifted his black hood, a glimmer of shock crossed Zhu Qing's beautiful features. This was Dai Mubai's uncle, Dai Wuheng, an 85th level control and assault-type Soul Douluo, wielding the mutated spirit. The extreme snow-white tiger. You must be Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai's fiancé. It has been a long time since we last met. I apologize, but I do not acknowledge being his fiancé. Zhu Qing offered no courtesy. Some matters are not for you to decide. Dai Wuheng snorted. Uncle, you have finally arrived. Your nephew has been waiting for you. Dai Mubai exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he embraced his uncle's arm. This was the very foundation of his audacity today. Rest assured, now that I am here, I shall not allow you to suffer any grievances. Dai Wuheng affectionately ruffled Dai Mubai's golden locks, a smile gracing his features. You must be his teacher. I have heard that he has faced many hardships here. Is that true? Dai Wuheng cast a cold glance at Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing felt an overwhelming pressure. I am unaware of any grievances, but he certainly has a knack for causing trouble. Zhao Wujing replied with calm dignity. You've got some guts to speak to me in that manner. I intend to take them away. You wouldn't dare to stop me, would you? Oh no, you surely wouldn't dare. Upon this declaration, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a blatant provocation. Not only that, but you also wish to take his students away? You truly have no regard for him. This is utterly intolerable. I shall test your soul Douluo prowess today. Zhao Wujing could no longer contain himself, ready to take action, when Liena intervened. Let me handle this. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. This was her first time addressing Zhao Wujing as teacher. Previously, she deemed him unworthy, as her heart belonged solely to Bibi Dong. Yet now he had earned that title. He would not act like a sycophant due to the strength of his opponent. Instead, he would assist them. For that reason alone, she honored him with the title of teacher. Little girl, let us see how you intend to resolve this. Liena smirked, filled with disdain, then took a deep breath, channeling her energy and shouted, Grandpa Ghost. Grandpa Chrysanthemum. Chapter 57. Chen Jue arrives. Calling grandpas is useless. Calling me father is something I might consider, provided it's at night. Dai Mubai chuckled, a lewd grin plastered across his face. Liena glared coldly at Dai Mubai, her fury reaching its zenith. Although she had called someone father before, it was contingent on the individual. Brother Chun was acceptable, but he was unworthy. What is the matter? Speechless? Not prepared to retort? Dai Mubai continued to mock. The happiness you feel now will be matched by the suffering you will soon endure. Liena, expressionless, replied. She was well aware that Grandpa Ghost and Grandpa Chrysanthemum were nearby. Uncle, he says I will suffer greatly soon. Do you believe that? Dai Mubai turned to Dai Wuheng, unable to contain his laughter. After all, in Dai Mubai's ears, that statement was utterly ridiculous. Dai Wuheng could only shake his head helplessly, a look of disdain in his eyes. Little girl, you appear quite lovely, yet your wits seem lacking. How about you come over to my place tonight, and I'll show you how to use your brain? Dai Wuheng gazed at Liena, his eyes gradually filling with greed and fervor. In his entire life, he had never encountered a woman so exquisitely beautiful. It was simply exhilarating. While the two women beside him were not without merit, one being the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and the other Dai Mubai's fiancé, with a commendable background. He could not pursue either. The unassuming Liena, devoid of power or influence, was the optimal choice for him. With this thought, he instinctively licked his lips. Uncle, I want to make her my concubine. Dai Mubai lamented. It's just a woman. Do you really intend to compete with me? Dai Wuheng shot Dai Mubai a glare, causing him to lower his head, unwilling to meet his gaze. After all, he still needed his uncle's support and did not wish to provoke him. Dai Wuheng patted his shoulder and said nonchalantly, Don't worry. Once I grow tired of her, I'll hand her over to you, and we can enjoy her together. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's excitement surged. All right. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie could no longer bear the scene and immediately activated his martial spirit. You are truly excessive. Do you think I, old Zhao, am afraid of you? With that, he unleashed his third soul skill, the mighty diamond palm. As the purple soul ring illuminated, Zhao Wujie's right hand transformed into a bear's paw, striking out with great force. Dai Wuing scolded, seeking death. Without even releasing his martial spirit, he retaliated with a single punch, sending Zhao Wujie flying. The latter coughed up blood as he soared through the air. With such power, do you still wish to show off? Get lost. Dai Wuing cursed, and with a wave of his hand, everyone except Dai Mubai and the previously mentioned Tang San and Ma Hongjun fell unconscious. Now that there are no interruptions, we can truly have some fun. In the heart of the Stardow forest, a cry for help echoed. Nana, the hidden Jew Douluo furrowed his brow and looked at Ghost Douluo. I heard it too. Sent a message to Chen Jue and let us hurry to investigate. Ghost Douluo responded swiftly. Understood. At that moment, Chen Jue was engaged in conversation with ZG and Bai Ji. How did you come to realize the significance of your dragon, god, martial spirit, to us soul beasts? ZG inquired once more. The man before her was indeed a puzzlement. Soft approaches had failed, and hard ones were ineffective as well. Chen Jue smiled silently, thinking it inappropriate to reveal that he had read the original story. You have already taken advantage of the situation, yet you still refuse to speak? Men can be so wicked. Chen Jue's smile faded as whispers reached his ears. His expression shifted from amusement to fury. Who dares? He bellowed, and his dragon god martial spirit seemed to sense his anger, breaking free from his hand and soaring into the sky with a roar. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, dark clouds gathered, and even the waters of the lake began to boil. The surrounding soul beasts trembled and knelt at the sound of the roar. What is happening? ZG asked, puzzled. It was the first time she had witnessed Chen Jue so enraged during her fortnight of covert observation. Something has gone awry, Chen Jue remarked casually, rushing to Xiao Wu's side. Seeing Chen Jue in such a state of fury, Xiao Wu was equally perplexed. Could it be that something has happened to Nana and the others? The little fox and her companions are in trouble. I must go check on them immediately. I will accompany you, Xiao Wu replied anxiously, feeling compelled to assist her sisters in distress. All right, Chen Jue agreed. Ziyi, B, do you have any means to get us there quickly? Yes, but you must agree to help us. ZG seized the opportunity. Agreed. Chen Jue did not hesitate. After all, the well-being of Nana and her companions was paramount. Moreover, assisting them was not a burdensome task. Having read the original story, he had long been dissatisfied with the divine realm's rule, prohibiting soul beasts from achieving godhood. Helping them in this moment was more than acceptable, especially since they were all exceptional goddesses chosen by the system destined to become his women. He had never refused to assist his future partners. Furthermore, with his dragon god martial spirit, the divine realm might very well see him as a threat to eliminate. Seeing his swift agreement, ZG beamed with joy. Without further ado, she transformed into her soul beast form and whisked the three away. Zhao Wujie spat blood once more. Due to his high soul power level, he remained conscious despite his injuries. However, witnessing Dai Wuheng and Dai Mubai preparing to take advantage of the unconscious Liena, he could not remain passive. Despite being outmatched, he could not bear to watch a student be subjected to such indignities. 7 mere soul rings. What a foolish demise to seek. Dai Wuheng wiped the blood from his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the incapacitated Zhao Wujie. For the sake of Mubai's teacher, I shall spare your life as a dog. But should you dare intervene again, I shall show no mercy. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's limbs were dislocated, rendering him unable to move, forced to watch helplessly. Beast! Zhao Wujie spat in anger. Thank you for the compliment, Mubai. Let's enjoy ourselves together. What position do you prefer? Anything goes, Dai Mubai replied excitedly, the slight bulge in his lower body betraying his impatience. He then approached the unconscious Liena, gazing at her stunning, ethereal visage, his desire reaching a fever pitch. Damn it, today I shall have my way with you. With that, Dai Mubai's sinful hands began to ascend, occasionally licking his lips. How dare you touch what belongs to me? Have you considered how you wish to perish? A furious voice resounded throughout the heavens. Chapter 58. Invulnerable and mighty, who is it? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retracting his hands and looking skyward. Even Dai Wuheng paused, bewildered. Show yourself if you dare. No sooner had he spoken than 4 immense pressures descended upon them. Dai Wuheng instantly knelt, the ground beneath him cracking. A formless force sent both Dai Mubai and Dai Wuheng flying. Dai Mubai coughed blood as he collided with a tree, while Dai Wuheng managed to resist with his soul power but still felt his internal organs violently stirring, as if they might be torn asunder at any moment. A soul Douluo? With such strength, you dare to harm my people? A disdainful voice echoed. As Dai Mubai and Dai Wuheng looked up, they beheld Chen Jue, flanked by the 2 women, standing atop of a black dragon. Beside the dragon stood 2 men, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Chen Jue, you survived, Dai Mubai exclaimed in shock. Chen Jue disregarded him, lightly leaping down and landing gracefully. He immediately checked on the 3 women, relieved to find them unharmed, merely unconscious from the soul power backlash. Chen Jue then approached Liena, kneeling to cradle her in his arms, sighing in relief. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Had he been any later, the consequences would have been dire. He initially intended to toy with Dai Mubai slowly, but since the latter was so eager to court death, he might as well expedite the process. At that moment, Liena, nestled in his arms, suddenly awoke and instinctively resisted upon realizing she was being cradled by another. "Don't touch me. It's me." A familiar and gentle voice instantly provided her with a sense of belonging, and tears began to flow as she gazed blankly at Chen Jue. She clutched her chest and leaned against him, crying, "Brother Chen, I haven't been tainted. Please don't abandon me. Woo-woo, Brother Chen, please don't forsake me." Her tears dampened his clothing. Each droplet felt like a blade carving into his heart, inflicting unbearable pain. "I'm here. It's all right. It's all right." Chen Jue held Liena tightly, gently patting her back, tears of his own cascading down. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Liena fainted again. He then turned to Xiao Wu. "Take good care of her." Xiao Wu nodded, embracing Liena as she watched Chen Jue's retreating figure. She recalled the murderous intent reflected in his eyes moments ago. "Want to leave? Did I give you permission? Strike." Upon receiving the command, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo unleashed their martial spirits and soul rings. Ghost Douluo acted first, summoning 2 spectral hands that emerged from the ground, seizing Dai Mubai and Dai Wuheng, who were attempting to flee. Title Douluo. The sight of 9 soul rings filled Dai Wuheng and Dai Mubai with regret, particularly Dai Mubai, who lamented, had he only ensured Chen Jue was truly dead before making a move. Regret, profound regret. Upon seeing the 2 titled Douluos before him, Dai Wuheng immediately abandoned any thought of resistance. He never imagined that the Chen Jue Dai Mubai spoke of would be shielded by 2 titled Douluos. Dumb, foolish Dai Mubai. How could you act without verifying the situation? No wonder you were outmaneuvered in the struggle for the throne. Clearly, he lacked both intellect and strength. Yet, no amount of complaints or regrets could alter the outcome of the day. This was all Dai Mubai's directive. I had no part in it, and I didn't even touch her. Dai Wuheng pleaded for mercy, tears streaming down his face. "Did I grant you permission to speak?" Chen Jue commanded, "Ghost Grandpa, break his arm." At his command, Ghost Douluo tightened his grip, shattering Dai Wuheng's arm. No, blood spurted forth amidst his cries as the severed limb fell to the ground. "If you dare to touch my woman, you should be prepared for the consequences." Chen Jue taunted as he approached. "You should have researched the repercussions of offending me before acting." Dai Wuheng, in agony, could hardly speak, merely glaring at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai understood his unspoken words. Did you not believe Chen Jue was dead? Who knew he had such a formidable background? He even summoned a soul Douluo for backup. Who could have anticipated 2 titled Douluos would serve as his bodyguards? Had I known, I would have gladly played the sycophant. Meanwhile, Dai Wuheng, seeing Chen Jue before him, steeled himself for a gamble. If he could just bite Chen Jue's neck, the toxins from his saliva would surely enter his bloodstream, for his entire being was poisonous. Injected into Chen Jue's body, he would surely perish without the antidote. This was a special skill he had acquired while absorbing soul rings, and it would serve as his bargaining chip for survival. In an instant, Dai Wuheng pushed his soul power to its limits, swiftly breaking free from Ghost Douluo's grasp. Ghost Douluo was taken aback, surprised by his sudden struggle. In the next moment, Dai Wuheng sank his teeth into Chen Jue's neck, only to be seized again by Ghost Douluo's spectral claws. To prevent any escape, Ghost Douluo crushed his feet. Meanwhile, Chrysanthemum Douluo rushed forward with concern. Oh no, you've been poisoned. Upon realizing this, Bai Ji hurried over to examine him, for her healing abilities were second to none in the Star Forest. No soul beast dared claim the top spot. Don't waste your effort. Once infected with my poison, even a poisoned Douluo would be powerless. Yet, there was a way out. If you release me, I'll provide the antidote. Otherwise, you shall surely perish within half a minute. Chen Jue chuckled, entirely unfazed. After all, possessing a body immune to all poisons was no idle boast. So confident? Chen Jue asked, a smile playing on his lips. Naturally, but your time is limited. When you beg for my mercy, remember to lower your tone. Dai Wuheng responded with unshakable assurance. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, standing beside Chen Jue, wore an expression of bewilderment and excitement. She had just probed Chen Jue's body with her life force, preparing for an examination, only to discover that his body emanated a peculiar life force capable of obliterating toxins in an instant. Even her life force could not achieve such swift annihilation, indicating that Chen Jue possessed a vitality far superior to her own. This realization ignited an intense thrill within her. She was enamored with the study of life force, particularly that of Chen Jue. Your body harbors an extraordinarily advanced life force that eradicated the toxins. Is this innate to you? May I take a drop of your blood for research? Being quieted softly, Chen Jue responded, Sure, let us conduct a thorough study tonight. But for now, I must attend to pressing matters. He then turned to Dai Wuheng, arching a brow in mockery. Surely, that half-minute must be up by now. I seem to be perfectly fine. Chapter 59. Chen Jue. Kneel and call me master, then bow your head. Impossible. I must have miscounted. Perhaps it was a minute. Dai Wuheng stammered. Though he said this, he felt utterly bewildered. This was unusual. In his past experiences, without exception, his victims had succumbed within half a minute. Why was Chen Jue seemingly unaffected? His mind raced. Perhaps he simply needed more time. It had to be. Dai Wuheng reassured himself. As time drifted on, 2 minutes quietly slipped by. Panic began to seep into Dai Wuheng's expression, disbelief clouding his gaze. This poison was ineffective. He must be a monster. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been filled with excitement, suddenly found his enthusiasm waning. He had anticipated a scene where Chen Jue would succumb to the poison, kneeling and pleading for mercy, ultimately releasing them. Yet, not only did that not happen, but everything remained tranquil. He recalled that his uncle's poison had never failed. How could this be? How could Chen Jue consistently create miracles? Was he a deity? Your poison is ineffective. Chen Jue's disdainful voice interrupted their thoughts. Shall I teach you how to use poison? Upon hearing those words, Dai Wuheng let out a cold laugh. Yet his bloodied visage rendered the expression quite grotesque. I am not boasting. My body is immune to most poisons. Even if the poisoned Douluo attempted to harm me, it would not be a trivial matter. I acknowledge that you can withstand my toxins, likely due to some protective measure, but to think you could poison me is utterly impossible. Chen Jue clicked his tongue, then retrieved a silver needle from his soul guide, its surface coated with a white, unidentifiable liquid. Dai Wuheng's expression shifted to one of surprise at this sight, as an unsettling dread crept over him. What poison is that? Chen Jue couldn't help but smile at the question. What? Afraid? Afraid? I don't believe you can handle this. Seizing the moment, he plunged the silver needle directly into Dai Wuheng's chest. In an instant, the flesh at the site of the puncture began to visibly decay. As Dai Wuheng's anguished cries filled the air, Chen Jue's lips curled into a smirk. Now this is exquisite. His intention was to torment Dai Wuheng slowly, ensuring that he did not meet a swift demise. Had he not arrived in time, the little fox might have already fallen victim to this man. A quick death would not satisfy him. I want the antidote. I do not wish to suffer this agony. Dai Wuheng felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his flesh, slowly devouring him from within. The pain from his severed limbs paled in comparison to this torment. Do not worry. You will not die. This poison is something I have painstakingly researched. It brings only despair and suffering, but no death. Specifically crafted for scoundrels like you who bully the weak. Today, I shall make you wish for life yet not be able to live. This poison had been concocted from the knowledge gleaned from countless tomes on toxins during his idle hours. He never anticipated that it would serve such a purpose now. I beg you, let me die. Dai Wuheng lamented, feeling that living was worse than death itself. You can choose to die yourself, perhaps by biting your tongue. But do you possess the courage for that? Chen Jue taunted. Let me tell you, it would be wise to provide me with the antidote and allow me to leave. Otherwise, the Star Luo Empire will surely send someone to eliminate you. Dai Wuheng's pain rendered his speech stuttered, yet his words carried a threatening undertone. This was his last card. However, Chen Jue merely scoffed in disdain. Threatening me? Do you truly believe they would even know? Or even if they did, would they risk their hands for a worthless prince and a disposable soul, Douluo? Have you any sense left? The backing I possess can dispatch 2 titled Douluos to protect me, which indicates that my influence extends beyond just those 2. Do you honestly think the people of the Star Luo Empire would blame me? They might even commend my actions. Ha ha ha. As Chen Jue articulated his thoughts, he systematically dismantled the last vestiges of Dai Wuheng's will to live. Enduring immense pain, Dai Wuheng closed his eyes. He had lost. He possessed no more cards to play. The poison had defeated him, his strength had failed, and even his background was in shambles. Given another chance, he would never have contemplated harming Chen Jue's woman. No, he would not have entertained thoughts of opposing him at all. After all, his primary objective here was to assist Dai Mubai in eliminating Chen Jue. But as Chen Jue observed Dai Wuheng's resignation, the thrill dissipated. He waved his hand, instructing Ghost Douluo to end it. Following the command, Ghost Douluo's hand moved slightly, swiftly crushing Dai Wuheng to death. The scene left everyone drenched in cold sweat, yet only Tang San dared to breathe a sigh of relief. For he had neither taken sides nor laid a hand on Chen Jue's woman. He had initially contemplated joining forces, considering the terrifying background Dai Mubai had previously exhibited. Even if Chen Jue survived, he could never match him. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Jue's backing proved even more formidable. The reason he refrained from intervening was due to a familiar voice echoing in his mind, urging him not to take sides. This voice felt intimately known, yet he could not recall its source. Trusting that voice, he chose to remain neutral. Clearly, it was guiding him, although he remained unaware of who it was. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's complexion turned ashen. He trembled and began to retreat slowly, seemingly wishing to escape this place of turmoil. After all, he had chosen a side. From Chen Jue's earlier display of power, it was evident that he would not spare him. There was no escape. He was merely a great soul master. While those 2 titled Douluos were not to be trifled with, regret flooded him as he pondered why he had chosen a side. He wished he could slap himself. What should I do now? He shifted his gaze toward Oscar and Zhao Wujia, hoping they might intercede on his behalf and plead for his life. Yet, the one most terrified was Dai Mubai, the architect of this whole affair. The level of torment he would face would undoubtedly be no less than that of Dai Wuheng's. Breathing heavily, his eyes reflected despair. The horrifying fate that had befallen Dai Wuheng sent shivers down his spine. The mere thought of suffering the same fate brought him to tears. Where was the supposed dignity of a third prince? Do not kill me. Do not poison me. I will kneel and apologize. Dai Mubai begged, desperation in his voice. I will even kneel and apologize to Liena. Dai Mubai's body shuddered, his eyes pleading. You dare to present yourself before her? Chen Jue retorted, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. With a resounding crack, Dai Mubai coughed up blood, knowing that his ribs had shattered. Release him. Chen Jue commanded Ghost Douluo. As the grip loosened, Dai Mubai fell to the ground. A renewed sense of life washing over him. Thank you. He had assumed Chen Jue's order meant he would be allowed to leave. Yet, the following words rendered him utterly speechless. Thank you? No, you must kneel before me and call me master, then bow your head 3 times, and perhaps I shall grant you a chance. Chapter 60. Dai Mubai's demise, sparing Ma Hongjun? Impossible. You. Dai Mubai glared at Chen Jue, indignation swelling within him. As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, how could he kneel to anyone and call the master? Yet, as he considered his current predicament, it was clear he was at Chen Jue's mercy. It seemed that kneeling was no longer an option, though it was an affront to his pride. He realized that if it meant preserving his life and returning to the Star Luo Empire, he might still have a chance to turn the tables. Evidently, he had absorbed none of Chen Jue's earlier analysis. After all, witnessing such a scene could leave anyone in shock. I will kneel. A true man knows when to bend. As long as there is life, there is hope. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of adversity. Do not underestimate the youth. He could only comfort his fragile spirit with such thoughts. Consequently, in front of everyone, Dai Mubai knelt down and began to bow his head. Thud! Master! Thud! Master! Thud. Master. Each bow was steeped in humiliation, a memory he would hold onto for the future. One day, he vowed, he would repay this indignity 100-fold. Master, may I leave now? Dai Mubai forced a stiff and pale smile, his bloodied visage resembling that of a wretched specter. How commendable, Chen Jue remarked, hands in his pockets, leaning slightly to whisper mockingly in Dai Mubai's ear. But when did I ever agree to let you go? As the words left his mouth, Dai Mubai instantly raised his head, casting a shocked gaze towards Chen Jue. A moment later, his expression morphed into one of furious anger. Chen Jue, you deceived me. Chen Jue shook his head in exasperation. What did I deceive you? I merely offered you an opportunity, but I never claimed that opportunity was your escape. You, Chen Jue, are you toying with me? Dai Mubai pointed an accusing finger at Chen Jue, his eyes ablaze with rage, blood nearly splattering onto Chen Jue's face. Chen Jue cast him a disdainful glance and chuckled. Indeed, I am toying with you. What of it? The moment you harbored thoughts about my little fox, you sealed your fate. Dai Mubai's fury peaked as he began to unleash a torrent of curses. Chen Jue, you bastard, you scoundrel, and Liena, as well as your woman, I cursed them all. Before he could finish, Chen Jue delivered a swift kick, shattering his groin and rendering him incapable of uttering another word. Dai Mubai hunched over, curling into a ball, his hands clutching his wounded area, blood seeping through his fingers and pooling on the ground. This gruesome sight caused by Ji, who stood nearby, to furrow her brow, feeling an indescribable wave of nausea at the sight of the broken mess before her. So disgusting. Is the master also this vile? Surely not. Just then, the newly transformed ZG, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, that kick from the master was so cool, so decisive. It has a touch of affection. She gazed at Chen Jue's imposing figure, a flicker of passion igniting in her eyes. This was the man she envisioned in her heart, decisive and fierce. If her initial fondness for Chen Jue stemmed from his possession of the dragon god, then this moment undoubtedly marked her first pang of romantic interest. Little Wu felt similarly. That kick had stirred an unfamiliar sensation within her. After all, Chen Jue had never exhibited such brutality before, always presenting a playful and gentle demeanor. Yet, rather than repulsed, she found herself drawn to him. Having been born from a spirit beast, she had witnessed countless acts of violence, firmly believing in the supremacy of the strong. This was why, upon first encountering Chen Jue's display of Soul King power, she had felt an immediate and profound admiration for him. Meanwhile, Tang San and Ma Hongjun hurriedly covered their own groins, as if they had suffered the same fate. Wow, Chen Jue's kick was too ruthless. Won't he do that to me, will he? Tang San stammered, instinctively retreating a few steps. You won't have a good end, Dai Mubai spat from the ground, resembling a defeated dog, glaring at Chen Jue with unbridled malice. Chen Jue merely replied, expressionless. Even if you meet a bad end, you won't have the chance to witness it. With that, he crushed Dai Mubai's skull underfoot, blood splattering everywhere. Casting a disdainful glance, Chen Jue then turned his attention to Tang San, grinning mischievously. Do you not harbor any suspicion? Though he smiled, it instilled terror in Tang San's heart. No, I've been merely an onlooker. Is that so? Chen Jue repeated, lowering his voice. Tang San was instantly gripped by fear, especially considering the recent events. I truly did not. With that, Tang San bolted away like a madman. So cowardly, Chen Jue mused to himself. At that moment, Zhao Wuji interjected. Tang San did not attack. He merely observed. Chen Jue snorted coldly. Let him count himself lucky this time. I shall allow him to live a while longer, for sometimes living can be more torturous than death. It is amusing to tease cowardly Tang San and find some entertainment. Dying would indeed be dull. Furthermore, it appeared that the esteemed Master Yu Xiaogang was on his way to Shrek Academy. Perfect. Once Tang San became tiresome, a change of pace would be in order. After all, this man was known as the master of soft rice. The so-called 10 core competitiveness theories were likely not even his own summation. Such concepts require extensive theory and practice. How could a mere soul master possess such insights? Clearly, he had borrowed them through his master Bibi Dong. Soft rice Xiaogang, ever preoccupied with Bibi Dong, could not forget Lu Erlong, still wishing to play both sides. With me, Chao Zhe, around, he would not manage to navigate either. They are all mine. Subsequently, Chen Jue's gaze shifted to Ma Hongjun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had witnessed Ma Hongjuan's advances towards Liena firsthand. You may also meet your demise. No, please don't. Ma Hongjun stammered, terrified, and attempted to flee. Just as Chen Jue prepared to pursue him, a voice rang out. Chen Jue, let it go. For my aid to Nana, Zhao Wuji implored. After all, Ma Hongjun was a boy he had watched grow, considering him as a foster son. He did not wish for him to die so easily. Are you certain? Chen Jue turned to inquire. Yes. Chen Jue chuckled coldly. Very well. In light of your assistance to Nana, I shall spare his life. However, I must teach him a lesson. Do not worry. I shall not kill him. I will simply ensure he learns his place. His words, though forgiving, were still laced with murderous intent. Ultimately, he would disable Ma Hongjuan's limbs and leave him in a place teeming with soul beasts, allowing fate to take its course. I did not slay him. It was merely his misfortune to be devoured by the soul beasts. Thus he cannot blame me. I'm not one to break my word. Chapter 61. Ma Hongjuan's demise. Zhao Wujie slowly spoke, mindful that exerting too much force might aggravate his wounds. Yet he insisted he must withdraw from school. He cannot remain in my sight. Without waiting for Zhao Wujie's response, Chen Jue stormed off to confront Ma Hongjun. Watching Chen Jue's retreating figure, Zhao Wujie sighed with relief. Though he had expelled him, at least he had preserved the boy's life, which was a small consolation. The path ahead was for him to navigate alone. Ghost Douluo furrowed his brow, preparing to chase after him, but was halted by Zhu Douluo. He is merely a soul master. Let that boy handle it himself. Ghost Douluo frowned and replied, I fear for Chen Jue's encounter with soul beasts. Zhu Douluo chuckled, giving Ghost Douluo a playful pat. Old Ghost, you overthink things. Aside from 100,000-year soul beast, no creature can rival that boy. Old Ghost nodded absent-mindedly, entirely oblivious to the playful gesture on his backside. Indeed, I shall wait here. Then, meanwhile, ZG observed the scene with wide eyes, captivated. After all, she had only witnessed female-female interactions, such as between herself and Bai Ji. However, seeing male-male dynamics for the first time was somewhat eye-catching. Are you two a couple? That is none of your business, Ghost Douluo replied, turning to regard ZG with a hint of wariness. What perplexes me is why two immensely powerful soul beasts are clandestinely monitoring an inconsequential boy. What is your true purpose? Hearing this, Zhu also turned to the two women, his brow furrowing in surprise. He sensed that their strength far surpassed both his and Old Ghost's. Such a sensation, even a 100,000-year soul beast titan, giant ape, and azure bull python could not provide. This implies that their soul beasts possess strength surpassing those two ancient entities. It was his first encounter with such a terrifying soul beast. What does it mean to be secretly monitored? In truth, we were merely offering covert protection. ZG retorted sharply. And what of you? What is your relationship to the Master? Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Master? Could it be that Chen Jue is also a soul beast? Impossible. If he were a soul beast, they would certainly have noticed. How intriguing Chen Jue is. Not only does he possess a remarkable spirit ring, but he is also accompanied by such a fair-skinned, beautiful, and leggy maid. Clearly, this young man harbors many secrets unbeknownst to them. Nevertheless, they had no intention of inquiring further, as everyone has their own mysteries. To put it bluntly, they too are servants of Chen Jue. It is not their place to pry into their master's affairs. We are just like you, the Ghost Douluo stated leisurely. ZG chuckled softly and nodded. These two titled Douluo were no fools. She had intended to probe into their backgrounds, but to her surprise, they were utterly unyielding. Thus, their conversation ended on an unsatisfactory note. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's gaze remained fixed on ZG and Bai Ji, feeling a pang of jealousy. Chen Jue is so wicked. Having acquired 2 more maids, are the 4 of us not enough? How many does he require? With so many vying for Chen Jue's attention, each will only get a taste of the broth. Moreover, as a woman, her sixth sense told her that ZG was not an easy opponent to deal with. Thus, she resolved to inform Sister Nana and collectively confront the 2 women before them. Otherwise, their positions would be at risk. He surely has followed me, has he? Ma Hongjun had no idea how long he had been running. Upon noticing no one was behind him, he finally halted. Bending over, he rested his hands on his knees and exhaled deeply. Ha. After several deep breaths, he plopped down on the ground. Why have you stopped running? Are you tired? I have yet to finish my game of cat and mouse. Hearing that familiar voice, Ma Hongjun sprang to his feet, frantically scanning his surroundings. Where are you? I beg you, don't kill me. It was not my intention. Please spare me this once. I promise I will never dare again. Really, for the sake of our camaraderie, don't kill me. As he spoke, he knelt on the ground, occasionally banging his head on the ground, his attitude exceedingly submissive. Comrade? Chen Jue let out a few cold snorts. Then, unexpectedly appearing from somewhere, he stood before Ma Hongjun. When you were preparing to harm Liena, did you ever consider her to be your comrade? Now, you dare speak of comradeship? It is too late. With that, Chen Jue crushed Ma Hongjun's left hand, blood instantly splattering everywhere. Ma Hongjun clutched his left hand in agony, intending to use his soul power to staunch the bleeding, but Chen Jue kicked him away. Ma Hongjun was sent flying into a tree, losing consciousness immediately. How pathetic. He fainted so quickly. Chen Jue pouted, approaching him and directly breaking his right leg. Ma Hongjun was jolted awake by the pain, staring at his severed limb with a ghastly and pale expression aimed at Chen Jue. Chen Jue, may you meet a terrible end. If you have guts, kill me now. Chen Jue revealed a knowing smile, then slightly bent down, gazing at Ma Hongjun's distorted expression, and spoke. I promised Teacher Zhao that I would not kill you, so whether you survive now depends solely on your fate. Really? Ma Hongjun's expression turned incredulous. He sensed something was amiss. Of course, I, Chen Jue, am upright and honorable. I am certainly not a man of broken promises. Chen Jue chuckled. Then I shall take my leave. Ma Hongjun wore a half-convinced expression as he looked at Chen Jue. Just as he prepared to leave, Chen Jue surveyed the surroundings. Countless thousand-year-old beasts had been drawn in by the scent of blood. However, they did not advance, merely observing the scene before them. After all, they were not fools. They could sense the aura emanating from Chen Jue was superior to their own. Upon witnessing so many soul beasts approach, yet remain subdued by Chen Jue's presence, they slowly began to believe that he might indeed let him go. Thank you. Thank me for what? What do you mean? Ma Hongjun turned around. It's simple. Your life and death are determined not by me, but by that group of soul beasts surrounding you. Good luck. I have faith in you. You said you wouldn't kill me? Ma Hongjun glared at Chen Jue while keeping an eye on the soul beasts. I haven't killed you. It is those soul beasts who will decide your fate. You. Ma Hongjun found himself momentarily speechless. This sensation felt eerily familiar. I merely offered you a chance, but I never specified that the opportunity entailed your escape. Ma Hongjun suddenly recalled those words. Chen Jue, you are utterly despicable. If I could be reborn, I would ensure your demise. Chapter 62 Chen Jue. Tang San, do not fear. I am here to assist you. Tang San, don't come any closer. Rebirth? Chen Jue scoffed. Do you think you are me? Capable of rebirth? If you were to be reborn and dared to seek trouble with me again, I would personally send you to hell. With that, Chen Jue gracefully leaped away, vanishing without a trace. After Chen Jue's presence dissipated, the surrounding soul beasts began to stir with eagerness. Ma Hongjun, observing the thousand-year soul beast before him, was instantly filled with dread, losing the bravado he once held. Instinctively taking several steps back. Please don't kill me. But the soul beast could not comprehend his words, and in an instant, they surrounded Ma Hongjun completely. My flesh is unappetizing. It is all fat. If you must eat, go for the lean meat. But the soul beast paid no heed to whether he was fatty or lean, and in an instant, countless soul beasts lunged at Ma Hongjun. The cries of agony echoed endlessly. Just as Chen Jue was about to return, he suddenly heard those familiar screams. You wretched spider, why are you chasing me? Where are you, Teacher Zhao Wujing? Do not provoke me. When I am angered, even I fear myself. Witness my power. Chen Jue, upon hearing this, glanced into the distance, revealing a slight smile. It seems Tang San has encountered the man-faced demon spider. Moreover, from the sounds, it appears he is about to face off against the creature. According to the original work, Tang San defeated the man-faced demon spider using the A Yin hammer combined with hidden weapons, subsequently acquiring the 8 spider lances. However, with my presence, all trajectories shall be altered. It is time for me to intervene. Furthermore, he had already devised a plan for how to ensnare Meng Yaran when they crossed paths. At this moment, Tang San was fiercely battling the man-faced demon spider. One must admit, when faced with death, individuals often unleash a power far beyond their own. especially with the Yin hammer in hand. Tang San's blows nearly left the mother man-faced demon spider dazed, coupled with the hidden weapons. Even the robust mother man-faced demon spider could not withstand the assault. A relentless series of powerful strikes swiftly reduced the mother man-faced demon spider to a state of near collapse. How remarkable! Tang San is truly an invincible force. Even a 1,000-year-old beast is no match for him. The prospect of surpassing Chen Jue in the future seemed effortlessly attainable. Tang San cast a glance at the half-conscious face-devouring spider sprawled on the ground, his expression transforming into one of peculiar excitement. Ha, here I come, obedient face-devouring spider. The mother face-devouring spider, bewildered, stared blankly at Tang San. How could there exist such shameless individuals who, instead of claiming a soul ring, sought to indulge in her form? Although she understood that in her human guise she could be extraordinarily beautiful, she was still a soul beast. Surely, she cannot be that desperate. With this thought, the mother face-devouring spider began to struggle. Stop resisting. You cannot escape my grasp. I advise you to remain quiet, or it will be easier for you when I make my move. With that, Tang San rubbed his hands together, brandishing a dagger as he approached the mother face-devouring spider, envisioning his third soul ring with delight. Suddenly, a bold voice interrupted. How dare you harm my good brother Tang San? Even in the face of such a formidable 1,000-year-old beast, I shall not fear for my life. Brother Tang San, do not be afraid. I am here. Hearing that familiar yet exceedingly detestable voice, Tang San's heart sank. Was it an illusion? He quickly lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Chen Jue. No, don't come any closer. Before Tang San could utter a word of protest, he witnessed Chen Jue's fist descending upon his beloved mother face-devouring spider. No! Tang San cried out in anguish, embracing the mother face-devouring spider and wailing. Chen Jue wore a satisfied smile, relieved to have arrived just in time, preventing Tang San from achieving his aims. He then patted Tang San on the shoulder and said earnestly, Are you all right, Tang San? Rest assured, as your good brother, I will not allow you to be harmed. Are you not moved? Tang San's fury reached its zenith, particularly at Chen Jue's last remark, which acted as a fuse igniting his rage. I'm touched, your mother. I've fought hard to weaken it, and now, just when I am about to obtain my third soul ring, you come and mess it all up. As his words fell, the soul ring of the mother face-devouring spider began to rise gracefully, its purple light shining brilliantly at that moment. For Tang San, the soul ring, which had been within arm's reach, now loomed like an insurmountable mountain, blocking his path to its acquisition. He glared venomously at Chen Jue. This guy, who vanished at critical moments, suddenly appeared faster than a rabbit at the sight of something valuable, his nose tracking like a radar. I was merely concerned for you, and I noticed the face-devouring spider was gathering a formidable attack. It would be unfortunate if it harmed you. Chen Jue replied, feigning innocence, while secretly reveling in Tang San's despair. Tang San nearly cursed aloud. What formidable attack! I've nearly beaten it to death. Where could such an attack possibly come from? You were just afraid I might absorb the soul ring and surpass you. Was this intentional? I did intend to save you. But seizing your soul ring was not in my plans, as it holds no allure for me. Chen Jue scoffed. Just as Tang San prepared to retort, a sharp voice rang out. Whoa, my soul ring. You two are too wicked. It was none other than Long Gong and Shi Pe, accompanied by Meng Yiran, as they stepped out from the grass. Again with you two. Do you still harbor a grudge against us? Every time a suitable soul ring appears, you come to intercept. Shi Pe glared at Chen Jue and Tang San, her irritation particularly directed at Chen Jue, as memories of her defeat at his hands lingered. However, upon seeing Chen Jue, Meng Yiran's earlier anger dissipated. Oh, it's him. If it's him, it's not entirely unwelcome. Had it not been for this soul beast, their paths might not have crossed. Soul beasts could be captured, but encountering Chen Jue was uncertain and could not be left to chance. Wait a moment. Meng Yiran quickly shook off her romantic thoughts and began to analyze. This soul beast likely wasn't he claimed by Chen Jue, as he had no need for soul rings. Thus, it must be that seemingly wicked little devil who seized it. Upon noticing Meng Yiran's arrival, Chen Jue's face broke into a wide smile. At last you've come. Little Yiran, come to your brother. Meanwhile, Tang San was equally excited to see Long Gong and Shi Pe, having heard tales from his master, Yu Xiaogang, about them. Notably, Long Gong was a powerful soul master capable of executing a formidable martial soul fusion technique with Shipe, boasting strength at least at the level of a title de law. Chen Jue, who had stolen their granddaughter's soul ring, was certain to face their wrath. Even if they could not defeat him, they would teach him a lesson, which would be immensely gratifying for Tang San. He thought to himself, as long as Chen Jue suffers a setback, I will be satisfied. With that in mind, Tang San cast a scheming glance at Chen Jue. Chen Jue, prepare to be beaten. Chapter 63. Encountering Long Gong, initiating conflict. Who killed this face-devouring spider? The long-silent Long Gong finally spoke. Just as Tang San was about to reveal to Long Gong that Chen Jue had slain the face-devouring spider, Meng Yiran interjected. Grandfather, I know who it was. Tang San's heart leaped with joy. It seemed Meng Yiran had also deduced that Chen Jue was responsible for the spider's demise. With such a despicable act of stealing a soul ring, Meng Yiran must have shifted from harboring any fondness for Chen Jue to an utter disdain. After all, it was evident to anyone that she had shown interest in him during their encounter with the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake, which had irked Tang San at the time. Yet now, following this incident, Meng Yiran would surely harbor a deep-seated aversion to Chen Jue. Tang San could not help but fantasize. Could I exploit this opportunity? However, Meng Yiran's subsequent words left him dumbfounded. Clearly, it was that lecherous-looking man who killed the face-devouring spider. Tang San. Chen Jue. This remark made Chen Jue glance at Meng Yiran with intrigue. They weren't even together yet, and she was already leaning toward him. What would it be like when they were officially together? Meanwhile, Tang San quickly shot back. You are the one who looks lecherous. I am handsome. How could I possibly be associated with lechery? Moreover, I did not kill that soul beast. Do not make baseless accusations without evidence. Tang San had initially hoped to be a bystander, but unexpectedly found himself at the center of attention. He thought he would witness Chen Jue being scorned by a beautiful girl and then receive a beating. Instead, it seemed that he was the one destined for a beating and disdain. Do you think Brother Chen Jue needs this face-devouring spider's soul ring? After all of Brother Chen Jue's soul rings start at 10,000 years. Therefore, this face-devouring spider must have been killed by you. After speaking, Meng Yiran cast a smug glance at Long Gong, seemingly flaunting her superior analytical skills. However, Long Gong's focus was not on that, but rather on his granddaughter's repeated references to Brother Chen Jue. It seemed that his granddaughter had developed feelings for that seemingly perfect but otherwise lacking young man. At present, Shipe had yet to disclose Chen Jue's true strength to Long Gong. After all, such an embarrassing incident, if revealed to her grandfather, would subject her to a lifetime of ridicule. Hence, Long Gong remained oblivious to Chen Jue's extraordinary prowess. Hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to refute the claim. But it truly wasn't me. He felt as if he could not clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Meanwhile, the snake matriarch stepped forward, approaching Meng Yiran and gently stroking her soft hair. I know you have a fondness for that young man, but favoritism is unwarranted. Meng Yiran cast a puzzled glance at the snake matriarch, acknowledging her slight bias, yet recognizing the truth in her words. The snake matriarch, observing Meng Yiran's confusion, continued, It was certainly not that lad who vanquished the man-faced demon spider. She then pointed at Tang San. Witnessing this scene, Tang San was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. What a good person. Such kindness exists in the world. Yet, the next statement left Tang San utterly bewildered, as if struck by a thunderclap. I recall that lad was here to hunt for a soul ring. Judging by his age, he should be a fully fledged soul master. Do you genuinely believe that he possesses the strength to defeat the man-faced demon spider? That would be as absurd as a sow climbing a tree. Tang San, I retract my previous statement. You are utterly foolish. You look down on others with your dog-like eyes. Chen Jue, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle. Then, turning to Tang San's liver-colored face, he laughed even more heartily. Ha ha, Chen Jue, you. Tang San shot a murderous glare at Chen Jue. Yet, Chen Jue reveled in Tang San's frustration and impotence. Is that so? The snake matriarch inquired of Chen Jue. Indeed, your analysis is flawless. Chen Jue responded with unabashed confidence. So, why did you seize our soul beast? Long Gong demanded, his voice betraying his growing anger. Because he attacked my good brother. My brother lacks strength, and had I not intervened, he might have perished at the hands of the man-faced demon spider. As these words were spoken, Meng Yiran's admiration for Chen Jue surged anew. In contrast, Tang San's expression darkened, fixating on Chen Jue with intense scrutiny. This fellow certainly possesses a talent for fabrication. What do you mean by my lack of strength? What do you mean by I would have died at the hands of the man-faced demon spider? I was the one who had nearly defeated the man-faced demon spider. And yet this guy claims to have delivered the finishing blow. In the end, he turned the tables, making it sound as though I would have been slain. Chen Jue is a master of deceit. However, Tang San clearly dared not voice his rebuttal directly, for otherwise, the dragon snake couple would turn against him as well. You, my boy, are indeed valiant, but such valor comes at a cost, Long Gong asserted, leaning on his cane. He then surveyed Chen Jue, feeling that this individual was rather unremarkable. Why does my granddaughter hold such affection for him? What do you propose we do? Chen Jue inquired casually, hands clasped behind his back. Long Gong snorted disdainfully. You remain remarkably unperturbed. Since you have taken my granddaughter's soul beast, as recompense, you must relinquish something of your own. For instance, one of your hands. Upon hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but revel in delight. If Chen Jue were to lose a hand, surpassing him would be merely a matter of time. At that point, I would be able to trample him underfoot, humiliating Chen Jue, and then I would demand that he plead for mercy. Ha ha! Meanwhile, Meng Yiran, upon hearing this, cast a worried glance towards her brother Chen Jue. If he were to lose a hand, that would be far from ideal. He would no longer be perfect, nor would he retain his charm. Her man not only required strength, but also needed to possess good looks. A disability was unacceptable. Subsequently, Meng Yiran tugged at her grandfather's arm, gently shaking it. Her voice filled with endearing coaxing. Grandfather! Meng Yiran gazed at Long Gong with her big, watery eyes. Long Gong smiled indulgently, fully aware of his granddaughter's sentiments. For my granddaughter's sake, I shall spare your hand. However, you must join our family as a son-in-law. What say you? Tang San, overhearing this, was utterly bewildered. Is that even a possibility? Chen Jue, however, merely scoffed, slowly replying, join your family? You are not worthy. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's expression dimmed. Does he disdain joining our family? Does he not like me? Am I not attractive? Or am I not alluring enough? She glanced down at her ample figure, revealing a hint of satisfaction. I could crush him. Long Gong, incensed by the remark, erupted with fury. This is simply audacious. Chen Jue, is it? You are far too presumptuous. I am offering you an opportunity, yet you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation. Seeing your youth, I advise you to reconsider. With that, Long Gong forcefully slammed his dragon staff into the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling. A formidable force emanated outward, causing the surrounding soul beasts to flee in terror. Then, under Chen Jue's watchful gaze, 8 soul rings appeared beneath Long Gong's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, black. A threat, is it? Chen Jue chuckled coldly to himself. Once you come to understand my true identity, even if I wish to join your family, you would not dare accept me. Such arrogance. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. Long Gong snorted again, and from the dragon staff, a greenish dragon spiraled above Long Gong's head, its eyes fixed on Chen Jue, exuding murderous intent. Let's see just how much strength your little dragon truly possesses. Chapter 64, Long Gong kneels. With that, Chen Jue immediately unleashed his martial soul and soul rings. As the onlookers beheld the soul rings, they were left utterly stunned. What? Even Tang San couldn't help but rub his eyes and slap himself, fearing he was dreaming. How is this possible? For they beheld 3 black and 2 red soul rings. Meng Yiran stared in awe at Chen Jue's soul rings, her expression one of disbelief, as if she were an inquisitive child. Wasn't it supposed to be 4 black and 1 red? Why has the age of his 4th soul ring increased? Chen Jue, observing their astonished expressions, couldn't help but smile. This was all thanks to the remarkable rewards he had previously received from the system, the Soul Ring Age Enhancement Potion. As long as one consumes the potion, it allows any 10,000-year soul ring to be elevated to a 100,000-year soul ring. This had granted Chen Jue an unprecedented boost in strength. Yet, the one most bewildered and shocked was none other than Long Gong. 3 black and 2 red. Is this the configuration of a normal soul master's soul rings? After all, he was unaware of Chen Jue's identity as a soul king and the configuration of his soul rings. Long Gong gazed at Chen Jue's soul rings with a hint of yearning. If only my soul rings were of such quality. Perhaps I would have already broken through to the title Douluo realm. Not only that, but upon observing the soul ring configuration and levels, he resolved that regardless of the cost, he must ensure that this young man becomes part of their family. Thus, their family would one day witness the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse. You, my boy, possess truly terrifying strength. Yet today, even if I must bind you, you shall join our family. Then we shall see if you are capable of such a feat. First soul skill, Dragon God's Might. In the sky, the dragon god unleashed a powerful roar towards the small dragon before him, a force both intangible and lethal to the beast spirit manifesting. It struck the little dragon with a weight of 1,000 pounds. Despite the empowering presence of a soul Douluo, the small dragon quivered in the face of such overwhelming bloodline suppression. This sight made the Dragon Lord realize that even his dragon was struck by fear. He then glanced up at the majestic dragon god hovering above, contemplating the high caliber of Chen Jue's martial spirit. Could it be that Chen Jue belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Although he felt a twinge of trepidation, it was far from the level Chen Jue had described. Even if I desired to marry into your family, you would never accept me. I had no idea you possessed such a formidable background. I have some past acquaintance with your old dragon. In light of that, I shall not hold this against you. Come, let's unite our families. The Dragon Lord proclaimed with an air of arrogance. What is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? To be worthy of serving as my backdrop? The notion of marrying into your family is utterly preposterous. It would be more fitting for you to offer your granddaughter to me directly. Chen Jue retorted defiantly. It was indeed true that the Spirit Hall could easily dispatch a few lower-tier titled Douluos to obliterate them. If you insist on this course of action, then I shall teach you a lesson today. 7th soul skill, martial spirit manifestation. As his words fell, a surge of immense soul Douluo power erupted, and the dragon in the sky radiated a blinding golden light. Empowered by the martial spirit manifestation, the small dragon withstood the oppressive force and charged at Chen Jue. Just as Chen Jue prepared to act, a soft yet furious voice resounded, commanding, "Stop." At that moment, a chrysanthemum appeared before the small dragon. Instantly, golden light erupted as the flower bloomed, sending the small dragon crashing to the ground. Subsequently, a shadowy figure surged from below, hurtling towards the Dragon Lord. Noticing the dark shadow, the Dragon Lord swiftly pulled the Snake Lady and Meng Yi ran back a step to evade the ghostly hand. The ghostly figure was visible, but the soul ring of the ghost Douluo was not. The chrysanthemum. This power belongs to the chrysanthemum Douluo. The Dragon Lord was taken aback, astonished that both the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo would appear in this place, aiding Chen Jue. Both were elders of the Spirit Hall, known for their aloofness. Why would they assist another? A rather unrealistic thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Chen Jue was affiliated with the Spirit Hall? The moment this thought emerged, he was drenched in cold sweat. No, it couldn't be. As Chen Jue observed the ghostly hand and chrysanthemum, he merely smiled calmly before retracting his martial spirit. Soon after, the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo appeared behind Chen Jue, bowing respectfully. The dragon and snake couple were utterly flabbergasted at this sight. While Chen Jue's strength was indeed formidable, the scene unfolding before them was even more terrifying. 2 titled Douluos were positioned behind Chen Jue, behaving like subservient attendants. Regret washed over them, particularly the Dragon Lord, who wished he could slap himself. He should have refrained from intervening. If the matter escalated, their lives were of little consequence, as they had lived long enough. But what would become of their beautiful granddaughter? They couldn't possibly let her perish alongside them. Yet Chen Jue paid no heed to their expressions, instead turning his attention to the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo. After all, he had pressing inquiries for them. Why are you here? How have they fared? The ghost Douluo spoke first. We sense your martial spirit's fluctuation and feared for your safety, so we rushed over. As for them, they are unharmed and have all regained consciousness. That's a relief. Suddenly, Chen Jue's expression shifted as he glanced behind, noticing no one had followed. He exhaled in relief. Thankfully, those little sprites did not come. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deceive Meng Yiran into coming. After all, seeing them might provoke jealousy and anger, potentially forming a united front against him. That would be the most excruciating outcome. At that moment, The Dragon Lord, witnessing Chen Jue's hushed discussions with the titled Douluos, was drenched in cold sweat. He feared that Chen Jue and the titled Douluos were plotting how to orchestrate their demise. Realizing this, the Dragon Lord dropped to his knees. Chen Jue, spare us. Our debts matter not, but please spare Iran. She holds great affection for you. Chapter 65, Chen Jue. Iran, come to Shrek Academy tomorrow to enroll. I shall await you. Meng Iran observed her kneeling grandfather, her heart racing with anxiety. Though she was unaware of why her grandfather had knelt before Chen Jue, she sensed it was undoubtedly related to the two powerful figures behind him. She could vaguely perceive that their strength far surpassed that of her grandfather. Otherwise, he would not be so submissive. As the Dragon Lord glanced at the dazed snake lady beside him, urgency filled his eyes, prompting him to pull her down to kneel as well. The snake lady, realizing the situation, humbly implored, Lord Chen Jue, we should not have offended you. But Iran has done nothing wrong. Please consider sparing her. Chen Jue was about to respond when the chrysanthemum Douluo interrupted from behind. Now you realize your errors? It is too late. As Meng Iran witnessed the chrysanthemum Douluo advancing, seemingly prepared to act against her grandparents, she hurriedly sprinted to Chen Jue's side and grasped his hand. Chen Jue turned to see tears streaming down Meng Iran's cheeks, her delicate form trembling in distress. Chen Jue, please, spare my grandparents. I am willing to trade anything I possess, whatever it may be. I implore you, kind sir. Meng Iran looked up at Chen Jue, her tears dampening his arm, evoking a sense of compassion. After all, at this moment, her only asset was her cherished body. Chen Jue was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a sudden turn of fortune. In truth, he did not wish to harm the dragon and snake couple, as they were ultimately family. Anything is acceptable, Chen Jue replied with a mischievous grin, his hand subtly wrapping around Meng Iran's waist. To his surprise, she did not recoil, but instead leaned closer. Her eyes bore no hint of aversion. After all, she held feelings for Chen Jue. The chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo were equally astonished by this scene. In their eyes, Chen Jue had already amassed quite a collection, for women thus far. They wondered if those two spirit beasts would also become part of Chen Jue's harem. Surely, Chen Jue couldn't be so desperate as to not spare even spirit beasts. Yet, he had already crossed that line, as that elusive spirit beast from yesteryear was indeed among Chen Jue's conquests. Out of respect for Chen Jue, they refrained from intervening. They intended to leave this matter for His Holiness, the Pope, to decide. Meanwhile, Tang San, witnessing Chen Jue's hand roaming over Meng Iran, felt his rage ignite. Xiao had been claimed, and now Meng Iran was to fall into Chen Jue's grasp as well. Were all beautiful women in this world destined to be taken by Chen Jue? He was unwilling to accept this. Chen Jue is a fool. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, for the two titled Douluos were no trifling matter. To insult Chen Jue in their presence could lead to an unforeseen demise. After all, he was no fool. Alas, if only I had a powerful background, but all I possess is a father who is a mere blacksmith. Upon hearing this, Long Gong involuntarily gasped. Had it been before, he would not have deemed Chen Jue's association with Iran as detrimental. After all, his granddaughter was pampered and could not endure even the slightest bullying. With the pressure he exerted, Chen Jue would not dare to mistreat Iran. However, now that Chen Jue had revealed his background, Long Gong could no longer intimidate him. If Chen Jue were to harbor resentment, his granddaughter would undoubtedly be bullied, a scenario he wished to avoid. Yet, he felt as though he had no choice in the matter. Long Gong sighed, contemplating whether this was the helplessness of the weak. Upon hearing Long Gong's exclamation, Zhu Douluo grew impatient. He stepped in front of Long Gong and coldly remarked, Your granddaughter's companionship with a master is the utmost honor of your lifetime. Do you dare voice any grievances? With this, Zhu Douluo demonstrated his might, causing Long Gong's recently straightened back to bend once more, his face contorted in agony, as if on the brink of death. Witnessing this, Meng Iran felt a pang of sympathy and immediately began to act adorably. Brother Chen Jue, please. Chen Jue chuckled and playfully pinched her. He then turned to Zhu Douluo and said, That's enough. Following the command, Zhu Douluo let out a cold snort at Long Gong. Fortunately, you have a granddaughter as beautiful as a flower. With that, he returned to stand behind Chen Jue. Once Zhu Douluo had left, Long Gong exhaled in relief. Noticing the waning daylight, Chen Jue, concerned for the girls, whispered to Meng Iran, I must take my leave. You're just leaving? Meng Yiran exclaimed, feeling a hollow sensation at the thought of his departure. What? Can't bear to part with me? Chen Jue teased. Yes, Meng Yiran replied softly, leaning against Chen Jue. There's no rush. Starting tomorrow, we can meet every day. Huh? What do you mean? Meng Yiran looked at Chen Jue with wide, confused eyes. Finish packing today and come to Shrek Academy to enroll tomorrow. I will be waiting for you there. All right. Meng Yiran obediently nodded and approached her grandparents, gently helping them up. As your future senior, I present you with a gift today, Chen Jue said to Meng Yiran. She shook her head. No need for gifts. Just letting my grandparents go free and allowing me to stay by your side is enough. Haha, it's fine. Just accept it. Chen Jue replied with a smile. After all, this gift had been taken from Tang San, so he felt no remorse. Besides, he had no use for this external soul bone, considering he had the system to rely on. Then, Chen Jue pointed to the spot where the humanoid magic spider had fallen and said soon, it will produce a soul bone. Moreover, it will be a rare one. Upon hearing this, the others were undoubtedly skeptical, as it seemed too extravagant. Not to mention the exceedingly low drop rate of soul bones. The probability of a 1,000-year soul beast producing one was nearly non-existent. Surely, they could not expect that just because Chen Jue pointed, a soul bone would materialize. Tang San, lurking nearby, scoffed. Who do you think you are? The overseer of soul beasts? You command it to produce, and it will? On the other hand, Meng Yiran did not share this sentiment. She believed her brother Chen Jue had his reasons. After all, he had never disappointed her in various aspects, save for one, which still required verification. Just wait here, Chen Jue said with a smile, disregarding Tang San's disdainful expression as he departed with Jue and Douluo. After all, time would reveal everything. However, Tang San did not leave. He was determined to expose Chen Jue's pretentiousness in front of Yiran. Yiran, that kid Chen Jue is clearly boasting. Don't waste your time waiting. You ugly brute. Do you think you're familiar enough to call me Yiran? Meng Yiran offered no courtesy to Tang San, continuing to wait for the soul bone. Really? Is it polite to keep calling each other ugly? Tang San retorted. Brother Chen Jue wouldn't deceive me. If he says there is one, there certainly is. Love struck much? Tang San thought to himself. Yiran, that's impossible. Who would believe such a thing? Chen Jue is just fooling you. Don't fall for his tricks. He attempted to reason with her, thinking he could sway her opinion. Little did he know, at that moment, he appeared as a true sycophant. Just as he was about to continue, a flash of green light caught Snake Lady's attention, momentarily blinding her. Chapter 66. Tang San learns to bark like a dog. Wait, a soul bone? Tang San stared in bewilderment at the green soul bone. He genuinely could not comprehend how this was possible. It actually exists. What kind of sorcery is this? Moreover, he felt a strange connection to the soul bone, as if it belonged to him, yet did not. How peculiar. As Snake Lady processed the situation, she quickly retracted her previous words and slapped Tang San across the face. What nonsense are you spouting? If Chen Jue says it can produce one, then it can. How dare you speak ill of him? She scolded angrily. Tang San found himself on the ground, bewildered and holding his face, looking at Snake Lady with a sense of grievance. Just a moment ago, weren't you with me in discrediting him? This change of heart is too sudden. Yet Tang San dared not voice his thoughts, fully aware of her formidable strength. He recognized that she was not someone he could provoke. Meng Yiran's face lit up with joy at the sight of the soul bone. She had always known that her brother Chen Jue would not deceive her. Faced with such a precious gift, she pondered how to express her gratitude to Chen Jue the following day. The only thing she could offer was her purity of over a decade. Wondering if that would be deemed sufficient, she silently vowed to serve Chen Jue wholeheartedly in every possible manner. Long Gong, who had remained silent, was utterly stunned by Chen Jue's astonishing revelation. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. The fact that Chen Jue bestowed such a valuable gift upon Yiran assured him that she would be well cared for. This realization allowed him to finally relax. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you just say you would bark like a dog? Meng Yiran suddenly noticed Tang San attempting to sneak away and quickly called out to stop him. She was not a petty person and would not make things difficult for someone over wager. However, she could not tolerate the despicable remarks he had made about her brother Chen Jue, as that was her greatest point of indignation. Therefore, Tang San must learn to bark like a dog today. A gentle, kind, beautiful and generous lady like you surely would not believe it, would you? Tang San awkwardly chuckled. I am a hot-tempered, malevolent, ugly, and miserly villain, so I believe it. Bark for me. Without a second thought, Tang San took off running. He seemed to have forgotten that a formidable soul master was present. Long Gong lightly pushed off the ground and landed a foot squarely on Tang San's back. Stop running and bark. Woof woof. Such a good boy. Long Gong ruffled Tang San's head. Tang San, woof woof woof. Meanwhile, a man in a black robe watched the scene unfold from the shadows, his teeth clenched. His voice low and filled with rage, audible for miles around. His fists clenched slightly, producing a bone-chilling sound. The murderous intent within him began to swell. He watched his son crawl on the ground, imitating a dog, unable to intervene. This pushed his fury to its zenith. If it weren't for my serious injuries and the presence of Ju and Gui Daw nearby, I would have annihilated all of you. With a sigh, he thought, son, bear with it a little longer. Your father has devised a grand plan. I will ensure that you redeem your honor, especially that Chen Jue, my son. I will make you trample him underfoot. He had long wished to eliminate Chen Jue, but refrained in order to hone his son Tang San into a powerful warrior. After all, this child had always been astute, and there were few who could outsmart him. Thus, when he learned that Tang San was at a disadvantage against Chen Jue, he felt quite pleased. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem. However, after half a month of observation, he realized that this jade was rather too tough. Consequently, he sought to assist Xiao San, only to discover that this fellow was secretly protected by Ju and Gui Daw. Moreover, he sensed an even more formidable presence lurking in the shadows, keeping watch over and safeguarding Chen Jue. This was why he hesitated to act openly. Master, a weary yet menacing voice broke the silence. You have arrived. Tang Hao turned around to see a figure with severed limbs, their face wrapped in bloody bandages. The stitching faintly visible, creating a terrifying and grotesque appearance. Yet, that plump figure was unmistakable. Ma Ongjun. Since you have come, it means you are not gravely injured. Did you hear everything I said? Yes. Ma Hongjun replied emotionlessly, though his eyes betrayed a tempest of murderous intent. I have provided you with the opportunity and the means. Now, how you seek vengeance is up to you. No need for me to instruct you. Opportunities are fleeting, and if missed, they shall not return. Tang Hao cautioned. I know what to do. With that, Ma Hongjun turned and departed. You did not expect this, Chen Jue, did you? Just when I was about to be overwhelmed by soul beasts, a powerful figure came to my rescue. Chen Jue, I shall make you pay dearly. Fear not. Such days are not far off. When that time comes, I shall savor each of your women one by one. Ha ha ha. Chen Jue reunited with his companions. Master, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Chen Jue return safely, ZG exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Wait, don't. Faced with such an overwhelming display of affection, Chen Jue nearly suffocated. Is that not permissible? I have many more tricks up my sleeve. Chen Jue was not unwilling. Rather, his little girlfriends were watching from behind. They were likely casting him jealous and angry glances. A man must not admit his inadequacy. Tonight, I shall show you my prowess. ZG responded with excitement. I eagerly await that night. Do not beg for mercy then. Chen Jue, do not be swayed by the temptress. Xiao Wu, puffing with indignation, approached alongside the other three women. Chapter 67. The arrival of Yu Xiaogang. Thank you for the compliment. ZG replied with a smile to Xiao Wu. As long as the master is pleased, anything goes, does it not? With that, ZG turned her head toward Chen Jue, locking eyes with him. Her captivating deep purple gaze momentarily rendered Chen Jue spellbound. She casually curled her lips, and upon seeing Chen Jue entranced, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming pressure, as if something precious was being taken from her. Chen Jue. Xiao Wu clung to his arm, her voice tinged with shyness. This snapped Chen Jue back to reality. Noticing Xiao Wu's jealous demeanor, he could not help but smile, reaching out to stroke her bunny ears. They were just as soft and pink as he remembered. As one of Xiao Wu's most sensitive areas, the touch made her body go weak, and she melted against Chen Jue. He embraced her, and the ever-restless Ning Rong rushed over. Chen Jue, you are too wicked. In less than a day, you have found us two more sisters. Ning Rong sighed, half annoyed but also a bit pleased. After all, so many women adored Chen Jue, which indicated her discerning taste in men. It ignited her ambition and desire. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's beautiful face flushed slightly. Ziji agreed to be your woman, but I did not. The master is too mischievous, always making decisions for others. I am merely concerned for your solitude. Chen Jue replied with a gentle smile. Oomph. Ning Rongrong huffed, stepping up to Chen Jue and planting a kiss on his lips, then provocatively glancing at Ziji. Ziji smiled but remained silent. After all, tonight she would engage in a contest with Chen Jue. Kissing was merely the most basic form of their duel. Chen Jue, are you all right? Zhao Wujie approached Chen Jue, expressing concern. I am fine. Chen Jue waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Zhao Wujie pursed his lips, glancing at the two titled Douluo, and couldn't help but sigh. You all have yet to acquire your soul rings. Since Sister Z and Sister Bai are here, let them assist you in hunting for your soul rings. Chen Jue surveyed the women and said. He initially intended for them to use a 10,000-year soul ring without side effects, but reconsidered. After all, this was an excellent way for ZG and Bai Ji to quickly integrate into their team. Moreover, the system rewards included potions to enhance the soul ring's age. In the future, such items would become increasingly abundant, so the women need not worry about their soul ring's age. Ah, you cannot do it, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exclaimed. They did not wish to seek assistance from the two women who were vying for their man. I sustained a minor injury earlier. I may not be able to help you obtain your soul rings. Chen Jue feigned discomfort, rubbing his arm while wearing a pained smile. Clearly, he was acting. After all, to fulfill his plan, he could only tell a benevolent lie. Having just returned, Tang San overheard Chen Jue's deception and was nearly taken aback. He appeared pristine, his complexion rosy, his posture erect, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Look at me, covered in mud, my face caked with dirt, and my body riddled with wounds. This is what it means to be injured. Upon hearing of Chen Jue's injury, Liena and Zhu Zhuqing rushed over, a hint of anxiety flashing across their stunning faces. Chengge, are you all right? The two women chorused. Chen Jue chuckled, his gaze wandering appreciatively between the two women and the thick bread they held. If each of you could give my hand squeeze, I believe I would recover, Liena replied, while Zhu Zhuqing retorted, your injury is but a fabrication. Tang San, overhearing their exchange, felt his lips twitch in annoyance. How shameless. At noon, with the assistance of Ziji and Biji, all the girls successfully obtained their desired soul rings. Even Tang San was set to receive a soul ring of his choosing, a splendid 100-year ring. However, such success could not be divorced from Chen Jue's covert machinations behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Zhu and Ghost Douluo discreetly departed. Yet Biji and Ziji chose to accompany Chen Jue to Shrek Academy. By afternoon, they all safely arrived at Shrek Academy, where Dean Flinder awaited their return at the gates. I presume all of you are quite fatigued. Hence today and tomorrow shall be a holiday. The crowd erupted in cheers. Flinder patted Tang San on the back, seemingly whispering something to him. Shortly thereafter, Tang San's face lit up with joy, and he promptly left the vicinity. Chen Jue, discerning the conversation through lip reading and the original timeline, could roughly guess the matter at hand. Big shit Yu Xiaogang has arrived. Upon hearing about the holiday, the four girls hastily returned to their dormitory to bathe, having been out for so long that they were drenched in perspiration. Chen Jue watched them depart before casting a glance at Zhao Wujie. It shouldn't be too difficult for these two sisters to stay here with me, right? Zhao Wujie nodded eagerly. Not difficult at all. I will find them a clean and comfortable dormitory. Excellent. With that, Chen Jue led the two women away. Flinder, upon hearing Zhao Wujie's decision on his behalf, felt a surge of displeasure. Is this academy under the Zhao name or the Flinder name? Old Zhao, what do you mean by this? Zhao Wujie, anticipating Flinder's reaction, quickly pulled him aside. Listen to me. As Zhao Wujie explained, Flinder's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. What did you say? Dai Mubai is dead? Ma Hongjun has also been expelled from Shrek Academy by Chen Jue, and you say Chen Jue has 4 top-tier powerhouses behind him, including 2 titled Douluo? Zhao Wujie relayed all the day's events to Flinder. Flinder's not-so-bright mind struggled to assimilate such bombshell information, each revelation more explosive than the last. Alas, Flinder sighed deeply after a considerable pause, weighing the pros and cons. He resolved not to delve into Chen Jue's actions against Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. After all, the situation was too dire, especially considering Dai Mubai instigated it, while Ma Hongjun played the accomplice. Moreover, Chen Jue's formidable background made any inquiry into the matter a daunting prospect. What do you intend to do? Zhao Wujia inquired. Do I dare to take action? Flender shot Zhao Wujia a sidelong glance. And if the Star Luo Empire inquires about this, what shall we say? Just because they dare not confront Chen Jue does not mean they will not come after us. Zhao Wujia expressed his concerns. Let's take it one step at a time. Flender sighed again, feeling a vague sense of agitation. Teacher, you have finally arrived. Woo-woo. Ah, Yu Xiaogang, clad in black, patted Tang San's shoulder, nodding gently. I heard you all went to obtain your third soul ring today. How did it go? Yu Xiaogang asked, his excitement evident, as he believed his disciple possessed exceptional strength that would surely exceed expectations. Tang San stammered, for the soul ring he acquired was hardly impressive. After all, he had previously written to his teacher expressing his determination to obtain a soul ring that would astonish him. To his dismay, he felt as awkward as a novice. You better not be shocked, Tang San said cautiously. How could I possibly be shocked? I've seen a fair share of the world. Could you have possibly obtained a 10,000-year soul ring? Tang San pursed his lips and summoned his martial spirit. Yellow, 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 Yu Xiaogang exclaimed. Am I seeing things? Chapter 68. Learning the Essence Zhao Wujia. Big sister is indeed wonderful. Yu Xiaogang gazed at the yellow soul ring, a surge of anger flooding his mind. He covered his face and sighed repeatedly. He never imagined Tang San would acquire a mere 100-year ring. In his recollection, the least he expected was a slightly lower 1,000-year ring. A better one might have been in the range of 3,000 to 4,000 years. Though this might be inadequate for an ordinary individual, he was the son of the A Yin Douluo. Yet, to his astonishment, indeed, you have truly surprised me. Little San, are you jesting with me? 100-year soul, ring among third soul rings, is utterly worthless. Yu Xiaogang looked at him with disappointment, a hint of disdain in his eyes. His investment in teaching Tang San stemmed from two reasons. First, he was the son of the A Yin Douluo, and second, the core reason was his recognition of Tang San's talent. After all, the son of the A Yin Douluo would not be lacking. He was in desperate need of someone to validate his theories. Previously, he had formulated his theories through observing the practices of others at the Spear Hall. To have the entire continent acknowledge his theories, he sought to utilize Tang San. If he could train Tang San to become a titled Douluo through his theories, then that theory would be regarded as an undeniable truth. However, despite his earnest efforts, Tang San had not lived up to expectations. Fortunately, he had contingency plans. Sensing a flicker of disdain on his teacher's face, Tang San immediately felt aggrieved. After all, he needed Yu Xiaogang. Having a highly knowledgeable teacher in this unfamiliar land was undoubtedly a shortcut to accelerated learning. Over the years, he had acquired a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Thus, Tang San could not afford to lose his master, akin to the West unable to forsake Jerusalem. Teacher, I did not wish for this. It is all Chen Jue's fault. Chen Jue, Yu Xiaogang inquired, perplexed. Before coming to see Tang San, he had already met with Flender and had a vague understanding of this Chen Jue. He had heard that Chen Jue was of the same age as Tang San, but possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing others in martial spirit, level, and soul ring. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret for not having encountered Chen Jue earlier. Yes, indeed, that guy is always opposing me, and even stole my Xiao Wu. He constantly irritates me. I can hardly bear it. Most importantly, every time I attempt to acquire a suitable soul ring, the soul beasts mysteriously perish. The cause of death is always the same, poison in their bodies. In the end, I hardly ever encounter 1,000-year soul beasts, as if I am being driven away, leaving only 100-year soul beasts. Due to time constraints, I can only sigh, vehemently accused. I suspect it is Chen Jue who is behind this. After all, he is the only one who bullies me daily. Little Chen Jue, do not think that your exceptional talent allows you to trample on my disciples and ruin their future. Rest assured, I shall avenge you during class the day after tomorrow. With that, Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San on the back, signaling him to relax. By the way, I met an extraordinarily gifted child on my way here, and he will also be joining Shrek Academy. Perhaps you too will find common ground. Fine, Tang San nodded, internally scoffing, thinking, what qualifies him to call himself exceptionally gifted in my presence? Meanwhile, Flender and Zhao Wujia continued their discussion. So you kept those two girls because they're among the 4 powerful individuals you mentioned? Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Old Zhao, do you know which faction Chen Jue belongs to? Is it the upper 3 sects or the royal family? Flinder inquired, his curiosity piqued by the potential of a faction capable of producing 4 formidable individuals, 2 of whom are titled Douluos. Do you want me to tell you? Zhao Wujia raised an eyebrow. Of course. Zhao Wujia, upon hearing this, rubbed his 3 fingers together, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Money. Flinder gritted his teeth and produced a golden soul coin. I can't give you more than this. Any more, and this information would lose its value. Zhao Wujia displayed a mysterious smile, clutching the coin tightly, wary of Flinder's immediate regret. Flinder, upon hearing Zhao Wujia's response, stared at him with bewildered eyes, full of questions. Old Zhao, what on earth do you mean? Zhao Wujia shrugged, explaining with feigned helplessness, I said I would tell you, but I never claimed to know. Seizing the moment while Flinder was still processing, he darted away, fully aware that divulging information to Flinder could bring unnecessary trouble upon himself. Moreover, using the wordplay learned from Chen Jue to extract money from this miser was quite delightful. That evening, after casually dining with the ladies, Chen Jue strolled near the academy, engaging in lively conversation. Soon, it was time for the ladies to return to their dormitories to rest. Chen Jue escorted Ziji and Biji to the room prepared for them by Zhao Wujia, demonstrating his selflessness as they were unfamiliar with the route. Indeed, this room was far superior to the average ones, indicating Zhao Wujia's thoughtfulness. You must be tired too. Go rest. Biji gently smiled. What? Do you wish to send me away? Chen Jue, with a mischievous grin, sat on the soft bed, gazing at Biji. Biji quickly shook her head, lowering her gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. My lord, I wouldn't dare fear not. Come sit beside me. Chen Jue beckoned, and Biji's cheeks flushed as she touched her lips, without hesitation, sitting beside him. Chen Jue embraced her and turned to Ziji. You come too. Huh. I thought you had forgotten about your maid with Biji's sister. Ziji smiled charmingly, stepping closer to Chen Jue with each graceful stride, showcasing her alluring figure. Each step captivated Chen Jue, leaving him spellbound. Then, she lifted her hand to gently tilt his chin, her voice dripping with sweetness. My lord, what shall we play? What else but Do Di Zhu? Chen Jue replied. The elder sister is wonderful, knowledgeable, and playful. The next chapter unfolds with Meng Yiran arriving at the academy, while Tang San's good friend, Yin, occupies his thoughts. During the day, Chen Jue lay on the plush bed, with one arm around Ziji and the other around Biji, reminiscing about the system's notifications from the previous night. Beep. Target. Ziji. Depth 90 beep. Target Biji. Depth 70. Total rewards obtained 7. Reward. Soul power level breakthrough to level 33. Reward. 2 10,000-year soul rings, without side effects, combined with reward 3. Reward. 3 bottles of soul ring longevity enhancement potion, combined with reward 5. Reward. 10,000-year deep-sea demon whale, soul beast skeletal remains. Reward. 100 hidden weapons. 4 mother-son, soul-chasing death darts. 1 Yama's decree. Upon witnessing such an abundance of system rewards, Chen Jue felt immensely gratified. Particularly, he was curious about Tang San's hidden weapons and the 100 hidden weapons. He pondered how Tang San would react upon seeing the weapons in his possession. What do you think I stole them? Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that Biji was rather reserved in this aspect, lacking the boldness and skill displayed by Ziji. This, in turn, caused Chen Jue to miss out on a reward. Notarus, all will eventually be mine. He now sought a place to absorb the 10,000-year soul rings and the longevity enhancement potions, especially since, according to the original plot, they would soon be heading to the Soto City Soul Arena, where he might encounter 2 exquisite goddesses, Yi Lingling and Duge Yin. This thought filled him with an inexplicable excitement, as it seemed Shrek Academy was about to welcome 2 more stunning beauties. My lord, why are you up so early? Why not sleep a while longer? Biji snuggled against Chen Jue's arm, softly nuzzling him. I'm not tired. You should rest a bit longer. You were quite exhausted yesterday. Chen Jue teased, playfully tracing her rosy cheeks with his finger. Enough, Biji shyly murmured, recalling the previous night's tumultuous encounter, which had shaken the very foundations of the room. Even the bed creaked in protest. Remembering this, she instinctively hid beneath the covers. My little swan is feeling bashful? Chen Jue chuckled. My lord, You were quite powerful last night. Ziji, who had also awakened, reminisced about the previous night's escapade with growing excitement. She admired strength, desiring it even in such matters. You both were not lacking. Chen Jue laughed. Had it been his former self, he might have faltered, for soul beasts generally surpassed soul masters in this regard. Yet, the current Chen Jue possessed the dragon god yin-yang technique, making him more formidable with each encounter, while also enhancing his soul power level. You both should sleep a bit longer. I have other matters to attend to. He had not forgotten that Meng Iran would be arriving today, and he intended to check on her arrival. Should she not come, he could take the opportunity to absorb his soul rings and potions. You're off to trouble some other little sister, aren't you? You guessed it accurately. No more guessing. At the academy's entrance, Meng Iran's arrival left Zhao Wujia momentarily stunned. What's she doing here? Seeking Chen Jue? You must be Meng Iran, right? What brings you here? Where are your grandparents? Zhao Wujia approached, inquiring. Are you teacher Zhao Wujia? Greetings. I am here to enroll in your esteemed academy, Meng Iran respectfully stated, though her gaze occasionally darted back, seemingly anticipating someone. I apologize, but I know you have long admired the academy. However, there are rules, and it is not the enrollment period. Moreover, your age does not meet the requirements. Zhao Wuji coldly declined, yet he did not forget to praise his own academy. Meng Iran shot him a disdainful glance, remarking that had it not been for her brother Chen Jue, she would never have come to this wretched place. It was brother Chen Jue who wanted me to come, Meng Iran declared. Ah, Zhao Wuji was taken aback. Iran, you are here. Chen Jue, having just absorbed a soul ring and an enhancement potion, rushed out upon seeing Meng Iran. Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Wuji and Meng Iran immediately turned to look. Brother Chen Jue, Meng Iran exclaimed, rushing towards him and leaping into his arms. Yesterday, she had brought that peculiar soul bone to her clan for evaluation, and to her astonishment, it was identified as an exceptionally rare external soul bone, 100 times rarer than ordinary ones. This revelation filled her with a profound sense of Chen Jue's affection, causing her to fall for him completely. Little snake girl, you arrived so early? Chen Jue smiled in response to the softness he felt. Meng Iran bore no resentment towards this nickname. In fact, it delighted and slightly embarrassed her, as she considered it a unique term of endearment from Chen Jue. Do you miss me, brother Chen Jue? She asked, wrapping her arms around his neck with a tender gaze. Of course. Zhao Wuji, on the other hand, was suffering. You two are too much. Feeding me dog food right in front of my eyes. I'm getting old. Please don't stimulate me like this. Just as it seemed they might kiss, Zhao Wuji's cough abruptly shattered the romantic atmosphere. Regaining her composure, Meng Iran blushed upon noticing Zhao Wuji. How embarrassing to be caught by the teacher. Yet there was a thrill in it. Chen Jue shot Zhao Wuji an annoyed glance. Could you at least wait until I lean in before you cough? At that moment, Flinder arrived, looking for Zhao Wuji and happening to spot Meng Iran. Oh, who is this little sister? Is she a relative? In response to Flinder's inquiry, Chen Jue shook his head. No, she is here to be a student at Shrek Academy. This won't do. Shrek has its own regulations that cannot be broken, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, taken aback. Didn't I mention yesterday how terrifying Chen Jue's background is? Why is he so adamant? He urgently nudged Flinder with his elbow. Flinder, puzzled by Zhao Wuji's reaction, soon caught on to the implication in his gaze. Ahem. But Chen Jue is an exception. Therefore, it is indeed our honor to have this young lady join our school. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but smile bitterly. This shift was too rapid. He couldn't hold out for even 3 seconds. However, due to limited dormitory space, he could only accommodate her alongside the 2 beautiful ladies from yesterday. Chen Jue chuckled lightly. All right. He then glanced behind him, his brow furrowing as if sensing something. With a casual smile, he greeted the others and led Meng Iran to find their dormitory. Tang San, hidden in the bushes, let out a sigh of relief. He stole a glance at the enchanting silhouette, drooling at the sight. He never expected Meng Iran to be here as well. Just then, a voice laced with chill interrupted his reverie. I didn't think you would also dislike that person. It seems we are quite fated. Tang San turned to see an average-looking yet robust figure with fiery red hair, adorned with flame-like tattoos and dark red pupils. It was Yin from the Golden Generation. Oh, it seems we have common ground. Tang San chuckled lightly, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. After all, he was another potential ally, seemingly stronger than Dai Mubai. He was precisely the talented child the teachers had spoken of. Initially, Yin had looked down on Tang San, but upon discovering their shared adversary, he was inclined to forge a friendship. After all, it was better to walk together than alone, especially when they could support one another in critical moments. In that case, I am willing to be your friend. Chapter 70. The Brothers of the Brotherhood. Hong Wen Yin. Big brother, why do you dislike Chen Jue? Tang San had already begun to regard him as an elder brother. Yin cast a glance at Tang San, feeling quite gratified by the title. Because he took away the person I liked. This is also the reason I came to this school. After Chen Jue eloped with Liena, Yin had fainted from shock. Even upon waking, he struggled to accept this reality, plagued by nightmares where Chen Jue mocked him with Liena. He felt on the brink of madness, and even his soul power level had been rising sluggishly. To dispel this mental torment, he sought out Chen Jue's academy to confront his past grievances, knowing he would never find peace otherwise. Wow, we are kindred spirits. The girl I like was also taken by that scoundrel Chen Jue. It seems we are incredibly fated. Tang San boldly proposed, eager to latch onto this powerful ally. In that moment, driven by his desire for revenge against Chen Jue, Yin instinctively agreed to Tang San's request. All right, seeing Yan's agreement, Tang San promptly declared, from now on, Yin and I shall be sworn brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity. Tang San instinctively twitched his lips. Oh no, how did I let that slip? He quickly corrected himself. Sharing adversity? Little snake girl, this will be your dormitory from now on. Inside, there are two kind-hearted sisters. You all must get along well. Chen Jue remarked as he walked. Meng Yiran followed closely behind, obediently nodding her head, filled with curiosity about her new sisters. Here we are, he said, pulling Meng Yiran's hand to knock on the door. In a short while, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Ziji, who peered out. Perhaps due to just waking up, she looked cold and expressionless as she regarded Chen Jue. But upon recognizing him, her face broke into a radiant smile. Soon, her attention shifted to the enchanting Meng Yiran. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Chen Jue, and a playful smile seemed to say, Sir, is this your new little sister? Come on in. With that, Ziji swung the door wide open, inviting the two inside. Chen Jue was accustomed to Ziji's exuberant demeanor. However, he worried whether Meng Yiran would adjust to it. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that the innocent Meng Yiran might be led astray by Ziji in the future. Upon hearing the term adult, Meng Yiran was momentarily taken aback. Chen Jue, it seemed, possessed such a beautiful maid, and behind her there appeared another enchanting figure, likely a paragon of beauty herself. In essence, this meant that Chen Jue had two such stunning maidens in his service, an overwhelming realization that filled her with anxiety. Based on her impressions of Chen Jue, it seemed he was rather susceptible to the allure of beautiful women. She could not help but feel that these two maids before her had already become his women. A new sister has arrived. Biji, pour me a cup of water. At this, Biji rose to fetch the water, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Jue and Meng Yiran as she passed. So, he rose early to seek out his sister. He didn't even wish to indulge with us for a while. How detestable, forgetting old loves for new. Ah, sister, there's no need for that. I can manage on my own. Meng Yiran hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, only to be stopped by Ziji beside her. It's no trouble. You are our sister. We must take care of you. Thank you, sister. Observing the shy and demure Meng Yiran, Ziji's interest was piqued. Such naivety would not do. How could she adequately serve their master? It seemed she would need to provide some thorough training. Witnessing this harmonious scene, Chen Jue felt a sense of relief. He had anticipated a scene of chaos, but it appeared that his sister was indeed understanding. Reflecting on the previous night, she had been quite perceptive. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Please, enjoy each other's company. With that, Chen Jue opened the door and departed. How truly inconsiderate of the master, to use me and then disregard me, Ziji complained. And once Chen Jue had truly left, her true colors began to show. Oh dear sister, you've been quite taken by our master. At noon, during lunch, Chen Jue sat with the ladies, happily enjoying a meal without lifting a finger. The pleasure of such effortless dining was unparalleled. However, a pair of envious and malevolent eyes fixed upon him. It was Tang San. At that moment, two new acquaintances, Yu Xiaogang and Yin, joined their table, engaged in some discussion of their own. Chen Jue was curious about Yin's presence. Was it for the little fox? And why was he seated with them? Was this the allure between antagonists? Come, little fox, feed me a bite. All right, brother Chen. Liena obediently complied. So good. The scene was delightful, yet unbeknownst to them, someone's molars were being ground down in frustration. Ha ha. Seated behind Chen Jue, Yin watched the unfolding scene, nearly choking on his indignation. Is he really maintaining a harem while you still treat him so well? What am I lacking? In his fury, Yin nearly crushed his utensils. Catching the attention of the cafeteria uncle. Those dishes belong to the school. Any damage will have to be compensated. Yin blushed crimson, especially given his naturally rosy complexion. Just wait, Chen Jue. One day, I will reclaim what I have lost. As for Tang San, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief upon witnessing Yin's frustration. Following Dai Mubai's death, he had anticipated enduring a barrage of Chen Jue's romantic exploits alone, only to discover that Yin too was a target of Chen Jue's affections, alleviating his sense of isolation. It's all right, Tang San offered words of comfort. Yet the sight of Yin's vexation made him want to laugh, akin to witnessing a good brother being teased. At that moment, a soft and sultry voice broke through. Little rabbit, come. I want to eat meat. Brother Chen, here it comes. Delicious. I love it when the little rabbit feeds me. Is that true? Then I shall feed you more. Tang San, exasperated, exclaimed, You must be doing this on purpose. Watching Chen Jue bask in the pleasure of his companions. Tang San slammed his thigh in frustration. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, signifying his irritation, yet it was not directed at himself. Why are you taking your anger out on me, little three? Yu Xiaogang shot Tang San a glare. You youngsters are always so impatient. How can you hope to achieve greatness? One woman can rattle you to such an extent. What use are you then? You should learn from me. I am called a master not only for my theories, but also for my indifference to women. Seizing the moment, Yu Xiaogang seized the opportunity to impress upon Tang San and the others. Tang San bowed his head, silently acknowledging his fault, while Yin, despite his rebellious nature, recognized the truth in Yu Xiaogang's words and chose to listen quietly. Why didn't he the master call us for lunch? The sultry and delicate voice emerged unexpectedly, capturing everyone's attention, including Yu Xiaogang's. Are my sisters not as comfortable serving as your lovely maidens? Ziji glided to Chen Jue's side, her delicate hand resting lightly on his shoulder. Biji stood quietly beside her, observing. I thought you were not eating, considering you've never had rice living in the Stardow forest. Thus, Chen Jue had refrained from inviting them, fearing they might find it unpalatable. I don't fancy eating, but I do enjoy you. Her sultry whisper danced around Chen Jue's ear, eliciting a smile from him. 30 is like a wolf. 40 like a tiger. What about 20? It seems this evening, I shall have to properly attend to this enchantress. The anticipation was palpable. Though only the ladies gathered around Chen Jue caught her softly spoken words. They all flushed with bashfulness. Even the little sorceress Ning Rongrong was not as audacious. Sister Ziji is quite bold. Xiaowu expressed her envy, aware that both Ziji and Biji were spirit beasts. This was the resonance among spirit beings. Yet as a spirit beast herself, she felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to match Ziji's openness. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang found himself transfixed by Ziji, unable to tear his gaze away, his Adam's apple bobbing with anticipation. So beautiful, so alluring. He murmured softly, Teacher, teacher. An unexpected voice interrupted Yu Xiaogang's daydreams. He grimaced, shooting Tang San an annoyed look. What now? You claim to be indifferent to women, yet here you are, fixated on that one. Facing Tang San's pointed inquiry, Yu Xiaogang coughed lightly, but as a master, he was adept at maintaining his facade. I was merely observing Chen Jue, contemplating how to take my revenge on you. That woman simply obstructed my view. Ah, I see. It was a misunderstanding on my part. Tang San replied, relieved. So, teacher, have you devised a plan for tomorrow to show Chen Jue a thing or two? With his deception successfully diverting Tang San's attention, Yu Xiaogang sighed inwardly. After all, he was a theoretical master whose reputation could not be tarnished so easily. That is simple enough. I am your main instructor tomorrow, and I will be arranging your future lessons, so you can imagine the possibilities. Oh, so you seek to exploit your power, do you? Tang San cast a mischievous glance at Yu Xiaogang. In response, Yu Xiaogang, with an earnest demeanor, retorted, What do you mean by exploiting power? His strength is formidable. What harm is there in increasing the training intensity? Yet, Tang San's intention was clear. This will only serve to humble him momentarily. I desire his complete downfall, or to see him humiliated before all. Is that not simple? Yu Xiaogang replied with an air of profundity, successfully capturing Yan's attention. In just half a month, we shall partake in several real combat scenarios at the Seoul Arena. At that time, bribing opponents to target Chen Jue, among others, will be entirely feasible. It merely depends on your ingenuity. Indeed, as expected of a teacher, you possess remarkable methods. Tang San exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. This idea also gained Yan's approval. After all, should he personally eliminate Chen Jue, he would certainly face execution by the enforcers of the Wuhuan Palace. He had no desire to accompany Chen Jue to his grave. In Yan's eyes, Chen Jue had been lost in the pleasures of women since leaving the Wuhuan Palace, undoubtedly lacking time for cultivation. His soul power level had likely not surpassed level 50. Meanwhile, Yan, although his progress was slow, had achieved an astonishing level 45. In half a month, his soul power would surely match that of Chen Jue. Once he eclipsed Chen Jue's prominence, employing a few tricks would ensure Chen Jue's demise. At that moment, Liena would naturally return to his embrace. Yet, before Tang San could voice his concerns about Chen Jue's strength, Yu Xiaogang interjected. No matter how powerful Chen Jue may be, he cannot compare to Yan. Let me inform you that Yan has already reached the rank of Soul Sovereign. His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Chen Jue, who had only just acquired his soul ring in the Stardow Forest. I see you are intimidated. How can you claim to be my disciple in such a manner? You bring disgrace upon your teacher. Yan, on the other hand, possesses true strength. Yu Xiaogang dismissed Tang San with disdain, turning his flattery towards Yan. Ever since learning of Yan's prowess, he had contemplated making him his second disciple. Feeling that Tang San had become a disappointment, he was confident in cultivating Yan into a titled Douluo, ultimately validating his own theories. Nevertheless, Tang San was reluctant to relinquish his position, especially with his connection to Tang Hao. He intended to invest effort in nurturing him as well. Tang San, however, could only scoff. He had initially wished to warn Chen Jue that he had reached the pinnacle of Soul King. Yet, it seemed that the master no longer favored him. There was no need for him to continue speaking. If he did, they might withdraw from their plans for revenge. However, he could not afford to confront Yu Xiaogang outright, as he still required his support. Yin chuckled softly, relishing Yu Xiaogang's adulation. He too refrained from revealing Chen Jue's level of 48, just as Tang San had hoped. He feared that if Yu Xiaogang discovered Chen Jue's true strength, he might switch allegiances. Thus, Yu Xiaogang was left to flatter him. After their conversation, the three fell into a silent meal, yet Yu Xiaogang's gaze remained fixated on Ziji. Nearby, Ziji was visibly displeased and coyly addressed Chen Jue, my lord. That old man is leering at me. Will you not say something? Chapter 72. Do you believe I can strike at Liu Erlong? Indeed, do you believe I could frighten him into submission with a mere utterance? Chen Jue asserted confidently. If you can indeed scare him with just a word, then I shall acquiesce to your whims. Ziji teased, occasionally playfully brushing her fingers against Chen Jue's chest. This left him parched, longing for water to quench his thirst, perhaps the water poured by Ziji herself. With this thought, Chen Jue rose and positioned himself before her, causing Yu Xiaogang to furrow his brow in irritation. Just as I was enjoying the view, you come to disrupt it. Is it pleasing to you? Chen Jue asked coldly. What I do is none of your concern. You are overstepping, Yu Xiaogang retorted. Moreover, I was not even staring. If you continue this unreasonable behavior, I will have no choice but to discipline you in my capacity as a teacher. Perhaps you are unaware, but I am a newly appointed teacher at the academy. Even the esteemed Dean Flinder addresses me as master. He then adopted an arrogant posture. This declaration drew the attention of all the women present, who instantly displayed expressions of disdain. They had all witnessed Yu Xiaogangs earlier behavior, which was utterly repulsive. Not only had he gazed, but he had done so with an unseemly desire, making their stomachs churn. To deny it was one thing, but to leverage his authority as a teacher against Chen Jue was inexcusable, leaving a negative impression of the new teacher. How absurd, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, feeling an odd sensation. Does he have an accent? Indeed, Yu Xiaogang lifted his chin, wearing a look of contempt. How dare you challenge me? You should be the one to listen when I speak. I have never approached anyone. It is always others who come to me. He sneered before turning away. Liu Erlong. Chen Jue's voice rang out, causing Yu Xiaogang to freeze in shock before turning back, fury flashing in his eyes. He rushed forward to seize Chen Jue's shoulder. But Chen Jue deftly evaded, leaving Yu Xiaogang to stumble face first into the ground. How did you know? Yu Xiaogang demanded. Chen Jue merely smiled. Are you willing to listen now? With gritted teeth, Yu Xiaogang leaned in closer, ear inclined towards Chen Jue. Speak, if you cannot control your gaze. Do not blame me for taking action against Liu Erlong. I believe she is at the Blue Tyrant Academy, correct? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogangs defenses crumbled. What do you mean? Quite literally. Chen Jue replied nonchalantly. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath and coldly laughed. Even if you were to act against her, what of it? Her affections lie with me. Chen Jue chuckled lightly, flexing his fingers. She indeed liked you, but that was before she met me. Do you believe she would prefer an old man like you over a young and handsome fellow like myself? With my experience, winning her over is hardly a challenge. Besides, I can satisfy her in every way. It seems you. Chen Jue paused deliberately, scanning Yu Xiaogang from top to bottom before lingering on his lower half. That may not be up to par now, would it? Fool! Tang San burst into laughter at the scene. Chen Jue's sharp tongue was truly a marvel. Not only did he call Yu Xiaogang old, but he also labeled him a coward and insulted him. If this were to happen to him, he would be seething with rage. Yet, witnessing it unfold with another brought him immense joy, as his happiness stemmed from the misfortunes of others. Yin, however, was unfazed. Having witnessed Chen Jue's wit before, if given the opportunity, Chen Jue would surely leave anyone speechless. Yu Xiaogang, faced with an inescapable verbal onslaught, crumpled to the ground, his eyes devoid of light. Chen Jue spoke the truth. I seem to be no match for him, particularly in that regard. He truly feels somewhat overwhelmed. Don't mistake me. I shall no longer watch. Yu Xiaogang's imposing demeanor instantly diminished, losing the previously lofty attitude. This is how it should be. Would it not have been better to do this sooner? Chen Jue chuckled lightly. Then could you refrain from making a move against her? At present, I harbor no thoughts toward her. Upon saying this, Chen Jue returned to his seat. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang exhale in relief, a cryptic smile appeared on his face. Lacking current intentions does not imply a lack of future considerations. Sometimes, one must progress with the times and embrace innovation. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, returning to his seat in a dejected manner, appeared quite distracted. Teacher, what is the matter? Tang San inquired curiously. Why did Chen Jue mock you? What did he whisper in your ear? None of your business. Yu Xiaogang scolded him sharply. After all, he was already quite vexed by the situation, and this foolish Tang San only served to remind him. Moreover, being mocked by Chen Jue intensified his irritability, further diminishing his regard for Tang San. On Chen Jue's side, you're incredible, but seems you have spoken several sentences. Tonight, I may have to arrange for you to sleep elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Chen Jue could not help but smile. All right, let's see how reluctant you are. Soon, lunch concluded. Yu Xiaogang began to devise a plan for the next day to make Chen Jue suffer, seeking revenge for today's mockery. Meanwhile, Yin had vanished somewhere. In the afternoon, Chen Jue, accompanied by several women, enjoyed a delightful excursion. The joys of a man are rather simple: to wield power over the world and indulge in the company of beautiful women. As everyone began to part ways, Chen Jue noticed one person was missing. Where is she? Chen Jue looked around, but could not find Liena. This little fox is quite unruly. Where has she sneaked off to? Soon, he spotted two figures in a clearing, Liena and Yin. Nana, I genuinely like you. I traveled a great distance to be here, which is testament enough of my sincerity. Besides, Chen Jue is nothing but a scoundrel. He lacks ambition, unlike me, who has already attained level 45 in soul power. Though he is slightly above me, his progress cannot possibly match mine. Yin gazed at Liena like a lovesick fool. Liena looked at Yin as if he were a simpleton. Chapter 73. Yan's underhanded tactics. Chen Jue seeks to converse with Liu Erlong in the distance. Chen Jue thought, you speak ill of me, yet you also attempt to undermine me. I shall not allow you to remain ignorant of who wields true power here. With that, Chen Jue prepared to confront them when he heard Liena's cold retort. So what if Chen Jue is a scoundrel? It merely means he has more sisters. Moreover, he would never neglect any girl due to the number of them. And regarding strength, what gives you the right to compare yourself to Chen Jue? Even if he were a waste, I would still like him, were it not for our shared teacher and your status as my brother's good friend. I would not waste my breath on you. With that, Liena turned and walked away without a backward glance. Chen Jue, who had been eavesdropping, could only smile wryly. I know you like me, but there's no need to label me a waste. Meanwhile, Yin remained undeterred, believing Liena was merely enchanted by Chen Jue's handsome exterior. She would surely regret it. He must save her. Nana, hear me out. Just as Yin reached for Liena's delicate arm, he was interrupted by Chen Jue, who emerged from the shadows. Chen Jue grasped Yan's arm and forcefully tossed him back. She doesn't wish to engage with you. Why persist in this entanglement? Are you not willing to give up until you reach the Yellow River? Stepping back, Yin found his lifelong rival, Chen Jue, standing before him, inciting his rage. What do you mean by entanglement? I am helping her, ensuring she does not tread a dark path. You, on the other hand, see her as a mere girl and toy with her emotions. Liena immediately stepped in front of Chen Jue. Do not speak recklessly. Chen Jue has not toyed with my feelings. You are already deluded, Yin murmured to Liena, cautious not to raise his voice lest he upset her. He then glared at Chen Jue, his murderous intent evident. If you're a man, stop hiding behind women. How about a one-on-one duel? From somewhere, Tang San chimed in indeed. Chen Jue, are you too afraid? A grown man hiding behind a girl. Why not face Yin in single combat? Chen Jue frowned at Tang San. He was aware of Yan's strength, and knew Tang San understood his own prowess as well. He recognized that Yin could not possibly defeat him, yet here was Tang San, inciting conflict. It seemed Tang San possessed a modicum of cunning. Since the conversation had escalated to this point, it was time to engage. Stepping forward, Chen Jue positioned himself protectively in front of Liena, beckoning with his hand. Be cautious, Liena whispered. All right. Chen Jue gently ruffled Liena's hair, and she appeared utterly delighted. Witnessing this intimate scene, Yan's fury surged. Why was Nana so pleased? Moreover, only I, Yin, should be allowed to touch her hair. He silently vowed, I must defeat you in front of her, proving myself as the strongest. With that thought, Yin activated his martial spirit. The form of the Flame Lord materialized behind him, and 4 soul rings quietly emerged. Yellow, purple, and black. Tang San, witnessing this, was astonished. He had not anticipated Yan's 4th soul ring to be a 10,000-year one. Normally, the 4th soul ring should be 1,000 years. Clearly, Yin possessed some talent. Yet it was a pity he could not compare to Chen Jue. Although they were part of the same team, Tang San had to acknowledge Chen Jue's strength. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, concealed in the grass, was equally taken aback by Yan's prowess. How is this possible? A soul master's 4th soul ring cannot possibly be 10,000 years. This boy is indeed a prodigy. This only strengthened his resolve to take Yin as his disciple. Chen Jue, since you threatened me earlier, I shall have Yin give you a taste of your own medicine before I deal with you tomorrow. Upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul ring, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Chen Jue's eyes. This boy is remarkably fortunate. He has managed to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring. You may have some luck, but that is all it amounts to. Chen Jue pouted. After all, while others might perceive it as impressive, Chen Jue found it trivial. With the enhancement of soul ring longevity potions, he had achieved an all-red configuration. However, he did not wish to utilize the Dragon God martial spirit, as he deemed it unnecessary. Just as well, having recently acquired the soul-seizing mother and child's gall, he could use Yin as a test subject. Furthermore, a mocking jest could be directed at Tang San, who always prides himself on his concealed weaponry. How delightful! Chen Jue, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Arrogance invites disaster. With a cold snort, Chen Jue raised his hand towards the heavens. Let's see if it dares to strike. Yin, with a disdainful smile, invoked his 2nd soul skill. The 2nd soul skill, Granite Rock. A yellow soul ring illuminated, and his entire right hand transformed into a formidable, rock-like fist, accompanied by the imposing figure of the Flame Lord manifesting behind him. Chen Jue chuckled, retrieving the mother-son, soul-chasing death pearl. Tang San, possessing the purple extreme demon eye, clearly witnessed this scene. Puzzled, he scratched his head. The mother-son, soul-chasing death pearl? Where did he obtain such a rare item? Tang San was utterly bewildered. After all, the materials required to craft such a thing are exceedingly scarce. Even he could not produce it. How did Chen Jue manage to acquire it? Moreover, was this not something I brought from my previous life? Could it be that he, as Yin dove towards him, he beheld the 2 small orbs and erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha! Chen Jue, is this all you can muster? Do you think these little spheres can defeat me? If you manage to win with this, I shall crawl out of here. Chen Jue, pulling Liena back a significant distance, evaded Yan's assault and channeled his soul energy into the mother-son, soul-chasing death pearl. With a mighty throw, he sent it hurtling towards Yan. Here comes the little flying orb. Faced with the approaching mother-son, soul-chasing death pearl, Yan had no intention of evading. Instead, he chose a direct confrontation. Bam! The mother-son, soul-chasing death pearl detonated instantaneously, releasing a torrent of dark purple poison gas and toxic needles that shot forth in all directions. Wherever it passed, bones turned to dust. In the wake of the close-range explosion, Yan's body was riddled with numerous puncture wounds. Coupled with the sudden force of the blast, he was thrown back 10 meters, collapsing onto the ground. Uffed. Well, that did not go as planned, did it, brother? I can only suggest that you practice more. Chen Jue taunted with his signature gesture. The combination of physical and magical output was nothing short of lethal. You despicable. Yin could only spit out those few words in fury. After all, he was currently forced to use his soul power to combat the poison, leaving him utterly drained. Had it not been for the high defensive attributes of his martial soul, he likely would have been on the brink of meeting the king of hell. I did not launch a surprise attack. I confronted you openly. You were simply careless and did not dodge. That is what you call foolishness. Enough. Have you said enough? A booming voice interrupted as Yu Xiaogang made his grand entrance. Xiao San, go check on Yan's condition. Understood. With that, Tang San approached Yin to assess his state. In contrast, Chen Jue, facing Yu Xiaogang, retorted irritably. What is this? Are you going to give me a lecture? Do you wish for me to educate Lu Erlong instead? I hear she has been rather lonely lately. Perhaps I should pay her a visit to alleviate her boredom. Chapter 74. Yu Xiaogang. A man's knees are worth gold. One may bend them only when absolutely necessary. Yu Xiaogang pointed at Chen Jue in anger. Threatening a teacher. Is this the kind of student you are? Chen Jue snorted coldly, gesturing towards the incapacitated Yan. You are hardly fit to be a teacher yourself. You are merely enabling his misdeeds. First, he pursued my woman, then instigated trouble with me. The way you speak makes it seem as if I am at fault. Yu Xiaogang, upon hearing this, was left speechless in his indignation. I shall offer you a piece of advice. Young people should not be too impulsive. Chen Jue swiftly retorted. How can one be considered young if they are not passionate? Left with no words, Yu Xiaogang resorted to unreasonable complaints, positioning himself on a moral pedestal to vehemently denounce Chen Jue. You have defied a teacher, incited a brawl, and used underhanded tactics to injure a fellow student. Do you believe I shall report this to Principal Flanders and have you expelled? As tensions escalated, Flanders, who had been observing from a distance, promptly interjected between the two. Gentlemen, let's not quarrel. Flanders attempted to mediate. Upon Flanders' arrival, Yu Xiaogang immediately shifted the blame onto him. Flanders, this brat dares to defy his teacher. How can he not corrupt all the students here in the future? I cannot manage a student who refuses to be disciplined. Either he leaves, or I do. This statement effectively cut off Flanders' options. Flanders felt a profound sense of despair. He was caught in a dilemma with no way to appease either side. On one hand, there was his good friend, and he hoped Yu Xiaogang would guide the children's swift growth. After all, the man was indeed skilled in teaching. On the other hand, there was the exceptionally gifted and illustrious Chen Jue. Just the presence of those two formidable women made him feel outmatched. How could he dare to expel him? Yet, he could clearly see that Yu Xiaogang was being unreasonable, merely venting his frustration on Yan. Every situation has room for negotiation. Negotiation, my foot. Chen Jue shot Flanders a disdainful glance. It is obvious he is deliberately targeting me, and he wants to negotiate. Do you think I am easy to bully? Since you cannot provide a resolution, I shall handle it my way. With that, he pushed Flanders aside. Flanders instantly grasped Chen Jue's intention. He sought to extricate him from the situation, ensuring that he would not offend either party. Flanders glanced at Chen Jue, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Ultimately, he chose to abandon the matter, letting Chen Jue manage it as he saw fit, as long as it did not escalate to life-threatening consequences. He instinctively cast a glance at Yu Xiaogang, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his face. After all, it was this man who had forcibly dragged him into the fray, placing him in such an awkward position. In contrast, he found himself harboring a bit more fondness for Chen Jue. If only Chen Jue were a woman. Otherwise, that moment would have made him fall head over heels. Upon hearing Chen Jue's intention to resolve the matter in his own way, Yu Xiaogang felt a twinge of fear. What do you intend to do? Yu Xiaogang instinctively stepped back a few paces. I shall not make it difficult for you. Kneel and apologize to me, and from now on, lower your head in my presence. Chen Jue, expressionless, pointed downward. You wish for the impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xiaogang prepared to flee. Run? Ziji, take action. As the words left his lips, the space trembled. In the next moment, a rift in the sky appeared, and Ziji stepped forth. Subsequently, Ziji lifted her long, graceful leg, capable of crushing Chen Jue's life, and brought it down upon Yu Xiaogang. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones shattering intertwined with Yu Xiaogang's agonized cries. So, you dare to speak of my man without considering your own worth. Ziji's stunning visage radiated an air of frostiness, accentuated by her statuesque figure and towering presence, exuding the aura of a queen. This instantly left the onlookers in awe. How striking! Flanders marveled from the depths of his heart. At that moment, he suddenly understood the essence of love. Meanwhile, Chen Jue stood captivated. My word, is it truly this enchanting? It seems I shall have to indulge her tonight. However, it appears tonight is a special occasion. I must accompany Liena. Only a child would make choices. An adult desires it all. Although Yu Xiaogang was engulfed in agony, the moment he caught a glimpse of Yuzu, a surge of fervor coursed through him. The pain seemed to dissipate, replaced by a peculiar sense of exhilaration. Such beauty! How he longed to touch. If only he could trade 10 years of his life for a chance. In that instant, suffering and joy coexisted. Chen Jue appeared to have sensed this shift. What a peculiar fellow Yu Xiaogang was. A toad marrying a frog, ugly yet audacious. Yu Xiaogang's furtive glances drew a frown from Ziji, who scoffed coldly. How could dare he steal a glance at me? With a slight exertion of her jade-like leg, a sharp crack echoed, and another rib of Yu Xiaogang snapped. Beautiful one. My mistake, please be gentle. Ziji's cold, exquisite face emitted a disdainful huff, ignoring his pleas. After all, such punishment was best left to adults, especially considering how adept this fellow was at punishing women. Who knew how he treated men? Yu Xiaogang grimaced in pain, for how could a scholar withstand such torment? Moreover, he was merely a worthless soul master. I shan't trouble you. A mere waste of space, for the shame of bullying one so inept would be unbearable. I say again, kneel and apologize, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Yu Xiaogang snorted, revealing a scholar's spirit. I would rather let her crush me to death than kneel and beg for your forgiveness. Chen Jue chuckled mockingly, clearly amused. Who would have thought you possessed such resolve? Yu Xiaogang proclaimed with pride. A man's knees rest upon gold. As he spoke, defiance shone in his eyes, seemingly unfazed by the specter of death. Witnessing this, Chen Jue smirked. Just as he prepared to signal Ziji to act, Yu Xiaogang's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Chen Jue's willingness to kill. Immediately, he exclaimed. It was a reluctant admission. This declaration left the onlookers momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. Even his close friends and disciples could not contain their mirth. Even Yin forgot his pain for a moment, laughing heartily. A medical miracle indeed. Chapter 75. The adorable little fox, Yin. Crawling out, Chen Jue raised an eyebrow at the prostrate Yu Xiaogang. The sudden reversal caught Chen Jue off guard for a few seconds. Truly a master. To speak of fear and death so boldly is impressive. Yu Xiaogang chuckled. Yet internally he was filled with icy dread. Today I may have lost, but I shall not forever remain defeated. Tomorrow, I shall make you pay. Chen Jue waved his hand, signaling Ziji to withdraw, then turned to Yu Xiaogang, his meaning unmistakable. Come now, better have a good attitude, otherwise. Yu Xiaogang was momentarily taken aback by Chen Jue's devilish tone. Such an evil voice. I will kneel. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaogang dropped to his knees, aware that Ziji was watching. He felt if he hesitated, another kick would surely follow. His back could not withstand further punishment. He then donned a sycophantic expression. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. I will endure for now. Chen Jue, I apologize. I should not have troubled you. As Chen Jue regarded the obsequious Yu Xiaogang, he could not help but smirk inwardly. This fellow might well be plotting to retaliate tomorrow. After all, tomorrow was his class, and he would surely seek revenge. But Chen Jue was unafraid. Setting aside strength, he was well-versed in verbal sparring. Though he may not excel academically in his past life, he excelled in wit. Very well, I'm not want to go back on my word. You may leave. However, should you dare trouble me again, be prepared for dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang breathed a sigh of relief, as did Flender. He feared that Chen Jue might end Yu Xiaogang's life in a fit of rage. Yu Xiaogang approached Yin, who was supporting himself, and asked Tang San, "Is he all right?" Tang San shook his head. "He is unharmed. Thank you for your assistance, master." Yin expressed gratefully. A smile broke through Yu Xiaogangs pale visage. "No worries, let us depart." With that, Yin rose, having recovered enough to withstand the poison. As he prepared to leave with Tang San, a cold laugh echoed. "Did I say he could leave?" No sooner had the words left her lips than Ziji appeared before them, blocking their path. The trio turned abruptly, and Yu Xiaogang glared at Chen Jue, his fury palpable enough to incinerate. "What do you mean? Do not push your luck. I have kneeled. Do not play tricks." Chen Jue waved his hand dismissively, then pointed at Yin. "Yu Xiaogang, you may go. That was my promise to you. But when did I promise Yin could leave? He just claimed he would crawl out of here. How dare you try to renege? Those who cross me will pay the price." Yu Xiaogang found himself at a loss for words, unable to mount a defense. What skill is it to employ underhanded tactics? Do not think I fear you. Once I recover, we shall have our rematch, and I shall not use that ball. Yin retorted defiantly, for his goddess, who Liena, was watching. Though he may not win, he must maintain his dignity. Strength and demeanor were both vital. "So, will you crawl or not?" Chen Jue inquired again. "Of course, I am a man of my word." With that, he immediately began to crawl, the speed of which left Chen Jue momentarily stunned. This lad speaks bravado yet acts like a coward. Yin thought to himself as he crawled. Better to preserve life than risk losing it. After crawling a few steps, he vowed to repay today as humiliation 100-fold. After crawling a few more steps, he thought of the revenge due when the master retaliates tomorrow, and at the soul fighting tournament in half a month. "I shall ensure your downfall." He continued to reassure himself with such thoughts. Despite his injuries, Yan's body grew weary. Even Yu Xiaogang, unable to bear the sight, considered offering assistance. After all, lending a hand during one's time of need often leaves a lasting impression. This was the very reason he had earlier helped Yin. Should Yin feel grateful, he would surely be willing to accept him as a disciple, and Yu Xiaogang would become a revered figure in the future. Most importantly, he recognized Yan's potential. After all, a child of such extraordinary talent must have an impressive background. As Yu Xiaogang prepared to lend a hand, a chilling voice interrupted. "If you dare extend your hand, I shall sever it." At these words, Yu Xiaogang shuddered involuntarily, instinctively swallowing hard and retracting his hand. Damn, this woman is beautiful, but she is too fierce. What man could withstand her? An ordinary man would find it hard to keep up with her intensity. Ultimately, Yin struggled and crawled back step by step. "How was my performance, my lord?" he inquired. In an instant, Ziji revealed a radiant smile, transforming her demeanor completely, and approached Chen Jue's side. "Shall we indulge in a delightful feast tonight?" Meanwhile, Liena felt an unsettling shift, unaware that Ziji had already been developed by Chen Jue. She pouted her crimson lips, clinging to Chen Jue's arm, and grinned, showcasing her adorable canine teeth, as if someone were attempting to snatch her meal. "Little fox, you are simply enchanting. I find myself irresistibly tempted to devour you right now." Subsequently, Chen Jue's hand began to wander. On the sidelines, Frando was utterly taken aback. "In broad daylight, this is outrageous. It seems I have truly aged and cannot keep pace with the times. How I envy the youth of today." He quietly exited, unable to endure the unfolding scene alone. "Why won't you eat what I offer? I thought you would come to me last night. Instead, you vanished without a trace. Were you off seeking another woman?" Chen Jue felt a pang of guilt at Liena's words, as he could not straightforwardly confess that he had spent the previous night playing cards with ZG and Bai Ji. "No. Are you accusing me of deceit? Why not speak the truth? I already know who it is. Is it still Iran?" Upon hearing Liena's initial query, Chen Jue's mind raced, but her subsequent remark provided him with an avenue of escape. "I swear I did not deceive you. If I sought Iran last night, I would be struck by lightning." Chen Jue raised 4 fingers, speaking solemnly, for he truly had not sought Meng Iran and felt no fear of swearing. This scene astonished Liena, who immediately embraced Chen Jue, raising a finger to his lips to silence him. Do not speak further. I believe you. Witnessing this, ZG could not help but stifle a giggle, her body quivering with delight. This little fox is so adorable, so innocent and easily deceived. It feels as though Lord Chen Jue is akin to the big bad wolf, gradually consuming the little fox. Since you claim I lack time to accompany you, I shall spend tonight solely with you, my little fox. Do remember to prepare yourself. Chapter 76. Today is the day I feast upon you, little fox. The three departing individuals settled into a dormitory to rest. My back truly aches. What trek it has been. Upon returning, Yin collapsed onto his bed. Damn it. Cowardly Chen Jue only dares to play petty tricks. He does not have the courage to confront me like a man. When the soul arena arrives, I shall publicly trample that arrogant visage beneath my feet. Observing Yan's grievances, Tang San stifled a chuckle. Yes, yes. Yin, defeat Chen Jue. Yin, oblivious to the underlying meaning, turned to Yu Xiaogang. The prior assistants had fostered an immediate fondness for Yu Xiaogang, and coupled with the necessity of his guidance to enhance his strength, Yin resolved to make the most regrettable decision of his life. He would lead the child of the mountains into the depths of the forest. This move undoubtedly directed Yin, already lost in the mountains, deeper into the wilderness. Master, take me as your disciple. The sudden shift delighted Yu Xiaogang immensely. Rise, my good apprentice. Meanwhile, Tang San, watching Yin attempt to usurp his teacher, felt a surge of irritation. To lose a woman is one thing, but a teacher as well. He thought, you must truly be famished. At dinner, Chen Jue, as usual, dined in a manner that evoked envy among others. Is this what it feels like to be an ancient emperor? No wonder they dread attending morning court. Their legs grow weak. How can they ascend? It is noteworthy that Yu Xiaogang and the others did not join, seemingly plotting for tomorrow's confrontation. It appeared that another war of words awaited. Tonight, I must prepare and sharpen my wit. As the meal concluded, the women, in unison, discreetly departed, leaving only Liena behind. Her lovely face was a portrait of confusion. She swiftly grasped the hand of Zhu Zhuqing, who walked last. Zhuqing, why have you all left? Were we not a stroll with Chen Ge? Liena questioned, eager to share something with them. Zhu Zhuqing wore a mysterious smile. Tonight, you shall play alone. We shan't intervene, hee. From afar, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong turned to look. Tonight, we won't compete for Chen Jue, but tomorrow may be a different story. Each time we are present, you cannot let loose. Tonight, you must enjoy yourself fully. With that, the group swiftly departed. Liena gazed at their retreating figures, puzzled by their words, and sighed softly. She had initially intended to share a joyous occasion with them and treat them to a delightful meal. Alas, she was grateful for Chen Jue's company. Moreover, she was certain that he was aware of this special matter. I wonder what he has prepared. It need not be extravagant. As long as it is from him, I shall cherish it. After finishing his meal, Chen Jue wiped his mouth and took Liena's hand. Let's take a stroll. Today is a special day. Does Chen Ge know? Of course, it is the day I feast upon you. He chuckled. Oh dear, not that. Star Luo Empire. Ah, dear brother, what brings you here? Have you come to resign yourself to the futility of ever catching up to my pace? Davis reclined casually, observing Dai Mubai's face, which appeared as if stitched together from various threads. Moments later, noticing Dai Mubai's silence, Davis's irritation flared. The two beautiful women beside him, well acquainted with his temperament, immediately bowed their heads, seemingly engaged in soothing his ire. Impressive. Davis then cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai. You've been out for a while and returned in this state. Truly disgusting. A waste is a waste, no matter the location. So, what brings you here today? This time, Dai Mubai finally spoke. To take your life and seize the throne. Upon hearing this, Davis erupted into wild laughter. Even the women beside him chuckled. They had gleaned some insight into Dai Mubai's character. Abandoning his fiancée, to run off alone, truly pathetic. My dear brother, have you been studying outside, only to corrupt your mind? Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Do you think you're worthy of contending for the throne? You scoundrel, you fool. Faced with such derision, Dai Mubai maintained his composure, merely smirking coldly. I may not be able to defeat you, but there are those who can. Moreover, whether I am worthy is not for you to decide. It is determined by strength. With that, Dai Mubai snapped his fingers. In an instant, A figure clad in black robes materialized slowly. Is this vagabond your ally? Huh. Davis let out a cold laugh, then patted his female companion's shapely rear. You underestimate my power. Over half of this palace is under my influence. With a mere word, I could obliterate you. Dai Mubai gave a slight snort, casting a glance at the man in the black robe. Now it's your turn, master. The man nodded, stepping forward. An overwhelming aura instantly emanated from him, revealing 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Davis froze momentarily, quickly pushing away the nearby maid and standing up. His pupils constricted, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. 100,000-year soul ring. 9 rings of a title Douluo. With that, Davis dashed for the exit just as the man in the black robe was about to make his move. Don't kill him. He still has value to us. The man chuckled, removing his black hat to reveal a familiar face. Tang Hao, you've matured quite well. Am I Han Jun? Oh, I suppose I should now call you Dai Mubai. Master, after experiencing so much, you should understand a thing or two. Hearing this, Tang Hao immediately pursued. Ma on Jun's Niud, taking his place at the head of the table and waving dismissively at the 2 terrified women. Come here and help me relieve my frustrations. Otherwise, you will be of no use to us and will meet your demise. The 2 women shuddered, promptly kneeling before him. Please don't kill us. We have value. They pleaded, quickly beginning to comply. Ma Hongjun smirked, feeling a rush of satisfaction. For your sake, I've been dieting for quite some time. Otherwise, I wouldn't fit into this Dai Mubai shell. Chen Jue, our battle begins now. Let us see who emerges victorious. Chapter 77. Liena's birthday. Why not feel it for yourself? Outside Shrek Academy. What do you think of this dress? I specially changed into it. Liena said, slightly lifting her skirt and twirling in front of Chen Jue. It's so short. Aren't you worried about exposure? We're outside. Chen Jue replied, his gaze fixed intently on her. Seeing his concern for her made her heart flutter with joy. I won't. I'm wearing leggings. Liena laughed. Chen Jue sighed in relief, but unbeknownst to him, a hint of disappointment lingered. What? Don't believe me? Want to take a look? Liena asked curiously, beginning to lift her skirt. Chen Jue chuckled, quickly turning his head away and shaking it. He thought the little fox was merely testing him. After all, who wears a short skirt without leggings? I'm not looking. I'm not that kind of person. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Liena's puzzled voice. Hey, where are my leggings? They're gone. Did Xiao Wu take them? Chen Jue froze, sighing inwardly. What loss? I should have secretly taken her to a secluded place. Sighing at the missed opportunity, he asked, by the way, do you really not know what day it is today? Liena blinked, gazing at Chen Jue with hopeful eyes. Chen Jue's gaze shifted, and he rubbed his chin, pretending to ponder. I can't quite recall. What is up? Liena bit her rosy lip, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her beautiful eyes. This was the second time she had asked him, and he truly didn't remember. She recalled telling him last year, when he promised he would never forget. Are all men like this? As tears began to well up in her eyes, she forcibly held them back, whispering, Brother Chen, I'm going to the pond to look at the fish. Without waiting for a response, she dashed away. Chen Jue scratched his head, reflecting. Have I gone too far? She really looks like she's about to cry. Under the moonlight, Liena sat on a large stone by the pond, her tear-streaked face reflected on the water's surface. She tossed stone after stone into the water, seemingly venting her frustrations. Today was the little fox's birthday, and Brother Chen had forgotten. He had promised last year to throw her the grandest birthday party. Brother Chen, you deceiver. I haven't celebrated my birthday in a long time. During her years at the Spirit Hall, she had few relatives, only her teacher, Chen Jue, and her brother. Yet, her teacher never celebrated her birthday, always insisting that her student didn't need such frivolities. In this world where strength reigns supreme, improving one's power is paramount. One should not waste time on such trivial matters. But I'm just a child. Last year, she had secretly shed tears over this. And Brother Chen had caught her in the act. When he inquired, she had confided her feelings, and he had promised her an exceptional birthday celebration this year. Brother Chen forgot? So what? Birthdays aren't that significant. Brother Chen is always busy training. How could he possibly remember such inconsequential things? Drip, drip. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to fall. As she gazed into the water, she could no longer hold back her sobs. Woo, deceiver. What's wrong, little fox? Hiding here to cry? The sudden voice made Liena quickly wipe her tears and wash her face with the pond's clear water to conceal her sorrow. Turning around, she pouted, saying, "Who is crying?" "I'm not crying." Chen Jue smiled, his gaze landing on her reddened eyes. "Little fox, you're not being honest. You clearly cried. Come here for a hug, and you won't cry anymore." Liena sniffled, unable to contain her tears any longer as she threw herself into his embrace, furiously pounding his chest. "Brother Chen, you liar. You promised you would remember." Chen Jue chuckled softly, saying, "I'm not a liar. Look." He then pulled out a large cream cake from his soul guide, adorned with a small card that read, "Happy birthday, little fox." The characters stood out vibrantly. "You." Liena looked up at Chen Jue, then down at the cake, her expression filled with confusion. "Brother Chen Yu." She bit her lip tightly, but the trembling could not be suppressed, and her eyes quickly became moist and red. Chen Jue remembered. Brother Chen remembered. "Liar. You didn't think I had forgotten, did you?" No. You just wanted to tease me," Liena said, a hint of grievance in her voice. Chen Jue replied with a smile. "I promised to throw you the most magnificent birthday party. I would never go back on my word. Unlike Yin, who lied just to make you happy. Who knows where that guy is off having fun now? Somewhere else." Yin, lying on his bed, pondered how to deal with Chen Jue when he suddenly sneezed. "Is someone talking bad about me?" Tang San chuckled. "Oh, don't worry. Who would dare speak ill of you? Must be thinking about revenge and getting annoyed. Shall I call some lovely ladies over for us to have some fun?" Yin chuckled lightly. "Sure. After such a long period of cultivation, should I not indulge myself a little? Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Look up at the sky." As he spoke, a chorus of sounds erupted, and the fireworks blossomed like nature's exquisite artistry, adorning the dark night with a poetic and picturesque display. Among them, two figures holding hands emerged, one being Chen Jue and the other, Liena. At that moment, Liena also lifted her gaze to behold this magnificent scene. She could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks, dampening her thick lashes. Previously sorrowful, she was now deeply moved. "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" Liena was rendered speechless with emotion. "So beautiful. Chen Jue, you are simply wonderful. Haha, would you care for some cake? Why not invite them to join us? Because this evening, I wish to be alone with you." In the distance, countless spirit beasts were startled by the explosive sounds of the fireworks, gathering together in a flurry. The leader of the spirit beasts gazed into the distance, lost in thought, while his subordinates grew anxious, immediately communicating in their beastly tongue. "Boss, how dare someone cause a ruckus in our territory? Indeed, should we teach him a lesson? Yes, this is intolerable. Those who can endure are merely turtles. Let us tear him apart. We haven't had dinner yet." Countless voices urged the leader of the spirit beasts. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged forth, causing these spirit beasts to flee in panic. "Oh no, a powerful being. I was just joking. Please don't treat me like a mere snack." The turtle spirit beast knelt in submission. "Surely, the powerful one wouldn't bully us newcomers." The leader of the spirit beasts turned around, a look of resignation on his face as he regarded his comrades. "Do you think I attained my 1,000-year pinnacle strength without reason? It is through observation and analysis. If I were like you, I would have perished long ago." The turtle spirit beast muttered, "Cowardice is cowardice. What else is there to say? Slap. You are such a nuisance. Chen Jue, your cake is delicious. If it's good, eat more." Soon, Liena devoured an entire mountain of cake. "You'll get fat eating so much. Does that bother you?" Liena replied nonchalantly. Chen Jue's gaze swept over her figure, landing on two specific areas, his expression becoming rather mischievous. "Perhaps if they grow where they ought to, I would be rather excited." Liena was taken aback, her face flushing crimson, before she boldly retorted, "In that case, why not feel for yourself and see if they meet your aesthetic standards?" Chen Jue smirked. "Let me see if today, as facial cleanser, has done its job." Chapter 78. Yu Xiaogang's disgust for Chen Jue. Chen Jue's retort. "Hee, here I come." Chen Jue swept her into his embrace, his hands becoming restless. "Are you playing outside, little fox?" The little fox blushed deeply, but did not refuse. "Sure, but I want to be on top, and you must let me have my way." "All right, but you must wear this. Only then will it feel right." With that, Chen Jue produced a black leather jacket from his spirit guide and said, "Here, Chen Jue, let me change." The next day, Yu Xiaogang arrived early at the classroom, awaiting the others. As everyone trickled in, Yu Xiaogang commenced his lecture. Holding a book with one hand behind his back, he tilted his chin slightly, exuding an air of superiority. He then cast a sharp gaze over Chen Jue and the others, his eyes betraying a flicker of disdain upon landing on Chen Jue. Damn it! You had your fun yesterday. Today, I shall make you suffer. This was a method he had contemplated for some time, and he intended to make them exhausted by the end of the day. Hello, everyone. I trust you're somewhat familiar with me. I am the theoretical master, Yu Xiaogang. I am your teacher, and I will conduct rigorous training for your future studies. If you cannot endure, you may leave now. I do not wish for anyone to disrupt me midway. His gaze lingered on Chen Jue. However, Chen Jue paid him no mind, still recovering from the previous night's exertions. Feeling groggy. Yesterday, the little fox had donned unique attire and wielded her weapon, resembling a celestial being. He had almost faltered under her charm. Chen Jue, what are you doing? You can't even keep your eyes open. What were you up to last night? Yu Xiaogang seized the opportunity to criticize Chen Jue, pointing at him with an authoritarian demeanor. Tang San and Yin prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. I have an early class. What I do is none of your business. Chen Jue retorted. Is this how you speak to a teacher? Do you have any manners? You lack basic decency. Yu Xiaogang stood on his moral high ground, harshly reprimanding Chen Jue. Tang San and Yin expected Chen Jue to be rendered speechless by this tactic. After all, they themselves wouldn't know how to respond if placed in his position. Yet, Chen Jue merely chuckled coldly and replied, All right, since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you. Just be wary that you might not be able to handle it. Gulme, tell me, what do you think I cannot endure? Yu Xiaogang, confident in his composure, was skeptical. Last night, I chatted with Lu Erlong. She has a good impression of me. We shared an unforgettable night together. It was simply marvelous. As he spoke, Chen Jue's expression was one of nostalgic delight. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, Chen Jue, I will not rest until I see your downfall. Meanwhile, Liena beside Chen Jue was utterly bewildered. Didn't Changge spend the night with me? Who is this Lu Erlong? Was he thinking of another woman while he was with me? What a scoundrel. The other women fell silent upon hearing Lu Erlong's name, each pondering who this woman might be. Just hearing her name gave them the impression that she was no ordinary character. Yu Xiaojing's face flushed red, not from embarrassment, but from rage. You are indeed formidable. Just wait. You will pay for this, Chen Jue. With that, Yu Xiaogang ceased his pursuit. All right. Now I will arrange today's training content. Do you see those baskets over there? Each bears your names and is filled with stones. Soon, you will carry these baskets and run around the academy, but you are forbidden from using any soul power during the run. Tang San Yin, you each need to run 12 laps. Oscar, Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Hu Liena, Meng Aran, you 6 must run 10 laps each. Chen Jue, with your high soul power level, and I hear your stamina is exceptional, you will run 30 laps. Yu Xiaogang chuckled. He wasn't entirely wrong. After all, with a harem, how could one not possess great endurance? Clearly, he intended to exhaust Chen Jue's legs, making him crawl back. He aimed to let him experience the pain Yin had felt the previous day while also settling the score for tormenting Tang San before. The group of girls was momentarily taken aback, wondering why the new teacher was so strict. Could it be that Chen Jue had just confronted him? How petty! Only Hu Liena understood the reason, as she had been present the previous afternoon. Meanwhile, Tang San and Yin wore smug expressions, reveling in the misfortune that awaited Chen Jue. Today his legs would be put to the test. This was merely a prelude to the challenges he would face in the Soul Arena. Upon hearing he was to run 30 laps, Chen Jue instantly snapped to attention. What on earth? You can't be serious. Yu Xiaogang, you expect me to run 30 laps? If I do, I must be out of my mind. I seriously question your sanity if you think this is reasonable. 30 laps amounted to nearly 120 miles. Yu Xiaogang had anticipated Chen Jue's reaction and immediately retorted, I am basing this on your abilities. The greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. Chen Jue was momentarily taken aback. So, strength was merely an excuse for your torment? He shot Yu Xiaogang a disdainful glance. Your words are sweet, but they ring hollow. Yin, whose strength is slightly below mine, runs 12 laps while I am tasked with 30. I seriously doubt your ability to teach. Are you merely a figurehead? Yu Xiaogang, sensing Chen Jue's derision towards his expertise, immediately became incensed. If you think you're so impressive, then show me how to teach. Chen Jue cleared his throat, preparing to speak, and the others looked on with anticipation, save for Tang San and Yin, who were quietly mocking him. Chen Jue was falling into the traps set by the teacher, a true display of navet. It was well known that Chen Jue's knowledge was somewhat lacking, bordering on illiteracy. After all, Yin had spent countless hours with him, and aside from dabbling in some peculiar activities, such as indulging in addictive vices, he had not engaged in any serious study. Moreover, Chen Jue's daily routine consisted of playful antics with Qian Daoliu, often teasing the Empress herself. On one occasion, he even shamelessly requested her assistance in bathing. To his astonishment, she had acquiesced. When he attempted it, he suffered for 3 days afterward. Yet, despite these distractions, his cultivation speed was remarkably swift, leaving him perplexed. How could he possibly rival the erudition of Yu Xiaogang, who was steeped in knowledge? As Chen Jue took the stage, he unwittingly set himself up for ridicule. How shall we mock him? Yin smirked. Just watch my performance. Liena, standing beside Chen Jue, gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Chen, why not let it go? Don't engage with him. If you report this to Dean Flender, he surely one tea make you run 30 laps. You shouldn't stoop to his level. Her concern was palpable, for she understood Chen Jue's predicament. He had never been well read. How could he possibly compete with a master like Yu Xiaogang? She wished to protect her man from embarrassment. With a light chuckle, Chen Jue patted Liena's hand, reassuring her, Trust me, you have no idea of my capabilities. That incident is the best proof. He teased. Liena grasped his underlying message, recalling how she had thought Chen Jue would falter, only to find herself struggling instead. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I care about you, and yet... She began, but Chen Jue interrupted. Just watch me. Yu Xiaogang scoffed at this. Watch you? I am curious to see what you can possibly contribute. His reasoning for having everyone run was to instill a solid foundation of physical fitness. He was eager to see what suggestions Chen Jue might offer. Under the scrutiny of the group, Chen Jue began to articulate his thoughts. I believe in tailoring education to individual students' characteristics, implementing targeted training that amplifies their strengths. It is a waste of time for everyone to engage in the same training, such as running laps. For instance, Rong, with her support spirit, should focus on enhancing her amplification techniques, while we should also train for collaborative combat through practical exercises. Your proposed running training seems entirely unnecessary. Once our soul power levels increase, will we still be concerned about running on the battlefield? His words left the crowd in stunned silence, especially the girls, who gazed at Chen Jue with newfound admiration. They had not anticipated that their brother Chen possessed not only extraordinary strength, but also impressive intellect. At such a young age, he had managed to cultivate both knowledge and power, a rarity as those with exceptional prowess often neglected scholarly pursuits, unlike Yu Xiaogang, who relied solely on his academic reputation due to his lack of combat abilities. Chen Jue, however, was a delightful anomaly, endearing him further to the young women present. How wonderful! I had no idea how cultured you were, they exclaimed, their admiration growing. Liena looked on in astonishment, unable to reconcile the seemingly illiterate Chen Jue with the cultured individual before her. She felt a sense of mystery surrounding him. How many secrets do you have that I remain unaware of? She mused. Chen Jue, noticing her reaction, chuckled modestly. Oh, it was merely a casual comment. In this world where strength reigns supreme, cultured individuals are indeed scarce. After all, who would prioritize studying when they could be training? His words further endeared him to the girls, their admiration for him intensifying. Meanwhile, Tang San and Yin stood in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that this eloquence was indeed coming from Chen Jue. Yin scratched his head, nearly pulling his hair out in confusion. How can Chen Jue not only cultivate at an astonishing rate, but also possess such advanced knowledge? In the distance, the quartet watching the scene unfolded was equally astonished. Zhao Wujie and Flender fanned themselves while feeding fruits to the two beautiful women before them, resembling servants of wealth rather than true companions. Shouta, these fruits are delightful. I assume they cost a pretty penny? Come, allow me to bestow upon you your remuneration and fruits. With a grand gesture, Ziji deftly tossed several gold soul coins into Flander's hands. Thank you, exclaimed the young lad, while Ziji continued, Xiao Jizi, your fan-making skills are commendable. Here is your reward. She then tossed more gold coins into Zhao Wujie's hands. Sister Xie, if I increase my strength a little more, I assure you the breeze will be most delightful. Zhao Wujia proclaimed, intensifying his efforts once again. Ziji smiled and turned her gaze towards Biji. Haha, Biji, the gold soul coins bestowed by the master are indeed invaluable. Biji responded with a gentle smile. Indeed, I recall the master once said, money can make the devil push a millstone. The scene shifted dramatically, revealing the most embarrassing and bewildering moment for Yu Xiaogang. He was left utterly stunned by Chen Jue's recent remarks, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could such words truly emanate from a mere child? While his prowess could be overlooked, it was the first time he felt intellectually crushed. Yet deep down, Yu Xiaogang acknowledged the truth in Chen Jue's words. He found himself hesitant to meet Chen Jue's gaze, fearing that a single glance might ignite an explosion. Do you not find my reasoning sound? Chen Jue arched an eyebrow at Yu Xiaogang. However, Yu Xiaogang was not the type to concede defeat. He quickly positioned himself atop the moral high ground of the teacher. Everything you say will be reflected in my future lessons. I concede you are a capable instructor, yet you pale in comparison to me. But now, I am a teacher, and you must heed my words. Would I dare to lead you astray? Chen Jue cast Yu Xiaogang a sidelong glance. What a bold claim. If you refuse to reason, then I shall be even more unreasonable than you. Chapter 80. A gentle touch on bread will dissipate anger. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Unable to contend with me, you resort to wielding your authority as a teacher? Truly, you are a remarkable educator. Chen Jue scoffed, continuing, and you claim future lessons will reflect your teachings. If I did not speak up, you would have me running laps every day, wouldn't you? Your so-called running for fitness is utterly outdated. Yu Xiaogang was left speechless, his arguments dismantled entirely. He had indeed considered running the best method for physical training. Chen Jue's words had thoroughly obliterated his training methods. I am a teacher, and I have my own plans. You may accept them or leave. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang's face flushed red, revealing his final stubbornness. Chen Jue snorted derisively, advancing step by step towards Yu Xiaogang. He had grown to despise such a teacher, especially after that remark, which echoed his greatest frustrations from his previous life. In high school, he had once stumbled upon his homeroom teacher discussing deeper academic issues with female students, only to be singled out and humiliated in class. That day, the teacher posed a particularly challenging problem, intending to embarrass him in front of the entire class. Yet, he happened to solve the problem, only to realize it was flawed. His friends had warned him against challenging the teacher, urging him to accept the humiliation to avoid dire consequences. However, his straightforward nature led him to declare the problem erroneous, exposing the teacher's malice. To his shock, the entire class turned against him, accusing him of incompetence and falsely accusing the teacher. He endured ridicule, even facing public disgrace. In that moment, he realized that lacking strength was the gravest of sins. Coming from a farming family, no one was willing to support him, and he had made an enemy of the teacher. Reflecting on this, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. In this lifetime, he would not be the powerless boy he once was. Sensing the overwhelming aura of hostility, Yu Xiaogang staggered back in fright. What are you planning to do? Are you truly going to strike a teacher? He was well aware of Chen Jue's strength. A mere spirit master would be no match for him. Oomph. Chen Jue scoffed. As if I have never done so before. Have you forgotten? Yu Xiaogang swallowed hard, glancing at the surrounding students. Goodness, there are too many spectators. This would be utterly humiliating. Thoughts of his illustrious title being tarnished flooded his mind. Flandra, save me. Upon hearing the cry for help, Flandra stepped forward, only to be halted by Ziji's icy demeanor. He turned to see her strikingly beautiful face. Sister, what is your command? You know what to do? No need for elaboration. Ziji replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he nodded vigorously. Yes, he understood. It was an instruction to side with Chen Jue. Faced with blatant mockery, Flandra had no choice but to comply. He positioned himself firmly between Chen Jue and Yu Xiaogang. Do not resort to violence. In an instant, Flandra transformed from a submissive figure to the proud principal. This surprised both Ziji and Biji from a distance. Both of you remain calm, Flandra asserted. He turned to Yu Xiaogang, his demeanor shifting as he addressed him. You have gone too far this time, setting aside the matter of making Chen Jue run 30 laps. Your unreasonable behavior as a teacher bullying him is something I am obliged to reprimand. I command you, as principal, to apologize to Chen Jue. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback that a longtime friend would speak in favor of another. Grinding his teeth, He clenched his fists in anger. You two will pay for this. Yu Xiaogang, will remember this grudge. Yet, he dared not confront Chen Jue directly and could only relent. Chen Jue, this incident is entirely my fault. Please forgive your teacher. From now on, Flandre will guide your training. Is that agreeable? Seeing Chen Jue's anger still simmering, Flandre quickly interjected, Indeed. Chen Jue, I will tailor your studies moving forward. If you wish to pursue your own interests, that is also acceptable. Just grant him this reprieve, and I assure you he will never trouble you again. After all, someone with Chen Jue's innate talent was beyond Yu Xiaogang's capacity to teach. Chen Jue snorted, his gaze sharp as an arrow, piercing through Flandre's facade. Your assurances? Can I trust them? Flandre felt the weight of that penetrating gaze, compounded by the intimidating stares of the two formidable women behind him. Of course. Chen Jue glanced between Flandre and Yu Xiaogang. In that case, for the sake of Principal Flandre. At this point, Chen Jue deliberately paused. Then, with a swift motion, he approached Yu Xiaogang and broke his hand. Chen Jue, have you lost your mind? The echoes of tortured screams resonated continuously as Yu Xiaogang collapsed to the ground, clutching his fractured arm and rolling in agony. Flandre cast a shocked glance at Chen Jue, astonished by his unwavering decisiveness. Yet, he felt too intimidated to intervene. I can't believe you, you wretched old man. If I don't teach him a solid lesson, he'll truly assume that I, Chen Jue, am easily trifled with. A disdainful smile crept across Chen Jue's face as he seemed to unleash the fury of his past life. Yu Xiaogang, should you dare to provoke me again, I will shatter each of your ribs. Do not doubt the veracity of my words. I shall fulfill my promise. Such a ruthless display left the onlookers thoroughly shaken, particularly Tang San and Yin, who perceived in Yu Xiaogang a reflection of their own futures. Brother Chen, do not be angry. Aren't you fond of bread? Just touch it and you won't be upset anymore. Chapter 81. A hands-on guide to changing clothes. Calm down. I won't engage with worthless scum. By the way, about your earlier mention of bread. Chen Jue's gaze drifted downward, instinctively rubbing his hands together. At this, Liena's face flushed crimson, akin to a modest pearl, while she fidgeted with the edge of her clothing. Didn't Brother Chen just say he wasn't angry? Then there's no need to touch it. Chen Jue was instantly amused by her words, realizing he might have inadvertently set a trap for himself. However, upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's agonizing cries once more, his patience evaporated. Annoying. His expression did not escape Flandre's notice. Sensing the tension, he quickly turned to Zhao Wujia. Old Zhao, take the master to the infirmary for treatment. Zhao Wujia nodded and promptly lifted the master away. Watching the two depart, Flandre let out a sigh of relief. He truly feared that Chen Jue would go so far as to end Yu Xiaogan's life. After all, they had once been friends, and he did not wish to witness Chen Jue's wrath culminate in tragedy. Everyone run 3 laps to warm up. Then I will personally guide you through a team collaboration task. During the Master's days of rest, I will be the one teaching you all. Once the Master awakens, I will discuss learning methods with him, ensuring everyone's needs are met. Flandre glanced at Chen Jue, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, he continued, Let us begin. Thus, the group commenced their laps. Meanwhile, Ziji and Biji, observing from a distance, suddenly shared a moment of intense understanding. Did you hear that? It was the voice of Emperor Tian. Yes, he mentioned that the Silver Dragon King seems to be awakening. Indeed, he said that 1 month from now, the Silver Dragon King will fully awaken, and we must take him to meet. The Silver Dragon King, awakening at this juncture? Could it be due to the Master? What kind of sparks might fly when the Silver Dragon King meets him? That depends on whether the Master is male or female. If female, it might not just be sparks, but rather offspring. Sister Nana, did you have fun playing with Brother Chen yesterday? Did you engage in any special activities? Little Witch Ning Rongrong's question immediately captivated the attention of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were focused on Liena's response. Recalling the events of the previous night, Liena's face turned a deep shade of crimson, echoing the intoxicating sounds that lingered in her mind. Seeing Liena's silence, Ning Rongrong pressed on. It seems Sister Nana had quite the enjoyable time last night. You're reminiscing. Come on, share with us. Xiao Wu urged excitedly, noting Chen Jue's drowsy demeanor today, suggesting he must have had a splendid time. What kind of method? Why are you keeping secrets from your sisters? Yes. Liena bit her lip, her bashfulness contrasting sharply with her wildness from the previous night. Oh, it's nothing much. Just watch some fireworks, had a cake, and changed clothes. Oh, fireworks! Xiao Wu exclaimed, puzzled. What is that? After all, it was not unusual for a soul beast accustomed to living in the Star Doe forest to be unfamiliar with such things. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. It's a beautiful spectacle. The noise you heard last night came from them. Who would have thought Chen Jue was quite romantic? I want fireworks for my birthday, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, allowing herself to dream of that day. Meng Yiran nodded in agreement. However, none of them realized the core of the conversation, except for Ning Rongrong, who wore a mischievous grin directed at Liena. Changing clothes? What kind of clothes? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Liena froze, astonished that Ning Rongrong understood such things, clearly taught by Brother Chen. How did you know? Did Brother Chen teach you? Liena questioned. Of course. Ning Rongrong nodded confidently. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran exchanged bewildered glances, feeling indignant. Brother Chen is so unfair, teaching her and not us. Just then, Chen Jue, having finished in the restroom and catching up to the group, noticed their disgruntled expressions and inquired, What is wrong, my little kittens, little bunnies, little snakes? Xiao Wu huffed, glancing at Chen Jue. Brother Chen, you're so mean. You only teach Rongrong and Sister Nana, not us. You're biased. Then, Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around Chen Jue's, playfully coaxing, Please teach us too, won't you, Brother Chen? Feeling the softness of her embrace, Chen Jue sighed inwardly. How they've grown. What is that about? He asked, puzzled. Xiao Wu replied, It's about the clothes Sister Nana changed into and what you played with her. Chen Jue raised an eyebrow at Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran, excitement flickering in his eyes. Do you want to learn too? Yes, yes. They eagerly responded. That is splendid. Tonight, I will personally guide you in enhancing your enjoyment. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Everyone's soul power levels and foundational physical qualities had significantly improved. Under Flinder and Yu Xiaogang's leadership, they became more united, though this unity might only be superficial. Chen Jue continued to receive individualized instruction from Flinder, engaging in a curriculum that involved little more than idleness and teasing Tang San and Yin, which left them quite displeased as they eagerly awaited the commencement of the soul fighting tournament. At last, that day arrived. Today, we shall engage in an exceptionally intriguing training exercise. Practical combat training. Target: the soul fighting arena, silver medal, Yu Xiaogang declared, occasionally glancing at Chen Jue, seemingly plotting something. However, this time, he refrained from taking action himself, instead sending Tang San and the others to prepare. During the practical exercises, there exists a potential for life-threatening situations. Thus one must prepare accordingly. In the next moment, Yin, as a figure of strength, stood tall and proud. After all, his prowess was evident to all, and these beautiful women would surely seek his protection. At that point, he could make unreasonable demands, he thought with a smirk. Brother Yin, what are you doing? I'm awaiting those women to seek refuge with me. Ah, but they are all with Chen Jue. Yin replied, A master stands beside me, yet I am the fool. Indeed, upon sensing danger, the women instinctively turned their gazes toward Chen Jue, for he was an enviable ally. Their eyes resembled famished wolves that had not feasted in centuries. Had they not been fed adequately the previous day? That evening, the group arrived at the soul fighting arena. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of an unremarkable yet arrogant team approaching. Wow, boss, what a rare gem. And there are 5 of them. Today promises to be entertaining, boss. Chen Jue furrowed his brow as he looked on. The Mad Warriors.